Brother Lu, the awakening is about to start. Aren't you nervous? Nervous about what? Before the results are out, everyone is still a dark horse. And after the results come out, 99% will turn out to be mere cattle and horses. No wonder they call you Brother Lu. Your mindset really is solid. I'm not like you. Before I came to school, my dad told me that if my awakening turns out disappointing, I'll have to go back to our hometown and farm the fields with him. I'm nervous to death right now. Isn't that pretty good? At least it's safe and stable. You won't have to go out into the wild to fight monsters. On the playground, Lu Yi chatted idly with the classmates around him. He gazed at the bustling surroundings, and a trace of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. He had inexplicably arrived on this planet called Qingqiu, and now 2.5 years had passed. This world was unlike Earth. Ever since extra-dimensional creatures invaded centuries ago, the planet had suddenly expanded to thousands of times its former size. Humanity had undergone evolution as well. From then on, everyone here became a martial warrior and possessed an attribute panel. Each person's physical qualities were displayed as data, making one's strength and weakness strikingly clear at a glance. In 3 years of high school, they did not study language, mathematics, or foreign languages, but instead learned techniques of survival, combat, and self-rescue in the wilderness. On Qingqiu, everyone at 19 would have one chance to awaken. Some rose to the heavens in a single step, while others remained mediocre ever after dissolving into the faceless crowd. And today was Awakening Day. Each year on Awakening Day, 19-year-old boys and girls' hearts full of unease and longing gathered together on the playground. At the very center of the field stood a towering awakening apparatus forged from unknown black metal. Its surface was etched with strange runes exuding an ancient and formidable aura. At 9 o'clock in the morning sharp, the teacher in charge of awakenings finally arrived. Silence. He frowned at the noisy crowd and reprimanded them in a low voice. A golden giant lion's phantom emerged behind him. Wow, it's the golden lion, Ding Bo, teacher Ding. So cool. If only I could awaken the golden lion attribute. Then I'd never have to worry about chasing girls again. Golden lion. You're dreaming. That's a great awakening attribute, a 1 in 10,000 kind of genius. Today is Awakening Day. Oh, everyone must be thrilled. But don't get too excited yet, because you'll soon calm down. Now line up and wait for me to call your names. Ding Bo spoke lightly. At his words, the students immediately fell quiet. First student Sulan, come up. Yes, teacher. With Ding Bo's call, a tall, graceful girl with a beautiful face stepped out from the first row. She was the school belle of Qingqiu High School. Not only was she stunning, her potential was high as well. The total of her attributes had already exceeded 100 points. It was said that an ancestor of the Su family had once been a powerhouse above the 8th tier. On Qingqiu, martial warriors were ranked from 1st to 9th tier. The higher the number, the greater the combat strength. Above the 9th tier were realms even more exalted, though to these students, such levels were far too distant. What level of ability do you think Su Lan will awaken? Her family all awaken fire attributes. With her talent, I'd say she can't possibly get less than a grade. Makes sense. The students whispered below the stage. Su Lan stood before the awakening apparatus, took a deep breath, and slowly extended her hand to touch the cold metal. In an instant, the runes flared with eerie light, and a deep humming sounded from within the device, like the low chant of some ancient behemoth. Immediately, a beam of light shot skyward. Within that radiance, Su Lan felt a surge of heat flood into her body, power coursing through every limb and bone. Awakening successful, grade ability Flamebird. A crimson firebird slowly appeared behind Su Lan. Its piercing cry split the air. My God, she actually awakened in grade ability. In our high school's history, those who awaken grade can be counted on one hand, right? As expected of my goddess. Amazing. I'm so jealous. Excellent. Qingqiu High School will be proud of you. Go down and rest for now. Ding Bo nodded in satisfaction. He had not expected the very first awakened student to bring such glory. Thank you, teacher. Su Lan returned to the student ranks and was immediately surrounded by her classmates. Next, Cheng Yangyan. Here. Hearing his name, Cheng Yangyan jogged out from the line. With Su Lan as an example, he inexplicably felt a surge of confidence in his own awakening. Perhaps he too could awaken in grade ability. But while the thought was beautiful, reality was cruel. Awakening successful, a grade ability hyena. Ha ha ha, hyena. Did I hear that right? You heard perfectly. Isn't that the one whose skill is well attacking from behind? Too hilarious. What's so funny? At least it's a combat ability. Someone still couldn't hold back their laughter. Go down and work hard. Holding back his own laughter, Ding Bo called up the next student. Thank you, teacher. Cheng Yangyan almost wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Covering his rear and blushing furiously, he ran back into the crowd, a hazy hyena phantom swaying behind him. There were more than 300 students on the playground waiting to awaken, but as reality proved, true geniuses were exceedingly rare. Of those who came after, the best awakening was only a grade. Lu Ye's class had been arranged to go last, and soon it was their turn. As name after name was called, Lu Yi found himself growing inexplicably nervous. Last student Lu Yi, come forward. As Dingbo's words fell, everyone turned to look at him. Why did they have to put me dead last? Lu Yi was a little speechless. If the ability he awakened turned out to be poor, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in front? Relax, Dingbo said. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yi nodded, took his place before the awakening apparatus, and extended his hand. With a thunderous boom, a beam of light shot toward the sky, its diameter as wide as 1 to 2 meters. Whoa, my eyes are going blind. Such dazzling radiance. What kind of ability did he awaken to cause such a commotion? The students buzzed with speculation. Dingbo was taken aback as well. Could this student be not only handsome, but also extraordinarily gifted? Awakening successful SSS grade ability summoning. What on earth? How can there be an ability with a whole range of grades? You scared me. With that kind of spectacle, I thought it was a pure SS grade ability. Summoning. So it's that ability. It's actually very hard to evaluate. You know about it. Of course. This ability can be terrifyingly strong, or pathetically weak. Summons are entirely random. You might call forth an ancient dragon. That would be SS grade. Or you might summon a grass-eating rabbit. That would be F grade, perhaps even worse than F. The strength of this ability depends wholly on luck with not a shred of control. If Lu Ye's first summoned beast turned out weak, his entire life would essentially be ruined. Of course, it was possible that someone might be willing to take him along to level up, letting him deliver the final blow each time to gain experience. He could then perform another summoning at level 10. But the gamble was enormous and would consume vast amounts of money. Most forces simply did not have such resources. And if that still doesn't work, then try again at level 20. Yet if he fails twice in a row, who would dare keep betting? Dingbo looked at Lu Yi. Why don't you try a summon now? Perhaps you'll soar in one stroke. He too wanted to see what this student could call forth. If by chance it was grade Qingqiu High School would truly make an, then I'll give it a try. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Yi activated his summoning ability. Silence fell, and time seemed to stretch. Come forth, my summoned beast. Lu Yi silently recited in his heart. Lines of ghostly blue runes slithered before him, like living creatures spreading outward, as they traced an ancient array more than a zhang in diameter. A violent gale rose without warning, sand and gravel whirling as a blinding white light erupted at the center of the array, as though a scorching sun were rising from beneath the earth. Lu Yi had to raise his arm to shield his eyes, and only when the radiance gradually faded did his summoned creature finally reveal itself. Whoa, a humanoid summoned creature. So beautiful. Damn, she's hundreds of times prettier than the school belle. Exclamations burst forth one after another. Everyone erupted in an uproar the moment they saw Lu Ye's summoned creature. The figure before them was petite and delicately formed, dressed in a pink one-piece dress embroidered with exquisite patterns and adorned with intricate decorations. If not for the fox ears atop her head and the single tail swaying behind her, one could easily have mistaken her for a human girl. The little fox stretched lazily, letting out a soft hum as she slowly opened her eyes. Where's this? Tushan Ruer looked puzzled. She clearly remembered finishing her cultivation and falling asleep, yet when she opened her eyes, she had arrived in this strange place. So many humans were staring straight at her, making her feel terribly shy. Just as she was still bewildered, a stream of information suddenly surged into her mind. What? I've been contracted by someone. The little fox stared at the boy before her in disbelief. So handsome. Hearts practically blossomed in her eyes. Even among the Fox clan, Lu Ye's looks would rank among the very best. Yet she had no desire to be enslaved by a human. The little fox's face collapsed in dejection. The message just now had told her that this summoning was compulsory, and as a summoned creature, she was forbidden from doing anything detrimental to her master. Otherwise, both body and soul would be annihilated, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation again. So infuriating. The little fox stomped her foot, then suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Where is my cultivation? Why have my 9 tails turned into just one? She tried to circulate her spiritual power, only to find it utterly gone. My cultivation has disappeared. The little fox's heart turned ice cold. As the most promising Saintess of Qingqiu, how had she ended up crippled like this? On the other side, Lu Yi was also carefully sizing up Tushan Ruer. Beautiful. Far more beautiful than any celebrity he had seen in either of his 2 lifetimes by 1,000, 10,000 times. To have such a beauty as his summoned beast, even if she were nothing more than a decorative vase, was already worth it. You're my summoned beast, he asked. Summoned beast sounds so awful. Just call me Ruer, Qingqiu's Tushan Ruer. Master Ruer is so scared, you have to protect me from now on. Her eyes rolled mischievously as she sauntered up to Lu Ye's side, looping her arms around his and acting coquette. Hiss. Feeling the softness pressing against his arm, Lu Yi drew in a sharp breath. Wait, are you sure you're really a summoned beast? How could I not be? I'm clearly the one you summoned, Master. Yi, do you think I'm not worthy of you? The little fox's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her fluffy tail swaying back and forth adorably behind her. Aren't summoned beasts supposed to protect me? Lu Yi was at a loss for words. He turned to Ding Bo at the side, a pleading look in his eyes. Teacher, what on earth is going on? I have no idea either. Actually, this might not be a bad thing. Even if your summoned creature can't fight, she's not limited to only that one use, if you know what I mean, Ding Bo said. Ding Bo himself was still in shock. This was truly a sight to behold in a lifetime. He had never heard of a summoner bringing forth a humanoid summoned creature. Perhaps he had simply been too ignorant. I don't understand. Lu Yi muttered at a loss. All right, hurry up and put your summoned creature away first, Ding Bo said. Tushan Ruer was simply two beautiful, mini-male students on the field, already had strange looks in their eyes. Their gazes toward Lu Yi brimmed with both envy and jealousy. They wished this summoning ability belonged to them instead. Then little fox, head back for now, Lu Yi said to Tushan Ruer. Yeah, I can go back. That's great. The little fox exclaimed in delight. A flash of light flared as an array manifested beneath her feet, and her figure slowly faded from sight. Only after she vanished did everyone finally come back to their senses. All right, the awakening is complete. Everyone, you may disperse. Lu Yi, stay behind, Ding Bo said. Yes, teacher. Lu Yi nodded. Hearing this, the others cast him envious glances. Ding Bo was born of the Golden Lion clan, and for him to keep Lu Yi back alone likely meant he wished to recruit him. Once all the students had left, Ding Bo lightly slapped his palm against the awakening apparatus. With a mechanical click, the device began to contract. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Yi glanced at his own attributes. Lu Yi, level 0, Constitution 10, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 10, Awakening abilities, Summoning SS grade, Skills none. Summon creature, Tushan Ruer. Race, Qingqiu Fox Clan Demon. Level 0. Constitution 50. Strength 50. Agility 50. Spirit 50. Skill Charm. Hiss, he drew in a sharp breath. So strong. Of course, what shocked him was not his own pitiful 30 total attribute points, but Ruer's initial stats. Any single one of them was nearly double his. For a human martial artist, such attributes would at least be equivalent to a 3rd tier and above. On the other side, the awakening apparatus had already shrunk into a walnut-sized sphere, which Ding Bo promptly put away. Student Lu, may I ask what grade your summoning skill is? Don't worry, I promise I won't reveal it to anyone, Ding Bo. Teacher, my summoning skill is a grade. Lu Yi replied without mentioning that his attribute was actually. He understood all too well the principle that the tree which stands out in the forest is the first to be felled. As a powerless ordinary person, shining too brightly would only bring him endless unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the fact that he had summoned a humanoid creature today would inevitably draw the attention of many. Reporting in a grade was just right. Besides, the more one tried to hide such things, the more one piqued others' curiosity. It was better to state it openly and plainly. Not bad. And a grade is already quite impressive, Ding Bo nodded. Student Lu, I have a proposal for you to consider. For a summoner to grow stronger, an enormous amount of resources is required. If you are willing to join my Ding family, I can guarantee we will assign a dedicated squad to assist you in leveling up. In addition, you will receive 1 million in funds every month. What do you think? Teacher Ding, what you're saying is enough to move even me, Lu Yi said. But what would I have to give in return, eh? Lu Yi smiled faintly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he knew all too well that the heavens never dropped pies for free. There was no way the other party could be so kind as to offer only benefits without any conditions attached. In the future, you must marry a daughter of my Ding family. Any children you have must bear the Ding surname, and you are forbidden from betraying my Ding family for life. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, heaven or earth, my Ding family will kill you, Ding Bo said calmly. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by Ding Bo, Lu Yi instantly understood. This guy intends to completely bind him to the Ding family's chariot, taking both food and resources. To be honest, the conditions laid out by Ding Bo were indeed tempting, but he still shook his head. Thank you, Teacher Ding, for holding me in such high regard, but at present I do not intend to join any family. I apologize for that. It's quite normal for young people to be ambitious, but I advise you to think carefully about it. After all, there aren't many families in Yingchuan City that can offer conditions like the Ding family. If you change your mind, come find me. Ding Bo was not surprised. Young people tend to be proud and stubborn. Seeing the potential in Lu Yi's summoning ability, he was still willing to give him a chance. Thank you, teacher, then I will take my leave. Lu Yi nodded and eagerly left the school. What's the rush about? Ding Bo felt a bit frustrated. Was chatting with him such a waste of time? In fact, after the awakening ceremony, the students had all returned home. Just as Lu Yi stepped out of the school gate, he heard someone calling him. Lu Yi. Su Daxiuo, what a coincidence. You aren't waiting here, just for me, are you? Lu Yi asked. Smart guy, I am indeed waiting just for you. Su Lan smiled slightly, tucking her hair blown by the wind. To be honest, that gesture was quite alluring, but Lu Yi felt nothing. What are you waiting for me for? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with Su Lan, and had only exchanged a few words occasionally. Naturally, there's something to discuss with you. Just now Teacher Ding kept you behind. He must be trying to recruit you, right? That's right. Lu Yi nodded. So did you agree? Su Lan appeared somewhat anxious. No, Lu Yi shook it. Great. Lu Yi, actually our Su family also wants to recruit you. No matter what conditions Teacher Ding offers. After hearing the conditions Ding Bo offered Lu Yi, Su Lan was not surprised, even considering it perfectly. After hearing the conditions Ding Bo offered Lu Yi, Su Lan was not surprised, even considering it perfectly reasonable. Lu Yi, you might want to think it over seriously. If you are willing to join the Su family, I could marry you. Our children could carry your surname. What do you think? As Su Lan said this, her face turned slightly red. You are willing to sacrifice your own happiness for the family's interests. Lu Yi was somewhat taken aback. It's not entirely that mainly you don't look bad, and I don't dislike your personality. After all, for women from families like ours, marriage has never been a matter of personal choice. Since I have to marry sooner or later, why not choose someone I willingly want? Su Lan said. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. However, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I'm not willing. Even if you were the campus beauty, I still wouldn't agree. Lu Yi shook his head. There's a saying on Earth, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. If it's for the sake of freedom, both can be sacrificed. For now, he felt that freedom was the most important thing. Besides, he had no romantic feelings for Su Lan. Even if he did, it was merely appreciation a man has for a beautiful woman. He doesn't want to. He actually doesn't want to marry me. Su Lan stared at Lu Yi's retreating figure, stomping her feet in anger. Was he really serious when he avoided her like a venomous snake? What an absurdity. On the other side, Lu Yi hurriedly returned to the community. Before he traversed here, the original owner's parents had perished during a demon hunting operation, leaving him a 3-bedroom apartment and some savings. Over the years, he had relied on the money left by the original owner's parents to smoothly finish 3 years of high school. However, by now most of that money had been spent, and Lu Yi had only about 10,000 yuan left. If he waited for the university acceptance letter to arrive and paid the tuition, he probably wouldn't have much money left. I need to think of a way to earn some money quickly. He poured a glass of water and drank it in one go. However, he didn't rush back for this, rather it was because of the voice he had heard in his mind after awakening his ability. Ding. Detecting host's awakening of summoning ability system activated. Activation successful. Host has received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Countdown 100 with an hour left to open the gift package. Lu Yi naturally wanted to return quickly. He dared not open it outside. Who knew what kind of earth-shattering phenomena might occur when activating the novice system? Host him here. Then what are we waiting for? Open the novice gift package. Lu Yi said. Alright. Opening novice gift package. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 experience points and 1,000 summoning beast experience points. Ah, is this it? I thought it would be some divine weapons or something. Lu Yi felt somewhat disappointed. Host thought too much. The novice gift package is merely to provide the host with initial startup capital. As for divine weapons, that is non-existent. The system's voice was stifled with laughter. Alright, how do I use these experience points? Lu Yi asked. Host, please open the attribute panel. There will be a plus sign next to your level. The host just needs to click the plus sign to level up and gain usable points. As for which attribute points to allocate, that depends on your own decision. This is just like a game. I am familiar with this. Lu Yi summoned the attribute panel and indeed saw a plus sign next to his level. He tried clicking it, and his level instantly became level 1. 100 experience points is only enough to level up 1 level. But what's free is sweet. I click. Lu Yi directly cleared the experience given by the system, and at this moment, he had already leveled up to level 5. Oh no, it's already gone so quickly. If only there were endless experience points. Lu Yi sighed. After awakening to level up, one must go to the wild to hunt monsters. For someone like him, a newly awakened novice going out would only allow him to kill the lowest level monsters at the end. Generally speaking, monsters from levels 0 to 3 can only provide a little experience for leveling up. The 1,000 points he just consumed meant he would have to kill 1,000 monsters to earn back. Even if those monsters didn't resist, it would take him a few days to do so. Moreover, as levels increase, the required experience will also rise. To reach level 10, that would take an eternity. Lu Yi even thought about going back to find Su Lan and tell her that he was born with bad luck and preferred to eat soft rice. System, is there only the novice gift package and nothing else? Host, didn't you notice? Every time you level up, all attributes increase by 10 points, every single one. The system emphasized deliberately. I just noticed that after you mention it, it's indeed true. Lu Yi nodded. This is the enhancement effect of this system. Every level up, whether for you or your summoned creatures, all attributes will increase by 10 points, amounting to 40 points, while others only gain a measly 5 points to distribute per level. So even though leveling up, you inherently possess a significant advantage over others. By the way, do you know the full name of this system? I don't know. The full name of this system is the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 4 seas, and 8 desolates for the host to become strong 9 lives without regret system. Lu Yi was beginning to doubt if his system was crazy. Haha, just kidding with you. What's funny about that? To put it seriously, I am called the infinite level up system, which is quite literal. As long as you have enough experience points, you can level up infinitely. Infinite leveling up. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. In this world there are 1 to 90-year powerhouses according to data. That means level 90 beyond that he hasn't learned much. However, no one can keep getting stronger. Everyone is different, and those with poor aptitude might only reach level 10 or 20 and be unable to level up again, while those with great aptitude might reach level 99 or even more. But with this system, as long as he has enough experience, he won't need to worry about aptitude issues. He can upgrade without limits to level 101,000 or even 10,000. If he also doubles the attribute points, how strong will he become in the future? Will it be like in the novels, plucking stars and catching moons at will with a snap of his fingers, causing planets to explode and a stomp, shaking the universe? That's right, as long as the host keeps hunting monsters to gain experience, he can continuously level up without any limits or bottlenecks. Moreover, every 5 levels the host reaches, the system will provide a small gift package, and every 10 levels a large gift package. Inside the packages not only are there the divine weapons the host desires, but also other unexpected surprises. The system can also help the host check the attributes of any awakened beings and monsters, as long as they are not more than 10 levels above the host. Can you say that's not impressive? The system replied. It's somewhat acceptable. Although Lu Yi complained verbally, he was already overjoyed inside. With the system's assistance, he believed he would eventually reach the pinnacle of his life, marrying. Well, a rich beauty is out of the question. Oh, women only hinder his leveling progress. I almost forgot about the little fox. Lu Yi slapped his forehead, his mind stirring. A cry of surprise rang out as Tu Shanruer inexplicably appeared in midair. Hey, master. Catch me. She flailed her limbs wildly, and Lu Yi, quick of eye and hand, caught her around the waist. Phew, what a relief. Thank you, master. Tu Shanruer's tail coiled around Lu Yi's waist, as if afraid she might fall again. It's alright, you can get down now. Lu Yi said. Huh. I'm not ready yet. Tu Shanruer nestled her head against Lu Yi's chest. You're just standing on the ground, what is there to prepare? Lu Yi set her down with some irritation. I haven't had enough of the hug yet. Tu Shanruer was clearly reluctant to leave Lu Yi's embrace. Wow, master. Is this our home? Tu Shanruer surveyed the room. It wasn't large and the decor was simple, yet it was clean and tidy. It was hard to imagine this was a man's dwelling. Our home. You make yourself at home pretty quickly. Lu Yi smiled faintly. Now that I've formed a contract with master. Wherever master is, that's where home is. Tu Shanruer's mood dampened slightly. She had thought that after leaving here she would return to Qingqiu, but instead she found herself trapped in a place of utter darkness where her cries went unheard and unanswered. Master, can I discuss something with you? Speak. Could you please not send me back? I don't want to face that pitch-black place alone. It's so boring. Lu Yi was taken aback. When you leave here, you don't go back to that place you mentioned, Qingqiu. No. Tu Shanruer shook her head and described the place she was trapped in. System, what's going on? Lu Yi inquired in his mind. Isn't this normal? As the host's summoned beast, she can only reside in the summoning space. As for Qingqiu, perhaps when the host's power grows strong enough you can shatter the void and take her back. The system replied. Shatter the void. That's becoming an immortal, right? I've never heard of anyone becoming an immortal in this world. Besides, I don't practice cultivation. Lu Yi shook his head. But you can become a god. Different worlds have different cultivation systems. Although the host doesn't practice cultivation, as long as your level is high enough you can condense a divine core and ascend to godhood. Ascend to godhood. What level would that take? According to this world's ranking, it would definitely be above. It's still too early for the host to think about this. Hearing the system's words, Lu Yi looked at Tu Shanruer and said, since you don't want to go back to the summoning space, you can stay outside from now on. There are plenty of empty rooms in the house anyway. That's great. Thank you, master. Overjoyed, Tu Shanruer lunged into Lu Yi's arms, rubbing her head against him like a kitten. So soft. Lu Yi quickly pushed her away. Don't just jump into people's arms like that. I definitely will only jump into master's arms. Does master not like it? A sly glint flickered in Tu Shanruer's eyes. Fine. Whatever you want. By the way, are you hungry? He'll cook some noodles. Having been single in both lives, Lu Yi had never experienced such a situation and felt his face flush. He turned and walked toward the kitchen. Master is blushing. Master, let me help. Tu Shanruer giggled and chased after him. 10 minutes later. Tu Shanruer stared at the cup of instant noodles before her, her small face scrunched up. Master, is this what you usually eat? Yeah, I can make do with plain boiled noodles for a meal. There aren't many ingredients at home, so this is all we have for now. Lu Yi nodded. He knew how to cook, but was too lazy to do it as it was too time-consuming. So he almost never used the stove. I don't mind the trouble. Next time he'll cook for master. Tu Shanruer said. Then he'll be looking forward to it. Lu Yi was delighted. The summoning skill was truly amazing. Even if Tushan Ruer wasn't good at fighting, having her as a cook was a win. After they finished the noodles, Lu Yi had Tushan Ruer sit on the sofa. Then he summoned the attribute panel and tapped the plus sign next to her level. 100 experience points vanished instantly, and Tushan Ruer's level rose to 1. Huh. Master, I feel a bit stronger. What did you do to me? The little fox was puzzled. Just leveled you up. Lu Yi cleared the remaining experience points, and just like him, the little fox reached level 5. Ding. Congratulations. Host and Summoned Beast have reached level 5. Reward a gift pack for the host. Congratulations. Host Summoned Beast Tushan Ruer has learned the skill A Single Spark can start a prairie fire. A single spark can start a prairie fire, an area effect skill dealing physical and mental damage with a burning temperature of up to 10,000 degrees. Master, I really have grown stronger. Tushan Ruer extended her small hand, and a cluster of pink flames appeared in her palm. Is this really 10,000 degrees? It looks pretty ordinary. Lu Yi was skeptical, but he knew the system wouldn't make mistakes. Now he was eager to see what his gift pack would contain. Does the host wish to open the gift pack? The system asked. Open it. Lu Yi nodded, hoping the system would come through, preferably giving him an attack skill. Opening the gift pack. Congratulations. Host has received the Divine Descent skill 8-armed Azura Dharmakaya. Duration 3,600 seconds. Can only be used once per day. Holy shit. Lu Yi leaped up from the sofa. If the system had a physical form, he would have given it a hug right there. This skill was a perfect match for someone as fragile as him. In myths and legends, the 8-armed Azura is depicted with 3 heads and 8 arms, a towering and robust figure. Its 8 thick, powerful arms wield various weapons like vajras, swords, blades, and bows, making it a formidable warrior. Now that Lu Yi had obtained this reward, it was like a pillow arriving just as he felt drowsy. Little fox, do you want to go outside the city to kill some monsters? Lu Yi asked. Sure. Ruer will help Master kill many monsters so Master's power can grow stronger and better protect Ruer. Tushan Ruer said. Great, well, go tomorrow. We can also collect some materials to make money. Lu Yi nodded. The next morning, when Lu Yi woke up, he found Tushan Ruer curled up in his arms, sleeping like a little kitten, with a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. He was puzzled. They had slept in different rooms last night. When did she come in, and how? Lu Yi was certain he had locked the door before going to sleep. Seeming to be awakened by his movement, Tushan Ruer slowly opened her eyes and yawned lazily. Good morning, Master. Morning. How did you end up sleeping in my room? Lu Yi asked. Oh, I have a habit of sleepwalking when I don't sleep well. Tushan Ruer said shyly. Sleepwalking? Lu Yi was speechless, as if had believed that. The more beautiful a woman, the more she lies. You seem to be sleeping quite soundly. Not really. I don't know what Master has on you, but it was poking me and made me uncomfortable. Tushan Ruer pouted. I don't have anything on me. As soon as he said it, Lu Yi's face turned bright red. You go wash up first. He'll be out in a minute. All right, Master, hurry up. I'm a bit hungry. Tushan Ruer nodded and got up to leave. Careless. Lu Yi glanced at the tent in his pants, thinking that when he went shopping later he would definitely buy a lock and secure his door tightly so the little fox couldn't sneak in anymore. After washing up, the two prepared to head out. Just before leaving, Lu Yi called out to Tushan Ruer. Wait. What's wrong, Master? If you go out like that, you'll scare people. Lu Yi pointed at her furry ears and tail. That's easy. Tushan Ruer shook herself and her ears and tail retracted. That works. Lu Yi was stunned. Back when I used to sneak out of Qingqiu to the mortal world, I often had to change my appearance, so I specifically went to the Tianshu Pavilion to learn this transformation technique. The little fox explained. Tianshu Pavilion. The Tianshu Pavilion is a place in the heavenly court where spells and techniques are studied. It encompasses everything under the sun. Lu Yi learned from Tushan Ruer about a completely different world where everyone cultivates immortality and everyone is like a dragon. Moreover, that place is also called Earth. What a coincidence that it shares the same name as his hometown. However, having experienced such a journey, it doesn't seem strange to have 2 places with the same name. The two went out and visited a nearby shop to buy supplies. Lu Yi bought the largest model of a hiking backpack, intending to use it to store monster materials. They then went to stock up on supplies. Since a little fox was following him, the shopkeeper gave them a 10 discount every time they checked out. This made him admire the charm of the Qingqiu fox clan. With everything ready, they walked towards the city gates. At the entrance, many people were preparing to leave the city to hunt monsters. We need a strong fighter, and we can leave right away. Are there any healing sisters who can perform simple healing spells? Master, it's so lively here. The little fox excitedly looked around. It is indeed lively. Lu Yi was unfazed. Before awakening, he had visited here a few times out of curiosity. Generally speaking, as long as one doesn't venture too far outside the city, it isn't too dangerous. Most of the groups heading out are those looking to explore deeper. Because of the little fox accompanying him, as soon as they appeared at the city gate, someone approached them. Beautiful lady, would you like to team up with us? We have a third tier awakened in our team, ensuring you won't encounter any danger outside the city. Puff, just a third tier awakened, nothing impressive. We have 2 in our team. Why don't you join us, Beauty? Lu Yi was somewhat speechless. It was a bit excessive to poach someone right in front of him. No way, I want to stick with my master. The little fox giggled and shook her head, hugging Lu Yi's arm. This kid looks like a rookie, but it's not safe to follow him. Exactly, he's inexperienced. Beauty, think twice. I think following you is less safe. Master, let's go. The little fox couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about Lu Yi and pulled him towards the city exit. Young people are all about fun, and you even have a master-servant act going on. He must be very wealthy, otherwise how could such a beautiful girl be interested in him? I think that's wrong. His clothes together don't even cost $100. I think that Beauty likes him just because he's handsome. Isn't he just a bit handsome? Actually, I'm pretty handsome too. Why don't any beauties come after me? Just you. With a face like a shoehorn, do you call that handsome? Get real. Lu Yi and the little fox were just a small interlude here, and soon the others stopped discussing. They all thought the two were just going out to see the world, and would quickly return to the city without even killing a monster. In the forest, Lu Yi and the little fox walked quietly with only their footsteps audible. Master, weren't we supposed to hunt monsters? Why haven't we seen any after such a long time? The little fox asked, puzzled. This is the outskirts. It's been swept clean countless times. It's normal not to see monsters. Let's head further inside. Lu Yi said. Just then a shadow flashed in the distance. Jumping spider, level 1 physique, 5 strength, 8 agility, 10 spirit, 1 skill, spit silk. Lu Yi quickly spotted the attributes of the creature. Master, let me handle this little thing. The little fox finally spotted a target and threw a fireball, which exploded with a bang. Before the jumping spider could react, it turned to ash. Ding. Killed jumping spider. Host experience points increased by 1. Tushan Ruer experience points increased by 1. Well done. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. With the little fox's attributes here, it was a complete domination, and he didn't even need to make a move. Just following behind her was enough. Master, am I awesome? The little fox bounced back to Lu Yi's side. Awesome. But it seems we might be. Lu Yi took out a dagger from his backpack, warily looking ahead. Soon 4 to 5 dozen jumping spiders gathered densely in front of them. Each jumping spider was the size of an adult, covered in fine dark purple fur that shimmered with a faint metallic sheen in the sunlight. The jumping spiders had 8 eyes, with the 2 main eyes at the front resembling rubies taking up most of their faces, while the 6 compound eyes behind were arranged in pairs. Their leg joints were unusually swollen, covered with silvery bristles, and the sharp claws at the ends were slightly curved inward. At the end of their abdomens, small spinning organs hung occasionally, secreting glistening silk. These silks may seem delicate, but they are incredibly tough, and can instantly form a net to catch prey. Looks like we've poked a spider's nest. Lu Yi sighed. So disgusting. The little fox complained, stating that she hated spiders the most. Then she waved her hands, launching fireballs towards the jumping spiders. Zhi. Upon seeing this, the swarm of spiders jumped away in all directions, but a few still couldn't avoid being hit directly by the fireballs. The remaining live jumping spiders began to shoot webs at the two. However, they managed to dodge them. Lu Yi even casually killed one, and dark green blood splattered on the ground, emitting white smoke. This spider's blood is toxic. He looked at the dagger in his hand, which was already covered with countless black. What a waste! I bought it for at least $100. Lu Yi threw the dagger at one of the jumping spiders, which swallowed it directly. Let's try the divine descent technique. With a slight thought, a mysterious power surged through his body. Up! Lu Yi shouted in anger as his body began to change. His bones creaked, as if an invisible force was reshaping his physique. 6 robust arms slowly emerged from his back, stretching alongside his original 2 arms, resembling 8 massive pillars forged from steel. These 8 arms were muscular, with veins twisting like dragon-like forms, each seemingly containing the power to create and destroy. At the same time, his stature skyrocketed, increasing by several feet, in an instant transforming him into a towering figure, his skin glowing with a layer of dark golden sheen, as if clad in armor. His facial features became even more handsome, androgynous, with black hair flying wildly. Is this the feeling of power? Little fox, move aside, Lu Yi said, and with all 8 arms in motion, he pounced towards the swarm of jumping spiders. Boom! A loud sound erupted. As the ground shook, all the jumping spiders around were crushed to pieces. The sound of experience gained kept ringing. Master, you're so strong. The little fox somehow ended up sitting on the shoulder of the 8-armed Azura form, her delicate and slender legs swinging playfully. I didn't know I would be this strong, Lu Yi said. The large pit before him, about 10 meters in diameter, was actually caused by him. No wonder the system produced it. This 8-armed Azura is indeed ridiculously powerful. Master, what is that? The little fox pointed at the pit ahead. Lu Yi looked over and saw a flash of light. He leaned down to pick it up. It turned out to be a sphere with a miniature jumping spider floating inside. A spirit essence pearl. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. This was a rare treasure. Even killing 100 jumping spiders might not yield one. A spirit essence pearl was an auxiliary item that when consumed by an awakened would randomly increase one attribute. However, for Lu Yi, even this single attribute point was as insignificant as a chicken rib. I might as well sell it. It's more worthwhile than consuming it myself. He pondered for a moment, and then tucked the pearl away. Let's keep going. Seeing that only 5 minutes of the god descent time had passed, Lu Yi led the little fox forward. An hour later, Lu Yi and the little fox returned from outside the city. As soon as they reached the city gate, eyes immediately focused on them. It's those two. Back so soon. I told you that young man and the pretty girl were just here for the thrill. They probably didn't even touch a single monster. Someone sneered. Exactly. This isn't a beauty pageant. For the likes of them to last this long outside the city without running back in terror is already commendable. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Miss, you'd better open your eyes. Following such a useless good-for-nothing fellow. What future is there in that? One day when danger strikes, he might run faster than you, someone advised the little fox. That's right, take your big brother's advice. Dump him and find someone reliable. A second-tier awakened like me is your true match. Follow me and it'll guarantee you a life of luxury. You'll be able to swagger through this city. How dare you compare yourselves to my master? The little fox's face flushed with anger, and she was about to retort when a commotion arose at the city gate. A young man walked in from outside the city. He was about the same age as Lu Yi, clad in a magnificent black outfit embroidered with golden patterns. A gem-studded belt was fastened around his waist, and with each step the gems sparkled brilliantly. His hair was meticulously styled, and his handsome face bore a hint of arrogance. When his gaze fell upon the little fox beside Lu Yi, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Someone in the crowd recognized him and whispered, "Isn't that Ding Yuxuan from the Ding family? He's the family's key protege. I hear he's about to become a second-tier awakened." Impressive. The Ding family is one of the foremost clans in the city, and Ding Yuxuan is their prodigy. His future is boundless. Ding Yuxuan's gaze swept over Lu Yi and the little fox before settling on her. A self-assured, charming smile spread across his face. "Miss, would you do me the honor of having a meal with me, eh?" Sure. The little fox nodded, then turned to Lu Yi and said, "Master, someone wants to treat us to a meal." "Well, actually, I only meant to invite you. As for this brother, if he wishes to join, I can arrange a separate table for him." Though Ding Yuxuan spoke politely, his eyes held a threatening glint as he looked at Lu Yi. "Forget it then. I only dine with my master." The little fox shook her head. "Miss, let me be frank. With your beauty, staying with him is a terrible waste. Why not leave him and come with me? I promise you the best resources. Even if you have no talent, I can support you for life," Ding Yuxuan said. The little fox wrinkled her nose and tightly clutched Lu Yi's arm. "No way. My master is wonderful to me. I'm not going with you. You seem utterly detestable." Ding Yuxuan's face darkened, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. How could someone so outstanding be rejected so bluntly? "Since the lady is unwilling, I won't force the issue. May fate bring us together again." Ding Yuxuan shot Lu Yi a meaningful glance. "Master, that guy harbors murderous intent toward you. Should I quietly kill him?" The little fox whispered into Lu Yi's ear. "Not yet. Too many people here witnessed our conflict. If something happens to him, the Ding family will trace it back to us. Don't worry. After losing face in front of so many, he won't let me off. They'll find a chance to lure him outside the city and finish him," Lu Yi said in a low voice. "All right, let him live a little longer then." The little fox nodded. The two left the city gate and hailed a taxi into the city. The car eventually stopped in front of a shop. After paying, Lu Yi led the little fox out. "The Myriad Realms Merchant Guild?" The little fox was somewhat surprised. "Yes, it's a global chain. What's wrong?" Lu Yi asked. "In my world, the Myriad Realms Merchant Guild is also a chain," said the little fox. "Then this guild must be truly extraordinary." Lu Yi marveled inwardly. It seemed the guild's name was no exaggeration. Perhaps it really did have branches across all realms. "Let's go inside." He led the little fox into the guild. "How may I assist you?" A server approached them as soon as they entered. "We're here to sell something." Lu Yi pulled out 2 spirit essence pearls. Before returning from outside the city, he had obtained another jumping spider's pearl. Spirit essence pearls. The server looked at Lu Yi in surprise, not expecting the young man to produce 2. "Please follow me." He led them to a room designated for sales. "Manager Wu, this guest wishes to sell spirit essence pearls." Inside the room, a man who had been engrossed in studying something sat up straight. "Spirit essence pearls. Let me have a look," said the man addressed as Manager Wu. Lu Yi handed him the pearls. "A jumping spider essence. It's rare for such low-level monsters to drop spirit essence pearls unless they're killed in one blow," Manager Wu remarked. "Or perhaps we were just lucky," Lu Yi said with a faint smile. "That's possible. They'll offer you 1 million each for these 2. What do you think?" Manager Wu looked at him. "As far as I know, spirit essence pearls are valued between 1.5 and 1.8 million. Offering only 1 million seems a bit low," Lu Yi said calmly. "Not bad, you know the market. But that's the price for tier 3 and above pearls. For a tier 1 pearl like this, 1.2 million is the ceiling. I'm giving you 1 million, which is the highest offer. After all, our guild needs to make a profit, doesn't it? Take your time to consider. Manager Wu said flatly. Alright, I'll sell. Lu Yi nodded. He had indeed checked the value of spirit essence pearls before coming. He had made that remark just to gauge whether the price had recently risen or fallen. Straightforward. Send me your card number. Manager Wu nodded. Don't we need a contract? Lu Yi asked puzzled. For just 2 million, what contract is necessary? Manager Wu chuckled. The Myriad Realms Merchant Guild handled tens of billions in daily transactions. A deal worth 1 or 2 million was a drop in the bucket. Lu Yi mentally marveled at the guild's immense wealth as he wrote down his card number. Soon he received a notification of the transfer. Thank you. Pleasure doing business. Lu Yi stood up and headed out with the little fox. Student Lu, wait. Manager Wu called out to him. Do you know me? Hearing Wu Lao call out his name, Lu Yi turned back in surprise. I am Wu Yong, the shopkeeper of the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. Wu Yong cheerfully offered his business card. Lu Yi took a look at it and found it was made of pure gold. No wonder it's the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. They are indeed wealthy. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Wu shopkeeper, may I ask what you need from me? Wu Yong replied, I would like to represent the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce and invite you to join us. Rest assured, we won't bind you with any temptations like other families that have invited you. All you need to do is sign your name on this contract, and our cooperation will officially begin. How about it? Isn't it simple? Wu Yong handed him a piece of parchment on which the obligations and benefits of Lu Ye's joining were densely. Ding! You have discovered the divine contract parchment. The system's voice echoed in Lu Ye's mind. System, is this parchment special? Lu Yi inquired. This parchment has divine power. Once you sign your name on it, you cannot violate the contract. Otherwise, you will face divine punishment. So that's how it is. Lu Yi understood. He glanced at the contents of the parchment, and without a doubt it was indeed an enticing offer from a chamber that spans all realms without any hidden traps. The conditions are quite good. What a pity, I originally wanted to marry a woman from the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. Since you have shown such a lack of sincerity, I'm sorry I decline. Lu Yi returned the parchment to Wu Yong. Wu Yong took the parchment and sighed, that is indeed a pity, oh, our chamber has no women worthy of you. Business may not have been concluded, but there's still camaraderie. At worst, I'll just frequent this place more often. Lu Yi said with a smile. Good, you are always welcome. Wu Yong nodded. See you again. Lu Yi left the chamber with the little fox. Shopkeeper, since he wants to marry a woman from the chamber, why not arrange one for him? Why did you say that no woman from the chamber is worthy of him? The attendant standing beside spoke only after Lu Yi had left. What do you know? Even if I had agreed to his conditions, he would find other excuses to decline. He never intended to join the chamber from the very beginning. Don't be fooled by his cheerful demeanor, he's actually quite cunning. Forget it, there are so many talents across the realms, we won't miss just one. Wu Yong shook his head. Lu Yi and the little fox returned home with bags of various things. That night the little fox showcased what true culinary skills were. To say the least, the little fox was not lying, her cooking skills were indeed remarkable. In a word, the taste was absolutely delightful. The next morning, when Lu Yi woke up, he found the little fox lying in his arms again. How did she get in here? Lu Yi was somewhat puzzled. He got up to check. The door was locked tight, secured with a U-lock, yet the little fox had still come in. Isn't that strange? Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. He had given up. After the little fox woke up, the two had breakfast and headed straight outside the city. On the way, apart from encountering a few jumping spiders, they rarely saw other monsters. It seemed the outskirts had been cleaned up quite well. Thus the two continued deeper into the area. They quickly arrived at the miasma marsh, where a type of monster called the corrupted vine rat lived, which was also Lu Ye's target this time. Squeak, 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 a piercing shriek sounded as dozens of corrupted vine rats appeared before them. These creatures were covered in gray fur dotted with dark purple patterns, their heads and backs sprouting dozens of writhing vine-like tentacles. Corrupted vine rat. Level 5. Constitution 10. Strength 15. Agility 20. Spirit 25. Skill Tentacle Entangle Poison. Lu Yi checked the attributes of the corrupted vine rat, which were about what he had expected. As soon as the corrupted vine rat saw the two of them, they shrieked and charged at them. Hey, this is even more disgusting than the jumping spiders. The little fox immediately took action, sending a fireball flying from her hand, hitting the charging corrupted vine rat accurately. The foul smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. In an instant, dozens of roasted rats lay on the ground. Ding! Kill corrupted vine, rat gain 5 experience. Kill corrupted vine, rat gain 5 experience. Kill corrupted vine, rat gain 5 experience. The sound of experience points being credited was music to Lu Ye's ears. Sure enough, I came to the right place. If I keep this up, I will level up in less than an hour. Lu Yi was secretly, although the little fox was killing the rats at an incredible speed, the corrupted vine rat was still quite a hassle for other awakeners. As a social creature, the corrupted vine rat excelled at stealthily gliding along decaying trees and entangled poisonous vines much like an assassin. Its tentacles could secrete a sticky dark green liquid that was highly toxic. The most lethal weapon of the corrupted vine rat was concealed within its serrated fangs. When they bit their prey, the venom glands beneath their jaws would inject a corrosive black liquid into the wound, instantly dissolving the flesh and bones. This corrosive liquid could even penetrate metal armor, revealing its extreme toxicity. With this ability, the corrupted vine rat could not only hunt giant lizards and poisonous pythons in the marsh, but also attack in groups anyone who intruded into their territory. Moreover, the tentacles of the corrupted vine rat could sense life fluctuations within a radius of 100 meters, making it impossible for prey hidden in caves to escape. They were indeed the most feared hunters in the marsh. However, these hunters had now encountered their natural enemies. In just half an hour, the little fox had killed over 100 corrupted vine rats. These creatures seemed to have no understanding of fear, continuously pouring out from their burrows and charging at the two. This is all experience points. Lu Yi looked at the numerous rats, his eyes shining. Quick battle, quick victory. Lu Ying stood up, his body rapidly swelling. Die. P.S. The attribute values do not count towards the word count of this chapter. Lu Yi. Level 5. Constitution 60. Strength 55. Agility 55. Spirit 70. Skill Divine Summoning Technique 8 Armed Azura lasts for 1 hour. Awakening Ability Summon SSS level. Summon 2 Shan Ruer. Race Qingqiu Fox Clan Demon. Level 5. Constitution 100. Strength 100. Agility 100. Spirit 110. Skill Charm Starfire Group Attack. With a thunderous roar, the 8 Armed Azura formed by Lu Yi crushed dozens of corrupt vine mice underfoot. The surrounding corrupt vine mice, startled by the sudden appearance of such a behemoth, charged towards him. Well, what a bold move, not afraid of death at all. Lu Yi coldly snorted, his arm gripping the bow. An arrow began to move rapidly. Every shot struck true, a flurry of arrows raining down like a string of stars, each one bursting into the head of a mouse. The stench of blood permeated the entire swamp, and rather than scattering in fear, the corrupt vine mice multiplied. Some even began to climb onto Lu Yi. Crimson Lotus Inferno. Lu Yi's body trembled slightly. This flame only burned the creatures burdened with sin. Those corrupt vine mice clinging to him were instantly incinerated. Corrupt vine mice, unforgivable in sin, deserved to die. Lu Yi noticed a spirit pearl rolling to the ground. However, there was no time to retrieve it. His 8 arms swung continuously, each strike taking the lives of several corrupt vine mice. A small fox sat on his shoulder, continuously laying down firewalls on the ground, adding more flames whenever they threatened to extinguish. With both ranged and close combat attacks, the coordination between them was seamless. If only there were no time. Lu Yi glanced at the countdown showing 15 minutes remaining, and then at the densely packed corpses of mice on the ground. If there were no time constraints, this would truly be a great place to farm experience. At that moment, the swamp began to shake violently, countless bubbles rolling to the surface, and the once fearless corrupt vine mice began to retreat. Something is coming out. Lu Yi frowned slightly, sensing an unusual breath below, which even gave him a sense of danger. With a bang, the swamp exploded, and a figure burst forth from the ground. Squeak! A tremendous sound echoed. Before Lu Yi stood a giant corrupt vine mouse towering several meters high, its head and tail reaching 30 or 40 meters. Corrupt Vine Mouse King. Level 10. Physique 40. Strength 60. Agility 60. Spirit 30. Skills Devour Chaos Claw Mouse Plague Charge. It's the Corrupt Vine Mouse King. Be cautious. Its power and speed are formidable. Lu Yi warned the small fox sitting on his shoulder. Don't worry, master. I will be careful. The small fox replied, leaping down from his shoulder and swiftly darting behind the Corrupt Vine Mouse King. Squeak! The Corrupt Vine Mouse King let out a roar at Lu Yi's avatar, its short legs pounding the ground with force. Boom! It charged at Lu Yi like a jet. Is this the charge skill? Lu Yi pushed off with his feet, propelling himself forward. Boom! The Mouse King collided heavily with his avatar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Corrupt Vine Mouse King howled as it rolled backward, green blood oozing from its mouth. Is that all? Lu Yi glanced at the remaining transformation time. There was still over 2 minutes left. Enough to kill you. He lightly called out, swinging his demon-subduing staff down towards the mouse's head. Squeak! The Mouse King skillfully rolled aside, avoiding the attack. Can you dodge? Lu Yi smiled coldly, his other 7 arms swinging like a windmill, striking down towards the Mouse King. Blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The cries of the Corrupt Vine Mouse King echoed continuously. If it could speak, it would surely complain about Lu Yi. Why does a mere human possess so many heads and arms? This is nothing but bullying the mice. The detestable human, it had been peacefully sleeping underground, but upon sensing the frantic slaughter of its offspring, it rushed out without a second thought. It had thought this enemy would become its meal like those it had encountered before. Unexpectedly, it was a miscalculation. The Corrupt Vine Mouse King sensed the ominous aura of death looming above. It attempted to flee, but the opponent's attacks came incessantly, each striking its head. Now its head felt heavy, and it could hardly tell east from west. At that moment it sensed the temperature of the air behind it suddenly rising, as if its tail was on fire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The corrupt Vine Mouse King began to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on its tail. Seeing this, Lu Ye's 8 arms twisted like chains. The left arm summoned thunder to entwine the blade, while the right arm wielded winds to devour the heavens. The middle arm shattered the stars, while the next arm cleaved open the yellow springs. The lower arm slashed with the force of 1,000 armies, while the rear arm swept across the vast chasms. The sides concealed the shadow of the Azura, gathering murderous intent into the blade's edge. 8 weapons united, condensing into the tiger's soul. The tiger's soul blade erupted with a crimson lightning glow, its blade roaring like a living creature, the wind slicing like a knife, transforming into a blood-colored tiger shadow. As the saying goes, 8 arms dance wildly, the Azura glares fiercely. The tiger's soul blade sings, piercing through the heavens. 8-armed Azura tigers roar, heaven slash. Lu Yi felt a surge of inspiration, raising the tiger's soul blade and striking down with force. Boom. It was as easy as cutting through melons and vegetables. The tiger's soul blade cleanly severed the corrupt Vine Mouse King's head without the slightest pause. After executing this strike, Lu Ye's body rapidly shrank back to its original form. The after effects of the divine transformation technique left him somewhat pale, feeling as if his entire body was disassembled, every part aching. Ding! Congratulations, host has comprehended the ultimate move. 8-armed Azura tigers roar, heaven slash. Congratulations, host has slain the corrupt Vine Mouse King, earning 1,000 experience points. Rewards host with 5 points each in physique and strength attributes. Rewarding host with a storage ring. Storage ring, a spatial ring forged from storage stones capable of storing items, excluding living creatures. The system's voice echoed. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to receive such generous rewards for slaying a Mouse King. This was truly a big gain. Moreover, with the storage ring, he wouldn't have to carry large bags around in the future. He immediately recognized the ring as his own and put it on. With the death of the Mouse King, the corrupt vine mice, which had been restless, instantly fled in panic. It turned out they had not been fearless due to lack of fear, but because they had a backing. Now that their support was dead, they no longer dared to act arrogantly. Just as they were about to escape, the battle area, flames erupted from the ground, surrounding the corrupt vine mice that stepped into the area. The small fox had quietly laid down the firestorm skill. From the very beginning, she had known that the Mouse King was no match for Lu Yi. Soon, all the corrupt vine mice present were exterminated. Another wave of experience flowed in. I can level up again. Lu Yi tapped the plus sign, and both he and the small fox reached level 6. Master, look. I collected all the spirit pearls. This big mouse is truly useless. It didn't even have 1 pearl. The small fox exclaimed, bouncing over with 3 or 4 spirit pearls in hand, while also complaining about the Mouse King. For pearls. Didn't they say these things are rare? Lu Yi stored the pearls in his storage ring. Spirit pearls were purely luck-based, and the Mouse King wouldn't necessarily drop them. That means Master is lucky, the small fox said with a smile. If you can talk, say more, or I'll reward you with a big chicken leg. It's time to go back. Lu Yi frowned slightly as he looked around. The place was littered with the corpses of the corrupt vine mice. Ruer, burn all these corpses. Okay, Master. The small fox nodded in agreement. After they left the swamp area, she unleashed the fire. Instantly, smoke billowed like black pillars rising toward the sky. Let's go, someone is coming. Lu Yi led her to the side. They had not left for long when a small team approached. The corrupt Vine Mouse King. My god, they actually killed the corrupt Vine Mouse King. Who did this? Quick, take a picture. This is definitely big news. We can sell it. What could be the reason for the corrupt Vine Mouse King to burst forth from the depths of the swamp? Soon a wave of discussions erupted online, with some even pairing the corrupt Vine Mouse King with bizarre music. The news about the corrupt Vine Mouse King spread like a virus. Lu Yi put away his phone, letting out a sigh. Thankfully, thanks to the system's reminder, he had noticed someone approaching in time and managed to avoid them. Otherwise, he would have been the target of ridicule by online keyboard warriors right now. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and felt a headache coming on. Hey, Sister Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yi, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me after your awakening? Do you dislike me now? A very pleasant voice came from the other end, though tinged with a hint of reproach. I don't. I was just planning to step out of the city to earn some pocket money, since I've been a bit tight on cash after awakening. I was actually going to call you tonight. Lu Yi replied. I don't believe you. I told you before, if you're short on cash, just come to me for it. And that spare card I gave you has no limit, yet you've never used it even once. Now you have 10 minutes and right downstairs. Bang. The call was abruptly disconnected. Oh no. Lu Yi quickly hailed a taxi, pulling the little fox into the back seat. Driver, please hurry to Shangyun Road, Ajidao Community. I'm driving a taxi, not a plane. Even at my fastest, it will take half an hour. The driver stepped on the gas, and the car sped forward. If you can get there in 10 minutes, I'll give you this amount. Lu Yi raised a finger. 100. That's just an extra $50. I can't afford that risk. The driver shook his head upon seeing him through the rearview mirror. No, what I mean is 10,000. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Deal? Although it's a verbal agreement, there are 360-degree audio and video recordings in the car, and the moment I agreed the contract has already taken effect. Deliver the customer to the destination within 10 minutes, and earn a legitimate profit of 10,000. The driver rattled on before slowly stopping the car. Buckle up and hold on tight, it's going to be quick. The driver stepped out of the car. Swift Wind Rabbit 1, he called out, and his muscles visibly expanded at an alarming rate. Let's go, the driver shouted, lifting the taxi and sprinting forward. Wow, this is possible. Lu Yi marveled at the scenery rushing by outside the window. True to its name, the Swift Wind Rabbit ranked among the top 50 in speed. Although its combat ability was average, this speed was beyond what an average awakened could rival. The car rushed along like the wind, yet it was as smooth as a placid lake. 3 minutes later, the taxi was gently set down by the driver. He wasn't even out of breath, slowly helping Lu Yi open the car door. Customer, we have arrived at the destination, fulfilling my duty in 3.5 minutes. Impressive, I would call you the fastest man in Qingqiu. Lu Yi admired the driver. First is first, why am I the fastest man? The driver looked a bit speechless. Thanks for your hard work. After Lu Yi scanned the payment, he stood still and began to survey his surroundings. Ding! A bright red sports car lit up not far away. The butterfly doors slowly rose, revealing 2 long legs like white jade, followed by a beautiful face filled with playful charm. Come here. Sheng Xiao beckoned to Lu Yi. Sister Xiao, it's been a long time. You've become even more beautiful recently. Lu Yi grinned as he walked over to the sports car. Flattery won't work. Get in. Sheng Xiao patted the seat beside her and glanced curiously at the little fox, casually saying, Oh, so you've already started dating after just awakening. She doesn't seem to be your classmate, right? Why do I smell an intense jealousy? Lu Yi teased. Jealous? Don't be silly. Be careful your girlfriend doesn't get mad. Sheng Xiao shot him a glare. Sister Xiao, you misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. Lu Yi shook his head. Just as he was about to continue, he heard Sheng Xiao's phone ring with a ding. She looked at it, then turned to the little fox with surprise. You're quite the guy. Not only did you awaken an A-level summoning ability, but the first one you summoned is a beauty. If you summon again, next time won't you enjoy the blessings of many? I've only been abroad for half a month. If I stay longer, won't you give me an even bigger surprise? In less than a minute, Sheng Xiao had already investigated everything that had happened around Lu Yi recently. How could it be? It definitely won't be. Lu Yi shook his head rapidly, not giving Sheng Xiao the chance to twist his ear. Still trying to hide. Sheng Xiao struck like lightning, accurately twisting his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Yi quickly begged for mercy. Ferocious woman, don't bully my master. Seeing Lu Yi being bullied, the little fox quickly reached out to try to rescue him. You little fox are quite loyal, just lacking a bit in strength. Don't move. Sheng Xiao brought her fingers together and sketched a few strokes in front of her bind. Woo woo woo. The little fox immediately became immobile, unable to even speak. This was Sheng Xiao's awakened ability, spirit binding. Now it's quiet. Sheng Xiao smiled as she released her grip, stretching lazily. She was already wearing a professional dress that accentuated her figure, and now this movement revealed her curves even more captivatingly beautiful. This scene left Lu Yi somewhat dazed. Unbelievable, even more of a vixen than this vixen. The little fox rolled its eyes. Don't move yet, let me have a good look at you. Sheng Xiao reached out her right hand to grasp Lu Yi's chin, carefully examining him as if she wanted to remember his appearance clearly. Still as handsome as 2.5 years ago. She chuckled softly, mischievously pinching Lu Yi's cheek. Sister Xiao, I'm already an adult now? Lu Yi and Sheng Xiao first met in a mental hospital. As everyone knows inside those walls, if you insist you're sane, you'll be locked up. Either beaten or strapped into a restraint suit and thrown into solitary confinement. Lu Yi, of course, adamantly claimed he wasn't crazy. After all, who in their right mind would willingly stay in a mental hospital? He escaped 10 times only to be dragged back 10 times. Each time he was sentenced to a month in solitary confinement. He had become a regular in that cell, but his neighbor Sheng Xiao had never left solitary since she arrived. As time passed, they managed to exchange a few words. It was then that Lu Yi learned Sheng Xiao had been sent there by her stepmother Lu Meiya. As the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Sheng Xiao was seen by Lu Meiya as an obstacle to her own son inheriting the family fortune. After all, Sheng Xiao was exceptionally gifted, already a third-tier cultivator at a young age and blessed with sharp intelligence. The family elders held great expectations for her. Everyone believed Sheng Xiao was the undisputed heir to the Cheng family. But one day she was ambushed and sent to a mental hospital. Unlike others who were legitimately admitted, Sheng Xiao was locked in solitary confinement from the moment She arrived never allowed out. This was Lu Mei's doing, and there were even people inside the hospital specifically assigned to watch her. At first Qingqiu tried to escape several times, but never succeeded. "They'll help you escape." Lu Yi made that decision on the spot. Over the next few months he pretended to accept everything, deceiving the doctors in the mental hospital. He also figured out who was watching Qingqiu. Then one night, when everyone had let their guard down, he quietly stole the key to solitary confinement and freed her. Everything was going smoothly until they ran into someone on patrol. Lu Yi lunged at the man holding him in a desperate embrace and urged Qingqiu to flee first. Later when Qingqiu returned with help to rescue Lu Yi, he was barely clinging to life after being brutally beaten. Had she not sought out the finest physicians at a high price, Lu Yi would have surely died. "It's all your fault. Who asked you to save me? If I had died, maybe I would have gone back." Lu Yi was furious at the time. Hearing his complaints, Qingqiu was both amused and annoyed, so she grabbed him and gave him a beating. As she hit him, she kept asking if he still wanted to return to Earth and if he was still dreaming. Lu Yi was completely stunned by this beautiful woman's attack. Who could have imagined that someone so lovely could be so ruthless with her fists? And to make matters worse, she had a healer standing by as she beat him. That day Lu Yi was thoroughly thrashed, crying as he swore he would never talk about returning to Earth again. He just wanted to go back to school. From the day he surrendered, Qingqiu took care of him tirelessly until he recovered, then enrolled him in high school. Qingqiu was incredibly good to Lu Yi, so good that she arranged everything big or small down to the last detail. At that time she had just returned to the Qing family, ruthlessly purging those who opposed her, and even had Lu Mei's tendons severed before sending her to a mental hospital. After Lu Yi started school, he caused a few more troubles, but Qingqiu always brought him back. Eventually he settled down, completely realizing that everything she did was for his own good. Anyone else wouldn't have cared whether he lived or died. Their relationship was like that of siblings, yet it bordered on. Lu Yi felt both love and fear toward Qingqiu. That was why when she said she'd be back in 10 minutes, he did everything he could to return on time. Alright, have you seen enough? Lu Yi struggled helplessly. Not yet, big sister could never get enough of this. Qingqiu giggled. Lu Yi felt his ears burning. Damn it, she had flustered him again. Alright, enough teasing. Time to go home. Qingqiu got out of the car, casually unsealing the little fox. Then she linked her arm with Lu Yi's and walked toward the residential complex. The little fox, unwilling to be outdone, thought if she takes the right arm, it'll take the left. I won't be shortchanged. Trapped between them, Lu Yi felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. Not far away under the shade of a tree, a few young men were smoking. Suddenly a blonde youth looked up and let out a soft exclamation. "What's up, see a beauty?" "Yeah, two of them, top tier." The blonde nodded. The others followed his gaze and erupted in a chorus of curses. "No way. What good deeds did this kid do in his past life? He's got one beauty, and now two. Not just beauties. The one on his right is a rich woman too. Doesn't that sting even more? How is that possible? Would a rich woman step foot in this rundown neighborhood? Don't believe me. Her car's parked right there. Whoa, a Maserati. She really is a rich woman. Talk about a pearl cast before swine. Screw this, I'm done." The blonde tossed his cigarette and stomped on it. "Where are you going?" "Back to sleep. In my dreams they'll have everything. They'll take on 10 of them." As they entered the residential complex, the striking trio of Lu Yi, Qingqiu, and the little fox drew many glances. "Isn't that the Lu family boy?" "Yeah, that's him. Wow, he's really handsome. Doesn't look like old Lu at all. Young people sure know how to have fun. He was in a mental hospital a couple of years ago, and now he's got girls fawning over him. Looks really do make a difference. Could he be a gigolo? Nonsense, he just graduated high school. Who knows what ability he awakened?" The neighbors whispered among themselves, but their words didn't escape Lu Yi, Qingqiu, and the little fox. "If you two keep this up, it'll probably be rumored to work in a nightclub," Lu Yi complained. "Why go to a nightclub? Come to big sister, and it'll ensure you never want for anything in life," Qingqiu said with a grin. "Forget it. Every time I visit your family, those old geezers try to brainwash me into marrying into the family." "No way," Lu Yi shook his head. "That's what I admire about you. Anyone else would have agreed long ago. Master, don't marry in. Ruer will stay with you," the little fox interjected. "Hey, you little vixen, what's that supposed to mean?" Qingqiu said, exasperated. "Thanks for the compliment. Was I complimenting you? Where I come from, vixen means beautiful. Besides, I am a fox. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Tushan Ruder, Saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan, currently serving as master's maid, the kind that warms his bed." The little fox had been learning a lot online lately. Warms his bed. Qingqiu's murderous intent flared. She turned to Lu Yi, her lively eyes demanding. "Oh, we're home." Lu Yi quickly freed a hand, opened the door, and stepped inside. In front of the dining table, the little fox and Qingqiu stared at each other with big eyes. "You are not allowed to go into Xiao Ye's bedroom casually in the future, and definitely not allowed to sleep in his bed. Why should you care? I belong to the master. What's wrong with warming his bed? Do you know what shame is, eh?" I don't know, I'm not human, I don't have your sense of propriety. Do you believe I can seal you? TCH, you can seal me for a moment, but can you seal me for a lifetime? Lu Yi sat quietly between the two, closing his eyes to rest, inwardly sighing that women are truly troublesome. Half an hour later he sat up straight. Are you thirsty? Not at all. Master, are you hungry? He'll go make you some food, the little fox asked. Sister Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? I don't eat instant noodles, it'll take you to eat something delicious later, but I won't bring this little fox spirit along, Cheng Xiao said angrily. Master, he'll make you food right away. Let's not eat out with this bad woman, it's so unhealthy. The little fox stood up and went straight to the kitchen. Soon a delicious aroma wafted out from within. Cheng Xiao asked, has she been the one cooking for you lately? Her eyes were somewhat complicated. Only for the past 2 days she can't get used to instant noodles, so she volunteered to cook for me. Lu Yi nodded. That's good, I was worried you were eating instant noodles all day and damaging your stomach. Sister Xiao Xiao, don't take it to heart with the little fox. Even though she quarrels with you, her nature is pure, and she's not bad, Lu Yi said. Oh, so you forget the old when you have a new one. You're already starting to protect her, I'm so sad, Cheng Xiao said almost in tears. Sister, can you act a bit more convincingly? I know you were just teasing her, Lu Yi said. What? Can't I tease her? Cheng Xiao rolled her eyes at him. You should be glad that sister cares for you so much. I know sister is the best. You're not going abroad for a business trip this time, right? Lu Yi looked at her. No, I won't be going out recently. I'm planning to expand the family business a bit. The company has been in chaos while I was away. Even the spirit essence beads haven't arrived in several pieces. I don't know what they've been doing all day. Spirit essence beads? Are you really short on those things? Lu Yi was taken aback. That kind of hard currency is definitely more the better. Well, I just got a few today, take them to deal with your needs first. Lu Yi tapped his hand on the table. 4 spirit essence beads appeared on it. Oh, where did you get these? Don't tell me this is what you earned today. Cheng Xiao picked up a bead in surprise and looked at it, her eyes flashing with contemplation. These really are what? Lu Yi smiled slightly. It seems today's online hot topics are related to you, so you are the so-called mouse killer. Cheng Xiao, being extraordinarily intelligent, guessed it right away. It's me. Lu Yi nodded, not denying it, though the title of mouse killer was truly unpleasant. You're quite lucky, others might not be able to get even one in 10 days, or half a month, and you have so many in just 1 day. Also your strength. Cheng Xiao looked at him in surprise. If she remembered correctly, this kid had only awakened for 2 days, right? It's mainly because the little fox's strength isn't weak, plus I had a bit of good fortune, so my upgrade speed has been a bit faster. Lu Yi explained there were no secrets between him and Cheng Xiao, so there was no need to hide it from her. It's just that regarding the system, he had been silenced. Anyway, any news about the system, he couldn't say. No matter how hard he tried, he could only attribute it to good fortune. Cheng Xiao thought Lu Yi had some unspeakable difficulties and didn't press further. As long as he was doing well, you did well to conceal your awakening level. Sister hasn't taught you for nothing. But now you're already at level 6, you're just 4 levels away from being a first stage awakened one. I'm really looking forward to which university will send you the admission letter then. Who cares? After all, you can't really learn anything substantial in university. At most, they'll just teach some combat techniques. The key is I'm a summoner. It's a bit difficult to find a teacher to teach me. But you still have to go to university. A youth without university is incomplete. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will go to university, Lu Yi nodded. He knew that if he dared to say he didn't want to go, Cheng Xiao would definitely hit him. Soon the little fox finished cooking and prepared meals for 3 people. She said she wouldn't let Cheng Xiao eat and made her watch drooling on the side. The movements of her hands, however, were very honest, serving 3 bowls of rice. How much? Upon hearing this, the little fox leaned in and began counting with her fingers. 1, 2, 3. 7 zeros, master. She gave you 10 million. Oh, I like rich women. The little fox's eyes sparkled. She was already aware of the world's currency system. 10 million could buy her so much roasted chicken. At that moment, Cheng Xiao's phone call came in. Xiao, you don't think about transferring back the extra money. The surplus is a red envelope from your sister to celebrate your successful awakening. By the way, be careful when you go outside the city. Got it. I got it, you really are chatty. Recently, the Cheng family's business has been obstructed. It's been difficult to receive materials and other supplies, and she sent someone to investigate, finding that it was the Ding family causing the trouble. Compared to the Ding family, the Cheng family's foundation is indeed lacking. She knew this was a warning from someone in the Ding family, trying to force her to submit. Who will fall prey to whom is still uncertain. Even if I marry, it will only be to someone I like. The sports car roared and sped into the distance. In his bedroom, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes. He just wanted to see how the little fox had entered so quietly. However, when he opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. He actually fell asleep again. When Lu Yi gently pulled his hand out from under the little fox's head, she woke up. Master, your hand is on my hair. During breakfast, Lu Yi quickly finished his meal. Wait for me at home, or I'm going to the mall. I want to go too. I'm just going to buy some supplies, we'll be back soon. I might as well just bring the entire supermarket back for you. This time, he planned to buy more items and stay outside the city for a while, hoping to level up to level 10 in one go before returning. Moreover, he also wanted to gather more materials and Spirit Pearl. Although Cheng Xiao didn't mention it last night, he could tell that the Cheng family had encountered troubles recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken away her 4 Spirit Pearls. While he was frantically shopping, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Yi. He turned around to see it was Su Lan. She wore a pure white dress, standing beside a girl in a floral skirt. What a coincidence. Lu Yi said, yes, what a coincidence. Did you buy so many things? Su Lan looked surprised at the items in his shopping cart. An alcohol stove, a portable gas stove, pots, bowls, various vegetables, meats, fruits, and dry rations. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Are you moving or going camping in the park? Su Lan asked, somewhat puzzled, feeling that Lu Yi's purchases were more suitable for outdoor activities. I'm going outside the city to level up. I'm worried the food out there is unsanitary, so I'm preparing to cook for myself. Lu Yi replied. Puffed. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the woman beside Su Lan laugh. Stop bragging. The wild is so dangerous. When would you have time to cook for yourself? Yiqian. Su Lan glared at her, then turned to Lu Yi with an apologetic look, saying, I'm sorry, my friend likes to joke. While you two continue shopping, I won't interrupt you. Lu Yi nodded and pushed his cart forward. TCH, what are you showing off for? Ding. Yiqian rolled her eyes. Yiqian, you're too much. How can you say that? Su Lan was clearly a bit angry. Oh, I was wrong. I just can't stand his bragging. Who dares to make a fire and cook when camping in the wild? Doesn't he know that the outside city at night is the most dangerous? Making a fire will only attract powerful monsters. Ding Yiqian said. Lu Yi must have his own plans. Even so, you can't mock him to his face. Luckily, Lu Yi has a good temper. If it were someone else, being ridiculed by you would definitely lead to a challenge for a duel. Next time, control your temper. Su Lan shot her a glare. Alright, I hear you. Just don't be mad at me. Alright, I forgive you. But remember to apologize to Lu Yi next time you see him. Su Lan said. I'll go apologize to him right now, okay? Ding Yiqian said as she began searching for Lu Yi's figure, but the two of them looked for about 10 minutes and couldn't find him. He must have already left. Let's talk about it next time. Su Lan said. Lan, is he the one you said you wanted to marry but scared away? Yes, that's him. Su Lan nodded, her little tiger teeth making a clicking sound. No matter how long she might forget many things, but she would never forget the man who rejected her. He is indeed more handsome than my cousin Ding Yuxuan, but his talent can't compare to my cousin. Why don't you consider it? Hee, achoo. As soon as Lu Yi stepped out of the mall, he sneezed twice. Who is cursing me? He rubbed his nose. After paying, he found a discreet place to store all his items in his space ring. When he returned home, the little fox had already tidied up the house. The two of them went downstairs and took a car to the city gate. It was still lively as usual. Lu Yi taking your little girlfriend out for some wild fun again. A chubby guy said with a wink. He was the only person Lu Yi recognized here recently. Wang Lu, a salesperson from a business association collecting materials. Lu Gu is here too. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just going out to level up and fight monsters with Ruer. Lu Yi was a bit speechless. This guy was directly turning his title into a joke like his classmates at school. Haha, just joking with you. Be careful. I've heard things have been a bit unstable lately. Wang Lu said with a smile. Unstable? Have new monsters appeared? Lu Yi was taken aback. Whenever new monsters appeared, some awakened ones would suffer losses due to not understanding the enemy's powers, leading to casualties. Recently, several small teams have gone out and never returned. Some people found their bodies outside. It said that they weren't killed by monsters. Understood. Lu Yi nodded. Wang Lu nearly revealed that it was humans who did it. Has the city defense team done anything? Lu Yi asked. The city defense team has already sent people to investigate. But you still need to be cautious. Those guys aren't nice people. I advise you to wait a few more days before going out until things settle down. Wang Lu said. We've come this far, we have to take a look. If it feels off, we'll come back immediately. Okay, as long as we don't go too far, it should be fine. Plus, it's daytime now. Those people aren't crazy enough to strike at this hour. Lu Yi, take care. Wang Lu gave Lu Yi a hearty hug. When he pretended to want to hug the little fox, she directly dodged away. In the wild spider forest where Lu Yi and the little fox first defeated the jumping spider, the trees were draped in webs, shrouded by miasma. A giant tree 1,000 meters tall, rooted in the ground, with its drooping vines resembling living creatures, would actively coil around anything that approached. However, the jumping spiders within had become scarce. It took quite a while to encounter a couple, hardly enough to fill a gap between teeth. Lu Yi held a map estimating their location. Master, what are you looking at? The little fox asked curiously. I'm contemplating where to level up effectively. Ahead lay the white mist marsh where we fought the corrupted vine rat yesterday. The marsh hosts level 8 mist toads, level 9 blood pattern beasts, and level 12 corrupted wing moths. To the left lies the stone fragment, plain home to level 8 stone flies, level 7 ironback centipedes, level 8 poison tail lizards, and level 9 rock hedgehogs. To the right is the Thunder Plain inhabited by level 15 Thunder Frogs. Lu Yi pointed at the map and spoke. So what do we call this place we are in? The Wild Spider Forest, which has level 1 Jumping Spiders, level 3 Frost Horned Rabbits, and level 10 Moss Armor Turtles. They were located in the habitat of the Jumping Spiders, but such low-level monsters had already been hunted in waves. The smarter ones had long escaped. It's not worth it to hunt the level 3 Frost Horned Rabbits, and the level 10 Moss Armor Turtles have too high a defense. It's a bit of a waste of time to kill them, Lu Yi replied. Then let's head to the Stone Fragment Plain. There are level 8 stone flies there, the little fox suggested. That's what I was thinking of, let's go. Lu Yi folded the map, and the two headed towards the Stone Fragment Plain. After half an hour they finally reached. Stepping into the Stone Fragment Plain, the howling wind whipped up gravel resembling countless fine steel. The ground was covered in gray-black fragments with sharp stones of various sizes intermingled. Under the scorching sun they glimmered with a cold, hard metallic sheen, each piece resembling bone shards crushed by a giant beast. The ground was riddled with web-like cracks, bottomless, from which dark green slime occasionally oozed, exuding a nauseating putrid odor. Occasionally animal bones could be seen wedged between the stones covered with dense bite marks. Lu Yi frowned slightly. The environment here was indeed exceptionally harsh. At that moment the sound of rustling filled the air. Creatures the size of Tibetan mastiffs appeared around them. Stonefly. Level 8. Physique 60. Strength 40. Agility 30. Mentality 10. Skills: Charge, Toxic Spike Spray. Lu Yi glanced at their attributes. The Stonefly was the most common creature in the Stone Fragment Plain. Resembling a beetle, the creature was flat, about a meter long, with an irregular rocky pattern on its shell, primarily dark gray, with some brown and black spots. The head of the Stonefly was relatively small, hidden beneath its tough shell, possessing a pair of tiny compound eyes that glimmered with a dark red light. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon seeing Lu Yi and the little fox, these creatures rushed at them with eerie cries. Without hesitation, the little fox cast a firewall on the ground. Azura transformation. Lu Yi exclaimed softly, transforming into the state of an 8-armed Azura. He now preferred using blades, and upon discovering he could freely change his weapons in this form, he transformed all his weapons into long blades. With a flick of his wrist, the long blade sliced through the air in a crescent arc. He spun and leaped, his 8 arms whirling like a windmill, the blade shadows cleaving downwards. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was like a roaring tiger, akin to plowing through fields, as he directly sliced the Stonefly that had charged beside him in half. Ding. Killed a Stonefly, gained experience 10. Congratulations, the host has comprehended the chain skill 8-arm chain slash. The sound of gained experience rang out, interspersed with a prompt for automatic skill comprehension. At that moment Lu Yi had no time to think about anything else. The number of Stoneflies before him was rather substantial. He continuously used the 8-arm chain slash, dispatching one Stonefly after another. After 10 minutes Lu Yi ceased his movements. The ground was already littered with corpses. The shells of the Stoneflies were valuable materials for crafting armor and were worth collecting. Thus he and the little fox began to strip the shell materials. In the process they also acquired 2 Stonefly essence pearls. After collecting the materials they pressed on without pause. They continued to kill intermittently, and just 10 minutes before the transformation time ended, Lu Yi stopped. He and the little fox found a defensible spot on a high ground to rest. During this time some Stoneflies attempted to charge the high ground, but before they could reach the 2 they were burned to death by the fire laid down by the little fox. As night fell the entire Stone Fragment Plain became somewhat quiet. Occasionally ethereal blue phosphorescence floated across the Stone Fragment Plain, and the sounds of fighting between Stoneflies could be heard. Under the moonlight Lu Yi and the little fox lounged in chairs, eating and admiring the stars in the sky. Master, shall we sleep together later? The little fox asked. What do you mean sleep together? Let's each return to our own tents, okay? Lu Yi felt a bit speechless. He sat up, preparing to sprinkle beast-repelling powder around. He had spent a hefty sum to buy this powder, made from the dung of level 30 crimson flame tigers, capable of intimidating all monsters below level 30. Suddenly he made a soft sound. Not far below their high ground many Stoneflies had appeared without him noticing. Under the moonlight these Stoneflies were grouped in pairs or threes, engaged in activities that were indescribable. Spring has arrived, it's the mating season for animals. Lu Yi inexplicably recalled Mr. Zhao's classic quote. These are all experience points. In his eyes they were not just Stoneflies, but heaps of experience. If only I could kill them all. Lu Yi expressed regret. The ones he and the little fox had eliminated during the day were nothing compared to these. Unfortunately his transformation time had already expired. Master, are they giving birth? The little fox, hearing the commotion, came over to see what was happening. No, they are making children. Lu Yi corrected. I've heard that some creatures eat their partners after mating. Do you think these Stoneflies would do that? I don't know, I haven't looked into that. Lu Yi shook his head. I feel they probably wouldn't. These Stoneflies shouldn't sever their own limbs. However, just as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. A male stonefly twitched a couple of times and slid off the back of a female stonefly. The female stoneflies immediately turned around and bit off the male's head. Lu Yi couldn't help but curse. What he thought would be a wildlife scene abruptly morphed into a horror movie. Half an hour later, all the female stone dobsonflies below had returned to their nests one after another. Master, are those creatures still alive? The little fox asked, pointing at the male stone dobsonflies that were still trembling incessantly. They're not completely dead yet. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. If he went down now to finish them off, he wondered if it would count as his own kills. Let's go down and take a look. He lightly leaped down from the high ground. With his current physical condition, jumping from a height of over 10 meters posed no strain at all. Lu Yi took out a weapon from his ring and swung it at the nearest headless stone dobsonfly. Puffed. The blade sliced clean through the body. Ding. Killed stone dobsonfly gained 10 experience. The system's voice chimed. No way that actually works. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He handed the little fox a blade and had her join him in the task. An hour passed, and over half of the headless stone dobsonflies below had been slain. But later on, when he killed another stone dobsonfly, he no longer heard the prompt. No more experience. It seems the dobsonflies are still alive for an hour after their heads are bitten off. Lu Yi regretfully put away his weapon. He had been a bit too slow. Still, this was more than enough. For the first time, he savored the thrill of landing the finishing blow. It was incredibly satisfying. After killing these stone dobsonflies, he also harvested over a dozen spirit essence pearls. This trip was truly worthwhile. He gathered all the dobsonfly corpses on the scene into his ring. Under the current circumstances, they couldn't afford to collect materials one by one. After returning to the high ground, Lu Yi directly opened his status panel. Level up, level up, level up. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 10. You are rewarded with a grand gift pack. Congratulations. Your divine skill 8-armed Azura Dharma form has its transformation duration increased to 3 hours. Congratulations to Sean Rower for reaching level 10. You have learned the skill Fire Dragon Twister. Fire Dragon Twister, a single target attack skill. Master, I feel brimming with power. The little fox pointed into the distance. A cyclone-like attack appeared below the high ground, lasting a full minute before dissipating. At the same time, her ears materialized again, and the tail behind her had become 2. One of my tails has returned. The little fox was somewhat excited. At this rate, her 9 tails might soon return, and she might even have hope of evolving into the legendary 12-tailed celestial fox of the Fox clan. Impressive. Lu Yi ruffled the little fox's head. When he accidentally touched her ear, her face instantly flushed crimson, and a soft moan escaped her lips. I didn't mean to. Lu Yi felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected the little fox's ears to be so sensitive. System, please open the gift pack for me. He quickly composed himself and shifted his focus elsewhere. Alright, host. Opening gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Lifebound Weapon Judgment. Lifebound Weapon. Lu Yi willed it, and a long blade appeared in his hand, its surface shimmering with dark purple energy patterns. The hilt had a circular cavity. Judgment is forged from the remnants of 9 heavens star fragments. The cavity in the hilt can hold a spirit essence pearl to activate different forms. The system explained. That works. So how many forms can this blade activate? Lu Yi asked. See for yourself. The system displayed Judgment's attributes. Judgment Physique 100 Strength 100 Agility 100 Spirit 100 No level requirement Growth type Non-droppable exclusive to Lu Yi 4 forms Shadow Chain Blade. The blade splits into a chain-like form with the tip capable of piercing like a nimble serpent. The chain can entangle opponents, draining their life force, gradually weakening those ensnared. Reaper's Scythe, a tunter-long pitch-black crimson weapon. Each successful hit on an opponent restores 1/10 of the wielder's strength. Eclipse Heavy Halberd. Each successful hit on an opponent absorbs their attack power, converting it into a temporary attribute boost for the wielder. Ember Annihilation Great Shield. While defending, it can both absorb and reflect a portion of the opponent's attack energy. After fully charging, it can release an energy wave that delivers indiscriminate devastating destruction to the area ahead with a 100 locking effect during the attack. No level requirement and growth type. This is a divine artifact. Lu Yi fondly toyed with Judgment. Fortunately, it was his exclusive weapon, or he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Master, this blade looks really impressive. The little fox had no knowledge of the system, nor did she realize that the blade in Lu Yi's hand was newly acquired. But that didn't stop her from recognizing its quality. Can I touch it? The little fox asked. This blade might have a... Lu Yi warned. Then I have to try it even more. The little fox reached out toward Judgment. Judgment let out a soft hum, its body swiping horizontally and knocking the little fox's hand away. So spirited, the little fox muttered sulkily. She placed her hand in front of Lu Yi. Master, this wretched blade bullied me. See, my hand is all red. Rower hurts. Master, please blow on it for me. Lu Yi gave her a look that said it all. Lu Yi had originally planned to stay outside the city for 2 or 3 days before returning, but he hadn't expected a windfall of experience from the heavens. Reaching level 10 in a single day was several times faster than anticipated. However, he had no intention of heading back at dawn. Since had prepared everything for this trip out, he decided to stick to the plan and stay a few more days. Moreover, now that he was level 10, he could summon again. If he summoned outside the city, even if it caused a bit of a commotion, it wouldn't matter as long as no one saw it. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to the next summoned entity. The little fox also sat nearby with great interest awaiting the arrival of the new member. Summon. Lu Yi called out softly. The summoning array slowly materialized and a deep blue rift suddenly split open before him, silver radiance pouring out like an inverted Milky Way. Tap tap tap, a young girl stepped out upon the scattered starlight. A pale golden dragon horn on her forehead refracted a cold, dazzling light, and her hair swayed in the breeze. She lifted her eyes, her amethyst-like pupils scanning the surroundings, a haughty curve forming at the corner of her lips. Just like the little fox when she first appeared, her eyes held both shock and confusion. How dare a mere mortal contract with me? She cried out sharply. A spear over 3 meters long appeared in her hand. With a flick like a venomous dragon strike, she thrust it straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his blade to block. With a loud clang, Lu Yi felt a slight numbness in his palm, but his opponent recoiled, as if struck heavily, her body involuntarily flying backward. Boom! A large crater appeared in the ground. The young girl stood up somewhat disheveled, a trace of shock on her. How is my cultivation? Puffed. Before she could finish, she spat blood, a backlash from attacking Lu Yi. The commotion awakened the sleeping stone Dobson flies, which surged out of their caves and swarmed toward the girl. Perish! The girl swept her spear in a half-circle, unleashing a blue wave-like torrent of flames. In that single move, all the nearby stone Dobson flies were burned to ash. Such domineering flames, such exquisite spear play. Lu Yi marveled inwardly. He hadn't expected the young girl summoned by him to be so generous as to gift him so much experience right away. It's just that her temper is a bit too fiery. Thus I am conquered by you. In the dimly lit private karaoke booth, a man knelt on the floor, clutching the microphone and screaming the lyrics. His face was bruised and swollen, blood streaking from the corner of his mouth. What an awful voice. Ding Yuxuan snatched up a beer bottle and hurled it at him. Young Master Xian, I'm tone deaf by birth. Please show mercy and let me go. He laughed nervously. Get out, and watch where you're walking from now on. Ding Yuxuan waved dismissively, impatient. He didn't know the man, but having dared to bump into him, the man had to kneel and sing conquered. No sooner had the man fled than someone pushed open the door. Young Master Xuan, your target has been located, the messenger reported. Oh. Ding Yuxuan sat upright, quietly instructing the woman beneath him to still her movements. Eyes averted, the messenger handed over several photographs. The photos showed Lu Yi, the fox girl, and Qingqiu, 3 figures unmistakably captured. Confirmed, it's them. Well done, boy. I've finally tracked you down. Ding Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with sharp delight. At first he'd misjudged the investigation, assuming Lu Yi belonged to some influential family, yet exhaustive searches yielded no trace of him whatsoever. Only later did he station men at the city gates, and indeed fortune favored his patience. Why is Qingqiu with him? And so intimately? Ding Yuxuan frowned, puzzled. Though the Qing family ranked below the Ding, they remained one of the city's most prominent clans. Moreover, his cousin Ding Yuxuai had pursued Qingqiu relentlessly, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. Lately, Ding Yuxuai had been orchestrating covert maneuvers, pressuring his business partners to undermine the Qing family, hoping to force Qingqiu into submission. Now this grows intriguing. A faint sardonic smile curled Ding Yuxuan's lips. Who is this boy? His name is Lu Yi, a common high school student who just passed his awakening day. Fellow patients. Precisely, that is, they were hospitalized together. Hospitalized. One could interpret it that way, though technically they were patients at the same psychiatric hospital. What a... Qingqiu suffers from mental illness. Ding Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his cousin, who prided himself on refined taste, possibly fixate on someone so afflicted? Such eccentric predilections were truly extraordinary. Some claim it's fabricated. Her stepmother allegedly confined her there briefly, others insist it's true. During one episode, she reportedly dislocated her stepmother's limbs. Within the Qing household, the matter remains taboo. My inquiries yielded only fragmented, contradictory rumors, no reliable testimony. After their discharge, the two grew unusually close. Qingqiu notably took the initiative. Closer ties are advantageous. Regardless of truth or fabrication, deliver those photographs to my cousin. Leave no trace. He'll certainly take keen interest in this Lu Yi. Ding Yuxuan commanded. Understood, young Master Xuan. The man nodded, then paused mid-turn. Ding Yuxuan lifted his gaze. Lu Ye's awakened ability is summoning. He manifested a beast-eared maiden. Her combat prowess remains unconfirmed. Elder Ding Bo and Su Lan of the Su family have both engaged him. Both appear inclined to recruit him. Shall we relay this intelligence to young Master Yu Shuai? That the Su family takes notice is unsurprising, but Elder Ding Bo too. Summoning ability. So that stunning maiden was his summon. Fortunate fellow. No, conceal this detail. If my cousin cannot uncover it independently, then his incompetence is self-evident. Jealousy twisted Ding Yushuan's features into something near grotesque. Leave. With sudden disinterest he dismissed all women from the booth. I take my leave. Don't rush off. Stay and share a drink with me. Sure Yuan. While others indulged in boisterous revelry, singing, drinking, embracing companions, Lu Yi stood shivering and biting cold, as if winter itself had descended upon him. Break our contract, now. Long Liyue's spear rested against Lu Ye's throat, its edge glinting with lethal frost. I've explained it countless times, my summoning is entirely random. Who appears, and what form they take, is beyond my control. If I possessed the power to send you back, I'd have banished you leagues away long ago. Lu Yi rolled his eyes. He too wished for a different companion, one obedient like the fox girl, who desires an icy, unyielding ally. Yet her strength was undeniable upon manifestation. She matched both Lu Yi and the fox girl at level 10. Long Liyue. Race Dragon Clan Immortal. Level 10. Constitution 300. Strength 300. Agility 300. Spirit 300. Skills Dragon Roar Shatter. Concentrating inner force at the spear tip to unleash a thunderous dragon cry. Sweeping strikes mimic a colossal dragon's tail, cleaving wind and shattering stone. Serpent Drake Thrust. Body and spear move as one, weaving like a celestial dragon. Illusory and real thrusts intertwine. Falling Star. Leaping skyward then plunging downward with spear aimed like a meteor. Impact drives chi deep underground, erupting as a dragon-shaped shockwave. Innate weapon Song Yuan. Forged from meteoric iron and dragon crystal, Song Yuan's shaft bears hidden cloud motifs. Its tassel is dyed with millennia-old dragon blood. When swung, it emits an innate dragon's roar. Wherever its tip points, abyssal mists coil and clouds churn, as if reality itself bows to its presence. Song Yuan was bestowed upon Long Liyue by her ancestor Long Ao upon her Qingqiu. Her stats dwarf mine, and her skills sound formidable. If I could subdue her, she'd become an unparalleled Lu Yi appraised the young woman before him, imagining, with wistful irony, how satisfying it would be to force her to kneel and sing, conquered. Alas, she remained utterly unwilling to accept him. Nearby, the fox girl sensed rising tension and stepped between them. Sister, please calm yourself. Our master speaks truth. He truly cannot command or control this summoning. Moreover, the contract is binding and irreversible. Lower your spear. Let us sit and speak as Qingqiu Fox Clan. You two were summoned by him. Long Liyue only now noticed the fox girl. Indeed, I doubted it at first, but once here, I lost all sense of my former world. These past days have been surprisingly pleasant. Delicious food, delightful diversions, and our master treats me well. She nodded gently. How has the first beast race, the Fox Clan, fallen so low? Long Liyue scoffed. Her words instantly offended the fox girl. Flame Dragon Spiral. Without hesitation, the fox girl launched her attack. Pathetic. If I cannot strike him, surely I can discipline you. Long Liyue swept her spear sideways, shattering the flame vortex instantly. Name yourself. No unnamed soul dies beneath Long Liyue's spear. Long Liyue. You're Xiaojiu. The fox girl halted mid-strike. Lu Yi. Level 10 first tier. Constitution 110-100. Strength 110-100. Agility 110-100. Spirit 120-100. Skills Divine Descent Art. Azura Transformation 8-Armed Azura, duration 3 hours. Azura Tiger Roar Sever Blade Technique. Azura Chain Sever Blade Technique. Weapon Duan Zue. Awakening Ability Summoning SSS Rank. Tushan Rower. Race Qingqiu Fox Clan Yao. Level 10. Constitution 150. Strength 150. Agility 150. Spirit 160. Skills Enchantment Starfire Conflagration Area Effect Flame Dragon Spiral Single Target. You are. Long Liyue halted her movements, scrutinizing the little fox carefully, curious as to how she knew her childhood name. When she spotted the vermilion mole on the little fox's neck, her eyes lit up instantly. You are. Xiaoro. Yes, I'm Xiaoro. Xiaojiu, long time no see. The little fox spread her arms and rushed over. Indeed, it has been a long time. I never expected our reunion to be in this other world. Long Liyue was both surprised and delighted. Huh, what's going on? You two know each other. Now it was Lu Ye's turn to be curious. Master, we have known each other since we were very young. However, due to certain circumstances, we haven't seen each other for many years. That's why I didn't recognize her at first. The little fox nodded. Xiaoro, why do you address him so readily? If he's threatening you, just blink. Long Liu quietly pulled the little fox aside and whispered, "Not at all. I just feel that since I was summoned here, there must be a reason. The contract is fated life and death intertwined. I am simply following heaven's will." The little fox shook her head. "Have you not thought about going back?" Long Liu asked. "I've tried, but I simply cannot return. Besides, this world is actually quite interesting." The little fox said. "Can't go back." Long Liu's delicate brows furrowed upon hearing this. She could indeed sense the profound bond between herself and Lu Yi, but was it truly impossible to return? She put away her spear, silently walked to a corner, and sat down. She tried to wrap her arms around her knees, but found it somewhat difficult. Soon soft sobbing could be heard. Master Xiaojiu is crying. He'll go comfort her. Seeing this, the little fox started to rise. "Don't go. Let her have some time alone." Lu Yi shook his head. The little fox had already told him about Long Liu's identity. The 9th princess of the dragon clan, a cultivation prodigy, a figure of elegance and brilliance wherever she went. Being inexplicably summoned to a strange world and bound by a contract was naturally hard to accept. When he first arrived in this world, his reaction had been far more intense than Long Liu's. One night passed quickly. Lu Yi was awakened early in the morning. Opening his eyes, he saw Long Liu practicing her spear techniques below the high ground. Around her, a pile of stone cricket corpses had already accumulated. "No wonder I kept hearing experience points coming in. I thought I was dreaming." Lu Yi yawned. "Master, you're awake. I've already prepared breakfast." The little fox's voice came from, "You're up this early too? That's not like you." Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. The little fox usually loved to sleep in. "I had no choice. Xiaojiu woke me up early this morning. There goes my beauty sleep." The little fox pouted. She leaned over and called down, "Xiaojiu, come." Hearing this, Long Liu swept her spear, annihilating the remaining stone crickets, then leaped back to join them. "You've been training for so long. Tired? Try the porridge I made." The little fox ladled a bowl for each of them. Long Liu took the breakfast and ate in silence. After confirming last night that she truly couldn't go back, she had now accepted reality. Perhaps due to this shift in mindset, she now found Lu Yi somewhat handsome. "I must be infatuated." Long Liu silently scolded herself, discovering that she no longer felt so resistant to her new identity. Suddenly, she turned her head to look into the distance. "What's wrong?" the little fox asked. "Someone's coming." Long Liu stood up. "They're probably passing." Awakened, Lu Yi put down his bowl and chopsticks. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing wasn't monsters, but people. Soon 2 figures appeared in the distance, arriving at their location in no time. As they drew closer, Lu Yi could make out their appearances. A man and a woman. The man was handsome and striking, with finely chiseled features, a straight nose, and thin lips that hinted at a hint of coldness. The woman, however, had a face full of coarse flesh, with rolls of fat stacked on her cheeks, and small eyes hidden in folds of skin, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "So many stone cricket corpses." The man looked up at Lu Yi and the others. "Friends, did you kill all these?" "That's right." Lu Yi nodded. "Impressive. I am Dai Qingshan, and this is my wife Li Qiushui. We've been traveling for half a day. Would you mind if we come up and rest for a bit?" Dai Qingshan said with a smile. His tone was casual, as if he were just a passing awakened looking to chat, but Lu Yi immediately became vigilant. In the wilderness, anyone who approached without reason was never simple. "As you wish." Lu Yi nodded indifferently. "Thank you." Dai Qingshan and Li Qiushui leaped up simultaneously, landing softly on the ground, like cotton fluff. "Friend, you look very young. Who are these two?" Dai Qingshan glanced at the little fox and Xiaojiu. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to have 2 stunning beauties by his side. Ahem. Li Qiushui coughed lightly, snapping him back to reality. "They are my friends," Lu Yi said. "I see. Hello." Dai Qingshan nodded to them. After a few casual exchanges, they separated and sat down. Dai Qingshan took out water and dry rations, eating with his wife nearby. The two occasionally whispered to each other, occasionally glancing toward Lu Yi's group. "Master, these two are suspicious," the little fox whispered into Lu Yi's ear. Lu Yi nodded imperceptibly. He was curious to see what their intentions were. "Friend, with your tent recliner and cooking gear, one might think you're on vacation," Dai Qingshan said with a smile. "Killing monsters is exhausting enough. I have to treat myself, well, during breaks." Lu Yi smiled faintly. "Makes sense." Dai Qingshan nodded. "By the way, do you have a map? We left in such a hurry that we forgot ours. May I take a look?" "Here you go." Lu Yi placed the map on the table. "Thanks." Dai Qingshan stood up, walked to the table, and pretended to take the map. But instead he smoothly drew a short sword from his waist, his speed, leaving only a cold gleam as it thrust straight for Lu Yi's throat. At the same time, Li Qiushui moved. Despite her bulky figure, she was exceptionally agile. She leaped high into the air, a chain appearing in her hands seemingly from nowhere, whistling as it bound toward Lu Yi's limbs. Clang! Just as Dai Qingshan's dagger was about to pierce Lu Yi's throat, it was blocked by a suddenly appearing spear tip. Scram! The spear hummed, and Dai Qingshan was sent flying backward uncontrollably. On the other side, Lu Yi had somehow appeared in front of Li Qiushui. He held a blade in his right hand while his left hand produced a spirit essence orb and pressed it into the empty socket on the hilt. A crimson light flared, and the blade trembled. Whoosh! Judgment directly transformed into the blazing annihilation shield. Lu Yi held the massive shield before him. The chain struck it with a crackling sound. Let's see how long you can hold out. Li Qiushui snorted coldly, increasing the force of her strikes. As she attacked, she was secretly shocked. She felt a considerable backlash every time her attack hit the massive shield. At first it was negligible, but as her attacks accelerated, she herself began to sustain injuries. Was this truly a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties at the cost of 800 of one's own? Such a bizarre weapon capable of shifting forms, and even deflecting some attacks. Li Qiushui's expression instantly turned grave, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and apprehension. As one who had awakened the Night Rakshasa bloodline, she was seasoned in countless battles, yet the peculiarity of this weapon still caught her completely off guard. On the other side, Dai Qingshan was violently sent flying by a spear strike resembling a broken kite, as he traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He slammed his hands onto the earth, flipped over swiftly to rise, and then leaped like a black bolt of lightning, charging back toward Long Liyue. Little wench, you've got some strength. I was careless earlier. Are you ready to die now? Dai Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot like an enraged beast. His awakened white fox bloodline seemed thoroughly provoked, his voice brimming with ferocity and brutality. With that, he gripped the icy dagger tightly and charged at Long Liyue with blinding speed, his momentum as if to tear everything in his path to shreds. Dragon's Roar Breaker. Long Liyue remained composed, letting out a soft cry as the spear in her hand erupted with formidable power. At the spear's tip, a cold gleam flashed like a fierce lightning bolt, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that burst forth as if awakening a slumbering ancient dragon. She swept the spear with immense force, striking heavily forward. A thunderous boom echoed like a clap of thunder as Dai Qingshan hastily blocked with his dagger. Yet with a crisp snap, the once razor-sharp dagger shattered like fragile glass, breaking cleanly in two. So strong. Dai Qingshan felt an overwhelming tidal wave of force crashing into him, as if struck by a mammoth, sending him flying uncontrollably once more. The power not only shattered his weapon, but also seemed to displace his internal organs, forcing a mouthful of blood to spray from his lips. Qingshan. Li Qiushui's heart tightened at the sight, a flash of worry in her eyes. Die. She gritted her teeth, a ruthless glint appearing, and swiftly flicked the chains in her hands. The chains moved like agile serpents, circling slowly in the air, before contracting inward, then suddenly lashing out with a sharp whistle, hurtling forward with fierce force. With a heavy thud, the chains struck the massive shield Lu Yi had raised, producing a dull boom. Finally gathered enough energy. Lu Yi's lips curled slightly. Had it not been for the experiment, he wouldn't have prolonged the fight. Energy blast. At his command, the shield's surface blazed with dazzling white light, forming a massive vortex like a giant beast's gaping maw. A thick energy beam about a meter in diameter shot forth from the shield, like a brilliant meteor, hurtling toward Li Qiushui with thunderous force. Impossible. Li Qiushui's heart pounded with shock. She tried to dodge, but found herself locked in place by an invisible, overwhelming power, her body utterly immobile. The devastating energy beam, with world-shattering might, swept toward her. With an earth-shattering roar, everything in its path was instantly reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. Li Qiushui vanished without a trace under the immense energy impact. Qiushui. Dai Qingshan let out a mournful cry. The white fox bloodline surged wildly within him, emitting an extremely perilous aura. He seemed to ignite, charging recklessly toward Long Liyue with a desperate resolve, as if to perish together with her. Wandering Dragon Stab. Long Liyue merged with the spear, becoming one. A dragon-shaped afterimage flickered past swift as lightning, and in an instant she and Dai Qingshan exchanged positions. A gentle breeze blew, and the air seemed to freeze. Then with a soft sound, Dai Qingshan's body scattered like shattered glass. Ding. Killed 2 entire Awakener White Fox Dai Qingshan, gained 100 experience. Killed 2 entire Awakener Fat Rakshasa Li Qiushui, gained 100 experience. The crisp system notification chimed in Lu Yi's ear. A 2 entire Awakener, nothing special. Lu Yi put away his weapon. So this is the world strong. Too weak. Long Liyue twirled her spear, and Sun Yin transformed into a streak of light, flying into her brow. A 2 entire Awakener is no powerhouse. Nothing below the 6th tier counts. Lu Yi said. Indeed, they're not even as good as Qi refining cultivators. This world's cultivation rules are weak, no wonder I've never heard of it. Long Liyue nodded. The two chatted calmly, the tension between them dissipating. That's better. This is good. We're all family now. The little fox cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, smiling with narrowed eyes. Who's family with him? Long Liu stubbornly retorted. The little fox gave her a knowing look, then turned to Lu Yi. Master, those two were clearly prepared. Was it that guy from the city gate last time? Don't know. Whoever it is, since this failed, they'll strike again. Lu Yi shook his head. He waved his hand, collecting the stone cricket corpses. The ring is nearly full. Let's head back first. He had planned to stay a few more days, but now the plan was shelved. The trio immediately returned, encountering no more monsters along the way. Yet at the city gate, they drew many stares. It's that guy again. Didn't he leave with just one girl today? How does he have another one now? While both girls are stunning. One's cute and playful, the other an ice beauty. I like both. What use is liking? You need to be handsome and rich first. I wonder what his background is. If he's rich, why no guards outside the city? If he's poor, how does he have two girls with him? Does being handsome really let you do anything? These stares are so annoying. Long Liu frowned slightly. In the heavenly court, no one dared to look at her so brazenly. Get used to it. These people are just bored and love gossip. Li said, Brother Lu, didn't you say you'd be out for at least 3 to 5 days? Why back so soon? And who's this beauty? Wang Lu nearby asked. Who is this beautiful lady? Wang Lu asked. She's my friend. Lu Yi said with a faint smile. Friend. Long Liu fell to daze hearing that word, as if it had been a long time since she last heard it. Could she be your girlfriend? Wang Lu teased. The next second, Song Yuan appeared before him. According to Wang Lu's recollection, the spear was merely 0.01 centimeters from his throat at that moment, but in the next second, he knelt down. Master Lu, please control her. Wang Lu said with a bitter face. Xiaojiu. Moi. Hearing Lu Yi call her by her childhood name, Long Liu's heart trembled slightly. How outrageous. He was just joking. Don't scare him to death. Lu Yi said. Long Liu withdrew. My friend here has a bit of a temper. Next time be careful or she might actually stab you. Lu Yi said to Wang Lu with a smile. I can see that. Wang Lu wiped his cold sweat in lingering fear. Alright, I'm heading back to the city. See you. Lu Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. See you. Wang Lu nodded. After their figures disappeared, he muttered with a sigh. If that girl really is Master Lu's girlfriend, he's in for a tough time. This is our home. Xiaojiu, this is my room. You can sleep with me from now on. This is the master's room. He always locks the door when he sleeps, as if him some man-eating tiger. This is the TV, this is the computer. The little fox enthusiastically introduced everything in the house to Long Liu. He locks the door because of you. Long Liu immediately grasped the key point. The little fox giggled. Are you hungry? He'll make you something delicious. I'm not hungry. Long Liu shook her head. Router, take Xiaojiu to get familiar with the place first. I'm going out for a while. Li said. Is Xiaojiu something you're allowed to call me? Long Liu glanced at him with a unique charm. Alright, Xiaojiu. You? Long Liu was amused despite herself. Oh dear, why are you two arguing again? Master, oh I know. You're not going to see that vixen. No, that rich lady, are you? The little fox asked. How did Sister Xiao Xiao become a vixen in your mouth? You're the fox spirit here, Lu, but she's so beautiful. The little fox pouted. I am indeed going to see Sister Xiao Xiao. She's in trouble. I'm going to deliver the materials I harvested this time to her, Lu Yi said. Should Xiaojiu and I come along? The little fox asked. No need. You two play at home. There's no danger in the city. Alright, are you afraid she'll get jealous? A sly glint flashed in the little fox's eyes. You're overthinking it. Lu Yi secretly sighed. As expected of a fox spirit, she understood human nature well. In just one day there was another beautiful woman by his side. Although she was a summoned companion, Cheng Xiao, that jealous jar would probably be tipped over again. Besides, if a situation requiring action arose, he could directly summon the little fox and Long Liu. After leaving home, Lu Yi called Cheng Xiao. Yi, why did you think to call me? Do you miss your sister? Or are you in some kind of trouble? Cheng Xiao's voice came. Sister Xiao Xiao, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Lu Yi was puzzled. There was music and chatter on the other end. I'm at a boring cocktail party. Do you want to come? They'll send someone to pick you up, Cheng Xiao asked. I happen to have something to talk to you about. Where is the party? I'll go there myself, Lu Yinchuan said. Cheng Xiao chuckled softly, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and charm through the receiver, at the top-floor banquet hall of the Emperor Hotel. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you. With that she hung up. Lu Yi looked at his phone and shook his head helplessly. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the Emperor Hotel. Soon he arrived at the destination. This was the most luxurious hotel in Yingchuan. The hotel building soared into the clouds like an unyielding giant, exuding an aura of opulence under the city's neon lights. At the hotel entrance, luxury cars were gathered and elegantly dressed men and women streamed in and out. Lu Yi dressed in simple casual wear seemed out of place amidst the surrounding luxury, but his unique aura still drew sidelong glances. He took the elevator to the banquet hall on the top floor. As soon as he pushed open the heavy door, a cacophony of music and the sound of laughter and chatter rushed towards him. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers were dazzling, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Amidst the fragrant shadows, men in sharp suits and women in gorgeous evening gowns held champagne glasses, chatting and laughing. Lu Ye's gaze searched through the crowd, and soon he spotted the familiar silhouette. Qingqiu was wearing a red evening gown that outlined her graceful figure. Her long hair cascaded down her delicate shoulders like a waterfall, and her exquisite features were captivating under the lights. At that moment she was surrounded by a group of people chatting and laughing with those beside her. As if sensing his arrival, Qingqiu turned her head just in time, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She smiled and said a few words to those around her before gracefully walking towards him. Yi, you're finally here. She walked up to Lu Yi and gently took his arm, her movements natural and this action drew the attention of many. Everyone wondered who Lu Yi was, that he could be so close to Qingqiu. Could he be the young master of some noble family? They had never seen Qingqiu so affectionate with anyone before. Sister Xiaoxiao, have you been having any trouble lately? Lu Yinchuan looked at Qingqiu and asked with concern. You figured it out. Qingqiu sighed softly. I have been having some trouble lately. But it's okay, your sister can handle it herself. This party today is also to discuss countermeasures with a few business partners, but these people are all cunning and only care about their own interests, unwilling to help at all. Lu Yi frowned slightly upon hearing this. He didn't know much about business matters and couldn't help much. However, he could still do what was within his power. Sister Xiaoxiao, I went outside the city yesterday. Before Lu Yi could finish, a loud laugh came from a distance. Everyone's here. He turned to look and saw a man being escorted into the party at the entrance. The man was wearing a custom-tailored black suit. At his collar, a dazzling diamond brooch sparkled, refracting colorful light under the illumination. Paired with it was a Wynard's silk tie, the tie clip, made of pure gold, engraved with an eagle spreading its wings to fly. The eagle's eyes were set with two small rubies faintly glimmering in the light. He wore black trousers with sharp creases, and on his feet were a pair of handcrafted custom leather shoes polished to a mirror shine. On his wrist was a limited edition watch, the dial set with a ring of tiny diamonds. Why is this annoying fellow here? What a nuisance. Qingqiu frowned slightly. Why is that guy here? What rotten luck. Qingqiu handed her wine glass to a passing waiter. Hey, let's... Sister Xiao, who is he? Lu Yi asked. The young master of the Ding family, Ding Yushui, Qingqiu said, as she pulled Lu Ye's hand and headed for the exit. Xiao, so you're here too. Ding Yushui greeted her, nodded slightly to those beside him, and hurried over. But Qingqiu behaved as if she had not heard, continuing to pull Lu Yi along. A shadow of gloom flickered in Ding Yushui's eyes upon seeing Lu Yi led by her murderous intent almost emanated from him. He circled around and blocked their path. Xiao, why are you ignoring me? Young Master Ding, are we that close? Call me by my name and please step aside. This banquet isn't yours. I come and go as I please. Qingqiu. We haven't seen each other in ages. Why not talk for a bit? Ding Yushui suggested. There's nothing for me to talk to you about. Don't say you love me or anything like that. Sorry, I already like someone else. I'm not interested in you. Qingqiu frowned faintly. Is it him? Ding Yushui stared fixedly at their entwined hands, his face contorted with jealousy. Yes, it's him. Qingqiu declared, then tugged Lu Yi into her arms. Lower your head, do me a favor. Idiot. Qingqiu pressed his head and kissed him first. Her lips burned crimson like lilacs unfurling. Wow, look. Qingqiu is kissing someone. What nonsense. Qingqiu has never had such rumors. She is pure as jade. Among our circle, she is the most chaste. So many have tried to pursue her and failed. I'm not lying, look. Damn, it's true. Who is that bastard? How dare he profane my goddess? It seems Qingqiu initiated it. Unbelievable. Hasn't young Master Ding always liked her? He's right there. This is a blatant slap in the face, isn't it? Should keep your voice down. Can't you see young Master Ding's face is green with anger? Qingqiu's stunt not only shocked the banquet guests, and nearly sent Ding Yushui into a rage, it left Lu Yi, the center of the scene, utterly bewildered. No sis. In the guy here. You're putting on that domineering CEO snatchicus act in front of so many people that caught me completely off guard. Is this the favor you wanted me to do? But, Sister Xiao's lips are so soft, so sweet. Damn it. Ding Yushui felt as if his head were turning green with fury, convinced that every glance cast at him brimmed with ridicule. For years he had pursued Qingqiu in their circle, probably no one was unaware. Although he had been rejected many times, he considered those refusals trivial. He believed that perseverance would be rewarded. If he persisted, he would eventually win her. Now Qingqiu's actions had crossed his limit. It felt as though something that belonged to him had been snatched away. Ding Yushui's face grew ferocious. If I cannot have a woman, even if I must ruin her, I will not let anyone else have her. Of course, he only roared this within his mind. As the Ding family's young master, and its future helmsman, with so many eyes upon him at the banquet, even if he seethed inside, he had to feign a gentlemanly composure. Qingqiu finally let Lu Yi go, their lips parted, and a glistening drop fell to the floor. She looked at Ding Yushui provocatively. Let me make a formal introduction. This is my boyfriend Lu Yi. Lu Yi. You are Lu Yi how? Ding Yushui stared at Lu Yi in shock, his words cutting off. You know me. Lu Yi's eyes flickered with thought. This man surely did not truly recognize him, otherwise he would not have failed to notice earlier. But his earlier reaction was suspicious. Could it be that Dai Qingshan and Li Qiushui were also sent by him to kill me? Why? Of course. How could I not have heard of someone who awakened summoning ability? I heard your name from my uncle. He said he had extended an olive branch to you, but you refused. I didn't expect wed meat here. Hello, Though seething with hatred, Ding Yushui forced a graceful air and offered his hand to Lu Yi. Someone murmured as expected of young Master Ding. Truly magnanimous. See that? That's what you call vision. That kid was courted by the Ding family and turned them down. What do you know? He awakens summoning ability. If he's lucky and summons a powerful familiar, he'll take off. But look at him now. His summons must be mediocre, otherwise why would the Ding family stop courting him? The crowd would— I see. Hello, Lu Yi smiled slightly. Ding Yushui then leaned in and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Kid, you've been lucky. Stay away from the women I fancy, or you'd better watch your back. Ding Yushui spoke in a tone only the two could hear. You were indeed the one who sent people to sway Shi Yuan to kill me. But you'll be disappointed. The two are already gone. Next time remember to send some experts. If you're short of funds you could come and die yourself. Lu Yi smiled at the corner of his mouth. He guessed this man had heard rumors of his closeness to Qingqiu and was simply jealous. Good grief. What a twisted control freak, a madman with an obsessive streak. You little brat, just wait. Ding Yushui smiled faintly and then released his hand. Qingqiu, seeing the tension in both their expressions, gripped Lu Yi's hand and said, "You don't waste words with him. Let's go. See you." Lu Yi waved behind him and followed Qingqiu as they left the banquet. The elevator doors slowly closed. Inside there were only the two of them. Qingqiu released his hand. Feigning nonchalance, she flipped her hair and said, I did that just to make Ding Yushui give up. Thank you for doing your sister such a big favor. Besides, you didn't come away empty-handed. That was my first kiss. Lu Yi looked at her still flushed ears and said, Sister Xiao, it was my first kiss too. Isn't that perfect? Or even then. Qingqiu's lips quirked. Lu Yi rolled his eyes at her remark. What? Not satisfied? Or do you want to kiss me back? Do you dare? Qingqiu fixed him with a steady gaze. A provocation. Sister Xiao, you still know how to push my buttons. But I'm no longer that child. Lu Yi pinned her against the wall, hands braced by Qingqiu's sides, trapping her in a cramped space. The elevator light washed over their faces. Qingqiu's fair cheeks flushed faintly, her beautiful eyes widening with surprise, nervousness, and a hint of expectation. Her rosy lips parted slightly, resisting yet inviting. Lu Yi lowered his head and met Qingqiu's gaze. A trace of teasing danced in his eyes. His breath brushed lightly against her face, making her tremble. Sister Xiao. Lu Yi's voice was deep and slightly magnetic. A mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth as he slowly approached Qingqiu, their distance narrowing until they could feel each other's breath intertwining. At that moment the elevator suddenly dinged, and the doors slowly opened. Qingqiu seemed to be startled, awake shyly, pushing Lu Yi away, adjusting her clothes and hair, and quickly exiting the elevator. So you have such a cute side too. Lu Yi watched her flustered figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, before following her out. As they stepped out of the hotel, the cool night breeze refreshed Qingqiu's mind. She secretly regretted her earlier loss of composure, while also feeling fortunate that the elevator doors had opened in time, otherwise she had no idea what might have happened. Lu Yi, if that guy tries to make things difficult for you, be sure to tell me. I won't let him off. Qingqiu took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. Don't worry, Sister Xiao, I'll take good care of myself. Lu Yi smiled. He didn't tell Qingqiu that earlier today Ding Yushuang had already made a move. This was no longer just a matter between Qingqiu and Ding Yushuang, but a feud between him and the other party. I had a bit to drink earlier, you drive. Qingqiu tossed the sports car keys to him. Where's your driver? Lu Yi asked. He's on sick leave. Qingqiu replied nonchalantly. In fact, she had taken a sick leave for the driver as soon as she received Lu Yi's call, knowing he was coming. Alright, I'll take you back. Lu Yi nodded. Back? Have you eaten yet? Qingqiu asked. Not yet. Lu Yi shook his head. Let's go to our— Qingqiu turned and walked away. Are you dressed appropriately for that place? Lu Yi frowned slightly. Oh, Qingqiu's outfit was indeed not suitable for such a venue. Get in the car, Qingqiu said without looking back. Alright. Lu Yi opened the car door and got in. Are you sure you want to go there? You talk too much. I'm just changing clothes. Qingqiu complained, the sound of clothes rustling coming from the— Lu Yi was somewhat speechless. Fortunately this time, they were attending a cocktail party, and her car was a luxury business vehicle with enough space in the back. I'm ready. Qingqiu's voice came through. Lu Yi saw in the rearview mirror that she had changed into a blue and white sports outfit. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, and her fiery red lips, having just been kissed, were considerably softer, yet they complemented her athletic attire beautifully. How do I look? Pretty good, right? Qingqiu's lips curled up slightly, making her appear just like a high school student. Sister Xiao, you always look good. Stop flattering me, let's go. Cheng Zhao's eyes nearly squinted into a line upon hearing this, as she quickly got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Yi drove to a bustling food street, finally finding a parking spot to stop. The two of them got out, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women caught the attention of many. Soon they arrived in front of a shop named Fu Wang Kai Pig Stomach Chicken. How long has it been since we ate here? Cheng Xiao looked at the familiar sign in front of her and asked. Not too long. About half a year. Didn't you go abroad? Lu Yi replied. Half a year has passed so quickly. Cheng Xiao sighed upon hearing this. Time waits for no one, and she was already 22. She didn't know when this silly boy would come to his senses. The two of them walked into the shop and found that 4 or 5 tables were already occupied inside. Welcome. The waiter, hearing the wind chimes at the door, immediately looked up, revealing a surprised expression. So it's Master Lu and Sister Xiao Xiao. Boss, look who's here. The waiter shouted towards the kitchen. Coming. A man walked out as the kitchen curtain. The man was dressed in a spotless chef's outfit, but his large frame could not be concealed by the uniform. When he saw Lu Yi and Cheng Xiao, his eyes lit up. You two haven't been here for over half a year, right? Uncle Chen. Lu Yi greeted him. Uncle Chen, long time no see. Cheng Xiao smiled slightly. Please sit down or I'll brew a pot of good tea I just got recently. Chen Sheng said with a smile. Just sit anywhere as before. The two nodded upon hearing this. Let's sit at the spot we used to occupy. Once seated, they surveyed their surroundings. Everything here hasn't changed, it's just like before. Lu Yi said. Yeah, it's really nice. Cheng Xiao nodded. After they had come out of the mental hospital back, when Lu Yi hadn't started school yet, they often came to this food street to search for various delicacies. Their favorite was still this pig stomach chicken, and they had become good friends with the owner Qin Sheng. Order whatever you want, Lu Yi said. Knowing you've started earning money yourself now, you think you can just treat me to this. Cheng Xiao picked up the menu and glanced at it. The dishes were still the same as before. Xiao Yu, the usual, she said to the waiter. Okay, coming right up. Xiao Yu nodded in response. Soon Qin Sheng returned with his portable kung fu tea set. After brewing the tea, he handed a cup to each of them. Lu Yi, I haven't had the chance to ask you, how did the awakening go? It's okay. Not as good as some, but better than others. Lu Yi smiled slightly. I don't believe it. When I first met you, I knew you were not an ordinary person. You will surely achieve greatness in the future. Qin Sheng shook his head. Uncle Qin, you're amazing. Cheng Xiao gave him a thumbs up, admitting that Qin Sheng was indeed quite accurate in judging people. Then tell me quietly, what ability did you awaken? Qin Sheng asked in a low voice. Nothing to hide, I awakened the ability of summoning. Lu Yi said. Is that the ability to summon beasts to fight for you? Qin Sheng was taken aback upon hearing this. Exactly. Lu Yi nodded. Impressive, Lu Yi. Come on, tell me what you summoned first. Is it particularly powerful? Qin Sheng was curious. How should I put it? It's somewhat special. Lu Yi rubbed his nose, unsure how to start. Special? How special? Qin Sheng grew even more curious upon hearing this. Look. Sitting next to Lu Yi, Cheng Xiao lightly snorted, stepping on his foot hard under the table. Lu Yi inhaled sharply. What's wrong? Qin Sheng teased, although he hadn't seen their little actions he could guess. The first one summoned by I was actually a beast-eared girl. Qin Sheng understood the reason for Cheng Xiao's jealousy after listening to her story. At that moment, the waiter began to bring over the dishes one by one. Come, try this. There is no vinegar in this. He smiled and beckoned to the two. By the way, would you like something to drink? No need. Sister Xiao Xiao just had red wine. It's best not to mix drinks. Lu Yi said. Still, let's have a little. It's been a long time since we've eaten together. Uncle Chen, bring out the wine you've been keeping. Cheng Xiao said with a slight smile. You little girl, always thinking about— Wait. Qin Sheng went to the counter and brought out a bottle of red wine. Romanicani, of fine wine. Cheng Xiao took a glance at it. Of course. I don't just let anyone drink it. Qin Sheng smiled slightly. He had Xiao Yu open it and poured it aside to breathe. Eating pig stomach chicken with red wine, I can't believe you thought of that. Lu Yi said. So what? As long as we are happy, who cares about others' opinions? After the wine had breathed, Qin Sheng poured it. Come, let's celebrate I's successful awakening. Cheers. The glasses clinked gently, and the dark red liquid resembled red agate. After awakening, you need to upgrade well, and strive to reach level 1 as soon as possible. I remember that during last year's enrollment, the 4 major academies required awakened individuals to have at least level 1 strength, right? That's right. But I'm already level 10 now. Lu Yi put down his wine glass and said nonchalantly. What? Both Qin Sheng and Cheng Xiao were taken aback, their red wine sloshing in their glasses. Clearly Lu Yi's words had shocked them both. You've only awakened for a few days, and you've already reached level 10. You truly are a genius. Qin Sheng said. Awesome. Have you already conducted the second summon? Cheng Xiao asked. Yes, I just got lucky. The second summon has been— Lu Yi nodded. What did you summon? Where's the little fox? Cheng Xiao continued to ask. She's at home. I came to see you, so it's definitely not convenient to bring her along. Lu Yi replied. The little fox. Is she the first one I summoned? Bring her over to my place when you have time. I welcome her anytime. Qin Sheng said from the side. Sure, I'll bring her over when I can. Lu Yi nodded. You haven't told me what the second summon was. It's not another one of. Qingqiu placed her glass on the table, look me in the eye, and speak. Ahem, Lu Yi cleared his throat. Uncle Chun, this wine is quite good, I'll toast you with a glass. Alright, let's clink glass. Chen Sheng smiled slightly. I'll go back with you later. Qingqiu downed her drink in one go. Good. After dinner, Lu Yi called for a designated driver. Nice car. The driver looked at the big Jeep in front of him, then at Lu Yi and Qingqiu, secretly thinking he didn't know whose wealthy second generation he was picking up. However, when he followed the navigation to the destination, he was stunned again. This neighborhood was clearly an old rundown place, completely inconsistent with their identities. But this was the customer's privacy, and he certainly didn't dare to ask. Guess we've arrived. The driver parked the Sister Xiao, we're here. Lu Yi said softly, looking at Qingqiu, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Huh, we arrived so quickly. Qingqiu wiped the corner of her mouth. After the two got out of the car, the driver handed the car keys to Lu Yi. Thank you. Lu Yi immediately opened the app on his phone, gave him a 5-star rating, and tipped him 188 yuan. Thank you, boss. This is what you deserve. Lu Yi nodded. Lu Yi pushed open the door, and the little fox was standing cutely at the door. Master, you're back. Rich lady sister, you're here too. Please come in quickly. The little fox pulled Qingqiu in. The living room, Long Liyue was nestled on the sofa watching TV with 10 or so cups of milk tea on the coffee table. Qingqiu was taken aback when she saw her, then shot Lu Yi a glare and whispered, look at you hiding a beauty in a golden house. Where did she come from? Sister Xiao, you've misunderstood. Her name is Long Liyue, she's the one I summoned the second time. Lu Yi explained. Thanks to her and Ruer, I was able to level up so quickly. Lu Yi explained. I figured it out. What's Qingqiu asked. Rich lady sister Xiao is the 9th princess of the Dragon Clan. The little fox said. Dragon Clan. Fox Clan. You won't summon even stranger races in the future, will you? You really have made me see you in a new light. Qingqiu regarded Lu Yi, feeling like she needed to re-evaluate this little brother. By the way, sister Xiao, didn't you encounter difficulties? I can't help with much else, but I have just harvested some spirit pearl along with various materials, you can take them. Lu Yi quickly changed the subject, taking out a small box from his storage ring. Inside were more than 20 spirit pearls radiating a soft glow. Are these enough for your company's current material needs? Qingqiu's eyes lit up. Enough, more than enough. At least I won't have to worry about spirit pearls for a month. You've helped a lot. These materials are worth the market price, and you can't refuse. I've kept about 10 for personal use, you can take all of these. Lu Yi nodded. This is incredible. Others might not even find a single spirit pearl in a year, yet you've gathered so many in just 2 days. You can't be the child of destiny, right? Qingqiu joked. It's just good luck. By the way, I still have some materials in my storage ring, send someone to pick them up. Lu Yi said. Then I'll have someone bring a small truck over. Qingqiu nodded. A small truck won't be enough, you'll need at least 2 or 3 large trucks. Lu Yi shook his head. Do you really have that much? Qingqiu expressed doubt. Lu Yi recounted what had happened the night before. No wonder you could level up to level 1 so quickly. It turns out you had such a fortuitous encounter. Qingqiu understood. Generally, even if others encountered such situations, they wouldn't be as bold and attentive as Lu Yi. You have to know that when killing those male stone beetles, if you startled the other female stone beetles, that would be a life or death situation. She took out her phone and made a call saying arrange a few cars to come over. Yes, set off now, come to the location I sent you. After hanging up, Qingqiu looked at him and said, you don't know how important these materials are to the company. Recently the supply of materials has been very tight and many projects are almost at a standstill. With these the company can operate normally. Sister Xiao, as long as I can help you, that's good. Also, maybe this situation will improve soon. Lu Yi smiled slightly. I hope so. I think I figured out who is behind this. Qingqiu said. Is it Ding Yuxuan? Lu Yi looked at her. How did you know? Qingqiu was somewhat surprised. Although the Qing family is not the largest clan in Yingchuan, they have deep roots here. How could anyone possibly make things difficult for them? The only possibility is deliberate provocation. You went to the banquet today to discuss business cooperation. But Ding Yuxuan happened to be there too. After he arrived, everyone who had been talking to you started avoiding you. So, I deduced that it was related to that guy. Lu Yi said. You guessed right. I also found out that he was indeed pulling strings behind the scenes. But as the most prominent family here, the Ding family is indeed a formidable opponent for the Qing family. Qingqiu nodded. Don't worry, everything will be fine. They'll help you too. Lu Yi said. Xiao, and I will help you too, rich sister. The little fox chimed in from the side. Long Liyue, who was watching TV, cast a sidelong glance at her. Was she making decisions on her behalf now? Just then Qingqiu's phone rang. The car is here. Let's go down. She stood up and patted the little fox's head. They'll bring you some treats next time, little sister. And don't call me rich sister anymore. It sounds terrible. Then he'll call you sister Xiao. The little fox, good girl. Qingqiu nodded and looked at Lu Yi. Let's go down. They went downstairs, left the compound, and found 3 large trucks waiting at the entrance. Xiao instructed someone to open the truck doors, and Lu Yi began pulling out materials. In the blink of an eye, all 3 trucks were fully loaded. That's all for now. Some materials will need to be processed by your people, Lu Yi said. This is already more than I expected. Thank you, Yi. Xiao gave him a firm hug. They'll transfer the money for these materials to you too. No rush. I don't need that much money. Lu Yi shook his head. By the way, after the awakening, aren't you all supposed to go on a collective training expedition into the secret realm? Xiao asked. Yes, in less than 10 days. Lu Yi nodded. Half a month after awakening, each high school organizes a training expedition into a secret realm they have opened, inhabited by various spirit beasts, though none exceed level 30. Usually teachers provide covert protection during these expeditions, and accidents are rare. In truth, he had no desire to participate, but the event is broadcast live and observed by recruiters from major universities. They decide on admissions based on each student's performance. Xiao had said that youth without university is incomplete, and he wanted to see what college life was like. Do your best. But remember to hide your true abilities. Don't stand out too much, or you might attract unwanted attention. Xiao advised. All right, I'll remember. Lu Yi nodded. Well, I should get going. With so many materials acquired, I need to return and ensure the Ding family doesn't cause more trouble. Xiao had sobered up and could drive home alone. Drive safely. Contact me anytime if something comes up. He'll be heading out of the city to hunt again in the next few days, and he'll bring back any materials I find for you. Lu Yi said. All right, I'm off. After Xiao drove away, Lu Yi returned home. Little fox, why did you order so much milk tea? Lu Yi picked up a cup of milk tea from the table and took a sip. Durian flavor. Not good. That cup. I already drank from it. Long Liyue glared at him. Master, why don't you ask if Xiaojiu ordered it? The little fox asked. She's new to this world. How would she have money? You have the phone I gave you with food delivery apps installed. Who else could it be? Lu Yi rolled his eyes at her. All right. The little fox suddenly realized. Has Xiaojiu been watching TV all day? He asked. The little fox nodded. Make sure she rests early tonight. We're heading out of the city tomorrow. Lu Yinshuan instructed, then looked at Long Liyue. Xiaojiu, keep an eye on this sleepwalking little fox tonight. Got it. Long Liyue nodded, and then turned her full attention back to the television. The night passed quickly. When Lu Yi woke up, he glanced beside him first, then breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the little fox isn't here this time. Looks like Xiaojiu actually listened to me. He got up and washed, only to find the little fox and Long Liyue weren't at home. Strange, where did they go? Just then the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. The little fox's voice drifted in. Xiaojiu, hurry up. Master should be awake by now. Moments later their figures appeared. The little fox spotted Lu Yi immediately. Master, you're awake. You two got up early to buy breakfast, huh? Lu Yi looked at the large pile of buns, fried dough sticks, and hot soup they were carrying. Yes, Xiaojiu was curious about this world, so I took her out to explore. The little fox nodded. Did you see everything? Not that fast. We only visited the morning market. Master, come eat breakfast. The little fox set the items on the dining table and stretched her shoulders. Xiaojiu, don't tie me up when I sleep anymore. My whole body feels sore. Who told you to try sneaking into his room at night? Long Liyue said. I knew you weren't sleepwalking. Please. The little fox showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught. She opened a container and handed Lu Yi a bun. He took a bite. Not bad. Buy more next time. The little fox stuck out her tongue. Got it, master. After breakfast, Lu Yi stood up. Let's head out of the city early today. We'll hunt more monsters and gather as many materials as we can. Yes. Let's send more to Sister Xiao so she'll bring us good snacks next time. The little fox said excited. Long Liyue also nodded. Let's go, as long as it doesn't delay my evening drama marathon. Drama marathon. Lu Yi was taken aback. So she was hooked on some TV series now. They packed up and took a taxi out of the city. Along the way, the little fox chattered incessantly, sharing all the novel things she had seen at the morning market. Since they arrived early, there weren't many people around, and Lu Yi didn't see Wang Lo. They went straight out of the city, passed through the spiderweed forest, and headed deeper. Master, how much farther do we have to go? The little fox stepped on a slow-moving mossback turtle crawling toward her, killing it with a burst of force. These mossback turtles were slow and had low attack power, but their defense was formidable. They could only be killed from within. Their shells made excellent defensive materials, and their meat was a popular ingredient. Lu Yi stored the corpse in his ring and checked the map. Past the mossback turtle territory is the domain of the Moonhowl wolves. That's our destination. Mossback turtles were naturally reclusive and inactive. Aside from a few reckless ones that courted death, very few attacked them along the way. After walking for half an hour, they reached a denser forest where the howls of wolves could be heard echoing from afar. The moment they stepped into the thick woods, countless red eyes appeared all around. A howl rang out, and moonhowl wolves swarmed in, encircling them. The attributes of the howling moon wolf that Lu Yi saw are as follows: level 15, Constitution 90, Strength 90, Agility 100, Spirit 80, Skills Wind Blade Tier Pounce. A wolf howl echoed from deep within the dense forest, and the howling moon wolves surrounding them seemed to receive a command and charge towards them. In an instant, a flurry of wind blades rushed towards them. My goodness, so many. Lu Yi gasped in shock, taking out the judgment and transforming it into the ashen giant shield, which he then planted firmly on the ground. With a loud thud, the giant shield sank about 10 centimeters into the ground and began to rapidly expand, protecting the three behind it. The sound of crackling continued to resonate. Lu Yi watched as the energy bar rapidly filled, secretly clicking his tongue. The saying many ants can kill an elephant is not mere talk. Soon the giant shield was fully charged. Lu Yi unleashed the energy wave. Cries of agony erupted, and a straight path appeared right in front of the giant shield. Azura transformation. He shouted in fury, his body transforming into that of the 8-armed Azura. After the upgrade, this form became even more formidable and fierce. Standing over 3 meters tall, it exuded an aura of danger. Meanwhile, the little fox and Long Liu were not to be outdone. One brandished a spear and charged into the wolf pack, while the other continuously set up firewalls and hurled fireballs. Little fox, come onto my shoulder. Lu Yi commanded in a deep voice. At his call, the little fox lightly leaped and perched on Lu Yi's shoulder. Kill! Lu Yi roared, striking down with his blade. Ding! Killed Howling Moon Wolf, gained experience 20. Killed Howling Moon Wolf, gained experience 20. Continuous notification sounds rang out. While he was effortlessly cutting down enemies, Long Liu also held her own, casually dispatching a Howling Moon Wolf with a single strike, sweeping dozens away with ease. Additionally, as a member of the dragon race, she naturally exuded a pressure of superiority, causing the Howling Moon Wolves besieging her to lose some of their momentum upon encountering her. Soon, all the Howling Moon Wolves around them were completely cleared. Looking at the vast gap before reaching level 11, Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh, realizing that it truly becomes increasingly difficult to level up as one progresses. When he leveled from level 9 to level 10, it cost him tens of thousands of experience points. Now going from level 10 to 11 required nearly 100,000. This was just one level, so one could only imagine how much experience would be needed in the future. Sensing that Lu Yi and the others had killed all the Howling Moon Wolves, an angry roar echoed from deep within the forest. Immediately after, more Howling Moon Wolves charged out, looking much larger than the previous ones, their fur shifting towards a silvery hue. Lu Yi's eyes flickered as he glimpsed the attributes of the new wolves. Howling Moon Wolf Elite Level 18, Constitution 150, Strength 100, Agility 170, Spirit 120, Skills Wind Blade Tier Pounce. An 18-level elite monster. He was somewhat astonished as they were a full 8 levels higher than him. Goodness, he nearly missed seeing their attributes. He looked up into the depths of the forest, realizing they had even sent out elites. Let's continue, he shouted as he charged towards the wolf pack. The two sides soon clashed. Indeed, elite monsters were stronger than the ordinary Howling Moon Wolves. While he could previously kill a Howling Moon Wolf in 2 or 3 strikes, now he found he needed 5 to take one down. An elite wolf even broke through the firewall and reached Lu Yi, attempting to bite him. However, the defense of the 8-armed Azura was too high. It not only failed to inflict damage, but also broke its own teeth. Serves you right. Lu Yi coldly snorted as he stomped down, crushing the bloodied Howling Moon Wolf. After transforming into the 8-armed Azura, although the attribute panel did not show any data, the hidden bonuses were substantial. High attack and defense meant slightly reduced speed, but it was negligible. With sheer strength, one can break through all methods. If others saw him, the summoner who should be hiding in the back was now fighting like a warrior, brawling with the monsters, landing punch after punch and cut after cut. They would surely be stunned. With the three of them working in perfect unison, as the number of elite Howling Moon Wolves decreased, the wolf howl from deep within the forest sounded again, this time clearly in a state of urgency. Boom. The ground trembled as if thousands of troops were rushing in. Yet only 7 wolves appeared before. Howling Moon Wolf Royal Guard, Level 20, Constitution 180, Strength 160, Agility 180, Spirit 150, Skills, Frenzy Wind Blade Tear Pounce. They are a full 10 levels higher than me, not only with stronger attributes, but also possessing a frenzy skill. Lu Yi glanced at his transformation time, seeing he still had about an hour and a half left, while he was also quite close to leveling up. Although he had no idea what the creature lurking inside was up to, he accepted this reckless gourd baby, saving grandpa style, of offering itself up. Hell! The Howling Moon Wolf Royal Guards activated their frenzy mode the moment they spotted Lu Yi and the others. Boom, they surged in height from 4 or 5 meters to even larger. The originally silver fur turned blood red. Waves of wind blades, each 4 to 5 meters long, flew towards them. Lu Yi lowered his voice and unleashed a series of slashes. Falling Star. Long Liu leaped powerfully, raising her spear high and striking down directly. Fire Dragon Tornado. The little fox instantly unleashed dozens of attacks. In an instant, the entire dense forest seemed to be in the apocalypse with various sounds erupting everywhere. The frenzy-activated Howling Moon Wolf Royal Guards had significantly boosted attributes, and the harassment from the elite Howling Moon Wolves added to the chaos. The three of them spent more than half an hour before finally wiping them out completely. Master, that big guy inside is very dangerous. The little fox collected the scattered essence beads around. Yes, I can feel it too. However, it must be wary of something or guarding something, otherwise it wouldn't keep sending its underlings to their doom. Lu Yi waved his hand, storing the corpses of the Howling Moon Wolves into his spatial ring. Let's go take a look. If we can't win, I'll cover your escape. Long Liyue was now brimming with fighting spirit, as if she had returned to lead the heavenly soldiers against the demon race in the celestial realm. Let's go in and take a look. You don't need to cover for us. Even if there is real danger, I'll be the last to leave as the master. Lu Yi replied calmly. He had no intention of retreating. Having come this far, he was determined to see it through. All right, Long Liyue lightly agreed, a smile creeping onto her lips, seemingly finding this person quite admirable. Let's level up first. Lu Yi was oblivious to her thoughts. After killing the 7 wolves, he had already met the requirements to level up. He opened his attribute panel and pressed the button. As the upgrade button was clicked, golden light erupted from the level up, level up, level up. As the golden light dissipated, all 3 had ascended to level 11. Subsequently, they ventured deeper into the dense forest. Occasionally, Howling Moon Wolves would charge forth as if recklessly attempting to bar their path. Little did they know such actions only piqued the trio's curiosity. Before long, they arrived before a cave. At its entrance stood dozens of Howling Moon Wolf elites, along with thousands of seasoned warriors and tens of thousands of ordinary Howling Moon Wolves. Upon spotting the trio, these beasts erupted into chaos. A Howling Moon Wolf attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be impaled through the body by Long Liyue's spear. With a light shout, she tossed the wolf's carcass into the pack. Soon the sounds of ravenous feasting echoed from within. Beasts will always be beasts. Lu Yi shook his head slightly. As a roar emanated from the cave, the Howling Moon Wolves outside charged at them en masse. Less than an hour of transformation time remains. More than enough. Lu Yi took a step forward, charging ahead. The little fox secured herself on his shoulder with her tail and began launching attacks. Long Liyue swept her spear horizontally. A dragon's roar resounded as a vivid dragon-shaped spear force howled forth. The battle commenced fierce and brutal. Between humans and beasts, encounters always ended in life or death. Time ticked by, and the wolf howls from within the cave grew increasingly frequent. After about 10 minutes, most of the Howling Moon Wolves here had been slain. Had it not been for the commands of the howling within, the remaining ones would have long since fled with their tails tucked. Just as the Howling Moon Wolves neared extinction, a silver figure burst from the cave and collided directly with Lu Yi. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yi was sent flying backward. Watch out! Long Liyue gripped Song Yuan, standing vigilantly before Lu Yi. Such formidable strength. Lu Yi slowly rose. That blow had sent him hurtling dozens of meters, carving a fresh path through the den. Master, are you alright? The little fox channeled her power, pulling Lu Yi upright. I'm fine. Lu Yi shook his head and wiped the blood from his lips. It seemed this was the first time he had suffered such severe injuries in the wild. He also caught sight of the culprit that had sent him flying. A 10-meter-tall giant wolf, its body sleek and streamlined with robust limbs and silver fur billowing in the wind. Its eyes were a cerulean blue. Howling Moon Wolf King, level unknown, physique unknown, agility unknown, spirit unknown, skills berserk, wind blade, teleport. Ren note: the Howling Moon Wolf King is in a weakened state, its strength greatly diminished. How dare you harm my master? The little fox's fur bristled. She leaped from Lu Ye's body. Die! Firewalls, fireballs, and fire tornadoes. She unleashed a full arsenal upon the Wolf King. Holding nothing back, her power seemed inexhaustible as skills flew forth without cease. Be careful, Long Liyue cautioned her before charging forward. Seeing the two women fight so fiercely, Lu Yi felt deeply moved. Truly, time reveals the heart. Since they had both joined the fray, how could he lag behind? With a roar, he stomped the ground and leaped high into the air. Tiger's heavenly slash. Judgment radiated golden light as it descended heavily. In response, the Wolf King opened its maw and unleashed an energy wave. The long blade shattered the energy wave and struck the Wolf King with immense force. A mournful howl escaped the beast as a wound several meters long appeared on its hide. Now, Long Liyue's eyes gleamed. Her spear thrust forth like a dragon, aiming for the Wolf King's flank. The little fox chuckled softly, releasing a pink mist from her body. The mist enveloped the Wolf King tightly. Its movements immediately grew sluggish. It had fallen prey to the little fox's charm technique. Strike while the iron is hot. Lu Yi transformed Judgment into the sun-eclipsing heavy halberd. Techniques flooded his mind. So this was how the halberd could truly be wielded. Earthshaker. Lu Yi leaped high and swung the halberd downward. The weapon struck the Wolf King, and a surge of power flowed into his body through the halberd's shaft. This was the halberd's unique trait. Each successful hit on an enemy absorbed their attack power, converting it into a temporary boost to his own attributes. Liu Ye's attribute value originally over 200 soared to nearly 400, sweeping thousands of troops. He roared, striking the Wolf King's flank with all his might. The Wolf King's flank visibly caved in. Agony finally jolted it awake, but it was too late. The trio's final blows descended simultaneously. Mountain-shattering thrust, dragon-soaring strike, fire tornado. 3 attacks landed in unison. The Howling Moon Wolf King let out a final wail and collapsed heavily. It turned its head with difficulty, gazing reluctantly toward the cave, its foreleg lifting slightly before falling limp. Ding. Slain Howling Moon Wolf King gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, for defeating a chieftain-level beast in an over-level challenge. Experience reward doubled. As the system's voice chimed, Liu Yi exhaled in relief. His form flickered as he deactivated Azura transformation. It's finally over. Master Xiaojiu and I will check inside. The little fox and Long Liyue cautiously entered the cave. Liu Yi collected all the Howling Moon wolf carcasses before following. As he entered, the little fox's startled cry reached him. What's wrong? Liu Yi's heart tightened, and he rushed in. The sight before him stunned him. In the hands of the little fox and Long Liyue were 2 Howling Moon wolf pups each. These 4 pups were completely hairless, their eyes still shut, whimpering softly like puppies. So the Wolf King didn't come out because it was giving birth, Liu Yi remarked. Yes, the little fox nodded. Master, what should we do with these 4 pups? Should we kill them all? Long Liyue also looked up at him, her hands tightening slightly, as if ready to crush the pups at his command. Kill them? That would be such a waste. Take them back. Once tamed and grown, they can serve as mounts and aid in battle. But buying such creatures would cost a fortune. Liu Yi spoke. He felt no guilt for killing the Wolf King and leaving its pups orphaned. That was simply the way between humans and beasts. Had he been weaker, he would have ended up as the Wolf King's meal. Thus there was no right or wrong here, only the survival of the fittest. Hearing this, the little fox and Long Liyue nodded. In their world, such incidents were far too common, and neither found Liu Ye's decision objectionable. Beasts aren't humans, there's no need for total eradication. When we return, I'll teach you how to imprint a soul mark into beasts. You won't have to spend money. Long Liyue said. Really? Xiaojiu, you're wonderful. Liu Ye's eyes lit up. Long Liyue scoffed disdainfully, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. With 4 little wolf cubs in hand, and living creatures unable to be stored in the spatial ring, the 3 decided to return home. Liu Yi took out the large backpack he had originally bought from the spatial ring. Since acquiring the ring, that backpack had been gathering dust. He placed the 4 little wolf cubs inside the backpack, and the 3 set off on their journey back. The journey was remarkably peaceful as Long Liyue deliberately emitted the pressure of the dragon clan, deterring any low-level exotic beasts from causing trouble. By the time they returned to the city gate, the area had become unusually lively. Wang Lu was busy trading items with others, and when he saw Liu Yi, he merely greeted him before getting back to work. It seemed that he had not completed his tasks for the month. Liu Yi had heard Wang Lu mention that their salespeople had fixed monthly quotas, otherwise if their performance didn't meet the standard they would incur deductions. Initially he wanted to ask if he could help, but seeing how busy the other was, he decided not to disturb him. Later, when Wang Lu learned of this, he regretted it and slapped his thigh. The 3 took a taxi back home, and Liu Yi took the little wolf cubs out. As soon as the 4 cubs emerged, they began to whine, their mouths open in a pitiful display, waiting to be fed. It looks like these little guys are hungry. Liu Yi looked at the little fox. Master, I'm still a young maiden, and don't— The little fox hurriedly protected herself in fear. Liu Yi then turned to Long Liyue. What are you looking at? Long Liyue directly summoned Song Yuan and pointed at him. No one did I say you should feed them. What I meant was, is there any milk left in the fridge? Go grab a bottle. Liu Yi was somewhat speechless. These 2 had such peculiar thought processes. Even he, no matter how foolish, wouldn't make such a request. So that's how it is. You startled me. They'll go check the fridge. The little fox stuck out her tongue, unable to help it. In her demon clan, such situations did occur. This gun needs to be cleaned. Long Liyue appeared somewhat embarrassed as she grabbed a paper towel and aimlessly began wiping the gun. Liu Yi rolled his eyes. Human biases truly were a mountain. The little fox soon brought back the— Aren't you going to heat it up? Liu Yi asked. I come with a heating function, the little fox replied. Oh, in the winter won't you not be afraid of the cold? That's right, master can try it in the winter. And much more useful than a hand warmer or an electric blanket. The little fox was quick to boast. Liu Yi said nothing, though he felt a little tempted inside. He took the milk from the little fox, opened the cap, and poured it into a bowl. Then he began to feed the little wolf cubs one by one. If these newborn little ones were left unattended, they would likely perish in the cave. Liu Yi felt a pang of emotion. He had killed their mother, and now was raising them. How should this debt be settled? In the territory of the Howling Moon Wolf, a giant wolf over 10 meters high rushed in from afar. When it reached the cave entrance, it suddenly stopped, its nostrils flaring as a human-like expression of confusion appeared on its face. Its expression then changed dramatically, and it charged into the cave. A roar echoed from inside, and the giant wolf burst out of the cave. It dashed up the mountainside, standing atop the peak, while howling at the sky. The giant wolf's roar traveled far and wide. It then leapt down from the summit, and began to run off into the distance. Screams rang out continuously. Damn! When did such a howling moon wolf appear here? It's gone mad, attacking humans indiscriminately. It's too strong. Just now I felt a third-tier awakened one being swallowed in one bite. Run! The awakened ones hunting outside the city began to scatter in a panic, desperately racing toward the city gate. At this moment, anyone who was slow to escape would lose their life. As long as they could enter the city protected by the defense system, they would be safe. At this moment, the instigator Lu Yi had no idea what was happening outside the city. He had already fed the 4 little wolf cubs milk, and they had opened their eyes. However, to his dismay, the 4 cubs were now like little shadows following him wherever he went. The little fox and Long Liu watched from the side, laughing uncontrollably. Master, you shouldn't run around. The first thing they saw when they opened their eyes was you, and you were feeding them. So they see you as their mother now, the little fox said. Mother, I don't have time to raise them. Lu Yi complained. Is there any way to make them stop following me? He looked at the 2 and asked. This is an instinct deeply embedded in their consciousness as beasts. Plus, it's better that they recognize you. When you imprint your soul on them later, they won't resist. Long Liu said, stifling a laugh. Oh, didn't you say you would teach me how to imprint a soul? Take advantage of their small size now, and do it quickly. Lu Yi nodded. All right, come here. Long Liu said. Lu Yi walked up and stood in front of her. Long Liu looked up at him. She was over 178 meters tall, but facing Lu Yi, she still seemed a bit shorter. So troublesome, Lu Yi mumbled as he bent down. Feeling the breath brushing against him, Long Liu's face turned slightly red. She held Lu Yi's head with both hands, their foreheads touching. Just as Lu Yi was about to ask why they needed to do this, he sensed an inexplicable surge of knowledge about contracts in his mind. Long Liu quickly released her hands. This is faster, it requires runes, and explaining it is too troublesome, she specifically explained. I understand, thank you. Lu Yi nodded. He found a dagger, sliced his fingertip, and began to draw the soul. Once the rune formed, it transformed into a stream of light, and entered the brain of one little wolf cub. The little wolf cub let out a soft whine, but did not resist. Soon Lu Yi sensed the bond between him and the little wolf cub. This was a master-servant contract. After the contract was signed, the life and death of the other party completely rested in Lu Yi's hands, unless one day the other's strength surpassed his. But that was impossible. With the experience of the first time, Lu Yi's speed increased significantly. Soon, all 4 little wolf cubs completed the contract. Deep within their souls, there was an imprint of Lu Yi's life essence. The following attributes are not counted in the word count. Lu Yi level 11 first tier physique, 160100 strength, 160100 agility, 160100 spirit, 160100 skill summoning, art Azura transformation, 8-armed Azura lasts for 3 hours. Azura Tiger Howl Sky / Sword Technique Azura Chain / Sword Technique Weapon Judgment, Awakening Ability, Summoning SSS Level 2 Shan Rua Air Race, Qingqiu Fox Clan Demon, level 11 Physique, 200 Strength, 200 Agility, 200 Spirit, 200 Skill, Charm Starfire Group, Attack Fire Dragon Spiral Single Target, Long Liu Air Race Dragon Clan, Immortal level 11 Physique, 350. Strength, 350 Agility, 350 Spirit, 350 Skill Dragon Roar, Break Swimming Dragon Stab Falling Star Main. Weapon Song Yuan level 10 to 20. Each level up grants a total attribute bonus of 50 points, and so on for 10050010000500000500000100000. After the contract was established, the 4 little wolf cubs clearly felt that Lu Yi resembled their mother. However, with the master-servant contract in place, they no longer followed Lu Yi closely as before, but began to explore this brand new environment, occasionally marking their territory. You 4 come here. Lu Yi was furious. These little creatures were so infuriating. The little wolf cubs sensed Lu Yi's anger and hurriedly ran over with their short legs, then sat in a row, sticking their tongues in and out, pretending to be cute. Master, they are still just children, you shouldn't be too harsh on them, said the little fox. But they need some rules, otherwise what a mess our home would become. Lu Yi squatted down and, according to their sizes, designated each of the 4 little ones. From now on, no peeing or pooping at home. Otherwise you won't get any food. Did you hear that? He said solemnly. A wolf. The 4 little ones, being too small, completely misunderstood. Lu Yi sighed. It was like playing music to a cow. No. It was like talking to dogs about toilets. It seems necessary to give you 4 names. Lu Yi said, looking at the first little wolf cub with a tuft of red fur on its forehead. You shall be called Flame. The second one was pure white. You shall be called Moonlight. The third one had noticeably more fur than the other three. You shall be called Storm. And the last one the darkest among them. All right, Shadow, that shall be your name. From now on these will be your names, understood? Lu Yi said. Ow. The four little ones nodded in unison and then held together. Hungry again. You sure can eat. Little Fox, the task of feeding them is now yours, Lu Yi said. Master, there's no milk in the fridge. Then let's go to the supermarket. We also need to buy ingredients for the house. Lu Yi nodded. Sure, let's go together. The little fox tugged at the still watching Long Liua. Come on, Xiao Jiu, let's go to the supermarket for some good food. The three of them went downstairs together and walked to the nearby supermarket, drawing the attention of many people along the way. As they exited the community, someone who knew Lu Yi quietly gave him a thumbs up. Recently, who doesn't know that two beauties are living in Lu Yi's home? Although no one knows their relationship, it doesn't stop people from gossiping behind their backs. While walking, Lu Yi took out his phone to check. He discovered that the hot news was about a fourth-tier moon-worshipping wolf that had recently slaughtered awakeners outside the city, even approaching the city gates. However, it was quickly slain by high-tier awakeners within the city. Lu Yi also saw a video that someone uploaded showing a majestic giant wolf standing in the wilderness surrounded by many seriously injured awakeners. Suddenly, a streak of light flew in from afar. When the light stopped, a figure slowly materialized. Huh! Lu Yi exclaimed, wasn't this Ding Bo? In the footage, Ding Bo was surrounded by a golden light with the shadow of a golden lion appearing behind him. He charged directly at the moon-worshipping wolf with a long knife, and upon collision the wolf was sliced in half. Wow, is this the ability of a sixth-tier awakener? Lu Yi's eyes glimmered with envy, but he also felt somewhat guilty. His instincts told him that the moon-worshipping wolf had gone mad because of them. No, to be precise, it was because they had killed that mother wolf and taken away the wolf cubs, which prompted the retaliation against humanity. Master, what's wrong? The little fox noticed Lu Yi's silence, and was curious. It seems we've caused some Lu Yi handed his phone to her. Long Liua leaned over as well. Oh, after watching the video they both nodded. The moon-worshipping wolf in this video is indeed coming for us, the little fox said. If that wolf had been present, then with our current strength we would definitely not have been able to compete. That's right. If our cultivation were still intact we could handle as many of these weaklings as we wanted, but now we must be cautious. The little fox nodded. Then we need to level up as soon as possible. Lu Yi agreed. He indeed needed to keep a low profile for a while. Although the moon-worshipping wolf had been eliminated, there was still Ding Yushuang lurking in the shadows ready to strike at any moment. Especially since last time Ding Yushuang only sent out 2 small characters, it might not be so easy next time. The three of them went to the supermarket and bought a lot of things to take home. Oh dear, these 4 little ones are sleeping so soundly, the little fox said, picking up the 4 little ones sleeping on the floor and placing them on the sofa. I forgot to buy them a dog bed when we went to the supermarket, Lu Yi said. Master, they are wolves, not dogs. I have already ordered their beds online. They should arrive soon. The little fox said. Just as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang. They're here. The little fox ran to open the door, and 2 delivery men came in carrying a large box. Just put it here. The little fox signed for the package and sent them away, then ran back to unpack the box. Is this what you bought? Lu Yi looked at the 4 baby beds in front of him, feeling a bit off. Goodness, he thought he had bought 4 dog beds, or at least 4 dog houses, but instead they were 4 baby beds, and all of them were pink. Yes, they are all little babies. The little fox nodded, laughing. Look, there are even gifts here. She pulled out 4 baby bottles from inside, ready to feed the little ones when they woke up. The next morning, Lu Yi and the 2 others took the 4 little wolf cubs out of the city. In this world, everything was digitized, so the little wolf cubs needed to constantly hunt to grow. What he didn't know was that news of his departure from the city quickly reached Ding Yeshuang's ears. This kid is really hardworking. He goes out hunting every day. If only I had half of his determination back then, I'd at least be at tier 5 by now. Ding Yushuang sighed. He had recently been sending people to monitor and investigate Lu Yi, and he was well aware of his every move. To be honest, although he wasn't diligent enough, he admired someone like Lu Yi who was so hard on himself, and was also a genius. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had offended him, otherwise he would have wanted to recruit him at any cost. But now he must do whatever it takes to eliminate him. Last time at the cocktail party, Lu Yi had already realized that it was him who had sent people to attack. The conflict between them was irreconcilable, so he would absolutely not allow his enemy to grow stronger. This kid must not be left alive. Come here. Call Mr. Bai over, Ding Yushuang commanded. Soon a white-haired man walked in. Mr. Bai, whose surname is Bai, enjoys wearing white. Despite being young, he has dyed his hair white, all to match his albinism. Unlike ordinary people, perhaps due to his condition and the cold ridicule he faced since childhood, Mr. Bai's personality is extremely extreme, and his methods of killing are exceedingly brutal. For he has stated that he loves the red of blood and the white of snow. The two complement each other beautifully. Standing before Ding Yushuang, Bai Wumian lowered his gaze. Mr. Bai, I've called you here to ask you to— Ding Yushuang was unbothered by his attitude. Capable people tend to have their quirks as long as they obey. Who to kill? Who is it? Bai Wumian asked directly. A high school student, but he's a bit peculiar. Ding Yushuang immediately provided details about Lu Yi. So he's a genius. Leave it to me. I guarantee he will die thoroughly. Bai Wumian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Killing a genius brings even greater satisfaction. In the wild spider forest, Lu Yi and the others walked slowly inside, 4 small wolf cubs stumbling along beside them. One must admit that the adaptability of extraordinary beasts is remarkable. These newly born creatures can already walk and run just 1 day after birth. Lu Yi's purpose for coming out this time is not to hunt, but to help the wolf cubs gain experience. Since they are gaining experience, they must start from 0. After all, the prey needs to be finished off by them to count as a kill. I saw online that the habitat of the earth spike rat is nearby. Lu Yi glanced at the map and checked the location. They walked a short distance and indeed found signs of the earth spike rat's activity. The ground was covered with many claw prints. They are just below. Long Liua lifted her right foot slightly and stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground exploded with fist-sized holes, and little heads poked out from inside. Earth spike rat level 0 physique, 3 strength, 2 agility, 5 spirit, 1 Lu Yi looked at the attributes of the opponent and secretly sighed. As expected from the lowest level extraordinary beast group, their attributes were indeed quite pathetic. Even the small wolf cubs were many times stronger than them. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The earth spike rats, frightened, began to screech and flee. It's so noisy. The small fox waved its hand using flames to surround the area. Master, it's done, the small fox said. Lu Yi nodded, crouching down to look at the 4 little ones blaze. Oh, moonlight. Ah-oh, storm. Ah-oh, shadow. You still haven't remembered your name. Ah-oh, forget it. Do you see those earth spike rats inside? Go in and kill them, and you will grow stronger. Remember, you are the noble Howling Moon Wolf clan. Those little rats are not enough to fill your teeth, so don't be afraid, just go all out. Got it. I believe in you. Ah-oh, the 4 little ones were now like they had been injected with adrenaline, filled with fighting spirit. Very good. Lu Yi stood up, kicked the 4 cubs directly into the group of earth spike rats surrounded. With 1 kick for each, he directly sent the 4 little ones into the group of earth spike rats. The little fox and Long Liua were somewhat speechless. Just a moment ago they were praising them, and the next moment they were kicked in. Is this right? Although the 4 little ones were small, their innate racial suppression made the earth spike rats scatter in fear. However, they soon realized that the 4 little ones didn't seem that strong. Thus, some bolder earth spike rats began to test their attacks. The 4 little ones, filled with fighting spirit, naturally showed no fear. Even though they were still small, they were much larger than the earth spike rats. An intense and thrilling battle began. Ding! Congratulations, Blaze, for killing an earth spike rat. The host and all summon creatures gain experience 1. Congratulations, Moonlight, for killing an earth spike rat. The host and all summon creatures gain experience 1. Congratulations, Storm, for killing an earth spike rat. The host and all summon creatures gain experience 1. Congratulations, Shadow, for killing an earth spike rat. The host and all summon creatures gain experience 1. The pleasant sound of experience being received quickly rang out. Although it's only a little, it's better than nothing. Lu Yi took out 3 chairs and a table, placing drinks and snacks. On one side was the heated battle, while on the other side was a relaxing scene, as if on vacation, 2 completely opposite extremes. I wonder how many levels they can gain in a day. Well, that depends on their own abilities. Lu Yi replied. Their potential is quite good. They will become your support in the future. Long Liua flicked her fingers, and a spark of electricity as thin as a hair flashed by. Several earth spike rats fell within the fire circle, not dead, but twitching on the ground. The 4 little ones could not let this opportunity pass, pouncing directly. Half an hour later, all the earth spike rats in the fire circle had turned into corpses. The little fox extinguished the flames, and Lu Yi stored the corpses in his spatial ring. The 4 little ones had clearly grown much larger, their auras becoming somewhat fierce, with bloodstains at the corners of their mouths, looking quite imposing. However, the moment they saw Lu Yi and the others, their expressions instantly cleared up. Oh, the 4 little ones ran to their side. Blaze, Moonlight, Storm, Shadow, level 3 physique, 60 strength, 50 agility, 40 spirit, 40 skills, Berserk Bite, Windblade. They are level 3. It seems their leveling effects are quite noticeable. In just half an hour there has been a significant change. Lu Yi smiled and patted their heads, and the 4 little ones comfortably squinted their eyes. Next, let's find some more earth spike rats to help them level up today. He stood up and said. Suddenly a chilling aura surged, and the air around seemed to drop to freezing point. He felt a shiver. The little fox and Long Liua also sensed the anomaly and immediately assumed battle stances. Come out, you hiding like a cowardly rat. Lu Yi taunted. He sharp-tongued. A figure in a white robe slowly emerged from the woods with white hair dancing wildly in the wind. It was Bai Wumian. Kid, you must be Lu Yi, right? A cruel smile appeared on his face as he spoke. What does this white-haired freak want? Seeing him call out my name, I already have my suspicions. It must be that scoundrel Ding Yushuang sending someone to... Sure enough, just a brat full of baby fat. But those two women beside you are quite nice. After I'm done having my fun, I'll send them to keep you company. Bai Wumian chuckled, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Enjoy your NMLGB. Lu Yi was furious upon hearing this Shura transformation. Lu Yi unleashed the transformation of the Azura, his body swelling instantly. In the state of 3 heads and 8 arms, he wielded a tumter-long weapon named Judgment, striking heavily down towards Bai Wumian. Bai Wumian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this really the high school student Lu Yi that Ding Yushuan mentioned?" He leaped to evade the attack, only to suddenly hear a sound of something slicing through the air behind him. The shadow of a gun appeared, sweeping across his waist like a swimming dragon. Bai Wumian let out a muffled groan and stumbled forward a few steps. Before he could catch his breath, a fire dragon whirl surrounded him once again. The flames burned fiercely, yet inside was utterly silent. Is he really dead, just like that? The little fox expressed some confusion. Don't think too easily, this guy is very strong. Long Liu frowned slightly. Indeed, I cannot see his level. He must be at least 10 levels above us. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. At that moment, laughter emerged from within the fire dragon whirl, starting low and growing louder. Bai Wumian's figure slowly walked out from the fire. At this time, his upper body was bare, revealing muscular physique, and his once flowing white hair was now a chaotic mess from the flames. Very good. I didn't expect you little ants to actually injure me. But this ends here. Bai Wumian coldly smiled as white mist began to envelop the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. Be careful. Lu Yi warned the little fox and Long Liu. Just as his words fell, he felt as if he had been hit by a train, and his body flew backward. Master! The little fox and Long Liu were alarmed and quickly rushed towards Lu Yi. Stay back. Bai Wumian's voice rang out, and an ice wall appeared in front of them, a full meter thick. Boom. Just as the ice wall appeared, Lu Yi, who had returned, shattered it with a punch. Moi. Bai Wumian was surprised. Sustaining his attack without serious injury was unexpected. This kid indeed had something. Unbeknownst to him, when Lu Yi was attacked earlier, he had switched Judgment to its giant shield form at the first opportunity, so he only sustained minor injuries from that blow. Now the giant shield was held up by his other 2 hands, ready to give Bai Wumian a big surprise the moment he appeared. However, Bai Wumian was clearly cautious. Even though he had the advantage, he remained concealed in the white mist, ready to strike with lethal precision. Trivial skills. Long Liu thrust the gun Sung Yuan heavily into the ground. Buzz! The gun emitted a golden light, and the ground seemed to release special effects, revealing concentric lines and symbols. Purify break. She called out softly, and instantly the white mist that had surrounded them vanished as if it had never existed, with Bai Wumian standing about 10 steps away from Lu Yi. Evidently, he was planning a sneak attack. Seeing his skill dispelled, he decided to show himself. Die! He waved both hands, and a multitude of ice spikes appeared behind him. Lu Yi saw this and directly placed the giant shield on the ground. Shockwave. The energy absorbed within the giant shield was released all at once. The energy wave struck Bai Wumian, causing him to grunt as his body flew backward. Very good. You are impressive, Lu Yi. No wonder the master sent me. Had it been someone else, they would have truly fallen here. Bai Wumian's figure appeared, as if teleporting, arriving in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye. Die! He roared, his fist glowing with an icy blue light. Frost fist. As he swung his fist, the air seemed to stagnate. Lu Yi could only watch as the fist came towards him, barely managing to raise the Judgment giant shield in front. Boom. His body was sent flying several hundred meters away. Puff! Bai Wumian was injured by the recoil and spat out a mouthful of blood. Good shield, but it will soon be mine. He coughed lightly. When the energy wave hit him, his internal organs were already damaged. Now with each breath, he felt his body protesting furiously. Bastard, you dare to harm my master. Pay with your life. The little fox shouted, waving her hands as countless fireballs rained down towards Bai Wumian. Bai Wumian snorted coldly, his hands moving as a huge ice shield formed instantly in front of him. The fireballs crashed into the ice shield, making sizzling sounds as they transformed into clouds of steam. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of the little fox, raising his hand for a strike. The little fox failed to dodge and was hit, her delicate body flying backward like a kite cut from its string. Little fox. Lu Yi's figure appeared, quickly moving to catch the little fox securely. Seeing blood trickling from her mouth, his anger ignited fiercely. Die! He shouted angrily, wielding Judgment and charging towards Bai Wumian. You seek your own death. Die! Bai Wumian yelled, throwing a punch. The temperature around him plummeted and countless tiny ice crystals shot towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi swung Judgment, shattering the incoming ice crystals. Tiger roar sky slash, he shouted, leaping high and striking down heavily. In an instant the ground cracked at the point where judgment struck down. Bai Wumian crossed his arms covered in gem-like ice crystals, holding firm against judgment, neither willing to yield. Swimming dragon thrust. Long Liu seized the moment, calling out as a vivid dragon shadow appeared at the tip of her gun, piercing towards Bai Wumian. Caught off guard, Bai Wumian took the blow squarely. The dragon shadow struck his shoulder, producing a muffled sound, and a deep wound opened, blood gushing out. You little ants infuriate me. Bai Wumian roared angrily, his aura rising once again. Let me show you absolute zero. Suddenly the space around him appeared to freeze, and countless massive ice pillars erupted from the ground, stabbing towards Lu Yi, Long Li Yue, and the little fox. Lu Yi shielded the little fox behind him, while enlarging the judgment giant shield to block the incoming ice pillars. Long Li Yue, however, darted skillfully between the pillars, refusing to give up on finding an opportunity to strike Bai Wumian. Yet the disparity in strength was like heaven and earth for her now, unless she used forbidden techniques. As the temperature here plummeted, nearing absolute zero, Long Liu secretly made a decision. Rather than waiting for death, she would take the initiative. With that thought, a mysterious aura emanated from her. Secret art, Wrath of the Dragon. As her voice fell, the surrounding space began to shake violently, and a powerful force erupted from within her. Little Gio. The little fox sensed something was wrong with this aura. What's wrong? Lu Yi felt his heart racing, as if something major was about to happen. The secret technique Little Gio is using can temporarily restore her strength to 1/3 of her original, but it comes at the cost of randomly losing one of her 5 senses. How can this be? Lu Yi exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing the little fox say that Long Liu was using forbidden techniques at the cost of losing one of her senses, Lu Yi's heart tightened suddenly. Too reckless. He exerted force with his legs, propelling himself like an arrow towards Long Liu. The air whistled sharply due to his rapid movement, and in the blink of an eye he had landed firmly behind Long Liu. What are you doing here? Hurry, and take Ro air away from here. Long Liu said without turning her head. You should leave instead. Lu Yi reached out, and gently tapped the back of Long Liu's neck. You bastard. Long Liu slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with complexity, then her body went limp, and she gradually fell. Lu Yi steadied her, and brought her back to the little fox's side. Take her out of here. What comes next is a battle between men. Lu Yi said calmly. Master, I want leave. I want to stay and help you. The little fox bit her lip, tightly shaking her head vigorously, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Listen to me, I have my own way to deal with him. Lu Yi's gaze was firm as he looked at the little fox. I don't believe you. The little fox shook her head. Damn it. Can you two stop with your lovey-dovey antics and life and death scenarios? Lu Yi, don't worry. Once I kill you, and after I've had my fun with the two of them, I'll let them go down to accompany you. Bai Wumian's voice filled with malice and disdain rang out as he pushed his hands forward like a violent wind. In an instant, countless ice spikes emitting a chilling aura rained down upon them, the sharp sound of breaking air resembling the whispers of death. Extinguish. Lu Yi quickly raised his giant shield in front of him. The ice spikes collided with the shield, producing a crisp ringing sound, scattering shards of ice. He turned to the little fox and said, Stay further away for now. I don't know how powerful the next move will be, and I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Master, do you really have a way to deal with him? The little fox was taken aback by his words, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She thought Lu Yi was lying to protect them. Nonsense, do I look like someone who disregards his own life? Hurry and bring Xiao Jiu and Lai Yin back. I am going to unleash my full power. While Lu Yi urged the giant shield to withstand the attack of the ice spikes, he shouted loudly. He suddenly exerted force, releasing the energy wave from the shield, and a brilliant light surged forth like a dragon towards Bai Wumian. However, this attack did not cause much damage to Bai Wumian. Kid, hand over your shield, and perhaps I can make your death a bit more merciful. Bai Wumian's voice rang out again. Lu Yi paid no attention. He watched as the little fox and the others gradually retreated until he confirmed they were safe enough before slowly speaking. System, we can begin. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind like a thunderous bell. Does the host confirm the sacrifice of dropping to level 0 to summon a new avatar? Level, well, it can be retrained, but if my life is gone, everything is lost. Confirm. By the way, will it hurt? Also, will the little fox and the others disappear after I downgrade? Lu Yi asked. In truth, he could let Long Liu use forbidden techniques to cope with the dire situation, but as a man he had his own principles, and had never been one to hide behind a woman. A real man must face challenges head-on without backing down. As you wish. Summon the new avatar, Thousand-Armed Vajra Jinyu avatar, duration 3 seconds. Rest assured it's a completely painless experience. Already summoned companions will not vanish, and the host will not gain new rewards or summon counts when going from level 0 back to level 10. With the system's explanation, a violent and immense power surged into Lu Ye's body like a volcanic eruption. The original 8-armed Azura avatar trembled slightly, undergoing a drastic transformation. Hundreds of bronze-colored arms swiftly extended from the illusory light, like vines, each palm steadily holding magical artifacts that radiated mysterious light, including an ancient and solemn stupa, a razor-sharp Vajra pestle, and a melodious demon-slaying bell, among others. The avatar was entwined with countless thick chains which shimmered with incantations, suppressing numerous grotesque, ghostly figures that emitted anguished howls, as if trying to break free from their shackles. Desperate tricks, still trying to deceive me with illusions. Bai Wu Mian sneered coldly. At that moment, Lu Yi resembled a war god descended upon the world, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. You wretch. Lu Yi lowered his gaze at Bai Wu Mian, slowly raising his hand and waving it gently, as if swatting away an insignificant fly. This power, no. Bai Wu Mian's face, once filled with disdain and contempt, suddenly froze. He felt an unprecedented, terrifying force bearing down upon him, as if the entire world were trembling under this power. He wanted to evade, but found that the surrounding space seemed to be confined by an invisible force, rendering him unable to move an inch. No! Bai Wu Mian let out a desperate roar, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the overwhelming force. What seemed like a casual strike from Lu Yi contained the terrifying power of the 1,000-armed Vajra Jinyu avatar. In an instant, it was as if the entire heaven and earth had dimmed, leaving only the dazzling light emanating from this strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed around, and Bai Wu Mian's body was immediately crushed into paper-thin fragments under this terrifying power, scattering into the air without a trace. The powerful shockwave obliterated the ground around, creating a 100-meter-deep pit, uprooting nearby trees, and sending dust and stones flying in chaos. As Bai Wu Mian was crushed to death, the 1,000-armed Vajra Jinyu avatar summoned by Lu Yi also began to dissipate rapidly. Lu Yi's body quickly shrank as the power faded. His originally tall and mighty figure now seemed drained of all strength, becoming exceedingly weak. System, you lied to me, but hurts so much. Lu Yi felt a dizzying sensation as his legs went weak, and he fell straight back. Master! A startled voice called out. He felt his head hit the ground, but this ground was so soft and fragrant. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lu Yi regained a sliver of consciousness. He felt as if he were in a chaotic realm, his body weighed down as if pressed by a mountain, with every inch of skin radiating sharp pain. He struggled to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was the little fox's face stained with tears and worry. Master, you finally woke up. The little fox exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lu Yi open his eyes. Her voice carried a hint of choking emotion, her eyes shimmering with excited tears. Lu Yi wanted to speak, but found his throat extremely dry and could only produce a weak voice. Where? Master, we are in the hospital. I and Xiao Jiu brought you back from outside the city and immediately contacted Sister Xiao Xiao. Oh, she arranged for you to be here. The little fox said you're back, right? Are you all right? Lu Yi slowly sat up, and the little fox hurriedly placed a pillow behind him. You have been in a coma for a week, and several times the doctors issued critical condition notices. Don't worry, I have already dealt with that quack doctor. The little fox said. She and Long Li, you could clearly sense that Lu Yi was still alive due to their contract with him, and the reason for his unconsciousness was because he was undergoing a tremendous change within his body. What about those two? Lu Yi pulled out the various tubes attached to him. Xiao Jiu and Sister Xiao Xiao went out to buy food. They should be back soon. Lu Yi moved his body and immediately gasped in pain. Damn, the system didn't mention that the after effects would be this severe. Master, where does it hurt? I can blow on it for you. The little fox said with concern. I'm fine, don't cry. See, I'm alright. Lu Yi said, what do you mean alright? When I came back I saw that you were covered in wounds, looking like you had been flayed alive. You weren't even breathing at that time. The little fox cried. Epsilon, I worried you. Don't cry, I'll try to be more careful next time. Lu Yi comforted, not expecting that using powers not belonging to him would inflict such severe damage to his body. There won't be a next time. Moreover, if such a situation arises again, I will not leave even if I die, the little fox said earnestly. Alright, I promise you. Lu Yi nodded. Hearing the little fox's words, his heart felt very complicated. In the 2.5 years since coming to this world, aside from Cheng Xiao, there was another one, the little fox, who truly opened her heart to him. Although his classmates usually called him Master Lu, in reality, they all kept their distance from him. As a person without parents' power or wealth, and who had even been to a mental hospital, how many people would treat— Master, I'll peel an apple for you first. The little fox went to wash an apple. System. Lu Yi called it. Ding. System upgrading, temporarily unable to respond to the host. Lu Yi's face darkened upon hearing this. Oh, what kind of upgrade is this? Could it be that it's hiding because it messed up and is too scared to show its face? It said it was painless, but damn, I almost died from the pain. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Long Liu and Cheng Xiao walked in with bags in their hands. The two looked up and saw Lu Yi smiling and waving at them. "You're back." Bang, the sound of things falling echoed. "Ah Yi, you're awake." Cheng Xiao rushed to the bedside like a gust of wind. Her eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyes, and then she suddenly pulled Lu Yi into her arms. Woo, the feelings that had been suppressed for so long erupted, and her worries over these days were finally released. Cheng Xiao cried while pounding Lu Yi's back with her fists. Lu Yi quickly made eye contact with Long Liu, signaling her to rescue him. Long Liu snorted, pretending not to see. Lu Yi was a bit speechless. This was too much. However, Long Liu eventually softened. She walked over to Cheng Xiao and said, "Sister Xiao Xiao, he is still a patient." Hearing her say that, Cheng Xiao quickly released Lu Yi and carefully examined his hands. "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? If you really don't feel well, remember to tell me. Who removed the nutrition tube from you?" Cheng Xiao's questions came out like a machine gun firing off a barrage of inquiries. "Sister Xiao Xiao, don't worry about me. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. But you must be exhausted lately, right? You have dark circles under your eyes." Lu Yi said. "Oh, do I have dark circles? Wait a moment, I'll go touch up my makeup." Cheng Xiao hurriedly got up and took her small bag into the bathroom. "Xiao Jiu, how is your body?" Lu Yi asked Long Liu, who was sitting by the bedside silent and just continuously peeling sunflower seeds. "Thanks to you, I only suffered a bit of backlash. I'm already fine." Long Liu said. "That's good." Lu Yi nodded upon hearing this. "What do you mean fine? If I had acted at that time, the worst I would have lost would have been one of my 5 senses. But now look at you having no power at all. Is this the after effect of your desperate efforts?" Long Liu became more and more annoyed, feeling very complicated inside, both touched and angry. "So?" Lu Yi let out a cry of agony. What's wrong? What's wrong?" The little fox ran over with the wire. Cheng Xiao hadn't finished her makeup yet and was still holding lipstick. "It's nothing." Lu Yi shook his head. Despite being a dragon girl, she bites like a little dog. That's too much. Long Liu's cheeks turned red as she didn't expect that one day she would be so angry that she wanted to bite someone. Isn't that too excessive? With this little interlude, the atmosphere in the ward became more lively. Since it was a single room, they didn't have to worry about disturbing others while chatting. "I.e. the doctor has checked your power." Cheng Xiao hesitated. "My power is gone, right?" Lu Yi said with a smile. "You still have the mood to laugh." Cheng Xiao glared at him with annoyance. If others knew their power was gone, they would probably be so anxious they'd want to jump off a building. But Lu Yi seemed completely unconcerned. "Why not laugh? Although I did pay some price, at least I'm still alive and the enemy is dead. Isn't that a double So double happiness can be explained like this. You sure have a way with words." Cheng Xiao glared at him with annoyance. "No pain, no gain. Breaking and then establishing is just starting from scratch. I pulled this tube out myself. Oh, I'm fine now. Let's go home." Lu Yi said. He felt much better now than when he first regained consciousness. After all, the foundation of reaching level 10 is still there. His physical condition is still stronger than that of an average person. "Alright, let's go home." Hearing this, Cheng Xiao inexplicably felt soft-hearted and nodded. The hospital is all family. If he wants to discharge, he can just say so. The news of Lu Yi awakening quickly spread throughout the hospital. A crowd of curious doctors and nurses gathered at the door of the ward, most of whom were girls. "What's so good about being too handsome? You can attract bees and butterflies wherever you go." Cheng Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Those days, those female doctors and nurses often found reasons to check in just to take a look at Lu Yi. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yi felt a bit awkward. Being handsome was indeed innate. Even if some people underwent surgery later, it's still a result of later efforts, just like Dong Shi imitating the beauty of Shi Shi. He remembered a very popular male star in his previous life who was very handsome when young and had a strong masculine presence in middle age. But for some unknown reason, he underwent plastic surgery, resulting in a greasy face and a hint of femininity. Oh, what a pity. At the entrance of the highest-level VIP ward in Cheng's private hospital, a young doctor with a bruised face limped over. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get to work." Cheng Xian shouted loudly. "Don't you all realize what status you hold? This is a top-tier VIP ward. Who let you in during working hours?" The crowd looked puzzled. "This hospital isn't your family's. Oh, why are you acting so hysterical? Moreover, the true owner of the hospital hasn't said a word, and you, a distant relative, have no right to speak like this. Isn't this Cheng, the great doctor? So your leg is better now? Don't forget what Miss Cheng said. If you bully others again, you'll be kicked out of this hospital." Someone mocked from the crowd. "Who's talking? Step forward if you have the guts." Cheng Xian was instantly furious. "Damn it, you're all pushing your... My cousin is kind-hearted and doesn't mind you lowly people visiting here, but that doesn't mean you can just hang around. Do you think everyone can be like that lucky lowly person inside and rise to the top? Let me tell you, dream on. Get out of here." As his words fell, the door behind him opened. "Boss." The crowd quickly greeted. Cheng Xiao nodded, and then looked at Cheng Xian. "Cousin, when did you arrive?" Cheng Xian appeared flustered, knowing that she must have heard everything he just said. He secretly cursed himself When he came up, the on-duty nurse clearly said Qingqiu had gone out to buy something and hadn't returned. That's why he wanted to flaunt his power. After all, he had been mocked by these people a few days ago. How unreasonable. They called him an incompetent doctor and suggested he go back to being a vet. I arrived earlier than you, Qingqiu said indifferently. Also, I only allowed you into the hospital out of respect for the clan's elders. Unexpectedly, you have no character and no medical ethics. From now on you are expelled. I will issue a notice that you will not be hired by any of the clan's enterprises in the future. Cousin, I was wrong. Qingqiu suddenly knelt down. He was frightened. He had a good treatment and high salary here, and because of working here he had even found a girlfriend. They were even discussing marriage, but if he left this place not only would he lose his job, but his marriage would likely. You don't regret your mistake. You just realize that without this place you are nothing. Lu Ye's voice came from it. With the help of the little fox and Long Li Yue he walked out. His handsome face slightly pale due to the female doctors and nurses outside screamed upon seeing Lu Yi for the first time, just like fans at a concert. What's going on? Lu Yi was startled. Master, they look at you as if they want to eat you. I even saw them glaring at me and Xiaojiu. Should I give them a beating? The little fox asked. They haven't done anything. You don't cause trouble. But this guy has a sharp tongue. You hit him like. Lu Yi responded. You need to treat them differently. Be careful. They might say you are biased against genders. The little fox giggled softly. Nonsense, they neither scolded me nor hit me, so naturally I won't do anything to them. But that Qingqiu, I clearly heard him scold me. How outrageous, he actually called me a poor man. Lu Yi complained. You little brat, do you even have a say here? I've tolerated you for a long time, get out of here. Qingqiu shouted angrily. Slap, a crisp sound echoed. Cousin. Qingqiu covered his burning face, shocked. Call security to come and throw him out. Qingqiu said, taking a tissue to wipe her hands. A guy who has never suffered with his head held high even after being back for a while, he still doesn't realize it. This shows how poor his relationships with colleagues are. With such a subordinate, whether related or not, he must be fired immediately. Because he is a threat not just to an individual, but to the entire team. Thus, such a rat droppings must be dealt with immediately. Upon hearing this, Qingqiu slumped to the ground, his eyes hollow, mumbling, it's over, it's all over. His anger ignited like a detonated bomb, instantly exploding, all his resentment directed at Lu Yi. In his eyes, if it weren't for Lu Yi, how could he have ended up like this? He suddenly jumped up, his eyes bloodshot, his face filled with madness. Behind him, surgical knife shadows abruptly appeared, quickly condensing into reality, gripped tightly in his hands. Qingqiu let out a beast-like roar, crazily stabbing towards Lu Yi. Bastard, I want you dead. His voice was filled with resentment, as if he intended to unleash all his anger in this strike. Watching Qingqiu charge at him, a glint of disdain flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. His body remained motionless, seeking death. Long Li Yu shouted sharply, her gaze icy, and a spear appeared in her hand. She flashed forward like a ghost, appearing before Qingqiu, and thrust her spear fiercely. Poof! The spear pierced Qingqiu's chest like lightning, the immense power, sending him flying, his body pinned against the wall like a rag. Huh, so strong. Is this the feeling of death? I don't want to die. Qingqiu's body trembled violently, blood continuously gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Long Li Yu beckoned, and the spear vanished instantly. Qingqiu lost support, helplessly sliding to the ground. At this moment, he was breathing shallowly. Those around were stunned by this sudden scene. The entire corridor fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Looking at Qingqiu's gasping state, a chill spread through the crowd. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and quiet Ice Queen would be so decisive in killing? This is too cool, one nurse said softly, her voice trembling with excitement. Qingqiu usually acts so arrogantly. Who would have thought he would end up like this? Clean this place up. The hospital security rushed over. They were taken aback upon seeing Qingqiu on the ground, but quickly reacted surrounding the scene. Boss, what? What happened here? The security captain asked cautiously. Qingqiu attempted to harm our VVIP patient and has been killed on the spot. Moreover, this person has been removed from the clan registry and is not allowed into the ancestral hall or grave. Qingqiu said calmly. Don't worry, boss, we will handle it well. After saying this, he directed others to carry Qingqiu away. Soon the cleaning crew arrived and finished cleaning up in less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for everyone being witnesses, no one would believe that a person had just died here. Everyone disperse, it's all over. Qingqiu drove Lu Yi and the others home. What about the fiery wolves? Lu Yi asked. I sent them to the wild spider forest this morning to train on their own, Qingqiu replied. Don't you worry, they might be killed by other awakened ones. Lu Yi retorted. Don't worry, I've designated a fixed area for them, Qingqiu reassured. And I've set up a maze there ordinary awakened ones can't enter. Besides, you think they're still little pups. When you see them, you'll be very surprised. That's good. Lu Yi nodded. Just then the car came to a sudden halt, and a shrill screech of brakes pierced. Sister Xiao, what happened? Lu Yi asked. It's Ding Yushuang. Qingqiu turned off the engine. The door opposite opened, and Ding Yushuang stepped out of the car accompanied by bodyguards. Then several more cars followed and dozens of men in black got out. Ding Yushuang walked up to the car and lightly tapped on the window. What do you want? Cheng Xiao rolled down the window, glaring at him coldly. Cheng Xiao, is Brother Lu there? I have something to ask him. Ding Yushuang said. Just say it or let it out. Lu Ye's voice came from the back seat. Haha, seeing Brother Lu safe and sound puts my mind at ease. By the way, did you see a weird-looking person outside the city? Ding Yushuang asked. I didn't see any person, but I did encounter quite a few monsters. Also, don't call me brother, we're not familiar, Lu Yi replied blandly. Isn't that because I'm concerned about you? I heard you were injured and unconscious, and when you were brought back from outside the city, I couldn't eat for days. How are you feeling now? I can't shake the feeling that you're not doing well. Ding Yushuang's lips curled slightly, although he wore a smile, his heart seethed with resentment. Get lost, who wants to listen to your nonsense? Cheng Xiao raised the window and stepped on the gas, taking a sharp turn as she sped away. Young master, what should we do now? One of the bodyguards who had been silent asked. Bai Wumian's disappearance is definitely related to this kid. However, given his strength, how could he possibly escape from Bai Wumian's subordinates? Investigate. Yes. I have a sum of money with the black market assassin organization asking them to send an assassin to kill Ding Yushuang every day. Only allowed to fail, not succeed. Cheng Xiao said while driving. No wonder he's making such a fuss. When he goes out, it turns out he's terrified. That makes sense, Lu Yi realized. Sister Xiao, no wonder you stopped me and Xiao Jiao when I said we would help the master kill him. But why not just have someone kill him directly, the little fox asked, puzzled. If he were killed directly, wouldn't that be giving him an easy way out? Moreover, such revenge must be carried out by Yi himself, Cheng Xiao said. In a few days, the top 10 families in the city will hold their annual hunting competition. On one hand, it's to foster relationships, and on the other, it's to see what kind of character the future heirs of each family possess. Sister Xiao means. Lu Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. At that time, I'll take you to sneak in. During the hunt, it's hard for his bodyguards to cover every angle, so you'll just have to find the opportunity to kill him. But don't force it. Even if you can't find an opportunity, just wait, you'll eventually find a chance to strike. If one attempt doesn't work, try twice. If that doesn't work, then 3 or 4 times. As long as you're not caught, there will always be a chance. Cheng Xiao glanced at Lu Yi. Rest assured, Sister Xiao, Ding Yushuang is destined to die this time. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Yes, I believe you. Cheng Xiao looked at his serious expression in the rearview mirror, feeling inexplicably that this kid seemed to have become even more handsome. Sister Xiao, take this storage ring first, return it to me after you take the items out. Lu Yi handed over the materials he obtained 7 days ago to Cheng Xiao. After he fell unconscious, these materials had been stored in the ring. Fortunately, once items are stored in the ring, time comes to a complete standstill, so there's no worry about them rotting. I thought you were going to give me a ring. There's even the corpse of the Howling Moon Wolf King inside. Cheng Xiao looked at the contents inside surprised, and then connected it to the recent chaos caused by the Bai. So the reason the Bai werewolves went insane is that their mate died and their child went missing, she realized. Yes, luckily the Bai werewolves were not within their territory at that time, otherwise the Wolf King wouldn't have been killed. Lu Yi nodded. Fate is fate. The Howling Moon Wolf clan and the Bai werewolves were destined to face this calamity. After sending Cheng Xiao away, Lu Yi let the little foxes play outside while he returned to his bedroom. System. Ding. Yes, the system has finished updating. Congratulations, host, for completing the trial. Nothing is established without breaking, and a new attribute has been generated. Do you want to view it? View. Lu Yi nodded, his gaze fixed on the brand new attributes appearing on the system panel. Lu Yi, Summoner, Level 0 Constitution, 1100 Strength, 1100 Agility, 1100 Spirit, 1100 Skills, Shura Transformation, 8-Armed Azura, No Time Limit Switch, I will control freely. Tiger Roar, Sky Cut, Sword Technique, Chain, Slash, Sword Technique. Is this my new attribute? It seems a bit over the top. Looking at these brand new attributes, Lu Yi was somewhat shocked as they had directly increased his original initial attributes by over 100 times. It was almost too incredible. At this moment, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding. Detected the generation of the host's new attributes. Oh, would you like to synchronize the data attributes with the host's body? Lu Yi did not hesitate at all, and firmly said yes. Synchronization starting. As the system's voice fell, a mysterious and immense power surged into Lu Yi's body like a raging torrent flooding through his limbs. Lu Yi felt as if his body were placed in a gigantic furnace undergoing a metamorphosis. It began with his bones. That power seeped in slowly along the marrow like countless fine and tough thread. Every inch of his bones crackled, and under the baptism of this power, his original bones gradually became crystal clear, like jade carved into shape, emitting a faint glow. Next, his muscle tissues began to undergo astonishing changes. Muscle fibers sprang into life like activated springs, stretching and strengthening rapidly. Every muscle was expanding, but it was not that kind of bulky strength. Rather, it was filled with a streamline. His blood surged through his veins like boiling magma, the originally bright red blood gradually deepening to an inky hue, yet sparkling like stars. This blood seemed to possess life, joyfully flowing, and with every heartbeat Lu Yi could feel the blood crashing against the vessel walls like a surging tide, bringing overwhelming power to every cell in his body. At the same time, his skin began to harden like steel, yet it did not lose its elasticity. A faint golden glow appeared on his skin as if dressing his body in an invisible armor. Every pore slightly opened, constantly inhaling and exhaling the energy of heaven and earth, integrating it into his body, further enhancing his defensive and recovery capabilities. Under this transformative power, Lu Yi's meridians were continually widening and strengthening. If his original meridians were like narrow streams, they were now evolving into broad rivers under the impact of power. The walls of the meridians became incredibly tough, capable of withstanding even more powerful impacts. As his body transformed, Lu Yi's senses grew increasingly acute. He could clearly hear the soft conversations between the little fox and Long Liu downstairs. Every subtle change in tone resonated in his ears like a bell. His vision became extraordinary, able to see minute textures on the wall, even detecting the floating trajectories of dust in the air. His sense of smell sharpened like that of a hunting dog, able to discern the sources and components of various scents in the air. His sense of touch became extremely delicate, feeling every nuance of power change even as a gentle breeze brushed against his skin. The entire synchronization process lasted for quite a while, as Lu Yi immersed himself in the baptism of power, feeling every change in his body. Finally, the system prompt sound rang out once more. Synchronization complete. The host has successfully synced their data attributes with their body, and all physical attributes have been fully enhanced to corresponding values. From now on, for each level the host ascends, both they and their summoned partners will receive a point bonus for all attributes that is 10 times that of an ordinary awakener. For instance, from level 0 to level 10, an ordinary awakener can gain 10 points of attributes for each level, while the host and partners can gain a total of 100 points in all attributes, which is 10 times that, and so on. The sound of the system echoed. A tenfold bonus. Doesn't that mean an assured rise? Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing across his gaze. He could clearly feel the powerful force contained within his body, as if he were a volcano on the verge of a... He gently clenched his fist, and instantly a faint explosive sound resonated in the air, a manifestation of the overflowing power. I didn't expect the changes after the system update to be so immense. This power increase is simply beyond imagination. Lu Yi murmured to himself. Although I'm only at level 0, I could probably defeat 10 of my former self now. He moved his wrist. If he encountered Bai Wumian now, he could easily swat him into a subatomic particle. Lu Yi stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The little fox and Long Liu were playing in the living room, and upon seeing him emerge, their gazes were instantly drawn to him. Master, you seem different. The little fox exclaimed, keenly sensing the distinctly different aura emanating from Lu Yi. Long Liu also nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes as she said, "Your aura has become so strong, it seems you have recovered. How did you manage that?" Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. This shows that I am exceptionally gifted, and my strength is all due to my own efforts. Lu Yi replied with a smile. The little fox excitedly ran to Lu Yi's side and said, "Master, just how powerful are you now? Please, there's no need to rush the demonstration. When we encounter enemies, you'll know then. However, after this enhancement, I feel much more confident about the upcoming hunting competition. Ding Yushua is doomed this time. By the way, does anyone have the ability to change their appearance? We can't go in looking like this." "Leave that to me, I'm quite familiar with it," the little fox said. "Great, then I'll be counting on you." Lu Yi nodded. "Master, tomorrow seems to be the day for your school's training. Don't forget." The little fox reminded him. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Let's rest well today. Oh, I also want to see how much everyone has improved over the past 10 days. Lu Yi nodded. A peaceful night passed without incident. The next morning as dawn broke, Lu Yi got up early. The little fox and Long Liu had been watching television until late last night, and were still lazing in bed. "I feel like I forgot something." Lu Yi frowned slightly, then patted his head. It seems he forgot to ask Long Liu to bring back the flames. When the little fox and Long Liu got up, they found breakfast already laid out on the table, including fried eggs, stir-fried noodles, and soy milk. "Wow, master. Did you make this?" The little fox sat down at the table. "What else? If you two don't get up, we'll be late." Lu Yi said, "By the way, Xiao Jiu, please go pick up the flames today." "Sure." Long Liu nodded. "I'll go after I accompany you for training." "You don't need to go for this training." The little fox was summoned in front of all the high school teachers and students, so everyone has seen her. "However, going this time would be concealing my talent. I can't let anyone know I once reached level 10. You should stay home and wait for us." Lu Yi shook his head. Hearing this, Long Liu looked somewhat disappointed. "All right, Xiao Jiu. Don't be sad, I'll bring you delicious food when we come back. The little fox comforted her. Okay, you two be careful. Long Liu nodded. Don't worry. The school's secret realm won't pose any danger. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Just then the doorbell rang. Sister Xiao Xiao is here. I'll go open the door. The little fox scampered to the door in her slippers. Sure enough, it was Cheng Xiao who came over, and she was carrying breakfast. It smells so good. Are you having breakfast? Cheng Xiao sniffed. Yes, Sister Xiao Xiao, come eat with us. Master made it himself. He knew you were coming back and prepared yours too. The little fox said, pulling her to sit at the dining table. You've finally shown some awareness, kid. Oh, I never knew you could cook breakfast after all these years, Cheng Xiao said. I learned a bit when I was alone. Lu Yi explained. You've worked hard, Cheng Xiao said with a hint of concern, then felt it was deserved. After all, she hadn't given him money, and the main issue was that he didn't want it. If he had money, he wouldn't need to do it himself. It was truly a bitter experience. After breakfast, Cheng Xiao returned the storage ring to Lu Yi. I've taken the materials inside. The money from the last few times has also been transferred to your card. Please check it. No need to check. I trust you. Lu Yi smiled slightly. He had already received the notification of the deposit. Now he had several million in assets in his card. In the past, he always thought making money was difficult, but now he saw that it was quite easy. Alright, I'll drive you to school, Cheng Xiao said as she stood up. Xiao Jiu isn't going today, right? Then I'll take you out to shop and play. You haven't had a proper outing, have you? Cheng Xiao looked at Long Liu. Yes, thank you, Sister Xiao Xiao. Long Liu nodded, even though she had lived for quite a while, about several hundred years. However, she had only been in this world for a few days, equivalent to her rebirth in this realm, so calling Cheng Xiao sister was no pressure at all. Thus the four of them went downstairs together. Cheng Xiao immediately drove Lu Yi and the little fox to school. After the two of them left, Lu Yi took the little fox into the campus. At this time, many students had already gathered on the school playground. Groups of 3 or 5 were excitedly discussing the upcoming training. Upon seeing him arrive, many students greeted him. Times had changed, and no matter how one looked at it, Lu Yi was now a little genius, and everyone wanted to deepen their relationship with him. Half an hour passed, and the teacher responsible for today's training arrived. It was actually Ding Bo. He held a spherical device and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I believe you all know me, so I won't introduce myself. Today I will be in charge of this training. Ding Bo threw the spherical device onto the ground, and a sound echoed as a machine resembling a water dispenser appeared. Come on, let's test it first before entering to see if everyone has been working hard lately. He pointed to the fully extended device and said, we'll go according to the ranking from the last awakening, one by one. Ding Bo took out a notebook to prepare for recording. The first one, Su Lan. Yes, teacher. Su Lan stepped out from the crowd and walked to the testing device. Can you guess what level Su Lan is at now? I think she must be at least level 10. After all, the Su family is a prominent family, and they should have taken out teams to practice outside the city recently, the students whispered as they looked at Su Lan, who shone like a pearl. As the students were discussing, the ranking test device in the arena sounded. Su Lan, Awakener level 12. With a loud cheer, the entire playground erupted. Wow, in just a few days she jumped from a level 0 Awakener to level 12. That's incredible. No wonder she's the only one in the school with class awakening aptitude. Amazing. Who said that after awakening the gap between us and the aristocratic families would close, eh? It's all a lie. I've seen Su Lan several times at the mall and amusement park. Oh, she's not just out there hunting monsters. She still plays, eats, and drinks, not missing a beat. What can she do? With her background, she only needs to finish off the monsters when she goes out. Unlike us who have to rely on ourselves to fight hard for kills. Yeah, I joined a team a while ago thinking I could gain some experience, but they treated me like a tool. They took the lion's share, leaving me with barely enough to scrape by. So what level are you now? About 5 or 6. I suspect you're mocking me. The students were quietly discussing, and Ding Bo looked at Su Lan with satisfaction, saying, very good, as expected of Su's daughter, you haven't brought shame to the Su family. Please send my regards to your father. Thank you, Uncle Ding. Su Lan returned, greeted by countless envy. She was unfazed by this. She had seen such looks far too often growing up and had long since grown accustomed to them. Suddenly she had a thought and turned to walk in another direction. Look, what is Su Lan going to do? It seems she's headed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi awakened as a summoner. That creature beside him is his summon. His level must be quite high now too. On the other side, Lu Yi was completely oblivious to the testing situation. He was looking at the photos of amusement sent by Cheng Xiao with the little fox. Just then Su Lan's voice rang out. Lu Yi. Su Lan, is there something you need? Lu Yi looked up at her. Long time no see. I heard you were injured, is it serious? Su Lan asked. Lu Yi was surprised to hear this, as many had indeed seen him being brought back at the city gate, but he didn't expect Su Lan to know about it. I'm fine now, thank you, Lu Yi replied. That's good. As I've said, as long as you agree to join the Su family, all conditions remain unchanged. Su Lan whispered. I remember that. Lu Yi nodded, hoping that when his level was tested she would still stand by her. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Su Lan glanced at the little fox playing with its tail and turned back to her. Young Master Lu, it seems the young lady of the Su family has taken a liking to you. Exactly, don't forget your friends when you become rich. After Su Lan left, a few students who usually got along well with Lu Yi approached him teasing. Just say a little less, as she only asked because I was injured a few days ago. Lu Yi explained. They chatted while the test continued swiftly on the other side. However, no one else appeared as stunning as Su Lan in the subsequent testing. The highest level was only level 8, and his family was relatively wealthy. The saying the poor cannot raise the noble was once again validated. Next, Lu Yi. Soon Dingbo called out Lu Yi's name. What was meant to come would come. Lu Yi took a deep breath and stepped up to the testing device. Lu Yi, Awakener level 0. The electronic voice sounded, and the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. What's going on? Hasn't he reached even level 1 after all these days? Impossible, right? Even if he went outside to kill the weakest jumping spider, he should at least have leveled up by now. Could it be that he has been? That's possible, although he's really out of control. In the center of attention, Lu Yi found it somewhat amusing and exasperating. He was being unfairly judged. With his current physical condition, he could hear everything everyone around him was saying. Dingbo sighed and patted his shoulder. You can go down now. He no longer mentioned wanting to recruit Lu. Su Lan looked at Lu Yi from below the stage, feeling quite disappointed. She didn't expect him to. Forget it, she would seek another partner for an alliance. She had clearly misjudged him. When Lu Yi returned to the group, his classmates looked at him as if they had seen a plague. Although they didn't show it overtly, the disdain in their eyes was hard to hide. Even though they usually laughed and chatted with Lu Yi, seeing someone who had suddenly fallen from grace brought them a hint of joy. Better a dead friend than a poor one. That's human nature. Su Lan, not far away, completely ignored him, losing the demeanor she had just shown. Master, why are they like this? The little fox seemed a bit speechless. This is the inherent flaw of humanity, elevating some while stepping on others. Just get used to it. Why bother with them? Lu Yi smiled slightly. After arriving in this world, the only person he truly connected with was Qingqiu. The others were merely acquaintances. Hence, he didn't care about how these people treated him. After all, there would be few opportunities to meet again in the future. There was no need to care about such ineffective social interactions. Alright, I will now proceed with the group allocations. Attention, groups of 5. Your performance in the secret realm will be recorded by dedicated personnel outside. Dingbo input the test results into the computer and used an automatic grouping program to assign everyone to groups. First group, Su Lan Li Yong by Su Wang Jiqiang Lu Yi. When the first group's names were announced, the students were immediately in an uproar. They looked at Lu Yi with eyes full of envy and jealousy. He got lucky. The best aptitude, first, second, third, and fourth are all in this group, and he's the last. I suspect there's foul play, otherwise why would it be him? A level 0. Among so many students here. I think last time Teacher Ding kept him behind. Perhaps they are already family. He must have gone through back channels. Due to the composition of the first group, the discussions were exceptionally heated. Quiet down. I know what you are discussing, but I can assure you that this is the result given by the automatic grouping software. It is completely random and has no human involvement. One can only say that luck is sometimes a part of strength, and by the way, our Ding family hasn't started recruiting talents this year yet, Dingbo said loudly. I said it, Teacher Ding is such an upright and kind person, how could he possibly use back channels? Lu Yi is really lucky. What use is luck? The main thing is still one's own performance. I dare bet he will perform poorly this time. If I'm wrong, I will eat dung live. Teacher, can I change teammates? I don't want to be in the same group as someone unambitious. It will affect my... Li Yong raised his hand and stepped out of the group. Teacher, we feel the same. Wang Jiqiang and Bai Su also raised their hands. So what do you think, Su Lan? Dingbo turned to ask. Su Lan was taken aback. She didn't expect to have to play the bad guy in the end. Epsilon sighed. Su Lan, just say your true thoughts. Dingbo smiled slightly. I also think it's better for Lu Yi to choose another team. The strong remain strong. Everyone wants to achieve good results, so this is understandable. I will listen to everyone, I suppose. As Su Lan finished speaking, her head hung low, her hands nervously tugging at her clothes. Lu Yi scoffed disdainfully. Women. You really want it both ways. The testing device can only roughly assess the awakening level of a person, but it cannot accurately detect their attribute values. Otherwise, with Lu Yi's currently extraordinary attributes, people's attitudes towards him would definitely not be as dismissive and distant as they are now. In Shihuan Star, the authorities have detailed classifications for the strength of awakeners to standardize the understanding of their abilities. Every 10 levels is categorized as one rank. Rank 1 awakeners have an average attribute value between 100 and 200. Rank 2 awakeners have an average attribute value increased to between 200 and 300, and so on. Rank 3 awakeners' average attribute values range from 300 to 400, and rank 4 from 400 to 500. Each rank increase makes the disparity in strength more pronounced. However, the true dividing line appears at rank 5. To become a rank 5 awakener, the average attribute must exceed 1,000. This standard is like a towering mountain looming before many awakeners, causing countless individuals to hesitate. A few days ago, Bai Wumian, who pursued Lu Yi, had strength above rank 4, but below rank 5, already a formidable force. Above rank 5, many people will struggle their entire lives, barely managing to remain below rank 5. Currently, Lu Yi is just at level 0, yet his attributes have already surpassed most. It's akin to some individuals spending their whole lives unable to reach Rome, while others are born already in Rome. Rome and mules seem to differ by just one character, yet they are worlds apart. A slight deviation can lead to 1,000 miles of difference. Now, with the attribute boost granted by the system, Lu Yi is akin to being in Rome, while those around him, in contrast, resemble many mules. Lu Yi. Ding Bo's gaze fell on Lu Yi, revealing a troubled expression. He looked at this student he once had high hopes for, feeling somewhat helpless. This trial, organized by the school, was supposed to involve teams of 5, but Lu Yi encountered difficulties in forming a team. Is there anyone willing to team up with Lu Yi? Raise your hand, and he'll make adjustments. Ding Bo raised his voice, his gaze sweeping across each student present. Upon hearing this, some looked down in silence, pretending not to hear. Others simply turned away, busily seeking excuses. Some fiddled with their equipment, while others quietly chatted with classmates as if the teacher's words had nothing to do. Teacher Ding, since they are unwilling to team up with me, then forget it. Lu Yi still wore a faint smile, not taking this matter. He was not alone. He had the loyal companion, the little fox, to fight alongside him. That won't do. The rule for the trial is 5 people in a team. Ding Bo frowned and shook his head. The school's rules had always been strict, and he could not easily break them. But have there ever been summoners in the trials before? In the history of Qingqiu High School, no one has ever awakened summoning abilities. Ding Bo was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly shook his head. He had to admit that Lu Yi's situation as a summoner was indeed unique. Exactly, I have my own teammate, which is the little fox. Lu Yi smiled slightly. But Ding Bo wanted to say something more, trying to make Lu Yi understand the importance of teamwork. However, just as he started speaking, he suddenly stopped, as if receiving some special message. After a few moments, Ding Bo seemed to receive some sort of permission, sighing in relief, his expression softening. Alright, you can enter alone, but if you encounter danger, be sure to call for help immediately. Ding Bo nodded, having received instructions from the school's higher-ups. Given Lu Yi's unique situation, he was allowed to enter the secret realm alone, but a teacher would be assigned to follow him. In any case, a student with awakened summoning abilities is worth the school making such allowances. Once everyone had formed their groups, Ding Bo took out several metal spheres and distributed them to each student. These are the latest developed defense spheres. If you encounter danger, just throw it at your feet, and it will release a protective shield and a signal flare. At that time, a teacher will come to rescue you. He emphasized his words, directing his gaze at Lu Yi. After all, Lu Yi's solo entry into the secret realm undoubtedly posed higher risks. Lu Yi silently accepted the defense sphere, storing it away. Alright, let's go. Ding Bo waved his hand, leading the group of students toward the back mountain of the school. The secret realm of Qingqiu High School is located at the foot of the back mountain. On the faces of the students, some showed excitement and anticipation, fantasizing about gaining opportunities and increasing their strength in the secret realm. Others revealed hints of worry and tension as dangers lurked everywhere within. Lu Yi walked at the back of the line, chatting idly with the little fox. Finally, everyone arrived at the foot. In the midst of lush greenery, there was a round entrance radiating a soft glow. That was the entrance to the secret realm. The space around the entrance appeared slightly distorted, as if leading to another mysterious world. A mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to pause and observe. Classmates, this is the entrance to the secret realm. Once inside, everyone must be cautious. There are not only various powerful exotic beasts inside, but also potential hidden dangers. Remember, teamwork is crucial. Do not panic if you encounter danger. Use the defense sphere to call for help, Teacher Ding Bo reiterated. Subsequently, the students entered the secret realm in their groups. When it was Lu Yi's turn, he stepped into the entrance without hesitation. As he stepped into the secret realm, a strong wave of spatial fluctuation surged over him, and he felt a flash of light before arriving in a completely unfamiliar world. Here the sky exhibited an unusual purple hue, with sunlight filtering through the clouds, casting a dreamlike scene. Surrounding him were dense jungles with tall and sturdy trees, some even piercing the clouds. In the forest, various strange flowers and grasses released enchanting fragrances, yet there was also a faint hint of danger lingering. Master, this place is so interesting. The little fox's eyes sparkled as it curiously looked around. Be careful, though it appears beautiful, it is actually fraught with peril, Lu Yi said softly. At that moment, a slight rustling sound came from the bushes. A live gale wolf sprang from the bushes, its body covered in silver patterns, eyes shimmering, with a ghostly green light, sharp fangs bared, letting out a low growl. Gale wolf. Level 5. Physique 50. Strength 70. Agility 80. Spirit 40. Skills bite windblade. How the gale wolf charged towards Lu Yi and the little fox as soon as it spotted them. Lu Yi stopped the little fox, who wanted to take action, standing still and quietly waiting for the gale wolf's arrival. Not far from him, a teacher from Qingqiu Academy was observing. Qingqiu shook his head in disapproval. This kid probably hasn't been outside since awakening. He has no combat experience. Just as he was preparing to intervene, he saw Lu Yi's figure blur, a series of afterimages appearing behind him, and then in the next moment, smack, the gale wolf was sent flying, its body bursting into a mist of blood midair, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. What the hell? Qingqiu exclaimed in shock. What had just happened to the gale wolf? He hadn't seen a thing. He looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. Could it be that this guy possessed innate immense strength? It shouldn't be the case. He had awakened his summoning ability, so logically speaking, he should be considered a fragile mage. What was going on now? Meanwhile, Lu Yi felt a sense of dread in his heart for underestimating his own strength. He had intended to test the defense of the gale wolf, but ended up bursting it with merely a third of his power. He had heard Qingqiu's cry earlier, and was now pondering how to explain the situation. Well, he could just say he was born with immense strength. What Lu Yi didn't know was that his excuse coincided perfectly with Qingqiu's speculation. Qingqiu also had no idea he had already exposed himself, and subtly moved a bit closer to Lu Yi. He was prepared to observe closely how Lu Yi accomplished it the next time he made a move. Initially, he felt a bit dissatisfied that the school specifically sent him to protect a single student, thinking it was a waste of resources. But now, seeing that Lu Yi seemed to be hiding his strength, his curiosity was piqued. Why isn't this guy coming over to ask me? Forget it, I won't bother with him. Lu Yi called to the little fox, and they continued walking forward. The two had not walked far when they spotted a large group of gale wolves charging towards them. Wow, are we entering a... Lu Yi opened his right hand, and the scythe of judgment slowly appeared. He directly placed the spirit orb he had just acquired into the handle of the scythe. With a flash of golden light, a tunter-long scythe appeared in his hand. This was one of the forms of the scythe of judgment, the death scythe. Each attack on an enemy would absorb their strength, making him stronger, while weakening his opponents, rendering him virtually invincible. Since there were others present, he did not intend to use his Azura transformation. Besides, given his current attribute values, he didn't need to transform in this low-level secret realm. Slash. He lightly swung the scythe, and took down a whole group. The sound of experience notifications constantly rang in his ears, as Lu Yi felt waves of power surging into his body. Although he was continuously killing gale wolves, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. If this world had health bars like a game, Lu Yi estimated his health bar would be completely black by now. Thus, he and the little fox continued to slay gale wolves, doing it as easily as having a meal. Has he really never been outside the city? Qingqiu frowned slightly. Lu Yi's combat style was so familiar, as if he had done it countless times before. If this really was his first time killing monsters, then he must be a genius. A few minutes later, the two finally finished off all the gale wolves. I can level up now. He immediately clicked the upgrade button. Level 1. After leveling up, he received an increase of 100 points in all attributes. This is amazing. If I keep leveling up like this, won't I soon become the strongest in the world? Lu Yi looked at his attributes. According to official data, he was now comparable to a Tier 5 powerhouse. Who else among his peers could compare? Let's keep going. He nodded at the little fox. Currently, the little fox was gaining very little experience from killing these low-level beasts, as most of the experience was being absorbed by him. After the two left, Qingqiu finally emerged from his hiding spot. Incredible. The speed at which he kills is nothing like that of someone who has just awakened. He looked around at the devastation, noticing that the wolf corpses on the ground had already been collected. Strange, I saw him collect at least 10 spirit orbs just now. Is this kid really that lucky? Just being here for a while, he's earned what others might not earn in a lifetime. Qingqiu sighed a bit. Since awakening, he had killed at least 8,000 beasts, yet he had only collected around 10 spirit orbs. Compared to Lu Yi, no, there's simply no comparison. He waved his hand, and a light rain began to fall, dousing the surrounding trees that were still on fire. On the other side, Lu Yi and the little fox had not walked far when they encountered another wave of beasts. They were old acquaintances, the howling moon wolves. Sensing that the teacher following behind had not yet arrived, he switched the scythe to his other hand, and his right hand rapidly grew muscular. He then punched the incoming howling moon wolf, flattening it. This was the Azura transformation after leveling up, allowing him to enlarge any part of his body at will. Before Qingqiu arrived, he and the little fox took out all the howling moon wolves, and then continued onward. Lu Yi successfully leveled up to level 2. This speed is too fast. When Qingqiu arrived, he could only see an empty area. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Lu Yi's speed in killing beasts was truly astonishing. He recalled the task he had been assigned to protect Lu Yi. But did he even need protection? He wondered. Strange, it seems like we haven't encountered anyone else along the way. Where did they all get transported to? What the hell? Lu Yi felt puzzled. Logically speaking, this secret realm shouldn't be that large. Why were only he and the little fox transported here? Never mind. Not encountering anyone is better, it saves time for him to farm experience. For the next period, he acted like a relentless experience farming machine, leading the little fox forward. Along this path, no matter what beast it was encountering him meant death. His experience was rapidly increasing, and he would soon level up to level 3. With each kill, he became increasingly adept at controlling his own power. The feeling of reaping lives and accumulating experience with every strike filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Master, look, there's a mountain over there. The little fox pointed ahead. Lu Yi followed her gaze and saw a mountain shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist. Let's go take a look, Lu Yi said. The two quickened their pace towards the peak. Just as they approached the mountain, a group of rock armor beasts suddenly charged out from both sides of the mountain path. These rock armor beasts were massive, covered in hard rocky armor, and each step they took resonated with a dull, perfect timing. I can farm another wave of experience. Lu Yi's lips curled slightly, and the death scythe appeared in his hand once more. Facing the numerous rock armor beasts, he flickered and darted into the midst of them like a specter. Slash! Lu Yi swung the scythe, and a golden flash sliced through the air, instantly severing the heads of several rock armor beasts, blood spraying forth. The rock armor beasts were enraged and rushed towards Lu Yi, attempting to knock him down with their hard bodies. The little fox was not idle either. Flame impact. Flames soared like arrows towards the rock armor beasts. The fire struck their rocky armor, making a sizzling sound. Although it didn't break through the armor directly, it slowed down the rock armor beasts' movements. Lu Yi dashed through the swarm of rock armor beasts, his scythe swinging continuously, each attack accurately hitting their vital points. With each rock armor beast that fell, the upgrade notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 3, gaining 100 points to all attributes. Looking at his attributes, Lu Yi was overjoyed. At this moment, his attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people, making him an invincible presence among his peers. After dispatching the rock armor beasts, the two continued up the mountain. Yusiki watched their backs from behind, feeling somewhat emotional. If anyone dared to tell him now that Lu Yi was inadequate, he would definitely give them a good slap. If Lu Yi wasn't capable, then who else was? Lu Yi was completely unaware of Yusiki's thoughts as he and the little fox directly slaughtered their way to the mountaintop. As they neared the summit, he heard the sounds of fighting coming from above. Finally, I've encountered people. He stepped onto the mountaintop. At the summit, there were densely packed rock armor beasts everywhere. Master, it's them, said the little fox. Lu Yi looked in the direction she pointed and found a group of 5 surrounded by the rock armor beasts, which included Su Lan and her team. On the other side, Su Lan also spotted Lu Yi coming up. She frowned slightly. Why is this guy here? This isn't a place for you. Hurry and leave, it's too dangerous. Watching the group in a tough battle, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly as he found a clean rock to sit on. No worries, you all continue. He'll just sit here and learn a bit. This kid. The guardian of Su Lan's team, Peng Jingfeng, was somewhat speechless. Since he was already here, couldn't he at least lend a hand? Yusiki also arrived at the mountaintop, walking over to Peng Jingfeng, who was hiding nearby. What's the situation? What else could it be? Su Lan's team was directly transported here, falling right into the lair of the rock armor beasts. They've been fighting here for several hours. Peng Jingfeng said, how did you make it up here? The principal told me to follow this kid wherever he is I go. He came up from below. That's right, he came up by himself. Wasn't he said to be the bottom of the entire grade? I want to ask which bastard assessed him. Sure, it was Teacher Ding who assessed him. Cough, forget I said anything. The new attributes are as follows: Lu Yi Summoner Level 3 Physique 130, 0100 Strength 130, 0100 Agility 130, 0100 Spirit 130, 0100 Skills Azura Transformation 8 Armed Azura, no time limit, can switch can control freely. Tiger Roar Sky / Blade Technique, Chain / Blade Technique, Weapon Scythe of Judgment. The testing device is not always 100% accurate. The Tianshu Academy, one of the 7 stars, missed a genius because of it, Yusiki said. Are you referring to Yi Chen, the principal of the Yaoguang Academy? Peng Jingfeng asked. Exactly. Back then his proclamation of my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, resonated with many hearts. Today Yaoguang is regarded as a holy land by countless young men and women. You mean that the test results for Lu Yi might be inaccurate, suggesting he could be the second Yi Chen? Yusiki. Peng Jingfeng thoughtfully glanced towards Lu Yi. Just then he was hit by a wave of frustration. What are they doing? Others are still engaged in battle. Look at him, just pulling out a full set of cooking utensils. Is he preparing to have hot pot? Peng Jingfeng said, feeling somewhat speechless. It certainly seems that way. I know. The little fox replied as it reduced the size of the flames. Thus the two of them hid in a location that was difficult for the rock-armored tortoise to discover, yet visible to Su Lan and others enjoying hot pot while watching the spectacle. There's no other reason but just to annoy them. That's too much. What does he mean by this? Li Yong kicked the rock-armored tortoise in front of him. Here he is working himself to the bone, while Lu Yi sits there eating hot pot. Even if he's eating hot pot, he has pretty girls by his side caring for him, and even feeding him from time to time. I have a plan. Isn't he feeling quite comfortable? Then let him share some of the pressure with us, Wang Jiqiang said, looking at Su Lan. Miss Su, you don't mind, do you? As long as no one gets hurt, I know nothing. Su Lan turned away to deal with another rock-armored tortoise. Just watch me, I'll make you eat this. Wang Jiqiang sneered, coldly leaped high into the air and kicked hard towards the rock-armored tortoise in front of him. Boom! The tortoise let out a pitiful cry as it flew towards Lu Yi. Master, that guy is doing it on purpose. The little fox frowned slightly. You eat first. Lu Yi put down his bowl and chopsticks ready to act. When the rock-armored tortoise flew close, he calmly raised his foot and kicked. The tortoise was sent flying back. If it could talk, it would surely curse. How can a tortoise be treated like a soccer ball kicked back and forth like this? What a... Seeing the rock-armored tortoise being kicked back, Su Lan and the others exclaimed. It's worth noting that Wang Jiqiang awakened the short-tusked elephant, which gave him great strength, while Lu Yi awakened the summoning ability. Shouldn't he be the weak one? Why was he able to kick the rock-armored tortoise back so easily? What's going on? Did I see that wrong? He just kicked the rock-armored tortoise back. Lin Dong was somewhat shocked. Because Lu Yi was too weak, no one in the team wanted to carry a burden, which gave him the chance to step up. But what's happening now? Am I dreaming or hallucinating? You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. The second female student in the team, Bai Su, nodded at him. Who the hell says he's a level 0? I'll eat SHD while standing on my head. Lin Dong dared not say this out loud, only shouting it in his mind. How could he possibly do that? Su Lan was somewhat incredulous. Perhaps he was hiding his strength from the beginning, Li Yong speculated. Hiding strength? But can someone really deceive the testing device? Su Lan was taken aback. Regardless, as a classmate, it's wrong for him not to come help, instead watching the show, she stated. I will definitely tell the teacher after we go out. Wang Jiqiang said. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone was practically graduating from high school. Are you really going to tell the teacher? At this point, who would pay attention to you? He's not committing a crime. Do you really expect to stand on a moral high ground? Meanwhile, Peng Jingfeng saw Lu Yi kick the rock-armored tortoise back and couldn't help but curse. You were just like this when I saw him make his first move as he entered the secret realm. Yusiki glanced at him. But I've gotten used to it by now. I can only tell you Lu Yi is stronger than you can imagine. Then I should look forward to it. Peng Jingfeng's eyes lit up. Look forward to what? To him making a move, Yusiki asked. Yes, haven't you seen how Su Lan and the others are about to collapse? He should make a move then, right? Peng Jingfeng nodded. I think it's unlikely. He was rejected by this small team. If I were Lu Yi, I probably wouldn't step in. Not necessarily, Yusiki said. We're all classmates, there's no need to be so petty. Peng Jingfeng frowned. Hey, you're not that kid, or why are you deciding whether he should forgive them? It's surprising that you still act as a mentor without knowing what foolish kindness is. Yusiki snorted coldly. Damn, how did I not notice before that Peng Jingfeng is not someone to be deeply involved with? Hey, why are you cursing while we're just having a nice conversation? Peng Jingfeng felt somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Su Lan and the others were gradually losing their strength under the siege of the rock-armored tortoise, and it seemed they would not be able to hold on much longer. Hey Lu Yi, are you just going to stand by and watch this unfold? Su Lan asked. What else can I do? It's well known that I'm a level 0 awakener. Do you really expect a level 0 to come to your rescue? I'm just here enjoying hot pot. Lu Yi replied, gesturing with the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Su Lan's face fell in disbelief. How could this be? Even before entering the secret realm, she did indeed lose face to Lu Yi. But now she was actively trying to make amends and speak to him, so what more could he want? At worst, she would consider recruiting him to the Su family again. If Lu Yi knew her thoughts, he would surely laugh. How much confidence does one need to think that way, especially since Lu Yi had already explicitly rejected her? Didn't they say there are teachers nearby for protection? Why haven't they shown up? I can barely hold on. Li Yong took a deep breath. He had just been slapped by the rock-armored tortoise, and now half his body was in pain. Is it possible that there are really no teachers here, and we're all about to die? Bai Su's voice carried a hint of tears. That shouldn't be the case. Wang Jiqiang was also somewhat uncertain. If there really are no teachers here, then we're doomed. Lin Dong was sweating cold. He regretted internally, wishing he hadn't replaced Lu Yi in this small team. Not far away, Peng Jingfeng and Yusiki were both observing. Both were speculating whether Lu Yi would make a move when Su Lan and her team faced a life-and-death crisis. Alright, let's finish eating and head down. Lu Yi instructed the little fox to start packing up. Is he really planning to leave? Everyone was taken aback. Lu Yi, are you really going to leave and not care about our lives? With so many rock-armored tortoises, are you hoping to take one down with you? It's true what they say about a woman's heart being the most poisonous. Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently. Su Lan was infuriated. What will it take for you to help us? That depends on your sincerity. Lu Yi smirked slightly, waiting for her to say that. Alright, as long as you can help us resolve this crisis, feel free to name your conditions. I will do my best to fulfill them. Su Lan took a deep breath, her face showing an unnatural smile. That's more like it. When asking for help, one must have the attitude of asking for help. Let's set the right attitude first, then we can talk properly. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Lu Yi and the little fox had just stepped out when their figures were immediately spotted by the rock-armored tortoise. It promptly split into several heads, intending to kill them. The little fox let out a soft grunt, and a wall of fire was already set up by her, directly blocking the rock-armored tortoise that attempted to charge through. One of the tortoises, doubting its own invincibility, thought its high defense and tough skin would allow it to break through the firewall. Unfortunately, it did manage to get through, but the flames clung to it like a festering wound impossible to extinguish, and soon it fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing this, the other rock-armored tortoises dared not to charge in. Such powerful flames. A hint of jealousy flashed across Su Lan's eyes. Her awakening was of the fire attribute, but its power was far inferior to that of the little fox. Not to mention whether Lu Yi had hidden strength, just the display of the little fox alone could annihilate the group of rock-armored tortoises surrounding them. So what do you want? Su Lan asked urgently, as it was not the time to hesitate. Someone had already begun to get. Considering we are all classmates, I don't ask for much, just one essence pearl each at a fair price, no deception. Lu Yi said with indifference. Essence pearl. Li Yong and the others were taken aback. This was simply asking for too much. Why don't you go rob it? It's much faster than robbing. Besides, compared to your lives, what is just one essence pearl? To avert disaster through financial loss, don't you think? Lu Yi smiled slightly. These guys, including the one who would later replace him, came from rather affluent backgrounds. Alright, I agree. Su Lan nodded without hesitation. She had a quota of 10 essence pearls a month, giving one away was nothing. I agree too. But if you dare to go back on your word, I won't let you off. Li Yong said. Don't worry, until I've rescued you, I won't be able to take anything either. Alright, let me hear from you. Lu Yi turned to Bai Su, Wang Jiqiang, and Lin Dong. What about you? No problem, it's just an essence pearl, right? Miss Bai will give it. By the way, can we add each other as friends once we get out? Bai Su said with a smile. It depends on your performance. Can I owe it for now? Wang Jiqiang hesitated. No debts allowed. Lu Yi shook his head and urged, make your decision quickly, time waits for no one. Wang Jiqiang was furious. Where could he find an essence pearl now? Stop dragging your feet and agree to him. Li Yong scolded. But I've already used up my essence pearls this month. Wang Jiqiang explained. Agree to him, and he'll lend you one first. Li Yong frowned slightly. Thanks, brother Yong. Wang Jiqiang was overjoyed and immediately turned to Lu Yi, saying, I agree too. Finally, Lin Dong, seeing Lu Yi looking at him, nodded without hesitation. I agree as well. Very well, although it's a verbal agreement, there are 2 teachers here as witnesses, so you all shouldn't go back on your word. Lu Yi turned to look at Yusiki and Peng Jingfeng. He knows we are here. Peng Jingfeng was taken aback. I suspect he has always known he's really cunning. Yusiki nodded. Su Lan and the others were stunned. It turned out the teachers had always been present, but why hadn't they come out to help them? But now was not the time to think about this. We've all agreed, so hurry up and help. Su Lan said. What are you in a hurry for? Lu Yi glanced at the little fox. Rest assured, master. Everything is in my hand. The little fox understood Lu Yi's reluctance to display his strength before so many people. She flickered and somehow found herself within the encirclement. Then she reached out and directly pulled several people to Lu Yi's side. That was easy. The others were in shock. They hadn't even fought and were already rescued. Even the rock-armored tortoises hadn't reacted yet. Alright, you are safe now, pay up. Lu Yi extended his hand. You can reconsider my proposal. Su Lan placed the essence pearl in his hand, adding, here it is. Lu Yi chuckled upon hearing this. He had no intention of reconsidering. Li Yong coldly snorted, handing over 2 pearls, then turning to walk down the mountain. Brother Yong, wait for me. Wang Jiqiang hurriedly chased after him. After handing over the essence pearl, Lin Dong gave him a thumbs up. Everything was understood without words. Lu, this is the first time we are speaking. Let me introduce myself, Bai Su. After Bai Su and the others left, she approached Lu Yi. Hello. Lu Yi nodded slightly. This is for you. Bai Su smiled slightly, taking out the essence pearl and handing it to him. You don't need to give it to me. Lu Yi waved his hand. Lu, I find myself increasingly curious about you. Bai Su was taken aback. As far as she knew, Lu Yi came from an ordinary background, and an essence pearl was worth 100,000. He was simply turning it down without a care. It was indeed surprising. Really unexpected. Then I won't be polite. Can we consider adding each other as friends? Bai Su. Lu Yi nodded, and the 2 added each other as friends. They'll take my leave now. There is less than an hour left until the trial ends, and I need to hurry and put in more effort. You should leave quickly too. These rock-armored tortoises have high defenses and are as useless as chicken ribs. They waste time. Bai Su said. She was on the same team as Su Lan and couldn't afford to delay here. Thanks for the reminder, goodbye. Lu Yi nodded. After she left, Lu Yi turned to look at the group of rock-armored tortoises isolated by the wall of fire. They realized that Su Lan and the others were missing, so their hatred immediately shifted slowly, surrounding Lu Yi and the little fox. Let them in, Lu Yi said. All right, master. The little fox nodded. Without her source of power, the wall of fire quickly extinguished. Crack, crack. The rock-armored tortoises, seeing this, clumsily charged towards the two with their short legs, seeking death. Lu Yi smiled coldly, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, beginning to harvest experience. If Su Lan and the others were still here, they would surely be shocked by Lu Yi's speed of slaughter. To kill a rock-armored tortoise, they would at least need a few minutes, but Lu Yi could easily slay the entire front row with just a casual swing. It appeared as if he had not exerted much effort at all. This is indeed a treasure of a student. It seems he is destined for Tianshu Academy. Yusiki muttered to himself not far away. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and the little fox were killing swiftly. The attribute difference was too great, creating a completely one-sided crushing situation. Yet even so, not a single rock-armored tortoise showed any signs of retreat. They charged forward like mad, never ceasing. As time passed, gradually the pile of corpses of the rock-armored beasts on the mountaintop grew higher. At that moment, a roar echoed. The mountaintop trembled and rocks flew through the air. The corpses of the rock-armored beasts quickly slid downwards. What's happening? Su Lan and the others descending the mountain wore puzzled expressions. Bai Su's heart stirred, and she suggested, why don't we go back and take a look? Perhaps something has happened on Lu Ye's side. Li Yong furrowed his brows and said, we have just escaped danger, there's no need to take risks again. Since Lu Yi has the ability to handle the rock-armored beasts, he should be able to deal with other situations as well. Wang Jiqiang chimed in. Yes, we shouldn't go back and seek trouble for ourselves. Actually, I think Bai Su has a point. After all, it was Lu Yi who saved us. We cannot forget our benefactor. Lin Dong remarked. We should hurry down the mountain. We have already wasted too much time up here, and there's no time left to squander. Su Lan frowned slightly. That's right, let's go. Li Yong nodded. Bai Su and Lin Dong exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat speechless. Yusiki's expression turned serious as he stepped forward. Oh, this teacher, why have you come out? Lu Yi asked. A big creature is coming, so I wanted to warn you. I won't take action unless you are in life-threatening danger, so be careful. Yusiki said. Isn't it just a leader-level exotic beast? I should be able to handle it, Lu Yi nodded. Good. Yusiki was taken aback, feeling a bit expectant. He also wanted to see how much strength this exotic beast leader could force Lu Yi to reveal. Logically, special personnel should come periodically to clear out the leader-level exotic beasts within the secret realm, but it was surprising to find that one had slipped through the cracks. Boom, boom. Soon a giant rock-armored turtle climbed up from the cliff. Its shell resembled a small mountain covered in sharp rocky protrusions, and its sturdy limbs caused the ground to tremble with each step. Its eyes were as large as lanterns, exuding a fierce light, and its wide-open mouth was filled with sharp fangs, producing a roar that made the air around it buzz. Rock-armored Turtle King, level unknown, physique unknown, agility unknown, spirit unknown, skills pillar of stone, charge stone, wall guardian. Lu Yi quickly saw the opponent's attributes. Like the Howling Moon Wolf King, he still could not see their attribute values. But so what? It's just a leader-level exotic beast. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. Roar! The rock-armored Turtle King became furious upon seeing the corpses before it. It had been hiding below the cliff to evade the pursuit of the awakened students, but sensing the dwindling numbers of its kin, it could no longer resist climbing up. The rock-armored Turtle King spotted Lu Yi and the little fox on the mountaintop, roaring angrily as it raised its forelimbs high and slammed down towards them. With a loud bang, the ground was struck, creating a massive pit as dust flew everywhere. As the dust settled, Lu Yi and the little fox slowly appeared, standing in front of the blazing giant shield. Yusiki, who was about to take action, halted, looking surprised at the giant shield blocking the two. Not bad, I didn't expect he had such a powerful defensive weapon. Energy impact. Lu Yi called out the giant shield, reflecting the absorbed power back. Boom. The rock-armored Turtle King stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling off the cliff. Feeling the intense pain spreading through its body, it roared and slammed its giant claws onto the ground. Countless stone pillars erupted from the earth. Lu Yi and the little fox easily dodged. You're asking for trouble. He snorted coldly, his right hand rapidly enlarging as the death scythe reappeared in his grasp. Little fox, go hide to the side. Master, be careful. The little fox quickly hid to the side as instructed. Tiger roar, heavenly slash. Lu Yi stomped forcefully on the ground, leaping 4 to 5 meters high, and then descended while spinning towards the rock-armored Turtle King. Whoa, this kid is too reckless. Does he even know what he's doing? Yusiki was momentarily stunned. As a summoner having his summoned partner hide while he charged in to engage in close combat with the heavily armored rock-armored turtle, was he out of his mind? But Liu Ye's performance soon left him astounded. The death scythe struck down heavily on the shell of the rock-armored turtle king, slicing through it as easily as cutting tofu, leaving a deep gash. Roar! The rock-armored turtle king cried out in pain, swiping a claw. Liu Ye dodged nimbly, then made a downward slash with the death scythe. Blood gushed forth as a massive forelimb fell to the ground. Roar! The rock-armored turtle king wobbled, losing its balance. Liu Ye did not give it a chance to react, swinging the death scythe again, directly severing its head. Bang! The head of the rock-armored turtle king crashed heavily onto the ground, its eyes wide open. It could not comprehend how this seemingly weak human before it had managed to kill it. Ding! Killed the rock-armored turtle king, gained 1,000 experience. The system's voice echoed. Liu Ye checked his experience, just enough to level up. He pressed the upgrade button, and his aura became significantly stronger. Master! The little fox ran up to him. Are you injured? If killing it would cause injuries, then all my previous hardships would have been in vain. Liu Ye smiled slightly. You really have impressed me. Yusiki approached them somewhat amazed. The rock-armored turtle king was easy for him to kill, but for the students at the school, it was an unshakable. Yet Liu Ye had killed it, so effortlessly, appearing to exert very little effort. You flatter me. Please keep it a secret for me. I can't keep that secret. People from major universities have been watching your performance here the entire time. Yusiki shook his head. I know I can't hide it from them. What I mean is not to let those students know. You know I fear trouble, and don't want to see others' flattering faces. I didn't expect you to see human nature so clearly at such a young age. People who don't know might think you're an ancient monster who has lived for ages. Yusiki reflected. At Liu Ye's age, he couldn't keep secrets in his heart. Compared to him, he truly... Indeed, the thought processes of geniuses are different from those of ordinary people. In the following time, Liu Ye took the little fox and killed many exotic beasts in the secret realm. Before long, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Trial time is up. Everyone remain calm. The secret realm will automatically transport you out. One by one, figures of people began to disappear. On the playground, one student after another appeared. Most of them looked somewhat disheveled, with a few bearing injuries indicating they had encountered significant crises within the secret realm. After everyone emerged, they gathered together to discuss their experiences inside. Look, Sulan and her team have come out. They seem quite disheveled too, but at least they're much better off than us. Indeed, after all, the 5 of them are among the top ranks. Strange, why hasn't Liu Ye come out yet? Bai Su glanced around. He couldn't have died in there, could he? Wang Jicheng said. Do you think that's possible? With teachers present in the secret realm, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Think before you speak next time. Lin Dong shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Liu Ye's figure emerged. Look, Liu Ye is out. He couldn't have just hidden in there until it was over, could he? It's possible. Look, his clothes aren't even dirty. He might have just been hiding. The students whispered among them. Seeing Liu Ye appear, Bai Su's face lit up. She walked up to him and looked steadily at him, asking, Liu Ye, did anything happen on the mountain after we left? Did you encounter any danger? If I had really faced any danger, could I still be standing here? After you left, a rock-armored turtle king appeared on the mountain, but it was quickly slain by the teacher in charge of ensuring student safety. No wonder. Lin Dong and I originally planned to go back and take a look, but before we could act, that dangerous aura just disappeared. What a capable teacher! A beast king could be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Bai Su realized. Just as the two were speaking, a voice boomed. Alright, this trial has concluded. Everyone please collect your graduation certificates and return home to await further notice. Dingbo said, seeing that everyone had emerged. After the trial, students accepted by universities would receive notifications within a week. If more than a week passed, it meant they had failed. There were no voluntary applications here. The initiative to attend a university did not lie with the students. Some students might receive several acceptance letters within a week, while others might not receive any at all. Finally, I wonder if I can be admitted to a university. If no university finds me suitable, I'll have to join the hunting team to earn a living. Let's leave it to fate. After all, someone will categorize us based on our performance in the trial. Everything is still uncertain. Everyone come to collect your graduation certificates. Sulan, Liang. The teacher in charge of distributing the certificates began to call names. When Liu Ye received his graduation certificate, most of the students there had already left. Liu Ye, the principal wants to see you in his office. The teacher handed him the certificate and whispered, the principal wants to see me? Alright. Liu Ye nodded and walked towards the office building with the little fox. Soon he arrived at the location, stood still, and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside. Principal, you were looking for me. Liu Ye pushed the door and entered. So you're Liu Ye. Come in and sit. Shi Yaoyang stood up from behind his desk and led him to a nearby reception area. Principal, what did you want to talk to me about? Liu Ye asked. Don't rush. Come have a cup of tea. Qi Yaoyang poured tea for him, giving 1 cup each to Lu Yi and the little fox. Lu Yu killed a rock-armored turtle king in the secret realm. Your strength is impressive. Qi Yaoyang smiled slightly. It's alright, it's all thanks to the school's teachings. Lu Yi smiled slightly. This school doesn't dare to take credit, it's your talent that's exceptional. Qi Yaoyang waved his hand. Do you have any universities in mind? I haven't thought about it yet, I'll consider it carefully after I go back. Besides, even if I have a preference, it still depends on whether they find me suitable. Lu Yi had already guessed the purpose of his visit. Qi Yaoyang was likely here to act as a recruiter. Haha, your performance in the secret realm has already attracted the attention of those responsible for admissions. I believe by tomorrow. No. You might receive a notification letter or meet them when you get home. Thank you, Principal, for letting me know this news. Lu Yi nodded. This was within his expectations. I hope you can consider Qingqiu Academy. After all, it's the top academy in the world. Qi Yaoyang said. Rest assured, I'm not insisting that you choose this. I graduated from Qingqiu Academy myself, and just want to have another talented student at my alma mater. Moreover, I can guarantee you that as long as you agree to enter Qingqiu Academy, your tuition will be fully waived each year, and the school will provide you with a spirit pearl every month with all living expenses covered. Think it over. Hearing this condition, Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. This offer was indeed too good. However, if someone had told him this before awakening, he would have definitely accepted without hesitation. But now things are different. He really had to consider it carefully. Principal, I will seriously consider your proposal. Good, no rush. Enjoy your tea. Qi Yaoyang smiled slightly, raising his opinion of Lu Yi even more. If it were any other student, they would have likely agreed immediately upon hearing the conditions I offered. But this little fellow is quite interesting. I wonder whether he is waiting for a better offer, or simply doesn't care about the benefits Qingqiu Academy provides. I won't have any tea if there's nothing else. I'll head back now. Lu Yi glanced at his phone. Chang Xiao and Long Liyue were already cooking at home. Alright, let me see you off. Qi Yaoyang stood up. No need, Principal, you stay here. Lu Yi shook his head and left the principal's office with the little fox. Qi Yaoyang stood by the window looking down at Lu Yi and the little fox below. What do you think? He said lightly. I can't ascertain his exact strength, but he is already level 4. This means that in just a few short hours in the secret realm, he has leveled up 4 times, and all by himself. Such a rate of advancement is truly astonishing. Regardless, he is indeed extraordinarily talented. We must secure this student for Qingqiu Academy. A figure slowly materialized behind Qi Yaoyang. He had been in the office just now, using his abilities to become invisible. Even if you want him, he might not necessarily want to join. Qi Yaoyang shook his head with a light laugh. How could that be? It's the top academy in the world. Unless he's foolish, he would never refuse to join. Lu Yi put away the mini-level testing device in his hand. Then maybe I should raise the conditions a bit to prevent him from being snatched away by other academies. Master, there was another person in that office just now, the little fox said to Lu Yi. I know. Lu Yi nodded. He should be from Qingqiu Academy. Though the other party was invisible, the attribute panel was glaringly obvious, as dazzling as a candle in the dark night. Is Master planning to go to Qingqiu Academy? The little fox asked. Let's see first. Maybe other academies offer better terms. Lu Yi smiled faintly. Exactly. He was simply biding his time, waiting for the best offer. After all, he only wanted to attend university to experience life, so why not maximize the benefits? The two walked and talked as they exited the school gate. Why is she here again? The little fox complained. She was referring to Su Lan, who was waiting outside. Seeing them emerge, Su Lan's eyes lit up, and she quickly approached. She had deliberately changed into a form-fitting dress, simple, yet elegant, accentuating her graceful figure to perfection. Lu Yi, I finally caught you. Su Lan said, stopping before Lu Yi. What do you want from me? I've already made my rejection clear. Lu Yi, won't you reconsider? Su Lan leaned forward slightly, revealing the strained cleavage. Humph. The little fox snorted disdainfully. Such a meager display, and she thought she could seduce someone. Sorry, but once I've made a decision, I never go back on it. I have things to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Yi gave a slight nod and turned away with the little fox. After they left the car window behind, Su Lan rolled down, and a voice came from within. Are you finally giving up now? In a couple of days you'll prepare for the engagement banquet with Ding Yuxuan. But that Ding Yuxuan is a philanderer. Marrying him would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. Su Lan's eyes reddened. Yet your sacrifice has brought benefits to the family. The family will not forget you. Get in the car. The voice said calmly. Yes, father. Su Lan sat in the car, crystalline tears sliding down with the wind. As soon as Lu Yi and the little fox opened the door, they saw 5 strangers, men and women, seated inside the house. You're back. They're here for you. Long Liyue, who was about to open the door, wore an apron and held a spatula. After saying this, she turned and went into the kitchen. Master will go help Xiaojiu. The little fox hopped away. Yi, come sit down quickly. Cheng Xiao was chatting with the 5, and when she saw Lu Yi enter, she immediately called him over. The 5 looked up at him as well. Xiaojia, who are they? Lu Yi walked over calmly and sat down his apartment wasn't very spacious, and having 5 people on the sofa made it look rather cramped. You must be student Lu Yi. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zheng Yaoxian from Tianxian Academy, said a middle-aged man on the far left. Wang Shiyuan from Tianji Academy. Zhou Chengfeng from Tianquan Academy. Li Xingze from Yuheng Academy. Hua Jinhai from Kaiyang Academy. The 5 introduced themselves in turn. Hello. Lu Yi nodded. Student Lu Yi'll skip the pleasantries. You've probably guessed why we're here. I've come to invite you to join our academy. Zheng Yaoxian finished speaking and looked at the composed Lu Yi silently marveling. Truly a genius student. Upon hearing the purpose of his visit, his face showed not a trace of fluctuation. His calmness was astounding. He had seen many geniuses, but never one as steady and composed as Lu Yi. Our academy feels the same. We hope student Lu Yi will consider us. The terms are negotiable. Wang Qiyuan and the others were not to be outdone. What did it matter if the academy was ranked higher? The key was who offered more. Student Lu Yi, as a first meeting, please accept this small gift. I hope you don't mind. Wang Qiyuan took out a box and opened it on the table. Inside were 5 spirit essence pearls. Such a generous gesture. What exactly did Yi do in the trial to attract so many academies vying for him? Cheng Xiao, standing nearby, parted her red lips, slightly, clearly taken aback. I have one too. Zheng Yaoxian smiled faintly. The box he produced also contained 5 spirit essence pearls. Zhou Chengfeng, Li Xingze, and Hua Jinhai sighed helplessly. These sneaky old foxes. Didn't they say at the start not to bring gifts? So they were playing the game of breaking their word. Zheng Yaoxian and Wang Qiyuan exchanged glances, sparks flying between them, an undercurrent of rivalry. Sorry, but someone from Tianshu Academy approached me before you came. Lu Yi explained the terms Tianshu Academy had offered. Student Lu, the terms Tianshu Academy gave our Tianxian Academy can match them. Moreover, I can guarantee that during your enrollment, if your grades are excellent, your scholarship will be doubled. Zheng Yaoxian. Same here. Wang Qiyuan nodded. At this point, the cards were mostly on the table. It all came down to who offered better terms. From what Lu Yi said, Tianshu Academy's offer was similar to everyone else's. There was still a chance if they tried harder. Just then another knock sounded at the door. Coming. Master'll get it. The little fox ran out of the kitchen holding a large chicken leg. The door opened to reveal a young man and a very beautiful woman. Hello, is this the home of student Lu Yi? I'm Qingyan from Tianshu Academy, here to pay a visit. The young man smiled, revealing what he thought was a charming grin. Oh, it's you. Why aren't you hiding anymore? The little fox looked him over. This was the sneaky one from the principal's office. Definitely not a good person. Qingyan was taken aback. Good grief. He knew what the little fox meant. So he thought he was hiding well, but he had been discovered all along. Hello, little sister. I'm Lu Feishuan from Yaowang Academy, also here to see student Lu Yi. The beautiful woman smiled gently. Hello. You're very pretty and you have a scent I like. The little fox nodded. What scent? Lu Feish. The scent of green tea. The little fox giggled. Just kidding. Come on in. Qin Yun and Lu Feishuan exchanged glances, then both snorted coldly and turned away. Tianshu and Yaowang Academies had never gotten along, so naturally their relationship was strained. They had nearly come to blows when they met downstairs. The two entered the living room and found it already occupied by familiar faces. So many people. Everyone's here. Lu Feishuan said with a smile. I never thought even Yaowang Academy, which rarely actively recruits, would send someone. Truly a rare sight. Zheng Yaoxian remarked with some emotion. Now that Tianshu Academy had arrived and Yaowang Academy had also come, it seemed this recruitment battle would be a tough one. Who would have imagined that within this dilapidated neighborhood, admissions teachers from 7 major academies would suddenly gather? Lu Yi, I can roughly guess what the other academies have offered you. How about this? Our Tianshu Academy can multiply that by 5 times. What do you think of this offer? Qingyan stated. Multiply by 5. Qingyan, have you lost your mind? Do you, a mere admissions teacher, have that much authority? Zheng Yaoxian said. 5 essence spirit pearls a month. That was 5 million. Was it really worth it for a single student? Although he had indeed performed brilliantly in the secret realm that was only in the present, who could guarantee he wouldn't fade into obscurity later? Who would dare take that risk? Exactly, don't make empty promises just to trick Lu Yi into your academy only to lower the terms later. Li Xingze nodded, then turned to Lu Yi. Lu, you should think carefully. Don't let yourself be manipulated. Don't you all know my father Qin Chongqing? I have always meant what I said. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin. Everyone was taken aback. It was true. As a 9th-rank powerhouse, Qin Chongqing had fathered a son late in life and doted on this only child. So Qin Yun's words did carry some weight. If that was the case, what was the point of competing? Well, everyone still want to compete. Qin Yun looked around. A Yi Tianshu Academy's offer is arguably the best. What are you planning? Cheng Xiao asked in a low voice. Isn't Yaowang Academy yet to state its terms? Lu Yi said calmly. Exactly. Don't forget about our Yaowang Academy. Lu Feishuan smiled slightly. Let's see what terms you can offer. Qingqiu said. Our Yaowang Academy not only has many beauties, but our motto is to provide education without discrimination. We don't impose excessive restrictions on students. If you join Yaowang, I can guarantee you 5 Essence Spirit Pearls every month. Additionally, you can freely enter our Academy's 5 secret realms, and any resources you obtain within them are yours to keep. You should know that students from other academies have to pay exorbitant fees to enter secret realms, and they must hand over more than half of the resources they gather. Lu Feishuan said. Yaowang Academy actually has 5 secret realms. Lu Yi was startled. That's right. The other academies have at most 1 or 2 secret realms, but Yaowang Academy has 10. That's our advantage. Lu Feishuan nodded. Lu Feishuan, are you even human? Using that kind of condition. Qin Yun was speechless. He truly had no rebuttal. Even Tianshu Academy only had 2 secret realms. After all, maintaining a secret realm consumed immense resources, and Yaowang Academy was the wealthiest of the 7 major academies. Then I choose Yaowang Academy. Lu Yi nodded. It wasn't for the young ladies in the academy. Then congratulations, Lu. Hearing Lu Yi's decision, Qin Yun and the others said no more. The world was full of geniuses, and the resources needed to recruit Lu Yi could support several students, so there was no need to fight further. Thank you. Would you like to stay for a meal? Lu Yi smiled faintly. No, I have other places to go. Qin Yun shook his head and took his leave. Zheng Yaoxian and the others also departed. After all, Lu Yi wasn't the only student they needed to recruit. Then he'll shamelessly stay for a meal. Lu Feishuan smiled. She had been rushing over and hadn't had a chance to eat. Soon the food was served. By the way, this is your admission letter. Lu Feishuan placed a large red gift box on the table. Lu Yi was puzzled. Hadn't he just decided? Was it ready already? Since I decided to come recruit you, I was 100% confident. Lu Feishuan smiled slightly, as if to say she never did things without certainty. Let me see. The little fox curiously opened the large red gift box. Inside lay an admission letter crafted from pure gold, emitting a dazzling and luxurious glow under the light. At the center of the letter's cover was embedded a round, full essence spirit pearl shimmering, with a dreamy luster, faint wisps of energy radiating from it. Opening the letter, the characters were written in a special golden ink, each stroke penetrating the paper, exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity. It reads, Student Lu Yi possessing exceptional talent and demonstrating extraordinary potential on the path of cultivation. After careful consideration, we cordially invite you to join and hereby grant you the status of a formal student of Yaowang Academy. Yaowang Academy adheres to the principle of education without discrimination, dedicated to providing every student with ample space for growth and high-quality cultivation conditions. From the date of enrollment, student Lu Yi will receive 5 Essence Spirit Pearls monthly as a cultivation resource subsidy to aid in your smooth progress on the path of cultivation. You may freely enter the Academy's 5 secret realms, and all resources obtained within them are yours to keep with no need to surrender them. May student Lu Yi diligently cultivate within the Academy, achieve greatness soon, and bring honor to the institution. Signed, Hua Xingchen, Dean of Yaowang Academy. The wording of this letter isn't much different from a contract. Reading it, a warm current surged in Lu Yi's heart. This was more than an admission notice, it was Yaowang Academy's recognition and expectation of him. So Lu, are you satisfied with this letter? Lu Feishuan asked with a smile. Very satisfied. I never expected Yaowang Academy to be so sincere. Lu Yi nodded. Haha, glad you're satisfied. A student as outstanding as you deserves our best treatment, Lu Feishuan said. By the way, Lu, how much do you know about? Lu Yi shook his head. Just the basics, like Yaowang being wealthy. I only learned about the many secret. Hearing this, Lu Feishuan smiled and began to introduce it. Our Yaowang Academy has deep foundations among the 7 major academies. Besides abundant cultivation resources and numerous secret realms, the Academy also has a team of powerful mentors. These mentors are at least 6th-rank powerhouses, with many being 7th or 8th-rank super experts. Lu Yi listened with great interest, his anticipation growing. By the way, Lu, there's still some time before the term starts. You can prepare in advance. The Academy will send someone. Lu Feishuan continued. No need, I can go on my own. Lu Yi shook his head. That won't do. The school values gifted students like you and can't risk any danger. Lu Feishuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lu Yi said. After the meal, Lu Feishuan stood up to leave. Lu will take my leave for now. Thanks for the hospitality. Looking forward to seeing you at the Academy. Take care, Teacher Lu. Lu Yi escorted Lu Feishuan to the door and only closed it once her figure disappeared. By the way, Xiaojiu, where are Lai Yan and the others? Lu Yi asked. They won't be coming back. Long Liu said. What do you mean by they can't come back? They are dead. Lu Yi was taken aback by Long Liu's words. What does that mean? Could it be that his mount is simply gone? That can't be right. He can sense that Lai Yan and the others are alive and well. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Jiu doesn't mean that. Today the two of us went outside the city to bring back Lai Yin and the others, but those little guys are as tall as 2 meters now, as if they've been fed pig feed. Given their current appearances, they can't possibly enter the city, otherwise others might think there's another beast attacking the city. You wouldn't want them to end up like that moon-worshipping wolf, would you? Qingqiu said. Is it really that serious? Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. He wasn't really clear about this matter. Of course. You know that they are your mounts, but does everyone else know it? Therefore, to let them enter the city, you need to get identification. Qingqiu nodded. Where do I go for that? Lu Yi asked. There's a department in the Awakeners Guild called the Pet Beast Office. You need to apply there. Qingqiu thought for a moment, and said, Pet Beast Office. Alright, I'll go to the Awakeners Guild tomorrow. Lu Yi nodded. Then when you go to the Awakeners Guild tomorrow, don't forget to register for the benefits. First-tier Awakeners can receive 100 welfare funds every month. You shouldn't miss out on that. Qingqiu said. What about second-tier, third-tier, and beyond? Lu Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. His current strength was comparable to that of a fifth-tier Awakener. He wondered how much welfare he could receive each month. Second tier can receive 0 per month, third tier 0, and so on. However, who would bother with such small amounts above the fifth tier? Qingqiu shook her head with a smile. I would. Lu Yi shouted in his heart. Who has a grudge against money? Certainly not him. Early the next morning, Lu Yi went to the Awakeners Guild. As the name suggests, this is an organization dedicated to serving Awakeners. There are so many people. He looked at the bustling scene before him, surprised. He hadn't expected so many people to come to the guild so early in the morning. Following the flow of people into the hall, he looked up at the signs above and quickly found the place he wanted to go. Following the signs, he stopped at the Exotic Beast Adoption Transfer and Registration Office. Upon opening the door, it was as noisy as if 500 ducks were being raised inside. Lu Yi looked up and saw that the place was crowded with people, most of them holding various small exotic beasts. He even saw someone keeping a jumping spider as a pet. Just then a soft and cute voice suddenly rang in Lu Yi's ears. Hello, may I ask what business you are here for? He looked down and saw a cute girl with twin ponytails wearing a uniform and large black-rimmed glasses. Lu Yi easily spotted the name tag pinned to her chest. Pet Beast Office Intern Yin Lily. Hello, I would like to apply for identification for my exotic beast. Where should I go? Lu Yi asked. What type of exotic beast is it? Yin Lily inquired. Do I really need to specify that? Lu Yi didn't expect getting a certificate would be so troublesome. It's the kind that can help in battles and be ridden. You're talking about a mount. Yin Lily was momentarily taken aback. Yes, that's right. It's a mount. Lu Yi nodded. To apply for identification for a mount, you need to go to the large exotic beast area. This area contains only many exotic beasts. Please follow me. Yin Lily smiled slightly. Lu Yi nodded and followed her through the crowd into the pet beast office. During this time, he noticed that this girl named Yin Lily was quite remarkable. She had a youthful appearance, but an outstanding figure which inevitably attracted some ill-intentioned people. Moreover, with so many people here, it was natural for many to try to take advantage of the situation. However, those who wanted to take advantage couldn't touch a single hair of Yin Lily. Although she walked among the crowd, it felt as if she was not part of it at all. Lu Yi was curious about her abilities and wanted to check her attributes. However, everything was unknown. It seemed that Yin Lily must be at least 10 levels above Lu Yi. Soon the two arrived at the office of the large exotic beast area. Compared to the original place, it was much quieter here. But the protective measures in the office area were significantly stronger. The staff were all enclosed in cages made of high-strength materials, almost like they were in prison. Conversely, the exotic beasts that should be locked up were outside. Because all mounts are large exotic beasts, if they go berserk, it could result in unimaginable consequences. Therefore, everyone can only sit inside the protective area. Yin Lily explained to Lu Yi voluntarily. I understand, thank you. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Every seemingly absurd rule must have come at the cost of an unforgettable price. He speculated that a very tragic incident must have occurred here before. They'll take you here, you just need to follow the instructions to apply, Yin Lily said. Wait a moment. Lu Yi. Yin Lily tilted her head. Do I have to bring my mount with me? Lu Yi asked. What else? Your mount has to be present for us to take a photo for registration and check if it's wearing a restraint ring. Yin Lily. Restraint ring. Lu Yi heard a new term and quickly took out his phone to look it up. A few minutes later So this so-called restraint ring is a tool for restraining exotic beasts using modern technology to implant a detonating bead that can be controlled at any time inside the beast's skull. You don't even know what a restraint ring is. Yin Lily looked at him in surprise. Of course I know. Lu Yi coughed lightly and asked, let me put it this way. For example, if my mount doesn't have a restraint ring, can it not receive identification? That is indeed the case. There has never been an exception. Yin Lily nodded. I understand, thank you. Lu Yi nodded. It's what I should do. Yin Lily looked at Lu Yi with some suspicion. Could this kid be trying to get close to her by making up excuses to— May I ask where your mount is? Yin Lily inquired. My mount. It's outside the city, though I must have identification to bring it back. Otherwise why would I come here? Lu Yi said. Yan Lily took a deep breath upon hearing this. Good heavens. It turns out this kid was just playing by himself. In her eyes, whatever mount was still outside the city was merely an excuse. Yan Lily turned around, and left no longer willing to waste time with this guy. Lu Yi shook his head, deciding to think of another way. He turned and exited the pet beast office. Seeing Yan Lily, he hurried a few steps to catch up. Beauty, I have something to ask you. It's you again, what is it? Yan Lily thought to herself, cursing inwardly. How could this guy be so persistent? I want to know where the ranking test is held. Lu Yi asked. The ranking test? You want to participate in the... It's just ahead, you can see the queue over there. Yan Lily pointed not far ahead. Alright, thank you. Lu Yi nodded and walked forward. Could it really be that he is here for the ranking test, and not just to flirt with me? Yan Lily murmured to herself. She probably forgot that it was she who initiated the conversation with Lu Yi in the first place. This so-called flirting was something she imagined. On the other side, Lu Yi completely forgot about this little episode. He arrived at the ranking test location and walked to a table set aside. Hello, may I ask what procedures are required for the ranking test? A very beautiful girl was sitting at the table. She looked up at Lu Yi, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Little brother, you must have just awakened not long ago, right? You came to take the ranking test so soon. Yes, what should I call you, sister? Your sweet talk is quite charming, but I won't tell you my name. Go fill out the form. The girl handed him a form. Thank you, sister. Lu Yi took the form, picked up a pen from the table, and bent over to fill it out. After finishing, he handed the form back to the girl. Graduated from Qingqiu High School, awakened as a summoner. The girl's voice suddenly rose, startling the people waiting in line around them. The girl realized her reaction was a bit too over the top and apologized to the people around. Then she looked Lu Yi up and down. So you are the Lu Yi. You know me? Lu Yi was taken aback. I have a cousin at your school, as she mentioned you. She said you are handsome and have a good personality, and you are the secret crush of many girls at your school. But she also said that during the trial test you seem to have tested as level 0. It has only been a day and you are already here for the ranking test. That's a bit puzzling, isn't it? The girl was somewhat confused. Sorry, that's my private matter. Lu Yi shook his head. Alright, I guess I asked too many questions. You can go wait in line. When your name is called, just go in for the test. By the way, just call me Hong Xiao. The girl felt a bit embarrassed, as she indeed had been too nosy. Thank you, Sister Hong Xiao. Lu Yi took the form and joined the queue in front of him. The ranking test proceeded quickly, and soon it was his turn. This was Lu Yi's first time here. After entering the room, he found that there was not a single person inside. The door closed automatically, and a beam of light illuminated him. Lu Yi felt as if the scene before his eyes changed, appearing in a strange environment. Is this an illusion? Welcome to the holographic simulation combat area. The ranking test will begin in 5 minutes. It has been detected that the tester has not undergone a ranking test before, so we will now introduce the ranking rules. To pass the first level test, you need to defeat 5 level 10 beasts within 1 minute. Now please select your weapon. A voice echoed in Lu Yi's ears, followed by various weapon options appearing. Holographic simulation. That's high-tech. Lu Yi muttered to himself. He thought he would have to test his strength or something, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a combat test, and it was fully automated. However, it still had its shortcomings. At least it did not manifest his summoner attributes. There weren't many good weapon choices, so he decided to use a knife. 5 minutes quickly passed. 5 armored turtles appeared before Lu Yi, which were old friends of his. The moment they appeared, they charged straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi met them with his knife. Chain slash. He swung his knife repeatedly, as if cutting vegetables, directly slaying the 5 armored turtles before him. Congratulations, you have passed the first level test. Would you like to continue? The voice sounded again. Let's continue. Lu Yi spun his knife in the air. This test was far too simple for him now. Alright, the second level test requires you to kill 10 level 20 beasts. As the voice fell, 10 flaming lions, each several meters tall, appeared before Lu Yi. Flaming lion level 20 physique, 300 strength, 350 agility, 400 spirit, 320 skills. Fireball flame impact lions roar. The flaming lions opened their mouths simultaneously as they appeared and blasted fireballs at him. Not bad. Lu Yi snorted coldly, his figure flickering. Azura transformation. He instantly transformed into an 8-armed Azura, his height rapidly increasing to 2 or 3 meters. The moment he transformed into the 8-armed Azura, the entire holographic simulation arena began to shake violently and emitted a buzzing sound. Program error, program error. The voice from the simulation arena sounded an urgent alarm. Garbage program. I haven't even used my full power yet. Lu Yi frowned slightly, quickly shrinking his figure, leaving only the 8-armed state. The alarm in the simulation arena gradually faded away. Lu Yi flickered and was already beside a flaming lion. His 8 arms each held a weapon, beginning his assault. Roar. The 10 flaming lions simultaneously let out a furious roar. Lu Yi heard a buzzing sound in his ears, momentarily dazed. Is this the lion's roar? It actually has a mind-shaking effect. Lu Yi snorted coldly and directly cleaved one of the flaming lions in half. Then with a heavy kick, he sent several others flying. Those that were kicked off exploded. Just from the first wave of collision, 4 flaming lions had already been eliminated. 10 minutes later, Lu Yi walked out of the testing room. Little brother, are you done with the test? Hong Xiao asked. I should be. Not. It seems the ranking room malfunctioned, so I just came out, Lu Yi said as he had just been preparing to take the 3rd level test when he was kicked out of the full simulation arena. Malfunction? That's impossible. The ranking room undergoes maintenance every day. Hong Xiao was taken aback and stopped those wanting to enter, walking in herself. Soon she walked out again. Sorry everyone, the ranking room has experienced a technical malfunction in today's tests. Please come back tomorrow. Huh. It was perfectly fine before. How did it suddenly malfunction for no reason? The guy behind Lu Yi was somewhat annoyed as it was just about to be his turn, and then this happened. Kid, did you do something? He glared angrily at Lu Yi. Kid, what did you do in there? You actually broke the holographic simulation field. The person who had been waiting in line behind Lu Yi turned to ask him. Don't accuse me without evidence. You're slandering me. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Alright, no arguing here. Everyone disperse. Hong Xiao, somewhat exasperated, signaled to the guild warriors patrolling nearby. Seeing the enforcers, the crowd quickly scattered. Little brother, you should head back for now. Come again tomorrow. Hong Xiao looked at Lu Yi. Alright. Lu Yi nodded and left the guild. Stepping out of the guild's main gate, he felt somewhat frustrated. Neither of the 2 things he came to accomplish had been done, and it seemed he would have to think of another way. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yesterday Lu Feishuan had said he could call her if he needed anything. And now he certainly had a matter to discuss. With that thought, he immediately dialed Lu Feishuan's number. Hello. The call was quickly answered, and the other end came through with Lu Feishuan's languid voice. After the crowd dispersed, Hong Xiao notified the maintenance crew to come and repair the assessment room. How did it suddenly break down? She murmured to herself. As the most frequently used area in the guild, the assessment room underwent daily inspections and maintenance. Theoretically, it shouldn't have malfunctioned. Sister Hong Xiao. A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Lily. Hong Xiao turned her head in annoyance. Hee, did I scare you? What's going on? Yin Lily asked. A malfunction. Hong Xiao replied. So that somewhat handsome guy earlier, did he get tested? Yin Lily inquired, feigning nonchalance. You mean Lu Yi? It was during his test that the assessment room malfunctioned. He didn't even finish. Hong Xiao looked at her with a smile. Was this little girl smitten? So his name is Lu Yi, Yin Lily murmured. As the 2 chatted, several maintenance personnel walked out of the assessment. Is it fixed, eh? Hong Xiao asked. It's done. There was a bug in the program, so we reinstalled the lead person said. I've been saying the assessment room's program needed an upgrade. What's different this time? Hong Xiao inquired. We added several hundred new profession simulations, but the spirit pearl will deplete faster than before, the person replied. How much faster? Originally 1 spirit pearl could last 10 days, and now it might need replacing in a week. 1 a week. Not too extreme, but he'll still file a report. Hong Xiao nodded upon hearing this. The Awakened Guild had always adhered to the principle of serving the Awakened, offering many things for free, including this assessment test. By the way, Steward Hong Xiao, the spirit pearl inside needs replacing. Please remember to change it. Alright, I understand. Hong Xiao nodded. After those people left, she quickly walked inside. Yin Lily followed behind. Hong Xiao went to one side, took out a key, and opened the device containing the spirit pearl. The pearl, once lustrous and gleaming, now resembled a stone weathered for centuries, dull and devoid of any sheen. It really does need replacing, Yin Lily remarked. That shouldn't be. Hong Xiao stood up, operated another panel, and the wall split open to reveal a compact computer. Her hands fluttered like butterflies as she manipulated the keyboard rapidly. Yin Lily, watching from the side, barely dared to breathe. Soon Hong Xiao stopped perspiration on her forehead. I only recovered a little. She rubbed her slightly swollen temples. What happened? Yin Lily asked. I replaced this spirit pearl just yesterday, and now it's like this. I suspect. You suspect there was a 3rd tier or higher awakened among those tested? Exactly. Only a 3rd tier or higher awakened would consume such a massive amount of energy instantly during the test. I just managed to recover some of today's data. Hong Xiao began to examine the data. As the records of one assessment taker after another scrolled by, the 2 grew increasingly tense. Both had a guess in their minds, but it was too absurd to voice aloud. A few minutes later, Hong Xiao finally found the data of the last test taker. Upon seeing the record, the 2 stared at each other in shock. Lu Yi's data indicated he had passed the 1st and 2nd tier assessments, but during the 3rd tier test the data was corrupted and unreadable. Sister Hong Xiao, am I seeing things? Or is it just a bug in the assessment room's program? Yin Lily, impossible. The place is inspected daily. And if there were a problem, why would it only happen when he was testing? Why would only his data be corrupted? Hong Xiao shook her head with difficulty. So you mean? His data is real. but the records show he only awakened not long ago. How is that possible? Yin Lily was deeply shaken. If Lu Ye's strength had indeed reached the 3rd tier, he would undoubtedly be a genius. 1 in a million. I don't believe it either, but the facts are right before me, and I have no choice but to accept them. She recalled what her cousin had said. How yesterday after the trial test at Qingqiu High School the students had heaped scorn and sarcasm upon Lu Yi, even beginning to ostracize him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Never bully a youth in poverty. He silenced everyone in a single day. Hong Xiao murmured, then shook her head. Perhaps Lu Yi had been hiding his true abilities all along. She admitted to herself that at his age, faced with such mockery, she would never have been able to remain unaffected. No, I must go see him immediately. Hong Xiao turned and left. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Yin Lily now realized that her words earlier had been nothing but wishful thinking. An awakened so young, at least at the 3rd tier. What kind of woman couldn't he find? Why would he be interested in her? Hong Xiao drove to Lu Ye's residential complex. The two got out of the car and walked to the window of the security booth. Hello, would like to go in and see Lu Yi. The security guard, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing this. Seeing Hong Xiao and Yin Lily, a flash of admiration crossed his eyes. Another one coming for that kid. He sure has a lot of romantic entanglements. The guard was both envious and grumbling. Sorry, but I haven't received notification from the resident, so I can't let you in. He shook his head. We're from the Awakened Guild. Hong Xiao presented her credentials. The Awakened Guild. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately stood up. Strictly speaking, everyone was a member of the guild. Gazing at the beautiful woman before him, the security guard felt no stirring of inappropriate thoughts. He returned the credentials to Hong Xiao, then found Lu Ye's number in the contact book and dialed it. Hello. A voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Yi, it's me, Little Li. Yeah, Little Li from the guard room. There are 2 people from the Awakened Guild here to see you. Do you want to come down? People from the Awakened Guild looking for me. I just got back from there. Just let them come up directly. Lu Yi hung up. His face was now plastered with several strips of paper, and he held a handful of cards. Pair of 3s. Can't beat that. You don't even have a pair of 3s. I'm sure to win. Pair of kings. I only have 1 card left. The little fox leaped up excitedly. Bomb. Lu Yi threw down a bomb. Master, why didn't you bomb me earlier? Now I'm down to 1 card. You gave me hope first, only to crush it with your own hands. The little fox looked on the verge of tears. I just didn't have the heart to bomb you when you were so happy. Lu Yi remained unmoved. After these days he had grown accustomed to the little fox's occasional inadvertent displays of allure. A Yi who was on the phone. Qingqiu asked. It was the guard room. They said some people from the Awakened Guild. Lu Yi replied. They're not here to make me pay compensation, are they? How could that be? The Awakened Guild. Qingqiu was a bit exasperated. Then they must be here to recruit me. Lu Yi nodded. There were no other possibilities besides these 2. Not long after, a knock came at the door. They'll get it. The little fox ran to the door, cards in hand. When the door opened, Hong Xiao and Yin Lily were startled. Does Lu Yi live here? Hong Xiao asked. Come in, master is waiting for you. The little fox said with a smile, the paper strips on her face fluttering as she spoke, looking quite comical. Master. Hong Xiao and Yin Lily exchanged a glance. On the way here they had looked into Lu Yes, and you are the companion Lu Yi summoned, aren't you? Yin Lily asked. Clever girl, you got it right. Too bad there's no prize. The little fox giggled. Hong Xiao and the other followed her into the living room. They were taken aback again upon seeing Long Liyue and Qingqiu. Good heavens, in this shabby little house, there were actually 3 beautiful women. And each had her own unique charm. Some playful and cute, some knowledgeable and elegant, others cold. Yin Lily felt her face burning with shame. With so many beautiful girls around him, why would he ever be interested in her? Lu Yi, we meet again. Hong Xiao smiled softly. Oh, it's you too. Have a seat. Lu Yi tore the paper strips from his face and invited them to sit on the sofa. What brings you here? Lu Yi asked the little fox to get them some water. Thank you. Hong Xiao accepted the water and expressed her thanks. I just came along with Sister Hong Xiao. Just ignore me. Yin Lily shook her head. I wanted to ask, during the level assessment, which tier did you pass? Hong Xiao said. I had just passed the 2nd tier and was about to start the 3rd when I was kicked out of the holographic simulation field. Lu Yi said, honestly, the experience was terrible, definitely deserves a bad review. Just as I thought. Hong Xiao and Yin Lily exchanged excited glances. It really was him. Qingqiu, sitting nearby, was puzzled. What was Yi talking about? What 1st tier, 2nd tier? Yi, come with me for a moment. She stood up and pulled Lu Yi aside. Tell sister honestly, what level is your Lu Yi spread his hands to gesture. What a... Qingqiu let out a shriek, then quickly covered her mouth and turned to tell Hong Xiao and the others it was nothing, just a cockroach. Afterward, she turned back to scrutinize Lu Yi. She never imagined that the little boy she once bullied until he cried had now become so strong. The key question was, how had he done it? Qingqiu distinctly remembered that just a few days ago, he was lying in a hospital bed hovering between life and death. Now he had suddenly become so powerful. It made her wonder if the Lu Yi before her was still the same Lu Yi she knew. Don't worry, Xiao Jia. It's still me. I haven't been possessed by a necromancy-type awakener. Lu Yi saw the look in her eyes and knew she had misunderstood. Of course it's true. In the same Lu Yi who was in the mental hospital with you, the one who walked the streets with you after we got out, ate at street stalls, and beat up punks together. Listening to these memories one after another, Qingqiu felt deeply moved. Though they had only known each other for 2 or 3 years, it felt like a lifetime. Xiao Jia, there are some things I can't tell you, but you have to believe me. I will never change, absolutely never. Lu Yi said. I believe you. Qingqiu nodded. In truth, ever since she returned this time, she had felt Lu Yi was hiding something from her. But everyone has secrets, so she didn't mind. But you were too reckless. How could you expose your strength at the awake? After all, you're somewhat well known in Yingchuan City. Countless eyes are watching you. Qingqiu complained. I hadn't planned to reveal too much. I was going to finish the 3rd-tier assessment, and then leave, but the assessment room malfunctioned. Lu Yi said quietly. They must be here to invite you to join the Awakened Guild as an official member. Decide for yourself when the time comes. Qingqiu advised. Join the guild. What if I say no? Lu Yi was taken aback. It's okay if you refuse, but I suggest you think it over carefully. I hear the benefits are much better after joining. As for how good, I'm not sure. Qingqiu said. She had never been invited to join a guild, so she wasn't entirely clear. After discussing it, they returned to the living room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Little Fox, bring some fruit for our guests. Lu Yi said. Yes, master. The little fox nodded. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. Hong Xiao felt a bit awkward. She looked at Long Liyue and Qingqiu and asked, and who might these two be? Oh, this is my sister Qingqiu, and this is Xiao Jiu. You can call her Long Liyue. Lu Yi introduced. Hello, I apologize for the sudden visit without bringing any gifts. Hong Xiao said with a smile. Hello. Qingqiu nodded. Long Liyue glanced at Hong Xiao, expressionlessly pointed at the water on the table, and gave a slight gesture. Okay, thank you. Hong Xiao picked up the bottle and took a sip of water, thinking to herself that this girl was truly aloof. She wasn't sure if Long Liyue's gesture meant she should drink, or if she was implying she talked too much and should be quiet. In the room, Lu Yi sat across from Hong Xiao, and Yin Lily opening with a question, what brings you both to me? Yin Lily glanced at Hong Xiao. She had come along to apologize, and she wasn't responsible for anything else. Hong Xiao put down the bottle, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. I came to formally invite you to join the guild on behalf of the association. Lu Yi's heart stirred. Qingqiu was right, their purpose was indeed this. What benefits will joining the guild bring me? Once you become an official member, your monthly allowance will double compared to... Moreover, no matter which city you are in, if you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the local guild, which will do its utmost to assist you. Hong Xiao explained. So what do I need to do? Lu Yi inquired, knowing that nothing comes free. You just need to complete one guild task each month, which may involve capturing criminals or helping to find items. It will not exceed your capabilities, though some level of danger is inevitable, as no one can guarantee complete safety. Hong Xiao continued. But I will be going to school soon. Lu Yi said. Has your admission letter arrived? Yin Lily exclaimed. She remembered that the trial test was only completed yesterday. Yes, it has arrived. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Impressive. Hong Xiao remarked, acknowledging that gold will always be discovered no matter how well it is hidden. Sorry, Lu Yi. May I ask which academy you will be attending? Yin Lily asked. I will be going to Yaowang Academy. Lu Yi nodded. Yaowang Academy. Wow, that was the academy I admired the most back then, but they didn't think highly of me. Yin Lily said enviously. Well, you eventually went to Tianshan Academy. Hong Xiao replied. Lu Yi, your schooling and guild tasks, you only need to complete one task each month regardless of where you accept it from the Awakener Guild. So that's how... Lu Yi asked with some confusion. Can Sister Hong Xiao represent the guild? She is merely a receptionist, how could she recruit me? The current president of the Awakener Guild is my master. I am not just a receptionist. I happen to be filling in for someone these past few days. Speaking of which, we are quite fated. Hong Xiao smiled slightly, noting that if she hadn't been there, today's ranking room incident might have been just an accident, and the guild would have missed the opportunity to recruit a future star. Indeed, it's quite a fate. Lu Yi nodded. By the way, I originally found someone to help me apply for an identification for my mount. Now that we are all on the same side, can it be done directly? Of course. Hong Xiao nodded. These are trivial matters. After we return to the guild, you'll need to undergo the ranking test again. Once the test is completed, it'll help you register your identity, and you will officially become a member of the guild. No problem. Is the ranking room repaired? Lu Yi asked. The ranking room you originally tested in has been repaired. However, this time you'll need to go to another ranking room for testing. When Oi? Lu Yi inquired. If it's convenient for you, we can go now. If not, we can go tomorrow. Hong Xiao looked at the note stuck to Lu Yi's face, trying to suppress a smile. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. Lu Yi put down the card in his hand and stood up. Master, I will go with you this time, the little fox said. I want to go too. Long Liyue also stood up. Alright then, I will drive you all there. Qingqiu said. Everyone went downstairs. High-level ranking room. There were hardly any people here. When Hong Xiao brought Lu Yi and the others over, there were only a few people sitting on the surrounding sofas. Lu Yi surveyed the surroundings, quietly marveling that this was indeed the place for receiving high-level awakeners rankings. Here there was no need to queue, and there were beautiful reception staff to assist. He noticed several people present, some sipping coffee, others enjoying milk tea, looking quite at ease. Upon hearing footsteps, everyone curiously turned their heads. However, upon seeing the youthful faces, they turned back. They assumed Lu Yi was merely a junior accompanying them to gain some experience. Little did they know Hong Xiao's simple words left them dumbfounded. Lu Yi, wait here for a moment. I will handle your paperwork. Send me the information about your mount, and I will take care of the formalities. All right, thank you, sister. Lu Yi nodded. Lily, stay here with me. Hong Xiao instructed. Okay. Yin Lily nodded. After Hong Xiao left, a voice with a sarcastic tone rang out. The guild is really losing value. Now anyone can come for a ranking. I had heard that as long as you pay you can pass the ranking test. I didn't expect to encounter it today. With this voice, light laughter erupted in the area. I absolutely detest gossips like this. Yin Lily, ignore them, let's sit down first. Qingqiu said calmly. Hey beauties, do you want to exchange contact information? A guy with a pompadour shouted over. Do you think you're worthy, eh? To everyone's surprise, it was Long Liyue. Well said. Lu Yi clapped his hands ready to retort, even without Xiao Jiu's prompting. What a fiery— The pompadour frowned slightly, standing up from the sofa. Sir, you can't cause trouble here, said a nearby beautiful receptionist. Get lost. The pompadour roughly pushed her aside. If not for a colleague supporting her, she would have fallen to the ground. Beauty, you have two choices, either be my girlfriend, or I will beat this kid to death. But don't worry, I won't make a move here. After all, some rules still need to be followed. The pompadour looked at Long Liyue, secretly thinking how tall this woman was. He himself was already quite tall, but standing face to face with Long Liyue made him feel 3 inches shorter. Using him to threaten me. Seeking death. Long Liyue's eyes glinted with killing intent upon hearing this. She stepped forward, her weapon in hand, sweeping in one move directly, sending him flying. The pompadour was caught off guard, taking the full brunt of the blow. His body flew backward for 4 or 5 meters, crashing to the ground and rolling away. For a moment, the entire area was in chaos with people and things flying. You dead woman. You actually ambushed me. The pompadour slowly got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Die. The resting area was in disarray due to the crew cut's antics, forcing everyone to stand up. Someone looked at him with dissatisfaction and complained, "Are you even capable? How could he be knocked back and spit blood by a woman? He might as well practice at home. What a disgrace. Exactly, with skills like yours, how do you expect to attract girls? Go back to sleep, there's everything in dreams." Everyone shut up. I was caught off guard earlier, she ambushed me. The crew cut was furious upon hearing this. He jumped up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You dead woman, you're asking for it. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and charged directly at Long Liyue. You're asking for death. Long Liyue shook her gun, ready to pierce him to the core. Xiao Jiu, let me handle this. Lu Yi stood in front of her and shouted, get lost. His right hand rapidly expanded, then he slapped the crew cut across the face. Smack. Accompanied by a scream, the crew cut was sent flying once more. This time he was in worse shape and couldn't even get up. Hiss. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed his miserable state. To injure a third-tier awakener with a single slap, this young man was formidable. What happened? Hong Xiao hurried over, having heard the commotion from afar. Sister Hong Xiao. Yin Lili recounted the events. Bring him out. Hong Xiao ordered someone to throw the crew cut out, leaving his life or death to fate. After the area was cleaned up, Hong Xiao led them to sit at one of the tables. Others sat far away, fearing they might provoke Lu Yi with a careless word. This is proof that you can now freely enter and exit the city with your mounts. Just remember to follow the rules, no letting your beasts run wild in the city, only slow walking is allowed. Hong Xiao said. Thank you. Lu Yi nodded and took the 4 badges made of unknown metal which served as identification for his pets, unique and unparalleled. Once he took the badges outside the city for Li Yin and the others, they would be able to enter and exit any city freely. After settling matters with Li Yin and the others, Lu Yi began to wait for the grading test. Not far from them, others whispered about Lu Yi's relationship with the girls. Which family does this kid belong to? He has quite a reputation. He's here for a top-level test, and he even has 2 guild members accompanying him, both top beauties. I checked the records, and it seems none of their identities match his. Could he be from somewhere else? Who knows? Why don't you go ask Hong Xiao? Actually, I'm not that curious anymore. The crowd kept their voices low while discussing. Yet Lu Yi still overheard them. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just as expected, rumors spread this way. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Lu Yi's turn. I'm going in first. He stood up and nodded to Qingqiu and the others. Go for it, master. The little fox made a victory gesture. Go for it. Long Liu smiled, her eyes filled with encouragement. Remember what I told you. Qingqiu stepped forward and hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear. Got it. Lu Yi nodded and walked towards the grading room. Not far from there, Ding Yuxian hid behind a door. Why is it this kid? How could he possibly be participating in the level assessment? He looked at Lu Yes back and due to the little fox, he had specifically investigated Lu Yi and even secretly stirred trouble between Ding Yushui and Lu Yi. He had imagined countless scenarios for meeting Lu Yi again, but none were like this. The reason he came here was to accompany an elder from his family under the pretext of gaining some insights. Originally, he was quite pleased, thinking that he could meet many seniors and perhaps encounter someone in a good mood to offer him some guidance. But he never expected to run into someone familiar here. This familiar face was someone he used to disdain even looking at. Oh no. Ding Yuxian felt uneasy. What if Lu Yi found out about what he had done? Wouldn't that mean his doom? The Ding family surely wouldn't offend Lu Yi for his sake. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if Lu Yi was just a pretender here, merely to experience the process? With this thought, he stood there waiting. Time flew by, and in a blink 10 minutes passed. The grading room door opened from within, and Lu Yes' figure slowly walked out. Master, you're out. The little fox bounced over joyfully. Qingqiu and Long Liu also stood up to welcome. How did it go? Qingqiu asked. Sigh. Lu Yi sighed and shook his head. Did it break again? Hongxiao's heart skipped a beat at the sight. No, the level has been assessed. I just feel it's not quite ideal. Lu Yi spread his hands, revealing a light silver badge resting in his palms, with a crescent moon etched on its surface. Tier 3 Moonlight level. Hongxiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. This is not ideal. Are you aiming for the sky? She initially thought Lu Yi would only be at Tier 2, but he surprised her greatly. The guild categorizes awakeners from Tiers 1 to 9, each tier wearing a different badge. According to the classifications, Tier 1 is Glimmer level with a silver-white badge featuring a small grass design, and Tier 2 is Meteor level with a silver-white badge inlaid with blue star patterns. Tier 3 is Moonlight level. Tier 4 is Blazing Sun level with a golden badge that has a sun design. Tier 5 is Sky level with a deep blue badge depicting an eagle soaring over a range of mountains. Tier 6 is Holy Radiance level with a golden badge featuring a 6-pointed star surrounded by 6 small stars. Tier 7 is Inferno level with a dark red badge showing a demon's face engulfed in flames. Tier 8 is Chaos level with a badge made entirely of 5-colored metal. Tier 9 is Cosmic level, crafted from celestial iron forged through rigorous processes with designs that vary according to the holder. Yi, let's do the blood oath to recognize you as the master. Qingqiu tugged at Lu Ye's arm. Okay. Lu Yi nodded and dripped blood on the badge to recognize his ownership. Then the badge automatically flew to his forehead and fused into it. From now on, whenever he needed to prove his identity, he just had to reveal the badge on his forehead. If he wanted to upgrade to a higher tier badge in the future, he just needed to release the recognition of the previous one. The guild has struck gold. Hongxiao was somewhat excited. By bringing such a genius into the guild, her influence would grow significantly, and she would certainly receive substantial rewards. Having successfully recruited a prodigy for the guild, Hongxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This month's subsidy has been deposited into your account. Please check it, she said to Lu Yi. Alright. Lu Yi nodded, having already seen the notification. After leaving the guild, Qingqiu drove to the city gate. Let's go pick up Blaze and the others. Lu Yi stepped out of the car. Not far away, Wang Lu, busy collecting materials, happened to look up and saw Lu Yi approaching, surrounded by 3 women. Holy crap. He stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Master Lu never ceases to amaze. Can he handle it? Wang Lu muttered to himself. He waved at Lu Yi in greeting. How have you been? Lu Yi, don't even mention it. Ever since that moon-worshipping wolf incident, no one dares to venture far and material prices have skyrocketed. I haven't even completed half of this month's quota. Wang Lu sighed. Is that so? How much more do you need? Maybe I can help you out, Lu Yi said. What can you spare? It's just a drop in the bucket. Wang Lu shook his head, though he felt deeply moved. True friends are revealed in adversity. Those who once called him brother were nowhere to be found. When he asked for their help, they even tried to profit from his plight. Look, I don't have many materials on hand, but I can offer what I can. Lu Yi took out some materials from his ring. With a rumble, a small mountain of items piled up before Wang Lu. Wang Lu was stunned. Before him lay a heap of rock armor, beast carcasses, an awe-inspiring sight. So many! He exclaimed. Was this what Lu Yi meant by not many materials? Is this enough? Lu Yi asked, surprised. Enough, more than enough. Actually, I don't need this much. Wang Lu nodded, then flashed a fawning smile at Lu Yi. Master Lu, can you sell all these to me? I promise no commission. That won't do. Lu Yi shook his head. Even half would work. Wang Lu's face fell. I mean, you can sell all of them. Keep your usual commission. I can't let you work for nothing, can I? Lu Yi explained. Master Lu, you're too generous. They'll treat you to a meal another day. Wang Lu realized he had misunderstood. The commotion soon drew attention. Seeing the mountain of rock armor beast materials before Wang Lu, everyone's eyes lit up. With material prices soaring, these were true treasures. A richly dressed man with a prosperous appearance pushed forward, his eyes fixed on the materials. Young friend'll take all these materials. He'll pay you double the price. How about it? Lu Yi frowned slightly and refused directly. Sorry, I've already promised these materials to Wang Lu. The merchant persisted, raising the offer. Triple the price, think it over. It's much more than what Wang Lu would pay. Lu Yi shook his head firmly. I said I've already promised him. I can't break my word. Then more material buyers gathered around, each raising their bids, with some even offering 5 times the price. Yet Lu Yi remained unmoved. He wasn't short of money now. If not for helping Wang Lu, he wouldn't have let so many see these materials. Wang Yi, touched by Lu Yi's steadfastness, yet worried, whispered to him, Master Lu, maybe you should sell some to them. With such high prices, it's free money. Lu Yi patted Wang Lu on the shoulder. Wang Lu, we're friends. When I promise you something, I see it through. Besides, I really don't need the money right now. Seeing Lu Yi's unwavering resolve, the group reluctantly dispersed, though their eyes still held a hint of. Wang Lu packed up the materials, carefully calculated the price, and transferred the payment to Lu Yi. After bidding farewell, Lu Yi headed out of the city with Qingqiu and the others. A number of shady figures trailed behind them. We're being followed, the little fox said. Lu Yi nodded slightly, already aware of the hostile gazes behind him. But he showed no sign of concern, continuing to chat and laugh with Qingqiu and the others, as if he hadn't noticed. Master, these people don't seem friendly. What should we do? The little fox asked worriedly. Lu Yi replied, ignore them for now. If they dare to act, well, just kill them. The group continued toward the outskirts, with the stalkers keeping a steady distance. When they reached a secluded forest, Lu Yi suddenly stopped. He turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over the trees behind him. Come out. You've followed us this long, it's time to show yourselves. From the woods emerged a group, led by a tall man with a vicious scar across his face. Behind him were a dozen others, all looking menacing. Kid, you're quite alert, the scarred man sneered. Who are you? Lu Yi asked calmly. The scarred man chuckled. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you flashed those precious materials earlier. We're a bit short on cash, so we thought we'd borrow some from you. And if I refuse? Lu Yi's lips curled slightly. The scarred man's face darkened. That's not up to you. Boys, get them. At his command, the dozen men charged at Lu Yi and his companions. End this quickly, Lu Yi ordered softly. The little fox nodded rapidly, forming hand seals as flames danced in her palms. Lu Yi unleashed his Azura transformation, his body swelling, as 8 arms brandished weapons, charging to meet the attackers. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. The overwhelming force instantly slew the foremost assailants. The little fox also struck, blaze assault. Streams of fire shot forward like arrows, striking the enemies precisely and igniting fierce flames. Agonizing screams filled the air. Qingqiu and Long Liu were not idle either, striking without mercy. The scarred man watched his men fall, in an instant a mix of shock and rage boiling within him. He hadn't expected Lu Yi and his group to be so powerful, but he refused to give up. Pulling a black pill from his pocket, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, the scarred man's body transformed. His muscles bulged and his strength surged. With a furious roar, he charged at Lu Yi. Kid, die. The scarred man swung a massive battle axe, aiming to cleave Lu Yi in two. Lu Yi stood still, quietly watching the scarred man charging towards him. This guy had followed him here, claiming he needed to borrow some money. If Lu Yi were to actually give him the money, he would likely end up being killed to keep him quiet. Thus, killing these men weighed not on Lu Yi's conscience at all. He considered it a service to the people, acting heroically. Meanwhile, the scarred man felt a surge of joy upon seeing Lu Yi standing motionless. Die! He leaped high into the air, raising his battle axe to strike down at Lu Yi. The distance between the two was merely a meter or two. With a loud bang, the battle axe struck the ground where Lu Yi had been standing. Where is he? The scarred man realized that his powerful strike had landed on empty air. I'm right here. Lu Yi's voice came from behind him. The scarred man was startled and quickly turned around, swinging his battle axe. Clang! He felt a tremendous backlash as the force traveled through his hands, causing his battle axe to fly out of his grip. A third tier awakened is nothing special. It's over. Lu Yi swung his long knife. The scarred man felt despair, lacking the strength to dodge. The judgment sliced through the scarred man's neck like lightning. He knelt on the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his neck, leaving only a layer of skin to hold his head from falling. Is this how I die? His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret. Had he known he would encounter such a tough opponent, he wouldn't have been so greedy. Ding! Kill Zhang Zuzhen and gain 1,000 experience. The system's voice echoed. Lu Yi sheathed judgment and turned to see that the little foxes had already killed the remaining enemies. Another wave of experience rolled in. Let's go. He looked at Long Liu, asking, where are Lu Yin and the others? Follow me. Long Liu led the way, navigating through the winding paths of a dense forest. They're just inside there. Lu Yi looked ahead. The forest appeared normal, making it hard to believe Lu Yan was hidden within. With a swipe of her hands, Long Liyue opened what appeared to be a door of light. As they stepped inside, they heard 4 howls followed by the ground shaking. Soon Lu Yan and the others appeared before them. Wow, how did you all grow so fast? Lu Yi was somewhat astonished. This planet, fully data-driven, defied all logic. Once their level increased, their bodies would grow. The Lu Yan before him were no longer the small pups that had followed him, but had all transformed into massive wolves. Each stood over 2 meters tall, with lengths reaching 4 to 5 meters. Their muscular bodies gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, exuding a particularly imposing aura. Their eyes were no longer naive. Now they glimmered with sharpness and vitality. Their fangs were incredibly sharp, and just one yawn could convey a sense of overwhelming intimidation. The flame mark on Lu Yan's forehead was more vivid than ever, flickering, as if alive, pulsating with powerful energy waves. With a gentle flick of its tail, the surrounding air trembled, creating a whooshing sound. The other 3 wolves also displayed unique features, each radiating a powerful aura. They joyfully circled around Lu Yi, occasionally nudging him with their heads, their affection evident. Whoa, don't jump around too much. Lu Yi felt as if he might be knocked over by these creatures. You certainly have left me impressed. He smiled as he patted Lu Yan's head, feeling its powerful energy. He placed a tag around Lu Yan's neck. Alright, we can head back now. Lu Yi patted Lu Yan. Roar. Lu Yan bent down, waiting for him to climb on. Qingqiu and the others also chose their respective wolves. Once they were all settled, Lu Yan took the lead and ran towards the city gate. Along the way, the surrounding beasts quickly scattered. Boom, boom, boom. At the city gate, the guards' expressions changed dramatically. Everyone stay alert. There are beasts approaching. They gripped their spears, tightly watching the direction of the sound warily. As the rumbling grew closer, a massive wolf emerged into view. It moved gracefully, emanating a chilling aura, followed by 3 equally imposing wolves. The guards' faces turned grave as they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for action. What's going on? A guard couldn't help but whisper. Not sure, but from the looks of it, they aren't here for a friendly visit. Another guard kept his gaze fixed on the approaching wolves, filled with vigilance. Nearby pedestrians were drawn to the sudden commotion, halting in their tracks, faces filled with fear. Some couldn't help but scream, instantly throwing the city gate into chaos. Just as everyone was on edge, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look! It seems there's someone on that giant wolf." The crowd focused their attention, and indeed several people were seated steadily on the broad back of the giant wolf. At the forefront was Lu Yi, who appeared calm, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere around him. The guards then noticed that the giant wolf wore an identification tag that glimmered under the sunlight. So it's a tamed mount. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. The lead guard, Xuesong, stepped forward for a close. So it's him. Although Xuesong had never spoken with Lu Yi, he recognized the guy who always brought beautiful women whenever he left the city. You scared me. I thought another beast was attacking the city. I truly apologize. I mainly kept these little ones outside for too long, and now I'm taking them home. Lu Yi leaned forward, smiling. Are these for your mounts? Xuesong asked. Indeed, they are all ready. Alright, just remember not to let them run wild in the city, so they don't frighten others. If any accidents happen, as their owner, you will be held responsible. No problem, they're all good kids, very well behaved. Lu Yi patted Lian's head. Oh whoa. Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Let's go, stop howling. Lu Yi patted Lian's head. Lu Yan shook its head in grievance, feeling wronged, as it seemed like everyone was howling, yet it was the only one being scolded. The 4 riders slowly made their way into the city. This combination immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Howling moon wolves. 4 howling moon wolves. As Lu Yi and his companions entered the city, they instantly drew a crowd. Onlookers gazed with envy at the group astride their blazing mounts. It was common knowledge that pet beasts were easy to acquire, but riding beasts were exceedingly rare, especially 4 at once. Isn't he the one Wang Lu called Lord Lu? Yes, that's him. I asked Wang Lu. His name is Lu Yi, and he awakened only recently. Just awakened, and already surrounded by beauties with riding beasts too. I've never heard of any prominent clan surnamed Lu. Who knows? But do you recognize that woman? No. She's Qingqiu, the current head of the Qing family. Ah, I see. Could it be he's living off her? Why don't you go ask him? Better not. Honestly, I'm envious. Envious? If you were that handsome, you could live off her too. Lu Yi listened helplessly to the murmurs below. Prejudice in people's hearts truly was an gossip was human nature. With tongues wagging freely, he couldn't silence every mouth, so he chose to let the chatter wash over him unheeded. Wang Lu had long since left the city gate, having completed his procurement mission and returned to the guild with the materials. Yet given the neighborhood's penchant for rumor, he would surely hear of this soon enough. Lu Yi stored Qingqiu's vehicle into his spatial ring, then the group strode grandly back toward their residential compound. At the entrance they dismounted. Find me 4 parking spaces. He turned to the security guard inside the gatehouse. Parking spaces. But those aren't cars. The guard looked up at Lai Yin and the other's heart pounding. Good heavens. First you parade in and out with beautiful women daily, now you've brought beasts too. Brother Zhang at least arranged shelter for them. I'm a registered resident here. I've never missed a single property man. Right. I'll consult my superior immediately. The guard nearly wept. Even if you weren't a resident riding those in here, you'd still command obedience. Moments later he hung up. Sorry, little Lu. No, young Master Lu. Our compound simply has no designated space for them. This is troublesome. Lu Yi frowned faintly. Then perhaps you'll wait outside. He glanced at Lai Yan. Ow. All four shook their heads in unison. Then to everyone's astonishment, their bodies rapidly shrank until they resembled tiny downy wolf pups. The art of size transformation. Long Liyue and the little fox cried out simultaneously. The art of size transformation. Lu Yi blinked in surprise. Wasn't that a legendary technique from mythic novels? He summoned their stat panels and confirmed it beneath innate talents. The phrase art of size transformation gleamed clearly. So, you've each awakened a sliver of ancestral blood from the divine beast, Shuayu Wolf. Lu Yi regarded them with quiet wonder. That trace of bloodline was no trivial thing. It would become the very foundation upon which Lai Yin and the others might ascend to divine beasthood. The guard stood bewildered. What was this art of size transformation? He understood nothing. All he saw was that fearsome howling moon wolves had transformed into four harmless fluffy puppies. With no need to leave Lai Yin and the others outside, Lu Yi and his companions proceeded straight into the compound. Saved a fortune then. What do you mean? Cheng Xiao asked, puzzled. I planned, if there truly proved no space for Lai Yin to rest, I'd buy a villa just for them to roam freely. But now it's unnecessary. They can shift size at will. Lu Yi explained. Didn't I gift you an estate a year ago for your birthday? It's remained vacant ever since. It's too far from school. I didn't want to wake so early. Lu Yi replied. And now? Soon I'll attend Yaoguang Academy. Let's revisit this later. Truthfully, I quite like it here. I've lived here for years. There's sentiment attached. They walked and talked while the little fox and Long Liyue trailed behind, keeping watch on Lai Yin lest they wander off. Along the way, they passed numerous neighbors. Residents greeted Lu Yi warmly. The more curious among them asked openly about Cheng Xiao and the others' relationship to him. Lu Yi is our master, me and Xiao Jiu's. The little fox answered for him. Young folks sure know how to live. Little Lu, moderation please. Truth be told, the neighborhood was kind-hearted. Everyone along the path offered genuine concern for Lu Ye's well-being. Then a child's shrill cry pierced the air, followed instantly by wailing sobs. What happened? At the sound, everyone turned, only to see a plump little boy sitting hard on the ground, tears streaming unchecked down his cheeks. Bao Bao, what's wrong? His grandmother rushed over. She'd been gossiping nearby and momentarily forgot. The chubby boy, charmed by Lai Yan's cuteness, had joined other children crowding around them. Yet born mischievous, he seized the chance, when no one watched, to jab Lai Yan with a large safety pin he carried. At first Lai Yan assumed it accidental, and paid it no mind. But when the boy raised the pin again, aiming for its eye, fury ignited within it instantly. Indeed, human virtue bore no relation to age. Still, this was human society. Even for its own sake, Lai Yan had to consider Lu Ye's standing. So when the boy struck again, Lai Yan delivered a swift, precise blow, sending the boy toppling backward onto the— Oh dear, heavens above. Your wolf attacked my child. Look, its claws have torn open Bao Bao's cheek. Lu Grandma shrieked, voice piercing. She pointed wildly at Lai Yan, face contorted as though grievously wronged. Owl. Startled, Lai Yan darted to Lu Ye's side and hid behind him. Master, I saw it clearly. That boy tried to stab Lai Yan's eye with a pin, so Lai Yan struck back. And it held back, else the boy wouldn't be breathing now. The little fox declared. I witnessed it too. Long Liyue nodded. Granny Lu, did you hear? Bao Bao provoked Lai Yan. That's why it acted. Granny Lu's eyes flared. How dare you slander an innocent child? How old is Bao Bao? Could he possibly do such a thing? Don't try shifting blame. You will answer for this, or I won't let it rest. With that she plopped herself onto the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing, Everyone, judge fairly. Little Lu's wolf has maimed my grandson, and now he denies it. Neighbors, drawn by the commotion, quickly gathered round. That kid A Bao is the neighborhood's notorious troublemaker. I reckon he's the one who provoked Xiao Lu's beast. Exactly right. Now Granny Lu is the one crying foul first. But she's using her age as leverage. Xiao Lu is probably going to get taken advantage of. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, pointing and whispering. Seeing that no one was on her side, Granny Lu immediately slapped her thigh and began to wail loudly. Looking at the unreasonable Granny Lu, Lu Yi frowned and said, There are surveillance cameras all over the neighborhood. Let's see if my pet actively attacked or if your grandson provoked it. Let's check the footage, the truth will be clear. Upon hearing about checking the cameras, Granny Liu's heart fluttered with panic, but she remained stubborn. Check what cameras? My grandson was beaten right before my eyes. What need is there to watch any footage? I think you're just trying to shirk responsibility. Today you must pay our medical bills and compensation for emotional distress. It'll be at least 80 or 100,000. Lui's expression turned cold. That's a bit much, ma'am. Your grandson was the one who provoked Blaze first. I've already explained politely, yet you insist on extorting money. We must check the footage or else everyone will think I Lu Yi am bullying you and your grandson. Hearing Lu Yi insist on checking the surveillance, Granny Lu pointed at his nose and cursed aggressively. You little brat, I see you don't want to resolve this properly. Do you think I at my age would frame you? If you don't pay up today, you'll lie right here and not move. At that moment the little fox who had been silent stepped forward and said angrily, Old woman, you can't be so unreasonable. Blaze didn't even make a fuss about being pricked with needles, and a bow even tried to poke its eyes. To put it bluntly, it was merciful not to kill your grandson. Granny Lu glanced disdainfully at the little fox. What do you a little girl know? Stop butting in. This is a matter between adults. You shut up. The little fox looked at Lu Yi and whispered, Master, can I kill her? You can't. Lu Yi shook his head. Is it polite to talk about killing me right in front of my face? Granny Liu's face darkened upon hearing this. Is talking a crime? Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently. The neighbors also felt Granny Lu was going too far. A middle-aged man couldn't help but say, Granny Lu, you're usually quite reasonable. Isn't this a bit much today? Let's just check the footage. If Lu Yi and his pet are truly at fault, they should pay compensation. But if your Bao started it, you can't keep making a scene like this. Granny Lu snorted. Don't all of you take his side. He just wants to bully us, a helpless old woman and a I'm telling you he has to pay today. Lu Yi looked at her and said, Old crone, I respect you as an elder. I'll ask one more time, are you willing to check the surveillance footage or not? Granny Lu turned her head away. No, don't think you can scare me with cameras. If you don't pay up today, this isn't over. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly. Since you won't, I have no choice but to call the police and let them handle it. I'm sure the police will find the truth from the footage. At the mention of the police, Granny Liu's heart raced even more, but she still blustered, Go ahead and call them. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'd like to see if the police will side with a little wretch like you. Just then a Bao who had been sitting on the ground crying, perhaps tired from wailing, sniffled and said, Grandma, I just wanted to play with the puppy. I didn't mean to poke it. Granny Liu's face changed drastically. She quickly covered a Bao's mouth. A Bao don't talk nonsense. But it was too late. The neighbors had all heard a Bao's words. Disapproving looks were cast her way. Granny Lu, the child himself, admitted it. What are you still making a fuss about? This isn't right. You can't spoil the child like this and falsely accuse others. Granny Liu's face flushed red and pale. She tried to argue, but the chubby boy started crying loudly again. Grandma, it hurts. Granny Lu quickly comforted her grandson. There, a Bao, don't cry. Grandma will take you to the hospital right away. With that she shot Lu Yi a venomous glare. You're something else. Then picking up a Bao she slunk away. Watching Granny Lu flee with her grandson, the neighbors couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Granny Lu really made a fool of herself today. Exactly. She usually seems so kind, but who knew she could be so unreasonable? Good thing Xiao Lu insisted on checking the footage, or she would have successfully framed him. The neighbors chattered amongst themselves, expressing their contempt for Granny Liu's behavior. Witnessing this, Lu Yi smiled helplessly. All right, everyone disperse. It's over. Then he led the little fox Qingqiu and the others further into the neighborhood. No sooner had they arrived home than Lu Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Hong Xiao calling. As soon as he answered, a complaining voice came through. Lu Yi, why haven't you been answering your phone? It was in my storage ring. I just got back from outside the city. Lu Yi replied. Did you bring your beast back? Hong Xiao asked. Yes, we just got back. What? Lu Yi asked. I'm calling to tell you the guild has organized a new recruit training camp. I signed you up. Hong Xiao said. Training camp. Do I have to go? Lu Yi was taken aback. Yes, you have to go. It's mandatory. Hong Xiao gave a firm and undeniable reply. Hold on a second. Lu Yi covered the phone's microphone and looked at Qingqiu. Sister Xiao, I have to go to a guild training camp. How long until your hunting competition? It should be in the next few days. Don't worry, go ahead. I'll find another opportunity. Qingqiu said. Let me see. If it's nearby, I'll find time to come back. Lu Yi nodded. He uncovered the microphone. Sister Hong Xiao, where is the training camp? How long? I don't know the exact location. It'll take about half a month. It won't affect your school. Hong Xiao replied. Isn't it just a training camp? So mysterious, not even giving a location. Lu Yi grumbled. Alright, I got it. Remember, meet at the guild entrance tomorrow morning. Someone will take you there. Hong Xiao instructed before hanging up. Great, I have to go to this blasted training camp. I thought I could just fight some monsters, sleep, and enjoy my post-graduation life. Lu Yi tossed his phone onto the table. The next morning, Lu Yi descended the stairs with the little fox and Long Liyue. As they walked a short distance, they saw a group of people in the neighborhood huddled together whispering about something. Good morning, everyone. Lu Yi greeted them. Hey, Lu. Good morning. Something big happened in our community, did you? One person said mysteriously. Big event. What big event? Did someone win the lottery? Lu Yi asked, somewhat curious. Us ordinary folks don't have that kind of luck. Grandma Lu and her grandson A Bao were on their way back from the A Bao saw a hyena about the same size as your pet beast, and when he approached to tease it, guess what happened? Do I really need to guess? That kid will probably have to be cautious for the rest of his life. Lu Yi said. Exactly. He had just returned from the hospital and was taken back by an ambulance. They say it won't be good for him without at least a year and a half. This is also a lesson for him. Not everything can be touched casually. Lu Yi said indifferently. Right, who told him to be so reckless? I heard Grandma Lu fainted due to her intense emotional fluctuations, and she is still in a coma. The doctors say she might never wake up. Everyone was discussing going to the hospital to see her. After all, we are neighbors. Do you want to join us? Hey, where is everyone? Master, thankfully we left quickly, otherwise we would have to visit her in the hospital. The little fox patted its puffed chest, relieved. Visit what? I will never go. Lu Yi shook his head as he believed he was not someone who repays kindness. He had a small heart, and those who offended him would never be forgiven. Leaving the community, the three rode together towards the Awakener Guild. This time Lu Yi only brought Li Yan along, leaving the other three little ones in the care of Qingqiu. Upon reaching the guild entrance, the three riding on Li Yan naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at Lu Yi with envious eyes, wishing they could take his place. But it really is like flowers in. This kid is so handsome, he can't be just some nobody. Riding a howling moon wolf, he must be a member of some big family. I remember the last time Ding Yuxuan from the Ding family came to the guild, he also rode a howling moon wolf, but it wasn't as grand as this one. Lu Yi had Li Yan find an open space, and the three dismounted. Not long after, Hong Xiao walked. You're here. Did you prepare any healing medicine? Hong Xiao asked. Everything is ready. Lu Yi nodded. Chang Xiao had already considered everything before coming. Whether it was clothes, shoes, or various medicines, she had bought a ton. If it weren't for Lu Yi having a spatial ring, he probably wouldn't have been able to fit it all into 3 or 5 suitcases. That's good. I just received word that there are some changes in this training session. Hong Xiao nodded. Changes? What changes? You see, the guild's original plan for training was to gather everyone together for a period of training. But this time is different. This time, all participants will be taken into real combat. There may be life-threatening risks, and if you don't want to go, you can refuse. Go. Why wouldn't I go? Lu Yi nodded without hesitation. Without real combat, how would he gain experience? Without experience, how could he level up? How could he challenge stronger beasts and gain more experience? It's a cycle. Good. Hong Xiao nodded. This time the place you're going to is called Luo City, which is famous for its food with a lot of delicacies. However, it has suddenly come under attack from beasts and has been besieged for several days now. Your goal in this training session is to go support Luo City. By the way, do you want to complete this month's task as well? Then I'll accept the task on my phone later. Lu Yi nodded and not only can he complete the training, but he can also complete the task, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Alright, the task is accepted. Where are the people who will accompany me? No one, you will go by yourself. The person who was supposed to accompany you set off for Luo City last night. Hong Xiao shook her head. Lu Yi was somewhat speechless. He opened the map and checked. The Luo City was not far from Yingchuan, about 100 to 200 kilometers away. If he rushed with all his might, he estimated he would arrive in half a day's time. Alright, I'll set off now. He lightly leaped onto Li Yan's back with the little fox, and Long Li Yue following suit. Li Yan was about to roar, but remembered that noise was prohibited in the city, so he just snorted a couple of times and walked towards the city gates. I didn't expect his mount to be a howling moon wolf. It's truly impressively handsome. Hong Xiao murmured. On the other side, after leaving the city, Lu Yi and the others rode, as Li Yan galloped directly towards the city. Throughout the journey, with the presence of Long Li Yue's dragon, they did not encounter any reckless beasts blocking their path. Even if they did, their speed was no match for Li Yan. By the time they noticed them, they were already left behind. However, when they were still over 100 kilometers away from Luo City, Li Yan suddenly came to a screeching halt. A woo! He let out a furious roar ahead. Lu Yi leaned forward to see a wild boar about 4 to 5 meters tall, standing in front of them, with a small female pig underneath it. The 2 wild boars were grunting as they prepared to charge. Lu Yi felt as if his eyes had been brutally assaulted. On the other side, the moment Li Yan roared, the 2 wild boars were startled and shivered. Upset at being interrupted, they turned their heads with red eyes. Roar! With a thud, the slightly larger male wild boar shook its body and charged at Li Yan. Li Yan opened his mouth and a massive wind blade shot out, directly striking the opponent. It was simply too disgusting. Lu Yi watched the wild boar thrashing about, and he jumped off Li Yan. During his descent, he had already completed the Shura transformation. Die! Lu Yi shouted softly, executing the judgment slash. Before the wild boar could scream, its head had already been severed from its body. Ding! Killed the enraged wild boar guardian, gaining 100 experience. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. Seeing his companion fall victim to a fatal blow, a smaller wild boar let out a shriek and turned to flee. Lu Yi looked up, noting that the opponent's level was merely 10, yet the name left him momentarily stunned. The little wife of the wild boar king. Level 10. Constitution 60. Strength 40. Agility 70. Spirit 50. Skill barbaric charge escape. What a wealth of information. Lu Yi marveled as he deciphered a tale of love and hate from the opponent's. Just as the opponent was about to escape from everyone's sight, a flash of light darted by. The little wife of the wild boar king let out a mournful cry, collapsing heavily to the ground with a spear embedded in her heart. Ding. Killed. The little wife of the wild boar king gained 50 experience. Warning: the wild boar king is about to appear and will transform into a frenzied wild boar king with double attributes. The system's voice echoed. The surrounding forest began to tremble violently. The sound of rumbling drew closer, as if the distant woods were being flattened by a massive stone roller, toppling one by one. Wow, a moving mountain. The little fox exclaimed, gazing ahead. A dark shadow appeared before the group, moving in a manner indistinguishable from a small mountain. Roar! The small mountain finally approached close to the group, two bright red eyes staring at them. Frenzied wild boar king. Level. Constitution. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Skill. Lu Yi could only see the name of the wild boar king, unable to discern its level or attributes, which was it's about to start a battle. Lu Yi shouted, his figure swelling. He stomped forcefully on the ground, leaping high into the air, spinning his body as he charged towards the wild boar king. The wild boar king looked disdainfully at Lu Yi, rushing towards it. It opened its mouth, tusks glinting. Smack! Lu Yi collided with the tusks of the wild boar king. A wailing sound arose as the wild boar king staggered backwards, shaking its head. That strike had actually broken its seemingly indestructible tusk. Looking at its broken tusk lying on the ground, a glimmer of regret flashed in the wild boar king's eyes. Immediately after, a surge of hot blood filled its mind. It let out a furious roar and charged at Lu Yi. Seeing this, Lu Yi swiftly dodged the charge. The little fox and Long Liu were not idle either. Both attacked, causing considerable trouble for the wild boar king. In an instant, the wild boar king became covered in wounds, appearing battered and bruised. The wild boar king was filled with rage, glaring at the three-armed Lu Yi with the little fox and Long Liu perched on his shoulders. Roar! It opened its mouth, roaring at the three. The air trembled, creating a gust of wind. A fireball suddenly appeared, hurtling towards Lu Yi. It's not even of the earth attribute, but a mutant wild boar king. Lu Yi was taken aback, casually swatting the fireball away. Generally speaking, beasts like wild boars are all of the earth attribute, so it was unexpected to see a wild boar king of this anomaly. If it continued to cultivate like this, it might one day become even more powerful. However, since it took the initiative to provoke him, it was destined to die today. Lu Yi shouted and unleashed a series of slashes, the blade of judgment slicing towards the wild boar king. Visible slashes struck the wild boar king's head. Soon its skull was visibly exposed. Crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the skull, and the wild boar king emitted a series of wails, turning to, "You think you can escape?" Lu Yi sheathed his blade, quickly stepping forward, grabbing the wild boar king's 4 short legs with his 8 arms, lifting it above his head. "Die for me!" he roared powerfully. Accompanied by a sound like cloth tearing, the wild boar king was Ding. Killed. The frenzied wild boar king gained 2,000 experience. The system's voice echoed in Lu Yi's mind. "I finally have enough experience to level up to 5. You can be said to die with purpose." Lu Yi collected the wild boar king's corpse, which had dropped a spirit pearl upon its death. Lu Yi kept all spirit pearls dropped by such boss-level beasts. These spirit pearls were unlike ordinary ones. Upon use, they could randomly increase attributes by 5 points, a rare treasure. So far, Lu Yi had only 2 boss-level spirit pearls. One was from the trial left by the rock-armored turtle king he killed on the mountaintop, and the other was from this wild boar. When he killed the howling moon wolf king, it had not dropped any spirit pearls. After putting away the loot in his storage ring, Lu Yi and the others continued on their journey. The group still bore the murderous aura from killing the wild boar king, so they did not encounter any foolish beasts on the way. For hours later, Lu Yi and his companions finally reached their destination. "So many beasts," the little fox said, gazing ahead. "The beast siege is quite a small scale." Lu Yi nodded. When he first arrived in this world, he had watched many online videos to gain understanding. The scene before him was not even ranked in those videos. It was still a small scale, the little fox thought with a silent click of its tongue. The swarm of beasts ahead was thick, resembling a surging black ocean. The beasts within varied in form. Some were as large as mountains, their hooves pounding the ground, causing tremors. Others were agile, darting through the herd with such speed that they left behind mere phantoms. In the sky, beasts also occupied the space. Gigantic avian creatures spread their wings, blocking out the sun, and as they flapped, fierce winds howled, kicking up dust and debris from the ground. On the fringes of the beast swarm, there were also smaller beasts. Although their individual strength was relatively weak, their numbers were overwhelming, clustering together to create a strong sense of oppression. The entire scene resembled a doomsday, painting the malevolent aura exuded by the beasts suffocatingly filling the air. Master, how do we get through? The little fox asked. Lekking was just 7 or 8 miles ahead, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. These are all experience points. Lu Yes' eyes sparkled, but unfortunately there were simply too many of them. If they tried to push through, wouldn't the 3 of them be exhausted? Moreover, he didn't believe the little fox and Xiaojiu could really fight through. Within the beast swarm, he sensed some hidden auras that were very powerful and dangerous. Keep in mind that although he had just leveled up to 5, his actual strength was comparable to a Tier 5 Awakener. The fact that he felt danger indicated there were more than one beast in there that surpassed Tier 5 Awakeners. Long Liue also frowned slightly, saying with so many beasts and hidden powerful entities charging in recklessly would be seeking death. Master, look over there. The little fox suddenly pointed in a direction within the beast swarm. Lu Yi followed the direction pointed by the little fox, focusing his gaze, and saw a multitude of people surging out from the tall city wall of Luo City, like ants emerging from their nest. They leaped into the air, gracefully landing beneath the city wall like birds in flight. In an instant, the previously orderly crowd of beasts became chaotic, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake. The beasts either roared in anger or displayed vigilant expressions, shifting their attention to this unexpected group of intruders. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed, and a fierce battle unfolded. The sounds of battle cries and the roars of beasts intertwined like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The opportunity has come. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Yes' eyes. Let's go, charge in and join. Before his words fell, Lu Yes' aura suddenly surged, and his figure flickered like a bolt of black lightning charging fiercely forward. A woo! Fierce flame howled skyward, its voice filled with wildness and passion, racing alongside Lu Yi, its hooves flying and stirring up a cloud of dust as it charged towards the group of beasts. As they continuously plunged into the beast horde, the cheerful sounds of experience prompts echoed in Lu Yes' mind. Lu Yi, the little fox, and Fierce Flame worked in perfect harmony, steadily advancing. However, Lu Yi did not recklessly choose to charge directly into the heart of the beast horde. Instead, he cautiously approached the city gate along the edge of the swarm. On the other side, Wang Xiang's expression was solemn as he raised his arm. Everyone pay attention, follow the prearranged teams, and do not give the beasts any opportunity. His voice rang out like a heavy bell, clearly reaching every person's ears amidst the noisy battlefield. Just as the others were locked in battle with the beasts, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly noticed the commotion in the distance. He looked up and was immediately shocked. Captain Wang, it seems someone is coming this way to attack. Wang Xiang followed the direction pointed out by the team member and saw 3 people and a beast slicing through the edge of the beast horde, vigorously heading towards them. Although they were still far away, Wang Xiang keenly sensed that the overwhelming aura was anything but ordinary. Go support them, Wang Xiang decisively ordered. Immediately, a team of members broke away from the battle and rushed towards Lu Yes' direction. Their weapons glinted with cold light, and each swing created a mist of blood, swiftly carving a path through the beast horde. On Lu Yes' side, he was fully committed to advancing towards the city gate. A giant rhinoceros beast with blood-red eyes charged at Lu Yi like an out-of-control war chariot. Lu Yes' gaze was resolute and unafraid. As the rhinoceros approached, he leaped high, performing a graceful flip in midair, his weapon striking down precisely towards the beast's neck. With a dull roar, the massive body of the rhinoceros crashed to the ground. Master, be careful behind you. The little fox's voice echoed in Lu Yes' mind. Lu Yes' figure shifted and a black shadow darted past where he had just stood, an agile Black Panther beast moving at lightning speed. Lu Yi swung his weapon in response, sending a sharp blade of light slicing towards the panther. The panther skillfully dodged, but still received a shallow cut as the blade passed by. A woo! Fierce Flame roared, resembling a burning flame as it pounced at the panther. The panther turned and engaged in a fierce struggle, with Fierce Flame stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the support team for Lu Yi was closing in. Leading them was a burly man wielding a massive battle axe that repelled any nearby beasts with each swing. Brothers, we're here to help you, the big man shouted loudly. Lu Yi turned to look. Thank you. Let's fight together. With everyone working together, their advance speed noticeably increased. The beasts seemed to sense the threat and began to attack more frantically. A massive avian beast swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws reaching for Lu Yi. A team member beside Lu Yi saw this and raised his shield without hesitation, blocking the avian's attack. The claws left deep marks on the shield. Damn it, watch me. The big man roared, raising his battle axe high and struck down fiercely at the avian beast. The avian beast flapped its wings, and a powerful gust of wind pushed the big man back a few steps. Lu Yi snorted coldly, sending a blade of light from his hand that struck the avian beast. The beast let out a mournful cry, its form swaying as it fell towards the ground. Such powerful strength. A flicker of surprise crossed the big man's eyes. Just then a deep roar suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone's hearts tightened as they saw an even larger bear-type beast slowly approaching, larger than any beast they had encountered before. It radiated a powerful aura, compelling the surrounding beasts to part and give way. Raging giant bear. Level. Physique. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Skills. Lu Yi saw the information about the giant bear displayed as a string of question marks. Be careful, this beast is very strong, Lu Yi warned. The raging giant bear stared at them with blood-red eyes fixating on Lu Yi and the others, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It raised its massive paw and slammed it down on the group. Lu Yi took a deep breath, unleashing all his power in a single strike, sending a powerful blade of light towards the raging giant bear. The raging giant bear roared in fury, blocking the blade with its paw. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yi charged at the giant bear, wielding his weapon repeatedly. Soon the joints in the bear's legs began to show signs of injury. Finally, one of the giant bear's legs could no longer support its weight, and it crashed to the ground. What a great opportunity! Lu Yi soared into the air, aiming for the giant bear's head. Tiger roar, sky slash. The blade of light struck the raging giant bear's head, and it let out a mournful howl as its massive body slowly toppled over. It's done. Everyone sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. However, before they could truly relax, they heard a more intense roar from the beasts in the distance. It seemed that the death of the raging giant bear had enraged the other beasts, and more of them surged towards them. It looks like we need to speed up and join Wang Xiang and the others, the big man said. Everyone charged forward once more. As they pressed deeper, they finally linked up with the team, led by Wang Xiang. Hello, I am Wang Xiang, who are you? Wang Xiang extended his hand and shook hands with Lu Yi. I am Lu Yi from the Yingchuan Awakener Guild, here to support you. Lu Yi replied. From Yingchuan? Why didn't you take the fixed route, and instead came from the opposite side? Wang Xiang asked, somewhat puzzled. There's a fixed route. Lu Yi was taken aback, realizing he had gone too far. Meanwhile, far away in Yingchuan, Hong Xiao, unconscious, who is thinking of me, as she rubbed her nose. Sister Hong, didn't you tell Lu Yi that after arriving at Luo City, he should take the already established safe route? Oh no, I forgot to mention it. Hong Xiao suddenly jumped up. What a... Yin Lily exclaimed in shock. He can't be in danger, right? Outside of Luoqing, Wang Xiang looked at the surrounding monstrous beasts, his brow furrowed. The situation is not optimistic. There are too many beasts. We must retreat first. He immediately ordered everyone to fight while retreating. You all go ahead, I will hold them back, Wang Xiang said to the people behind him. Captain. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Hurry! Wang Xiang roared, and his body began to visibly swell. Retreat! He yelled, pushing his hands forward, erecting walls of earth in front of them. The sound of bang 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 echoed continuously. This was the impact of the beasts crashing against his defenses. Hurry! Wang Xiang leaped onto the city wall. Boom! The earth walls collapsed, and the horde of beasts surged towards Luoqing. Puff! Wang Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick! Activate the defensive shield, he shouted loudly. Buzz! A visible semicircular shield rose, protecting the entire Luoqing. Countless attacks struck against the shield, creating ripples. The flying beasts above continuously crashed into the shield, but the moment they touched it, they were shattered by an invisible force. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Xiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked over to Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi, from your appearance, just now you didn't even know there was a safe passage to Luoqing. Didn't the person who sent you tell you? No. Lu Yi shook his head, inwardly complaining about Hong Xiao, thinking he must ask her for compensation for mental distress when he returns. By the way, someone from Yingchuan arrived today, but it seems he suddenly felt unwell and didn't go to the battlefield. Wang Xiang's eyes flashed with disdain as he said this. That should be the person meant to bring me here. He was supposed to come with me. Lu Yi nodded. That's him. Wang Xiang pointed not far away. Lu Yi looked up and was surprised to see a familiar face, Ding Yuxuan. It's him. The little fox frowned slightly. Ding Yuxuan also saw them from a distance, his expression changing, but he still walked over. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Lu Yi, the genius from Yingchuan High School. I thought who it was. It's Ding Yuxuan from the Ding family in Yingchuan. I heard you fled at the critical moment just now. You really brought shame to the Ding family. Lu Yi replied flatly. Nonsense. Who said I fled? I just suddenly felt unwell. Ding Yuxuan's face darkened at his words, and he shouted somewhat defensively. You can say whatever you want. Little fox, let's go. Lu Yi cast a disdainful glance at him. I really didn't flee at a critical moment. Don't spread rumors. Ding Yuxuan shouted loudly as he looked at the backs of the three. Don't mind that coward. I'll have someone find you a place to stay first. Wang Xiang waved his hand. Shall he take them to their accommodation? Okay, Captain Wang. A girl named Xiaoli walked over and smiled slightly at Lu Yi and the others. Follow me. Thank you. Lu Yi nodded. The three followed her down the city tower, stepping into the chaotic interior of the streets were filled with panicked crowds rushing about with many injured, and the sounds of painful moans filled. Some injured were being supported by family or companions, while others lay on makeshift stretchers, blood continuously seeping out, staining the ground crimson. Most of the shops along the street had their doors and windows tightly shut, with only a few medical clinics struggling to maintain operations, crowded with the injured waiting for treatment. The doctors were overwhelmed, large beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. From time to time, soldiers could be seen rushing past, their expressions grave, constantly organizing the defenses and rescue efforts within the city. The air was thick with a mingling scent of tension and blood, creating a stifling atmosphere. Lu Yi, the little fox, and Lai Yin carefully navigated through the crowd, trying to avoid bumping into the injured. After not walking far, they arrived at their destination. This was a square that had once been empty, now filled with numerous temporary structures tightly packed together like a beehive. Most of these structures were simple wooden houses and tents closely clustered together. Xiaoli explained as she walked. To respond to the imminent beast siege, everyone is temporarily staying here. It's more centralized here, making it easier to organize defenses and management. Lu Yi and the others followed Xiaoli through the cluster of temporary buildings, seeing many people busy in front of their homes. Some were organizing their belongings, some were caring for the injured, and others were quietly conversing with fatigue and worry written all over their faces. Soon Xiaoli brought them to a row of wooden houses. She stopped in front of two of them and turned to Lu Yi and the others, saying, "I've arranged 2 rooms for you, does that work?" Lu Yi shook his head and said, "1 room for the 3 of us is fine. Right, we can share a room with the host." The little fox nodded, and Long Liu didn't object either. Off. Xiaoli couldn't help but size up Lu Yi, secretly scolding scum. She couldn't understand why these 2 girls looking so innocent would be willing to share a room with this man. Lu Yi noticed Xiaoli's misunderstanding and explained, "These 2 are my summon companions. It doesn't matter how many rooms we have. You're actually a rare summoner." Xiaoli exclaimed in shock, knowing that summoners were extremely rare in this world. "Can you tell us about the current situation in Luoqing? For example, the frequency of beast sieges and the defensive forces?" Lu Yi asked. "Of course." Xiaoli nodded and continued, "Recently the frequency of beast sieges has been increasing. I don't know why, but the beasts which were originally scattered everywhere seem to have received some kind of call, and are continuously gathering towards Luoqing. Although our defensive forces have been holding strong over time, everyone is getting tired, and our supplies are starting to run low." Lu Yi frowned and asked, "Have there been attempts to take the initiative and disrupt the beast deployments?" Xiaoli sighed and said, "You saw the situation earlier. There are many powerful entities hidden among the beast horde. Our teams often suffer heavy losses when we engage. Moreover, the number of beasts is simply too great. We cannot push them back completely. We can only wait for reinforcements to arrive." Lu Yi nodded and said, "Thanks for the information." He understood that his mission here was to help Luoqing through this crisis. However, it could not be accomplished by one person alone. It required the efforts of everyone. "Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Gather at the city gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and don't be late." Xiaoli reminded them, and then turned to leave. The next morning, as the first light of dawn began to emerge, Lu Yi arrived at the city gate with the little fox and Long Liu. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered near the city gate. Among the crowd, someone spotted Lu Yi approaching with 2 women and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Hey, look at this kid. He even brought women with him. He must be some rich young master here to cause a ruckus." His loud voice immediately attracted the attention of many, and some confused onlookers echoed him with disdainful expressions. However, someone quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I saw him killing a monstrosity when I left the city yesterday. His strength is no joke." Just as the crowd was engaged in heated debate, Wang Xiang happened to arrive. He heard their discussions and immediately understood what was going on. Wang Xiang cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone quiet down. Lu Yi is not some rich young master. He is a powerful summoner. If it weren't for him yesterday, we would have suffered greatly outside the city." The crowd fell silent upon hearing. Although a summoner may not be particularly strong themselves, as long as their summoned companions are formidable, they represent an undeniable combat force. Yet few knew that the companions Lu Yi had summoned were actually the little fox and Long Liu. Lu Yi, as a summoner, try not to be at the front, and your 2 summoned companions shouldn't stray too far from you. I will also send people to protect you." Wang Xiang said, "Actually, there's no need. I can protect myself." Lu Yi shook his head. "Exactly, me and Xiao Jiu will protect our master," the little fox nodded. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing her words. "What? Those 2 girls are his summoned companions?" A young awakener's eyes widened in disbelief. "A summoner can summon humanoid companions? I've never heard of that." An elder stroked his beard, his eyes filled with astonishment. "That's incredible. Humanoid summoned beasts not only can fight, but can also communicate freely with their summoner. This is simply unheard of. A young girl among the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Humph, maybe they just look human, but in reality they're no different from ordinary summoned beasts. A jealous man said sourly, but he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. That can't be said. During the battle outside the city yesterday, his two companions were indeed not weak. Ah, if only I could also become a summoner, and have such strong and considerate companions. Summoners are already rare, and to summon such extraordinary companions, Lu Yi is probably a once-in-a-lifetime genius. No wonder Captain Wang sees him in a different light. It turns out he has such abilities. Indeed, it seems we really underestimated him before. People were discussing among themselves, their gazes toward Lu Yi filled with jealousy, admiration, and respect. In a corner, Ding Yuxuan felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing the crowd's praise for Lu Yi. At that moment, a sudden rumble echoed from afar, resembling distant thunder or the sound of countless horses. The crowd's expressions changed, and they turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see dust swirling as a horde of monstrosities surged toward them like a black tide. They're coming. Prepare for battle. Wang Xiang shouted loudly. As the horde of monstrosities drew closer, everyone could clearly see the massive beasts at the forefront. One resembled a tiger surrounded by a faint layer of flames, leaving several smoking footprints with each step. The other looked like a gigantic python, over 10 meters long, its scales shimmering with a chilling sheen, its tongue flicking in and out, making a hissing sound that sent shivers down spines. Crimson Flame Tiger King level. Physique, strength, agility, spirit, skills. Cold Scale Python Emperor level. Physique, strength, agility, spirit, skills. Another beast shrouded in question marks made Lu Yi's heart vigilant. Everyone be cautious. That tiger and python are very strong. Do not approach them carelessly. Mages attack from a distance, warriors focus on defense. We charge. Wang Xiang quickly made tactical arrangements. The crowd leaped down from the city walls. Roar! Before they could stabilize themselves, the Crimson Flame Tiger King opened its massive jaws, unleashing a huge column of flame toward the crowd, igniting the air with a crackling sound. Defend! Wang Xiang shouted, and everyone quickly activated their defensive skills, creating a solid. The flame column struck the defensive barrier, exploding in a dazzling flash, and a wave of heat hit them, making it almost hard to breathe. At the same time, the Cold Scale Python Emperor was not idle. It slithered swiftly toward the crowd, spewing forth a cloud of icy poisonous mist. Where the poison mist spread, the ground instantly froze, and the weapons and armor of some people were coated in thick frost. Watch out for the poison mist. Someone shouted, and everyone held their breath, trying to avoid the poisonous mist. But some still accidentally inhaled it, turning pale and swaying, their weapons dropping to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yi quickly instructed the little fox and Long Li Yue. Little fox, use flames to disperse the poison mist. The little fox nodded, quickly forming seals with her hands, and surging flames erupted, sweeping toward the icy poisonous mist. As the flames met the poison mist, a sizzling sound erupted, and the mist was gradually dispersed by the flames, transforming into puffs of white vapor. Impressive. The crowd looked at the little fox in astonishment, not expecting her attack power to be so strong. Everyone, let's charge together. Wang Xiang led the charge forward. Just as Lu Yi was about to step up, he was stopped by Shaoli. Lu Yi, stay in the back. I'll protect you. No need. Lu Yi shook his head, quietly chanting, Azura transformation. His body in his complete Azura form, he stunned those around him. Goodness, look at those muscles reflecting golden light, and the weapons radiating cold air. Who said summoners are fragile? This imposing aura was on par with the strongest warriors, perhaps even stronger. The little fox and Long Liu leaped onto Lu Yi's shoulders. Master charge. The little fox waved her hands excitedly. Kill. Lu Yi roared, stomping the ground with force and leaping high. Boom. With a loud sound, he appeared among the horde of beasts, crushing numerous small monstrosities underfoot. Whoever says summoners need protection again, just wait until I slap them. Kill. 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 Lu Yi continuously charged through the beast horde, and any exotic beast that came near him was no match for him. Wang Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt that with Lu Yi alone, he could fend off 10 or even 100 foes. If only Lu Yi had arrived here a few days earlier, perhaps the beast horde would have been driven back already. Roar. Seeing his companions dwindle, the Crimson Flame Tiger King let out an enraged roar, its flames burning even brighter. Then it leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Lu Yi. Come at me. Lu Yi shouted, charging towards the Crimson Flame Tiger King. Just as the tiger was about to land on him, Lu Yi suddenly sidestepped and slashed his blade towards the tiger's abdomen. The Crimson Flame Tiger King reacted swiftly, twisting its body midair to avoid the fatal blow, but still received a long gash from the blade, blood instantly gushing out. Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger King in pain attacked Lu Yi even more fiercely. Its claws ablaze swiped towards Lu Yi with lightning speed. Lu Yi's body was agile as he continuously dodged the attacks of the Crimson Flame Tiger King. Meanwhile, the cold-scale Python King smashed through several earthen walls advancing towards the crowd. Its body moved like a streak of black lightning, instantly arriving in front of several awakened ones. The awakened raised their weapons and struck at the cold-scale Python King, but its scales were exceptionally hard, leaving only shallow scratches on the weapons. The cold-scale Python King opened its massive jaws ready to swallow an awakened one. Just then Wang Xiang manipulated the earth element to form a sharp spike, which shot up from the ground and struck the python's head. The cold-scale Python King howled in pain, twisting its body and shaking off the spike. The awakened ones unleashed their strongest skills, and in an instant flashes of light filled the air as various attacks rained down on the python. The cold-scale Python King was engulfed by the attacks, emitting pained roars. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Yi and the Crimson Flame Tiger King also reached a fever pitch. A powerful blade aura imbued with fierce momentum slashed towards the Crimson Flame Tiger King. Sensing this immense power, the tiger condensed its flames into a shield, attempting to withstand the blade's attack. Boom! The blade aura collided with the flame shield, creating a tremendous explosion. The flame shield shattered instantly, and the blade aura continued toward the Crimson Flame Tiger King. The Crimson Flame Tiger King could not evade in time, and was struck by the blade aura, its body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. Roar! The tiger struggled to rise, but its body was severely injured, unable to fight any longer. Die! Lu Yi softly exclaimed, directly severing the tiger's head. Ding! You have killed the Crimson Flame Tiger King, gaining 1,000 experience. Host experience has exceeded 100 of the required experience for leveling up. Continuing to kill will no longer grant experience. Do you wish to level up? Lu Yi was taken aback, not expecting this outcome. Level up, he said calmly. In an instant, his level rapidly changed, ultimately stopping at level 12, as the experience required for each level was not the same. Seeing the Crimson Flame Tiger King fall, the cold-scale Python King felt a sense of panic. It no longer wished to fight, rapidly twisting its body to escape the battlefield. Don't let it get away, Wang Xiang shouted, and everyone immediately pursued, continuing to launch attacks at the cold-scale Python King. Surrounded and besieged, the cold-scale Python King was ultimately defeated. As the two powerful exotic beasts fell, chaos erupted once more among the beast horde. Seizing the opportunity, everyone pressed the attack, launching a fierce offensive against the beast horde. The exotic beasts gradually could not withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. Soon the horde surrounding Luoqing either fled or were killed, disappearing completely. After the battle, everyone began to clean the battlefield and tended to the wounded. Wang Xiang approached Lu Yi, patting his shoulder, and said, Lu Yi, we owe this victory to you. If it weren't for you and your companions, it would have been very difficult for us to win today. Lu Yi smiled and replied, this is the result of everyone's joint effort. I merely did what I was supposed to do. You are too modest. Wang Xiang sighed, finding it hard to imagine that someone who had just awakened not long ago could be this strong. Indeed, Wang Xiang had already investigated Lu Yi's background last night. It now appeared that the guild's records indicating his strength as a tier 3 were grossly underestimated. On the other side, Ding Yuxuan, while helping others clean the battlefield, looked at Lu Yi with jealousy and thought, damn, this spotlight should have been mine. When everyone finished cleaning the battlefield, it was already late. Wang Xiang immediately decided to hold a celebration that evening. In no time, the entire Luoqing was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone busily set up tables and chairs in the square, preparing food and drinks. The faces of the people were beaming with joy, having swept away the gloom of being besieged by exotic beasts. In a hidden alley, Ding Yuxuan, with a dark expression, found several people from Yingxuan City. The group looked at Ding Yuxuan with suspicion in their eyes. Ding Xiao, what do you want with us? A scarred man spoke first. His name was Lu San, and he was at the early stage. Ding Yuxuan said, I want you to help me with something. If successful, you will not miss out on the benefits. You will also gain the friendship of the Ding family. Oh, Ding Xiao, what could you possibly need? Another thin, cunning-eyed man teased. You're not asking us to help you bully. We won't do that. While we are not good people, we still have our limits. This man was Zhao Si, who was in cahoots with Lu San. Their strengths were comparable, and they were the strongest and most influential among the group. Ding Yuxuan frowned and said, it's not that kind of thing. I need you to help me kill someone. Kill someone. Lu San was taken aback. Ding Xiao, are you crazy? Killing in Luoqing. Do you not want to live? Wang Xiang would not let us off if he found out. Ding Yuxuan quickly reassured them, don't worry, as long as it's done cleanly, Wang Xiang won't know. Besides, the person I want to kill is also from Yingxuan with no relatives in Luoqing. Zhao Si's eyes turned, and he asked, who is it? Who could provoke you to be so determined to kill him? It wouldn't be some formidable character, would it? If he is too strong, we won't be able to handle it. Ding Yuxuan snorted coldly, and said, it's Lu Yi, who has been in the spotlight on the battlefield today. Lu Yi? Lu San gasped in shock. Are you crazy? Did you not see how powerful he was today? Even the Crimson Flame Tiger King fell at his hands. If we go, won't it be a death wish? Ding Yuxuan quickly replied, listen to me. Although Lu Yi is strong, he must be greatly exhausted today. Moreover, during the celebration, he will definitely be drinking, and he will surely lower his guard. We can strike after the celebration, catching him off guard. What do you think of my plan? Even if he expends great energy and drinks, doesn't he still have those two formidable female companions by his side? Moreover, Wang Xiang values him highly. He might send someone to protect him. Zhao Si hesitated slightly. Ding Yuxuan's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam as he said, I have already considered that. We can devise a plan to lure away his two female companions. As for Wang Xiang, after the banquet, he will surely be occupied with various affairs and won't have the energy to care about Lu Yi. As long as we move swiftly, there will be no problem. Lu San remained somewhat worried. This is too risky. If things go wrong, we might all pay the price. Young Master Ding, the reward you offer must be substantial for us to agree. Ding Yuxuan gritted his teeth and said, here is the deal. As long as you help me kill Lu Yi, I will give each of you 10 million plus 5 spirit core beads each. 10 million. And spirit core beads. Lu San and Zhao Si's eyes lit up. For people like them, this was an immense fortune. With this money and the spirit core beads, their strength might ascend to a new level. Zhao Si glanced at Lu San and then at the others before saying, young Master Ding, don't deceive us. Give us a portion of the deposit first, so we can proceed. Ding Yuxuan nodded and pulled out a card from his spatial ring, tossing it to Lu San. Here is 50 million in cash as a deposit. After the deed is done, I will pay you the rest, and the spirit core beads. Lu San took the card, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Very well, young Master Ding, we agree. But let me warn you, if you don't pay the final amount, we won't let you off. Ding Yuxuan snorted coldly, as long as you complete the task, well, I will not go back on my word. By the way, I have already inquired. Lu Yi is staying at a temporary residence in the western part of the city. After the banquet, you strike there. Zhao Si nodded and said understood. Wait for our good news. Ding Yuxuan gave a few more instructions before turning and leaving. Watching his retreating figure, Lu San said to Zhao Si, old fourth, do you think this will work? Lu Yi is not an easy opponent. Zhao Si frowned hard to say, but 10 million plus 5 spirit core beads each. That temptation is too great. If we are cautious, it should be fine. As long as we can lure away his two female companions with our strength, we should be able to strike when he's unprepared and kill him. The others nodded in agreement, seduced by the wealth and pills, resolved to take the risk. In the square of Luo City, the celebration banquet had already begun. People gathered in circles, laughter and joy filling the air as they savored a rare moment of relaxation. Wang Xiang stood in the center of the square, loudly proclaiming, today we were able to repel the strange beasts thanks to everyone's joint effort, especially Brother Lu Yi. His bravery and strength command our utmost respect. Come, let us raise our glasses and toast Brother Lu Yi. Everyone lifted their cups, shouting Lu Yi's name in unison. Lu Yi smiled and stood saying, you flatter me. This is the result of everyone working together. Without everyone's cooperation, I could not have accomplished this. The little fox beside him grinned playfully. Exactly, the master is the strongest, but it was everyone's effort that drove away those foul beasts. Long Liu nodded slightly and said, yes, only through unity can we overcome difficulties. Everyone looked at the little fox and Long Liu with curiosity and envy. They had never seen such a lively and powerful summoned beast capable of communicating like a human. It was truly miraculous. The banquet was in full swing with people eating, drinking, and discussing the day's battle. Lu Yi also relaxed, drinking and chatting with everyone. Ding Yuxuan mingled among the crowd, watching Lu Yi surrounded by admirers, his jealousy burning ever fiercer. He clenched his teeth, thinking, Lu Yi, your glory will soon end. When the banquet ends, your death is certain. As time passed, the banquet gradually wound down. People began to disperse. Lu Yi returned to his temporary residence in the west with the little fox and Long Liu. Lu San, Zhao Si and others had long been lying in ambush nearby. They watched the three enter the residence, exchanged glances, and a murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Old fourth, you take two and lure away his two female companions. The rest of us will seize the opportunity to deal with Lu Yi, Lu San whispered. Zhao Si nodded, all right, be careful. Lu Yi is powerful, don't be careless. With that, Zhao Si led two others quietly around to the back of the residence. They prepared to create a disturbance to draw away the little fox and Long Liu. Although Lu Yi had drunk quite a bit, upon returning his mind remained relatively clear. He said to the little fox and Long Liu, we're all tired today, get some rest early. The little fox stretched lazily and replied, understood, master. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from behind the residence, as if a fight had broken out. The little fox frowned, master, something's happening at the back. Lu Yi said, I'll go check. The little fox hurriedly said, master, let me go. I love watching excitement. Very well, you and Xiaozhou go see. The little fox and Long Liu nodded and headed toward the back. Seeing the little fox and Long Liu come out, Zhao Si's heart leapt with joy. He signaled the two nearby, then the three charged forward together. Who are you? What do you want? The little fox asked warily. The three attackers simultaneously launched their assault on the little fox and Long Liyue. The little fox and Long Liyue immediately counterattacked. Light flashed and skills collided fiercely. Meanwhile, Lu San and others stealthily infiltrated the residence. Taking so long. We've been waiting for you. Lu Yi looked at them calmly, his eyes clear and showing no sign of intoxication. We've been discovered. Lu Yi, your death is certain today. Attack together. Lu San shouted softly, and several charged at Lu Yi. Seeking death. Lu Ye's right arm unleashed the Azura transformation, a sharp blade gleaming coldly in his hand. Seeing Lu Ye's transformation, Lu San and the others felt fear, but tempted by money and pills they braced themselves and charged forward. Lu Ye's gaze was icy as he faced the rushing crowd. His figure moved like lightning, instantly meeting them. With a slash of his blade, a chilling aura roared forth, slicing across the night sky like lightning. Lu San had no time to react before the blade struck him. In an instant, his body seemed torn by an invisible force, cleaved in two. Blood splattered on the ground, the scene gruesome. The others were horrified, faces filled with terror. One of them's legs buckled, he collapsed with a thud, sobbing, "Don't kill me. It was Ding Yuxuan who sent us. Do you even need to say it? In this city, apart from him, who else could be my enemy?" Lu Yi chuckled coldly. As his words fell, he swung the sharp blade in his hand again. A cold light flashed, and the head of the person who had just knelt and begged for mercy flew high into the air, their body collapsing straight down. The remaining few trembled in fear, never expecting Lu Ye's strength to be so terrifying, as he had slain 2 men in the blink of an eye. One of them, slightly bolder, forced himself to speak despite his fear. "Lu Yi, don't go too far. There are so many of us. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape the consequences." Lu Yi snorted coldly, taking a step forward, his powerful aura crashing down upon everyone like a surging tide. "Go too far. You were sent to assassinate me, and now you dare say I'm going too far. Not a single one of you will leave here alive." With that, his body transformed into a series of afterimages, the blade in his hand flashing continuously as he attacked the remaining few. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades, and a strong, killing intent pervaded the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Lu San's men were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, the little fox and Long Liyu returned. "Master, as you predicted, there are indeed people trying to draw." Lu Yi nodded. He had already received an experience notification. The commotion here had attracted quite a number of people's attention, and soon Wang Xiang would arrive. "Lu Yi, what happened?" he asked, frowning as he looked at the several corpses lying on the ground. "These people attempted to ambush me, but I've already dealt with them. This is outrageous. Just after the beast tied, and already there's internal strife. Who is so bold?" Wang Xiang said angrily. "Who else could it be? It's that Ding Yuxuan who sent people to do this," the little fox interjected. "Ding Yuxuan? Good. Someone go bring Ding Yuxuan here," Wang Xiang shouted. Soon the person responsible for capturing Ding Yuxuan returned. "Captain Wang, that brat escaped. Someone saw him leaving the city. This is unacceptable. Even if I have to chase him to Yingxuan, I will bring him back." Wang Xiang frowned slightly, turning to Lu Yi. "Don't worry, I will avenge this. I will personally bring him back for you." After saying that, he took his men and left, reminding Xiao Li to clean up the place before departing. The next day, Lu Yi had just stepped out when he saw Wang Xiang standing outside. "Good morning, Captain Wang. Lu Yi, you finally came out. Were you exhausted last night?" Wang Xiang winked at him. Lu Yi rolled his eyes. "You didn't come out this early just to tease me, did you, eh?" "Oh, I almost forgot the important matter. Ding Yuxuan is dead," Wang Xiang said. "Dead? Did you kill him?" Lu Yi was taken aback at the news. "No, he was killed by a beast," Wang Xiang said with a serious expression. "After we chased him out of the city, we followed his trail. 30 miles outside Luoqing, we found his body in a wilderness surrounded by many beast corpses. It seems he was overwhelmed and killed by the beasts." Wang Xiang recalled the scene, slowly saying, "That wilderness was in ruins, traces of battle everywhere. Ding Yuxuan's body was unrecognizable, covered in claw marks and bite wounds from the beast. His death was extremely tragic. The surrounding beast corpses varied in species, including the swift-wind wolves and the tough rock-armored rhinoceros. From the scene, it can be inferred that he had fled in a panic and stumbled into the beast's territory, triggering their attack. By the time we arrived, the battle was over, and all we saw was his lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, eyes unclosed. Some broken weapons were scattered around him." Wang Xiang sighed gently and continued, "Honestly, I was planning to capture him and hand him over to the city lord's mansion for legal proceedings so he could pay for his actions. But I never expected him to meet such an end. Although he got what he deserved, this outcome is still somewhat disheartening." Lu Yi nodded. After all, Ding Yuxuan was also an acquaintance from Yingxuan High School. To die at the claws of beasts like this was indeed unexpected. However, this was the result of Ding Yuxuan's own actions. "Forget it, since he is dead. Let's consider this matter settled for the time being. I am ready to return," Lu Yi said. "You're leaving so soon. I was hoping to keep you for a few days to I'm returning because I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay. Perhaps we will meet again in the future." Lu Yi smiled slightly. Alright then, I won't keep you. Be safe on your way back. Wang Xiang said regretfully. After having a meal, Lu Yi set off from Luocheng with the little fire dragon and Long Liu riding on the blazing flame. Safe travels. Wang Xiang and the others waved as they watched their departing figures. This kid really is lucky with the ladies. Wang Xiang remarked, feeling older than Lu Yi by about 10 years, still alone, while Lu Yi was accompanied by beautiful women wherever he went. Truly, some people make others feel envious. On the other side, Lu Yi and the others left Luocheng. Master, are we heading straight back? The little fox asked. First, we will go to this place and strive to level up to 20 as soon as possible. Lu Yi glanced at the map. There was a place nearby called the Sand Plains, which was inhabited by many beasts. After his level reset to 0, the little fox and Long Liu hadn't gained much experience. Now that he had leveled up to 12, both of them had also reached level 12 with him. Lu Yi also noticed that the attributes of the little fox and Long Liu had increased nearly tenfold. It seemed that the changes in the system also affected the companions he summoned. Moreover, after he reached level 10, the attribute point gain was no longer 100, but had doubled to a total of 200 points across all attributes. It can be said that now every time he leveled up, his strength underwent a tremendous transformation. After deciding where to go, the blazing flame galloped in the direction Lu Yi pointed. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. The sand plains were filled with swirling yellow sand, appearing quite calm on the surface, yet no one knew what kind of dangers lurked beneath. Let's go in. Lu Yi leaped off the blazing flame and walked ahead into the sand plains. As soon as they stepped into the area, the sound of rustling began. Vortices began to appear in the sand, and soon dozens of 1 meter long scorpion-like beasts emerged before them, swarming in total numbers of 400 to 500. Sand scorpion, level 20 physique, 400 strength, 500 agility, 300 spirit, 100 skill, poison needle spray. The moment these sand scorpions appeared, they rushed towards the three. Lu Yi swung his blade, splitting the attacking sand scorpion in half. Ding! Kill the sand scorpion, gained 20 experience. The system's voice rang out. Attributes do not count toward character limit. Lu Yi summoner, level 12 physique, 280, 0100 strength, 280, 0100 agility, 280, 0100 spirit, 280, 0100 skill, Azura transformation, 8-armed Azura, no time limit, can be switched freely and controlled at will. Tiger's roar, sky slash blade technique, continuous slash blade technique, weapon judgment, 2 Shan Ruer race, Qingqiu Fox clan demon, level 12 physique, 1500 strength, 1500 agility, 1500 spirit, 1500 skill, charm, passive starfire blaze area, attack, fire dragon whirl, single target, Long Liu race, dragon clan, immortal, level 12 physique, 1800 strength, 1800 agility, 1800 spirit, 1800 skill, dragon's cry, break, soaring dragon, stab, starfall, destined weapon, Song Yuan. With a soft sputter, the pale blue blood of the sand scorpions splattered across the desert sand. As if triggering a chain reaction, the surrounding sand scorpions let out high-pitched shrieks, and an increasing number of them surged madly toward Lu Yi and his companions. So much experience. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Yi's lips. If it were anyone else, they would have long been terrified into fleeing. But Lu Yi was different. He was in dire need of experience right now. Moreover, with his current attribute points, these sand scorpions were far from capable of harming him. Let's kill. He nodded to the little fox and Long Liu, then transformed and took a single step forward. A thunderous boom echoed. He directly crushed 4 or 5 sand scorpions beneath his foot. Kill! 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 Lu Yi put away his weapons and fought barehanded. He either smashed them with a single punch or slapped them to death. For him, these sand scorpions posed no threat, only their numbers were considerable. If not for the sheer quantity of sand scorpions, Lu Yi wouldn't have made a special trip here. Each sand scorpion contributed 5 experience points. In just over 10 minutes, he had already gained nearly 10,000 experience points. The constant chime of experience being credited was like a beautiful melody to Lu Yi, utterly addictive. Half an hour later, Lu Yi, accompanied by the little fox and Long Liu, had advanced several hundred meters into the sand plains. 3 golden flashes of light illuminated the area. Lu Yi and his 2 companions had reached level 13. Master, why are there so many scorpion monsters here? The little fox asked, puzzled. She felt as if this place was the sand scorpions' headquarters. No matter how many they killed, an endless stream of scorpions kept emerging from beneath the sand. I don't know. Lu Yi shook his head. In truth, he had also sensed the anomaly. There were far too many sand scorpions here, completely different from what was recorded on the forums. If the sand plains had this many scorpions, it would never be a training ground for most awakened ones. Even with his current strength, he felt some pressure, let alone ordinary awakened individuals. Lu Yi could confidently say that his current strength was at least above the 5th rank. Even if he encountered a 6th rank awakened, he wouldn't flinch. If even he found it somewhat overwhelming here, then this place was utterly unsuitable for ordinary awakened. But it's perfect for me. Lu Yi threw a punch, clearing a patch of sand before him, but it was immediately filled again by sand scorpions. Deep beneath the sand plains, a giant sand scorpion hundreds of meters long lay dormant. Its body was like a small hill coiled silently in the dark depths of the earth. Its shell was incredibly hard, as if forged from countless pieces of refined iron shimmering with a cold, dim metallic luster. The shell was covered in deep ravines and patterns. With each slow, deep breath it took, thousands of small sand scorpions fell from its body. These small scorpions were only the size of a palm, with a strange pale blue hue, crystal clear, as if carved from glass. As soon as they appeared, they grew rapidly in the wind, their tiny bodies swelling several times in the blink of an eye. Then, as if receiving some silent command, they rushed outward and joined the ranks besieging Lu Yi and his group. After an unknown amount of time, the little fox and Long Liyue were exhausted. "Master, how about we take a break? I'm hungry," the little fox said. Lu Yi nodded. He had been so absorbed in the slaughter that he hadn't felt hungry. Now, reminded by the little fox, he realized his stomach was growling. "Both of you sit tight," he instructed the little fox and Long Liyue, who were perched on his shoulders, and handed the flame, now shrunk to the size of a palm, to the little fox. Then, with a powerful stomp of his feet, he shot into the sky. With just that one move, he returned to the entrance of the sand plains. The trio and the wolf blatantly took out cooking tools at the entrance and began to cook. The pursuing sand scorpions stared at them ferociously, but none dared to step out of the sand plains. Occasionally one or two were pushed out and turned into a handful of yellow sand, drifting away with the wind. This was the rule of the sand plains. No creature living within could take a single step outside. After eating, Lu Yi and the others returned to their previous spot. With a roar, the sand scorpions that had been waiting there swarmed them. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lu Yi chuckled and struck directly. Since these sand scorpions had waited tirelessly for him, he had to repay them with his strongest attacks. After all, these were experience points. Dense waves of sand scorpions kept appearing. Even though Lu Yi, the little fox, and Long Liyue had killed nearly 10,000 of them, the creatures showed no sign of giving up. It was as if they were rushing to their deaths. "Trying to wear me down with these? You're in for a disappointment." Lu Yi sneered inwardly. "Kill!" he roared, and weapons simultaneously appeared in his 8 arms. With weapons in hand, Lu Yi was like a tiger with wings. He spun around continuously, slaying the sand scorpions. His experience points grew at a visibly rapid rate. After an unknown period, golden light radiated from Lu Yi's body once more. He had finally reached level 15. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 15. You are rewarded with a small gift pack. Do you wish to open it? The system's voice sounded. Open! Lu Yi thought silently. The system had mentioned that every 5 levels he would receive a small gift pack, and every 10 levels he would get an additional summoning opportunity. He remembered that at level 5, the system had rewarded him with a ring of holding, which had been a timely help. I wonder what this gift pack will contain. Lu Yi felt a surge of excitement. Ding! Opening gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 wish card equipment. Lu Yi was puzzled and asked, "System, what is this wish card?" The system's voice replied, "The wish card equipment is an extremely special item. With this card, the host can obtain a weapon that perfectly matches your desires. This weapon will be generated according to the host's wishes, perfectly suiting your needs in quality, attributes, and appearance." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately turned his gaze to the little fox. The little fox had fought alongside him for a long time. Xiao Zhu wielded the divine weapon Song Yuan, and he himself held the judgment blade, but the little fox had always relied solely on her own spells, lacking a suitable weapon. This wish card seemed tailor-made for the little fox. "Master, why are you staring at me? It makes me shy." The little fox giggled casually, tossing out dozens of fireballs. The fireballs hit the ground, melting the sand. Lu Yi handed the Rui card to the little fox. "What is this?" The little fox looked puzzled. "This Rui card is for you. You can use it to obtain a unique weapon," Lu Yi said with a smile. The little fox was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes filled with delight. "Really? Is there such a good thing?" Lu Yi nodded. "Of course you'll know once you try it." The little fox's eyes turned slightly red, and she said gratefully, "Thank you, master, I will use it well." "Quickly think about what kind of weapon you want," Lu Yi said. The little fox closed her eyes and began to ponder. She thought about her proficiency in fire spells. Perhaps a weapon that complemented fire would be the most suitable. After a moment's thought, the little fox had her answer. Holding the Rui card, she softly said, "I want a weapon that can enhance my fire power while being flexible to control." As soon as she finished speaking, the Rui card burst forth with brilliant light, shooting up into the sky and coalescing into a massive vortex. Within the vortex, various lights and shadows flickered, constantly changing shape. The surrounding sand scorpions seemed to sense this powerful and mysterious force, temporarily halting their attacks and looking up at the sky. As the light gradually converged, a weapon slowly descended from the vortex. It was a uniquely designed whip made of a strange red crystal, translucent, with flames seemingly flowing and dancing within. The tip of the whip was crafted from sharp fiery red metal glinting coldly, like a burning spearhead. The little fox reached out to catch the whip, and in an instant a warm and powerful force surged into her body. She could clearly feel that this whip perfectly matched her fire power, as if it were a part of her body. The little fox excitedly waved it a few times, and the whip's tip traced through the air, leaving trails of fire and making a whoosh sound. Lu Yi looked at the weapon in the little fox's hand, smiling with satisfaction. This weapon suits you well. You now have a powerful aid. The little fox happily nodded, her eyes filled with love for her new weapon. However, before they could admire it further, the surrounding sand scorpions seemed to snap back to reality and surge towards them once again. Come on, let you all witness the power of my new weapon. The little fox shouted, swinging the whip. The whip instantly transformed into countless fiery tendrils sweeping towards the swarm of sand scorpions. Wherever the flames went, the sand scorpions were ignited, letting out pained hisses before turning to ashes. Lu Yi was not to be outdone, moving all 8 arms to wildly slash at the sand scorpions. Long Liu coordinated with Lu Yi and the little fox's attacks. In an instant, the cries of the sand scorpions intertwined in the sandy plains. Although the sand scorpions were numerous, they gradually showed signs of defeat under the overwhelming assault from the 3. Suddenly, a more intense tremor came from beneath the ground. Something down below is finally coming out, Lu Yi thought. As the tremors intensified, a gigantic sand scorpion emerged from underground. This sand scorpion was at least 30 to 40 meters long, its body towering like a small mountain. Colorful Phantom Scorpion King level. Constitution, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Skills, Colorful Poison Mist, Space Distortion, Scorpion Tail, Purgatory. Lu Yi was secretly shocked as he saw the information about the colorful Phantom Scorpion King through the system. Master, this scorpion looks really powerful, the little fox said. No matter how powerful, it will die. Lu Yi took a deep breath. The 3 quickly adjusted their states and stood ready. Hiss! The colorful Phantom Scorpion King slowly raised its massive head, looking down at Lu Yi and the others, its eyes flashing with cold and fierce light. It opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening roar, then a colorful poisonous mist spewed out from its mouth, spreading towards Lu Yi and the others. Be careful of the poison mist. Lu Yi transformed the judgment into the form of the ensnaring giant shield, creating a golden light barrier around the 3. The little fox unleashed her full fire spells, trying to disperse the poison mist. The raging flames collided with the colorful poison mist, producing sizzling sounds as light flickered and smoke billowed. Long Liu manipulated the surrounding wind elements, blowing the poison mist back towards the colorful Phantom Scorpion King. Seeing the poison mist being countered, the colorful Phantom Scorpion King angrily waved its enormous pincers. Its tail raised high, the tip shimmering with colorful light. It thrust fiercely towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi swiftly dodged the attack of the scorpion tail, but as the tail struck the sand, it instantly triggered a small sandstorm. Amidst the flying sand and stones, Lu Yi said, Little fox, keep using fire to disrupt its vision and movements. Little Jiu, attack its weak points with Song Yuan, look for opportunities to breach its defenses. The little fox heard and swung the fire whip even more fiercely. A giant dragon formed from flames roared out from the whip, heading towards the colorful Phantom Scorpion King with devastating momentum. The colorful Phantom Scorpion King felt this powerful fire energy, and a hint of wariness flickered in its originally fierce eyes. It swung its massive pincers in an attempt to swat the flame dragon away, but the flame dragon agilely twisted its body, avoiding the pincer, then bit down on the Scorpion King's shell, causing flames to instantly spread. At the same time, Long Liu, holding the spear, Song Yuan had the spear tip glinting with cold light. She gracefully weaved through the edges of the sandstorm, her speed suddenly accelerating with the power of the wind elements. Like a bolt of black lightning, she charged towards the colorful Phantom Scorpion King, aiming her spear at the weaker joint of its leg. The colorful Phantom Scorpion King felt pain, its legs trembling slightly, and it angrily whipped its tail, the colorful light on its scorpion tail flaring up. Scorpion Tail, Purgatory. Colorful flames erupted from the scorpion tail, sweeping towards the 3. Lu Yi transformed the judgment into the form of the ensnaring giant shield, firmly blocking in front of him. The colorful flames crashed into the giant shield, creating a strong impact, causing the golden light barrier on the shield's surface to tremble violently. The little fox retracted the whip, formed seals with her hands, flame barrier. A thick layer of flame barrier rose around the 3, working together with the ensnaring giant shield to resist the attack of Scorpion Tail, Purgatory. Long Liu seized the opportunity and launched another attack under the cover of the flames. She infused the power of the wind elements into the Song Yuan spear, and the spear body was surrounded by howling winds. Break! Long Liu shouted. The spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking towards the eyes of the colorful Phantom Scorpion King. The colorful phantom Scorpion King sensed the danger and hurriedly turned its massive head, using its pincers to block the attack. Clang! The Tsang Yuan spear collided with the pincers, producing a loud noise and sending sparks flying. The little fox took the chance to launch another attack, Fire Meteor. Countless burning fireballs appeared in the sky, like shooting stars crashing down towards the colorful phantom Scorpion King. The colorful phantom Scorpion King raised its head, a hint of panic flashing in its eyes, but it quickly reacted, spewing forth a denser colorful poison mist from its mouth. The fire meteors collided with the colorful poison mist, bursting with radiant light and swirling smoke. Lu Yi leaped into the air, landing atop the colorful phantom Scorpion King's head. Die! Lu Yi gripped the handle of the judgment blade tightly with his 8 arms and swung it forcefully towards the head of the colorful Scorpion King. Boom! The skull of the colorful Scorpion King was cleaved, leaving a deep fissure. In an instant, red, white, blue, and green, a multitude of disgusting slime erupted. Tiger's roar, sky slash. Lu Yi shouted angrily, leaping high into the air and then crashing down. Half of the colorful Scorpion King's head was severed. However, its vitality was remarkably tenacious. Even with half its head gone, it continued to resist, trying to shake off the person atop its head. Lu Yi's feet seemed rooted to the ground, standing there immobile, while the judgment blade continually stirred within the remaining half of the scorpion's head. As the colorful Scorpion King fell, the surrounding sand scorpions finally became afraid and quickly vanished into the sand. Just as Lu Yi prepared to deal with the corpse on the ground, a sudden crack echoed nearby. Who? Lu Yi frowned slightly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from behind them. Impressive, truly impressive. I didn't expect you at such a young age to have killed this Scorpion King by yourself. But now you are greatly exhausted, you can leave while the Scorpion King remains. 3 figures slowly approached from the outskirts of the sandy area. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, tall and muscular, standing over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles that seemed to contain boundless strength. He wore a black, tight-fitting outfit adorned with golden patterns that sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. His face was chiseled like a knife, with thick brows and large eyes exuding an aura of greed and ferocity. His short black hair stood on end, giving him a fierce appearance. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was relatively thin, his complexion pale as paper, emanating a hint of sickliness. He wore a gray long robe with strange runes embroidered around the collar and cuffs. His narrow eyes squinted, slightly gleaming with a sinister light, as if calculating something at all times. The woman was slender and beautiful, but the indifference and disdain in her eyes marred her beauty. She wore a tight red leather outfit that accentuated her curves, with a cascade of red hair casually draped over her shoulders, playing with a dagger that glinted with a cold light at its tip. Why should I? Lu Yi looked at the 3 with indifference. The middle-aged man sneered. Why? Because you are already at the end of your rope, while the 3 of us are still in perfect condition. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave, or don't blame us for being rude. Are you sure? Lu Yi tightened his grip on the judgment blade, his aura suddenly rising. In his line of sight, all 3 figures appeared as question marks. Dare to resist. The middle-aged man, seeing this, stopped talking and shouted. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged towards Lu Yi, raising his right fist high, gathering immense power that made the air tremble, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Lu Yi once again unleashed Azura transformation, his 8 arms dancing simultaneously, the blade of judgment glowing brilliantly. Void split slash. He moved like lightning towards the middle-aged man, unleashing several fierce blade energies. The middle-aged man did not evade, instead meeting the blade energy with his fist. Boom. The collision between fist and blade energy erupted with a powerful shockwave, lifting the surrounding sand several meters high. Both men staggered back a few steps from the force of the impact. The middle-aged man gasped, not expecting Lu Yi to possess such formidable strength to resist him. I underestimated you. The middle-aged man appeared before Lu Yi in the blink of an eye, delivering another punch. Lu Yi raised the judgment blade to block. Clang! The immense force sent shivers down Lu Yi's arm. Seeing this, the little fox and Long Liyue immediately took action. The little fox swung her flaming whip, Flame Inferno. A massive flame surged towards the middle-aged man. Long Liyue, wielding the long spear Tsung Yuan, struck like a bolt of black lightning towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, seeing the 2 attacks, stomped his feet violently, causing the ground to fracture instantly. A wall of earth burst forth from the ground to block the little fox's flames. At the same time, he swiftly dodged Long Liyue's thrust and countered with a palm strike, sending Long Liyue flying with immense force. Xiaojiu. Lu Yi took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the judgment blade. Kill. A beam of light imbued with powerful Azura energy erupted from the blade, slashing towards the middle-aged man. The light was like a blazing sun, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The middle-aged man felt the might of this strike and dared not be careless. He quickly formed hand seals, emanating a layer of golden light that formed a shield. Diamond shield. The collision between the light and the shield produced a deafening roar, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the shield. At that moment the thin man made his move. He waved his hands, and black runes flew from his palms towards Lu Yi and the others. Dark curse. Where the runes passed, the air seemed to freeze, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Yi felt an icy power invade his body, causing his movements to slow. The little fox swung her flaming whip, once more sending a massive flame blade towards the thin man. The thin man's lips curled slightly, and a black barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the flame blade. Little girl, with just you can't hurt me, the thin man mocked. At the same time the woman in red also joined. She moved like a specter, swiftly approaching the little fox. The dagger in her hand gleamed with a cold light as she aimed for the little fox's throat. The little fox quickly defended with her flaming whip. Clang! The dagger struck the whip, sending sparks flying. The woman in red missed her strike, but did not become disheartened. The dagger struck out again like a cunning snake with unpredictable and tricky angles. The little fox created a curtain of fire with her flaming whip in front of her. Seeing the little fox in danger, Lu Yi forcibly circulated the power within him. As the Azura energy flowed through his body, the icy power of the dark curse seemed to be suppressed by some powerful force, gradually weakening. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yi's judgment blade burst with brilliance. A phantom scale formed from Azura energy appeared on the blade, then transformed into a blade energy filled with endless killing, intense slashing towards the space between the middle-aged man and the thin man. This blade energy was not only meant for attack, but also to divert the enemy's attention. The middle-aged man, seeing this fierce blade energy, changed his expression slightly and had to reinforce the diamond shield once more. The thin man also sensed the threat of this blade energy, dividing some of his power to cast a dark barrier to resist the blade energy. Boom! The blade energy clashed with the shield and barrier, erupting with a deafening sound, and sand and dust filled the air. Seizing this moment, Lu Yi's figure flashed, instantly arriving beside the little fox. Lu Yi shielded the little fox behind him and swung his sword, sending the woman in red flying. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Yi comforted softly, his gaze never leaving the enemy. At this moment Long Liu had also recovered from the impact of being struck. With a delicate shout, a domain of wind formed around her with a radius of several dozen meters as the howling winds surged, cutting the sand around into deep ravines. Empowered by the wind domain, Long Liu's speed and attack power surged dramatically, transforming into a stream of black light as she charged toward the gaunt man. The gaunt man, seeing Long Liu's assault, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You overestimate yourself." He formed seals with both hands, and black runes surged from the ground, shooting toward Long Liu. Long Liu remained calm, her spear dancing swiftly, the spear blossoms sparkling as they deflected the incoming runes. At the same time, harnessing the power of the wind domain, a colossal dragon, formed of wind elements, roared from the spear, lunging at the gaunt man. The gaunt man's expression changed. He did not expect Long Liu to unleash such a powerful attack in such a short time. He quickly summoned all his strength, forming a thick, dark shield in front of him. Dark barrier. The wind dragon collided with the dark barrier, erupting in a burst of intense light and roaring sounds, causing the dark barrier to tremble violently, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. The middle-aged man saw the gaunt man in crisis and felt a pang of anxiety. He flashed forward, wanting to support the gaunt man. Lu Yi would not let him succeed, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Yi moved like a shadow, weaving in front of the middle-aged man with 8 arms, wielding judgment, attacking from different angles. The middle-aged man had no choice but to stop and face Lu Yi's onslaught. Bang! 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 Fists and blades clashed continuously, each collision bursting forth with tremendous force, distorting the surrounding air as if it were boiling. Although the middle-aged man was powerful, Lu Yi, in his Azura transformation state, with the advantage of 8 arms and a strange movement technique, fought him to a standstill. On the other side, Long Liu's assault continued. In the standoff with the dark barrier, the wind dragon suddenly opened its massive mouth, shooting forth a beam infused with potent wind elements. Boom! The dark barrier finally could not withstand the pressure and shattered, with the gaunt man being struck by this immense force, his body flying out like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The woman in red, seeing the gaunt man injured, felt a sense of panic. She no longer entangled with the little fox, her figure flashing as she charged toward Long Liu. "You vile woman, dare to harm my companion." The woman in red brandished a dagger that gleamed with an eerie cold light, like a red lightning bolt, stabbing toward Long Liu. The little fox, seeing this, immediately swung its flaming whip, Flame Dragon's Wrath. A massive fire dragon erupted from the whip, rushing toward the woman in red. The woman in red felt the overwhelming fiery power behind her and had to abandon her attack on Long Liu, turning to block the fire dragon. Mere tricks. The woman in red quickly spun her dagger, forming a black whirlwind attempting to shred the fire dragon. The fire dragon collided with the black whirlwind, intertwining flames and darkness flashing brightly. At this moment, the battle between Lu Yi and the middle-aged man also reached its peak. The middle-aged man roared Sky Splitter Fist. His body was instantly enveloped in a layer of golden light, transforming, as if into a ferocious tiger, his fists carrying earth-shattering power as they slammed toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages. The middle-aged man's fists smashed into the afterimages, obliterating them, but failing to harm Lu Yi in the slightest. Seizing the moment while the middle-aged man's previous power had waned and new strength had yet to surface, Lu Yi unleashed a chain slash. The Blade of Judgment shone brilliantly, a massive blade aura infused with powerful Azura energy, slashing toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man attempted to evade, but found his body sluggish after exhausting all his strength, only able to watch as the blade aura approached. Boom! The blade aura struck the middle-aged man, instantly engulfing his body in a blood mist, sending him flying back several dozen meters, unconscious and unsure of his fate. The woman in red, witnessing the middle-aged man fall, was filled with dread. She knew she had encountered a formidable opponent today. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to her retreat. She shouted, abandoning the battle and turning to flee. "Think you can escape?" Long Liu shouted, releasing her spear, which transformed into an azure dragon that directly swallowed the woman in red. Accompanied by a scream, the body of the woman in red fell to the ground. Long Liu looked at the body of the woman in red, slightly furrowing her brow as she summoned her spear back into her. At this moment, the battlefield was thick with the scent of blood. The sand stained red, and the dust raised by the battle had yet to settle, making the area appear especially eerie. Lu Yi decided to return first, and naturally the little fox and Long Liu had no objections. The three of them rode the blazing flames, flying towards the direction of Qingqiu. After returning to the city, he immediately went to the guild and found Hong Xiao. "Lu Yi, you're back. I heard from Wang Xiang that you performed very well in Luo City. Well done, as expected of someone I have high hopes for." Hong Xiao stood on her toes and patted his shoulder. "Enough with this useless talk. First tell me why you didn't mention that there was a safe passage to Luo City. Do you know I almost died out there?" Lu Yi said. I just forgot for a moment. I apologize." Hong Xiao said. "You can forget something that concerns life and death. Luckily it was me, but if it were someone else. I know this, so I sincerely apologize to you." Hong Xiao deeply bowed to him. Seeing this, Lu Yi reached out to help her up and inadvertently caught sight of a deep ravine. "All right, this time I forgive you." After completing the task, Lu Yi and the others returned home. Cheng Xiao had been waiting for them and had prepared a large table of delicacies. "Wow, Sister Xiao, did you make all of these?" The little fox's eyes lit up and saliva almost dripped from the corner of her mouth. "I don't have that ability. I just instructed the chef at home to prepare them and send them over." Cheng Xiao smiled and shook her head. "Hurry and sit down to eat. I've been timing it." The group sat down and began to eat. During the meal, Cheng Xiao inquired about their experiences in Luo City. When she heard that they had encountered an ambush in the sand plains and managed to eliminate the assailants, she finally felt relieved. "So I told I early on that the most dangerous thing in the wilderness isn't those exotic beasts, but rather humans." "Indeed. From now on we must be vigilant when encountering people in the wilderness." Lu Yi nodded. "By the way, Sister Xiao, have you heard about Ding Yuxuan?" What was the Ding family's reaction? He looked at Cheng Xiao and asked. What reaction could they have? The Ding family sent someone to Luo City to investigate, and it turns out Ding Yuxuan left Luo City without permission. But you need to be careful. I worry they might take their anger out on you since this matter is somewhat related to you. Don't worry, I will be cautious. By the way, when is that hunting competition you mentioned?" Lu Yi asked. "It's tomorrow. Are we still going to kill that Ding Yuxuan? I'm worried the Ding family will be enraged if they suddenly lose 2 direct descendants." Cheng Xiao said. "We want them to be enraged. There isn't a good person among the Ding family." Lu Yi smiled slightly. "All right, you can put on some makeup tomorrow to disguise yourself and act as my bodyguard." Cheng Xiao nodded. "What makeup? Master, come here." The little fox beckoned Lu Yi with her finger. "What is it?" Lu Yi asked in confusion, but still leaned down. The little fox pressed her forehead against his. Soon a set of incantations appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Transformation. Exactly. As long as you learn this, you can transform into any shape, and no one will be able to tell. However, time is too short now. You will probably only manage a rough transformation tomorrow, just enough to fool those people. The little fox nodded. "Is this difficult?" Lu Yi smiled faintly. "Not really, it took me a full month to learn this back then." "Xiaojiu, how about you?" The little fox looked at Long Liu. "Me? Maybe half a month," Long Liu said. "I shouldn't have asked you." The little fox's face fell. Oh, wasn't this just asking for criticism? While the two were chatting, Lu Yi was already activating his mind. System, is there a way to quickly master this transformation? The host only needs to consume experience to improve proficiency. Do you need this? The system's voice sounded. I need it. Lu Yi nodded. Why wouldn't he take a shortcut if there was one? He opened the attribute panel and saw the transformation skill. He checked his experience, which was around 4 to 500,000. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign behind the transformation skill. Click, click, click. As his experience decreased, the proficiency of the transformation skill quickly went from beginner to perfect. Seeing the plus sign behind the skill disappear, Lu Yi finally stopped. He had completely mastered the transformation technique by consuming 300,000 experience points. I already know how to do it, he said to the little fox. Master, don't be discouraged. This is actually very difficult, and it takes time. What? You've already learned it. The little fox covered her mouth, looking at him in surprise. That's right, I have completely mastered the transformation. Lu Yi nodded. Really? Long Liu also looked incredulous. Really, if you don't believe me, just name something, and I'll show you. Lu Yi smiled slightly. I'll go first. Master, why don't you transform into a little fox? The little fox said. All right, I'll transform into one. Lu Yi transformed into a little fox, vivid and lifelike. The fiery red fur was smooth and glossy, seemingly burning like flames under the light, with every hair distinct, as if intricately carved. The eyes sparkled like two clear red gemstones, shining with a lively glow, exuding cleverness and wisdom, resembling the little fox's playful demeanor. The petite nose twitched slightly, sniffing at the scents in the air, while the chubby little mouth opened slightly, as if ready to emit a charming sound at any moment. The four short legs moved lightly, and the fluffy tail swayed back and forth like a soft fan, every movement indistinguishable from a real little fox. Wow, Master looks so much like a little fox. The little fox jumped up excitedly, her eyes full of surprise and admiration, circling around Lu Ye's transformed little fox several times, looking left and right, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Amazing. It's exactly like a real little fox. Even the expressions are imitated perfectly. Qingqiu also couldn't help but praise, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Since that's the case, Yi transformed into Ding Jia's Ding Yaozu. He is Ding Yuxuan and Ding Yushuang's uncle and a prominent figure in the Ding family. He will definitely attend the hunting competition tomorrow. If you transform into his appearance, you might be able to gather some intelligence about the Ding family during the competition, Qingqiu said, after pondering for a moment, taking out her phone to show him a photo. Lu Yi nodded and once again recited the incantation. Bright light flashed around him as his body began to twist and change. Moments later, a middle-aged man appeared before everyone. The man was tall, dressed in a luxurious purple brocade robe adorned with exquisite golden cloud patterns, showcasing his extraordinary status. His facial features were rugged, with thick eyebrows and large eyes emanating an air of authority and arrogance. He was indeed Ding Yaozu of the Ding family. He slightly raised his chin, adopting a high and mighty demeanor. Even the habitual slight upward curve of his mouth was indistinguishable from the real Ding Yaozu. So similar. Yi, your transformation skill is truly divine. If I hadn't seen you transform with my own eyes, I would have thought Ding Yaozu was standing right in front of me. If you infiltrated the Ding family like this, I doubt anyone would notice the flaw. Long Liu also nodded in praise. Master, try transforming into Xiaojiu. The little fox said excitedly. Lu Yi smiled and once again performed the transformation technique. With a flash of light, another Long Liu appeared before everyone. The same black hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her waist, her exquisite face cold as ice, with eyes exuding a sense of calm and determination. Dressed in a black fitted outfit, her graceful figure was perfectly outlined, and her unique aura revealed itself in every gesture, as if the real Long Liu was standing there. You transformed so well that I almost thought I was looking at myself in a mirror. Long Liu said, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she carefully examined Lu Ye's transformation. Master is amazing. This transformation technique in your hands is truly brought to perfection. The little fox clapped in admiration. All right, since Lu Yi has already mastered the transformation technique, tomorrow's hunting competition will be even more secure. Yi, first transform into another appearance to enter the hunting grounds with me, then change into Ding Yaozu's form later. We'll assess the situation and see if we can find an opportunity to eliminate Ding Yushuang, while also keeping an eye on whether the Ding family has any schemes. Qingqiu said, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and caution. Don't worry, Sister Xiao. With this transformation technique, I won't let you down. Lu Yi said confidently. The people of the Ding family are usually bullying others, but it's time to teach them a lesson. Lu Yi said with confidence. After a night of silence, the next morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Lu Yi rose early, employing the art of transformation to assume the guise of an ordinary passerby. He meticulously checked his attire, ensuring there were no flaws. Soon the phone rang. Qingqiu had sent someone. The two quickly met up. Qingqiu was dressed in a form-fitting outfit dominated by black, as deep and somber as the night. The collar and cuffs were outlined with intricate patterns in red silk thread resembling flames in the dark. The fabric appeared soft, yet was incredibly tough, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight akin to a meticulously crafted battle armor. The fitted top accentuated her upright posture perfectly. The shoulder design was unique with slightly raised sections that not only added a touch of heroism, but also concealed lightweight protective gear capable of withstanding certain attacks in critical moments. The sleeves hugged her arms closely, allowing for complete freedom of movement. As she moved, the red patterns at the cuffs flickered like flowing flames. The lower garment was a pair of black fitted trousers that showcased Qingqiu's long and straight legs to perfection. The sides of the pants were also embroidered with red silk patterns complementing the top. The pant legs were cinched tightly, tucked into a pair of black knee-high boots. The boots had a mirror-like smooth surface with red silk patterns intricately stitched on the shafts. Around Qingqiu's waist was a broad leather belt featuring a uniquely shaped metal buckle carved with a vividly lifelike eagle, its eyes set with two red gemstones that glinted with a sharp light, as if ready to soar at any moment. The belt not only served to cinch her waist, but also held several small pouches containing tools that Qingqiu might. Her hands were clad in black leather gloves, the palms adorned with special textures to enhance grip, ensuring stability while wielding weapons or climbing. The back of the gloves featured exquisite metal embellishments that harmonized beautifully with the overall style of her outfit. "Shall we go? Are you ready?" Qingqiu inquired. Lu Yi nodded slightly. "I am ready." The two got into the car, which sped off towards the hunting grounds. Along the way, Lu Yi diligently memorized Ding Yao's habits and characteristics to avoid revealing any flaws once inside. Soon the carriage arrived at the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds were located on the outskirts of Qingqiu City, sprawling over a vast area where various exotic beasts were kept. The place was already bustling with people. Almost all the prominent figures from Qingqiu City had arrived dressed in luxurious attire, engaging in lively conversations while waiting for the hunting competition to begin. As soon as Qingqiu got out of the car, many people gathered around to greet her. "Miss Qing, you truly are radiant." A middle-aged man in a brocade robe, portly in stature, smiled as he spoke, his gaze unconsciously sizing up Qingqiu. Qingqiu politely smiled in return. "You flatter me, Boss Lu. You look quite spirited today as well." Lu Yi stood silently behind Qingqiu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the crowd dispersed, preparing for the upcoming hunting competition. Lu Yi and Qingqiu made their way into the inner part of the hunting grounds. This hunting ground is no ordinary place. Besides the common exotic beasts, there are said to be some powerful entities specifically prepared to test the participants. "You must be careful later," Qingqiu whispered to Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The hunting ground was lush with trees thick with grass, and the distant roars of exotic beasts could occasionally be heard. At this moment, the host stepped onto a high platform and announced loudly, "Dear esteemed guests, the hunting competition officially begins today. The rules remain the same. The one who captures the most exotic beasts before sunset, especially the rarest ones, will be declared the winner. Everyone may set off." With this command, the crowd surged into the depths of the hunting grounds. Lu Yi and Qingqiu were no exception. They chose a relatively secluded path. Shortly after entering the woods, they heard a rustling noise. Qingqiu's expression sharpened, and she whispered, "Be careful, there's movement." Lu Yi nodded, and the two crept closer to the source of the sound. They saw a wolf-like exotic beast crouched in the grass, its body covered in black scales, its eyes glinting with a ghostly green light, occasionally emitting a low growl. Black-scaled demon wolf, level mid-stage 2 description, possesses a degree of intelligence, extremely fast with sharp claws, adept at group combat, and highly aggressive when acting alone. Lu Yi checked the information on this exotic beast through the system. The black-scaled demon wolf seemed to sense danger, suddenly turning its head towards Lu Yi and letting out an angry roar as it lunged at him. "Seeking death." Lu Yi shouted, lightly slicing it in half with a single stroke. "Is it dead already?" Qingqiu remarked with some astonishment. With her strength, it would require quite an effort to deal with the black-scaled demon wolf, yet it hadn't lasted a second against Lu Yi. Her good brother certainly was different now. "There's no need for you to intervene here." Lu Yi nodded. The two continued deeper into the hunting grounds. As they walked, they arrived at the edge of a lake. The water was clear as crystal, yet it exuded a sinister aura. Suddenly ripples appeared on the surface, and a massive crocodile-like beast emerged from the water. Its body stretched over 10 meters long, covered in hard blue scales, with two enormous fangs protruding from its mouth, gleaming with a chilling light. Blue-scaled crocodile king, level early stage 3 description, possesses immense defensive and offensive capabilities, adept at fighting in water, and can manipulate water elemental forces to a certain extent. "This is way too weak, right?" Lu Yi lost interest in engaging. He summoned the little fox, and Long Liu. Finally out, the little fox stretched its body. The summoning space had changed, with Lu Yi's growing. The space was now broader and more comfortable, resembling a small secret realm Yet for the energetic little fox, the outside world was still more appealing. Long Liu gripped her spear Tsangyan tightly, her eyes revealing a look of eagerness. Lu Yi pointed at the blue-scaled crocodile king and said, "Why don't you two practice a bit on this blue-scaled crocodile king? It's a perfect opportunity to test the results of your training lately." "All right, master. Watch me take care of it." The little fox excitedly waved its fiery whip, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Don't worry, master." Long Liu nodded slightly as the wind elements began to swirl around her. The blue-scaled crocodile king let out a thunderous roar upon seeing the suddenly appeared little fox, and Long Liu, its massive tail, struck the water violently, creating a towering wall of water several meters high that surged towards the little fox and Long Liu. After Lu Yi finished his instructions, he concentrated and used the art of metamorphosis, instantly transforming into the likeness of Ding Yaozu. Every aspect of his demeanor was strikingly similar, as if Ding Yaozu himself had reappeared. He adjusted his clothing and began searching for Ding Yushuang's traces within the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds were vast, and as Lu Yi remained attentive to the sounds around him, he contemplated the possible locations where Ding Yushuang might appear. He proceeded along a winding path, trying to avoid encountering other competitors. After all, the real Ding Yaozu was outside the hunting grounds. This was after all a competition for the younger generation, and his appearance could easily raise suspicions. On a small hill approximately 500 meters from the center of the hunting grounds, Ding Yushuang led a group of young disciples from the Ding family, hiding among them, while using specially crafted spiritual devices to observe their surroundings. "Young Master Ding, there are many powerful exotic beasts in the hunting grounds. We should be cautious," remarked a cold-faced youth with a frown. Ding Yushuang also frowned, his gaze scanning the area. Suddenly his eyes locked onto a group in the distance, engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of vibrant feathered beasts. "It's the Qing family." Ding Yushuang raised an eyebrow. "Do you recognize any of them?" The cold-faced youth looked over and replied, "That one holding the long halberd is Cheng Lai. His strength is indeed remarkable. He dares to confront the early-stage, second-tier, vibrant feathered beasts hidden. Rumor has it his strength is comparable to an average early-stage third-tier warrior. Although his movement seems slightly sluggish, it appears the rumors are true." Beside him, Ding Yong, who carried a heavy black iron sword on his back, brightened up and quickly picked up the spiritual device to observe that direction, excitedly exclaiming, "They really are from the Chung family. That kid Qingqiu is also here, and he seems to be performing quite well." "Young Master Ding, it's this brat who ruined a significant deal for me, costing me a staggering 50 million. Ding Yong said through gritted teeth. "How about we take the opportunity to deal with him now?" 50 million was undoubtedly astronomical for Ding Yong. After all, he was merely at the mid-stage of the second tier. Accumulating such wealth would take an incredibly long time. "Kill him." The other members of the team were slightly taken aback. Ding Yushuang frowned slightly, then a cold smile crept onto his lips. "That's a splendid idea. Ding Xiao Ding Dong, you two take out those two special sniping spiritual devices with tracking illusion capabilities. First deal with the key members of the Chung family, then immediately open fire at the two surrounding packs of exotic beasts. We're at a considerable distance, a sudden attack will make it hard for the beast packs to detect where the attack is coming from." He aimed to weaken the Chung family's strength, so that perhaps Qing Xiao would plead with him later. These ordinary exotic beasts have low intelligence, though once attacked they will only angrily retaliate against the humans they can see. Ding Yushuang smirked coldly. At that time, the other two packs of exotic beasts will be quickly attracted by the Chung family members and launch an assault against them. A large-scale melee would draw numerous exotic beasts over, and as a result they would either die or suffer severe injuries. The Ding family members were slightly taken aback. They had not been strangers to striking against disciples from other families. Usually it was for the sake of competing for treasures or materials from exotic beasts, yet this time, they were recklessly taking action solely due to personal vendettas. "Dongzi, help me aim at that Cheng Yue, take him out with one shot, and vent this frustration of mine," Ding Yong said through clenched teeth. "Let's do it," Ding Yushuang decisively ordered. "Yes, young master." The two Ding family disciples with the special sniping devices no longer hesitated. Qin Cheng Yu. Ding Yong stood at the edge of the hill gazing at the Chung family members who had successfully slain a vibrant feathered beast and were collecting materials. A sinister smile crept across his face. "You dare to ruin my plans? Ooh, I want your life. Go repent on the road to the underworld." The two sniping devices emitting strange glows were already set. The two Ding family disciples crouched before their sniping devices, selecting special spiritual crystal bullets with breaking spirit effects, focusing intently on aiming and adjusting their angles. Moments later, they simultaneously nodded at Ding Yushuang, signaling that everything was ready. "Fire!" Ding Yushuang waved his hand. The two disciples simultaneously pulled the triggers. Buzz! The two strange buzzing sounds suddenly erupted as two bullets gleaming with eerie light ripped through the air, shooting toward the Chung family members in the distance. Although the sound was not loud, the speed of the bullets was astonishing, exceeding several times the speed of sound. The Chung family members had not yet sensed anything when the bullets were already upon them. One bullet accurately shot toward Qingqiu, and this bullet, endowed with tracking illusion capabilities, split into 3 illusory copies mid-flight, attacking Qingqiu from different directions, leaving him with no way to evade. The other bullet shot toward Chung Liu. As it passed through the space, it created faint ripples, as if it aimed to devour everything in its path. Qingqiu was focused on assisting his clan members in collecting the materials from the vibrant feathered beasts, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as the bullet was about to hit him, Chung Liu sharply sensed a strong sense of crisis. He immediately turned his head and saw the 3 illusory bullets flashing with eerie light. Not good. An ambush. Chung Liu shouted loudly, simultaneously swinging his long halberd violently, unleashing a surge of spiritual power from the tip of the halberd in an attempt to intercept the bullet headed for Qingqiu. However, the bullet with breaking spirit effects was beyond imagination. Chung Liu's spiritual power impact only slightly slowed the bullet down. Qingqiu, hearing Chung Liu's shout, was startled and instinctively tried to dodge. Yet the illusory bullets followed him closely. As he moved to the left, one of the phantoms chased after him. At a critical moment, the power within Qingqiu surged wildly, forming a protective shield around his body. Boom! The bullet struck the shield, erupting in a burst of intense light and impact. Qingqiu's shield shattered instantly, and he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground several meters away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the bullet aimed at Chung Liu also arrived. Chung Liu's expression grew serious as he poured all his spiritual power into his long halberd. Clang! The bullet struck the halberd, sparking a shower of flames, and the immense impact left his arm numb, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Who is it? Who dares to ambush our Qin family? Chung Liu roared angrily, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Chung family members quickly reacted, grabbing their weapons and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. But they could not find where the attack was coming from, only knowing that danger was silently descending. Roar! Screech! The 2 surrounding packs of exotic beasts, drawn by the gunfire and the shouts of the Qingqiu family, were successfully attracted. The exotic beasts, already hostile towards humans, surged angrily toward the Chung family members, plunging the scene into chaos. Ding Yushuang watched the chaotic scene below, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Soon the Chung family members below found themselves in a dire battle. The vibrant feathered beasts were already formidable, and with the sudden emergence of the 2 packs of exotic beasts, their situation grew increasingly dire. Chung Liu fought fiercely against the beasts while keeping an eye on Qingqiu's safety. Everyone stay steady and don't panic. Form a formation to resist the enemy. Chung Liu shouted loudly. The Chung family members quickly positioned themselves according to the formation they had practiced, cooperating to fend off the beast's attacks. Qingqiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he stood up. Anger and confusion filled his heart. Who was it that was ambushing them from the shadows? He knew it was not the time to ponder this question. The pressing matter was to escape the immediate predicament. Qingqiu circulated his power, conjuring a spiritual blade in his hand, and joined the fight, standing shoulder to shoulder with his clan members. Leveraging his agile movements and impressive strength, Qingqiu darted through the pack of beasts, delivering lethal strikes. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the Chung family members gradually began to feel strained. At the moment when the Chung family was gradually losing strength and falling into despair, a black figure darted in like a ghost, instantly rushing into the beast horde. It was Lu Yi, transformed into Ding Yaozu, and all around him spiritual power surged violently, with a long knife in his hand glistening with a chilling light. Lu Yi, in the guise of Ding Yaozu, moved like lightning, weaving through the beast horde. With each swing of his knife, a sharp blade of energy was unleashed, causing the beasts to cry out in agony as they fell. His knife techniques were unparalleled. Each strike accurately targeted the vital points of the beasts, scattering blood everywhere as their corpses piled up. In the previously desperate eyes of the Chung family, a spark of hope ignited in an instant. Chung Liu, while fiercely defending against the attack of the beasts before him, shouted loudly, "Everyone hold steady. Senior Ding has come to help us." Qingqiu also felt a surge of spirit. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, wielding his spiritual blade even more fiercely, joining Lu Yi in counterattacking the beasts. Under Lu Yi's powerful assault, the onslaught of the beasts was greatly curtailed. The previously overwhelming tide of beasts began to show signs of panic. In just a moment, the surrounding beasts were left in disarray, sprawled limply on the ground, losing all their earlier ferocity. The Chung family watched this scene, their hearts filled with shock and gratitude. Chung Liu sheathed his long spear and quickly walked up to Lu Yi, deeply bowing. "Senior Ding, if it weren't for your timely intervention today, the Chung family would have been in grave danger. This kindness will be remembered by the Chung family." The others from the Chung family also gathered around bowing to Lu Yi, their words filled with gratitude. Lu Yi sheathed his long knife and smiled, waving his hand. Too kind, we are all in this hunting ground together. It's only right to help each other. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, Ding Yushuang watched this scene, his earlier smugness instantly frozen, replaced by deep astonishment and confusion. He never expected that his uncle Ding Yaozu would suddenly appear here and ruin his plans. How is this possible? How could my uncle be here? Wasn't he supposed to be outside? Ding Yushuang frowned, murmuring to himself. Ding Yong also looked incredulous. Ding Xiao, what on earth is going on? I don't know. Let's wait until the Chung family leaves to discuss it. Ding Yushuang shook his head. On the other side, after Lu Yi and Cheng Lai separated, they walked towards the hiding place of Ding Yushuang and the others. Uncle Ding is here. Has he noticed us? Of course, with Uncle Ding's strength, we can't hide from him. Let's go out. Ding Yushuang stepped out from his hiding place. Uncle, what brings you here? He looked at Ding Yaozi. Do I need to report my actions to you? Lu Yi said to his nephew with a hint of indifference. I wouldn't dare. Ding Yushuang quickly shook his head, wondering why his usually kind uncle was acting this way today. Do you really want to know what I'm doing here? Of course I would like to know, but if it's inconvenient for you, I won't ask. Ding Yushuang shook his head. Come here. Lu Yi called Ding Yushuang aside and whispered, I received news that there is a relic in this hunting ground which might hide earth-shattering secrets and extraordinary treasures. To prevent leaks, I came in alone to explore and coincidentally encountered the Chung family under attack, so I lent a hand. Had I known it was your doing, I would have minded my own business. This matter is not of great importance, just some Chung family members. Upon hearing this, Ding Yushuang's eyes flashed with excitement and greed, and he exclaimed, I see. But uncle, the fewer people who know about this relic, the better. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Do you want to accompany me to Ding Yushuang's heart stirred at the mention of the relic. The temptation was simply too great. If he could obtain the treasures within, his strength and status would surely rise dramatically. He hardly hesitated, and immediately nodded in agreement. If uncle invites me, I would be more than happy to. Due to the secrecy of the relic, we cannot let more people know. Ding Yushuang turned to the Ding family members behind him and said, you all continue hunting. This matter does not concern you. The people responsible for protecting him were initially taken aback. One of them couldn't help but speak up. Ding Xiao, this hunting ground is fraught with dangers. It would be unwise for you to go alone. Ding Yushuang impatiently chided, what are you rambling about? With uncle here, what danger could there be? Get lost. Although the others were worried, they had no choice but to leave. Seeing Ding Yushuang send everyone away, Lu Yi immediately took him away. The two walked along secluded paths, avoiding other participants and beasts. Initially, Ding Yushuang did not think much of it, his mind full of dreams of the treasures in the relic. However, as time passed, he gradually felt something was off. The surrounding environment became increasingly unfamiliar, and they were clearly moving further away from the hunting ground. A hint of doubt arose in Ding Yushuang's heart, and he couldn't help but ask, Uncle, where are we going? Why does it feel like we're getting further from the hunting ground? Lu Yi did not answer immediately. After walking for a while, he slowly turned around, his body flashing with light, as he instantly revealed his true form. Seeing this, Ding Yushuang's face instantly changed, a mix of shock and anger, as he shouted, Lu Yi, how dare you deceive me? He was filled with shock and anger, realizing he had been fooled. Now in an unfamiliar place, and with no one around to assist him, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Lu Yi looked at Ding Yushuang with a cold smile, and said, Ding Yushuang, you have already paved your path to death by plotting against the Qin family members in the hunting ground. Although Ding Yushuang felt panic inside, he still pretended to be calm and scoffed him. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why did you impersonate my uncle and deceive me like this? What is your purpose? Lu Yi stepped forward, emanating a powerful sense of pressure, and said in a deep voice, naturally it is too. Ding Yushuang clenched his teeth, rapidly devising a countermeasure in his mind. He quickly said, I targeted the Qin family only because there was a companion in the team who had some personal grudges with Qingqiu. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, and I had no other schemes. Lu Yi sneered inwardly, clearly not believing his words. Personal grudges. If it were just personal grudges, why go through all this trouble, even using a specially enhanced sniper spirit tool, and provoking a beast horde to attack? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ding Yushuang's lies were exposed by Lu Yi, his face shifting between blue and white, yet he remained unwilling to give in. He hoped to buy time until the Ding family noticed something was wrong and came to rescue him. Waiting for someone to rescue you. Don't dream, today you must die. Lu Yi sneered, his figure flickering as he transformed into a demonic visage. Die. Lu Yi let out a cold snort, his figure swaying as he transformed into a visage of Azura. Dark demonic energy swirled around him, and his eyes shone with a blood-red light, exuding boundless killing intent. The long knife in his hand surged with power, as if gathering the endless resentment of the 9 hells. Die! His furious roar exploded in Ding Yushuang's ears like thunder. His figure flashed like lightning, instantly appearing before Ding Yushuang, the long knife in his hand, carrying the force of an overwhelming tide, fiercely slashing down at Ding Yushuang. Ding Yushuang's face changed dramatically. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, but the instinct to survive prompted a swift reaction. He hurriedly circulated his entire spiritual power, forming a layer of spiritual energy shield in front of him, attempting to withstand Lu Ye's fierce strike. Boom! The long knife struck the spiritual energy shield, producing a deafening explosion. The powerful impact shattered the shield, instantly scattering it into specks of spiritual light. Ding Yushuang was struck as if by lightning, his body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing down several meters away and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise from the ground, Ding Yushuang tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, and his fear of Lu Yi deepened a few more degrees. But he knew that if he didn't fight for his life at this moment, there would only be death waiting for him. He gritted his teeth and took out a sword from his storage ring. The sword was slender, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, faintly emanating a chilling aura. Lu Yi, don't be too arrogant. I, Ding Yushuang, am not so easily killed. Ding Yushuang roared, enduring the pain in his body as he unleashed the Ding family's ultimate technique, the Ice Shadow technique. His figure flickered like a blue phantom, the sword in his hand swinging repeatedly, sending icy sword energies shooting towards Lu Yi. Each sword energy contained powerful ice-type spiritual power. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving behind white traces. Lu Yi looked at the incoming icy sword energies with a trace of disdain. He did not dodge or evade, and the demonic energy around him surged, forming a layer of black defensive barrier. When the icy sword energies struck the barrier, they emitted a sizzling sound, turning into a puddle of melting ice water. Is this all you've got? Lu Yi chuckled coldly and launched another attack. He employed the technique of countless transformations, his figure instantaneously splitting into numerous afterimages, attacking Ding Yushuang from all directions. Each afterimage contained formidable power, making it difficult to discern the real one. Ding Yushuang was struck with terror as he felt immense pressure from all sides, as though he were being targeted by countless ferocious beasts. He hurriedly channeled all his spiritual power to the utmost, trying to pinpoint Lu Ye's true form. However, Lu Ye's technique of countless transformations was too intricate for him to distinguish. Just as Ding Yushuang was in a panic, a black figure flashed behind him, Lu Ye's true form. Lu Yi raised his long knife high and brought it down fiercely onto Ding Yushuang's back. Ding Yushuang sensed the danger from behind and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Puff! The long knife pierced through Ding Yushuang's back, and blood instantly stained his clothing. Ding Yushuang let out a painful scream, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. You. Ding Yushuang turned his head, looking at Lu Yi with eyes filled with hatred, wanting to say something, but was choked by a mouthful of blood. He struggled to speak. Lu Yi, do you think that by killing me, you can survive? I have the entire Ding family behind me. They will not let you go. But you have to know that it was I who killed you. Lu Yi snorted coldly, then raised his knife of judgment and swung it down. Ding Yushuang screamed in agony, his head rolling to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splattering onto the earth and dyeing it crimson. Lu Yi watched his corpse, the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. He knew well that the Ding family's power behind Ding Yushuang was immense, and if he left the body behind, it would surely become a future trouble. So Lu Yi quickly swept away into the distance. Before long, distant roars and heavy footsteps echoed. The first to arrive were a group of bloodthirsty vultures circling in the sky, their sharp cries piercing through the air. These bloodthirsty vultures were massive, with a wingspan of over 10 feet, their feathers as dark as ink except for their hooked claws and sharp beaks glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen, exuding a terrifying aura. Bloodthirsty vulture level, early second stage. Description: naturally cruel and bloodthirsty, with an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting blood from miles away. They possess strong flying abilities and sharp claws and beaks, often acting in groups to launch rapid attacks on prey. Following closely, a group of razor-toothed wild boars also charged out from the jungle. They were robust, covered in coarse black fur with long tusks protruding from their mouths, glimmering with a cold. Each razor-toothed wild boar emitted a fierce aura, their eyes blood red, as if driven mad by the scent of blood. Razor-toothed wild boar level mid-second stage. Description: hot-tempered with incredible strength, they primarily attack using their sharp tusks and powerful charge. They live in groups, and once provoked will charge recklessly at their targets. Soon these exotic beasts surrounded Ding Yushuang's corpse. The bloodthirsty vultures dove down like black lightning, their sharp claws reaching for Ding Yushuang's corpse. Meanwhile, the razor-toothed wild boars began to root and tear at the corpse with their tusks. In an instant, the sounds of various exotic beasts roaring and the sounds of Ding Yuxuang's body being torn apart intertwined, creating a scene that was bloody and brutal. Lu Yi stood not far away, quietly watching all of this. As the exotic beasts continued to tear at the corpse, Ding Yuxuang's body quickly became mangled. The bloodthirsty vultures used their sharp claws and beaks to rip away chunks of flesh and blood from Ding Yuxuang, swallowing them whole. The razor-toothed wild boars tore off the limbs of the corpse with their tusks, fighting over the flesh to devour. The ground was covered in blood and shredded meat, a scene of devastation. As time passed, Ding Yuxuang's body gradually disappeared amidst the frenzied feeding of the exotic beasts. Gradually the beasts began to disperse one by one. The bloodthirsty vultures soared high into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The razor-toothed wild boars ambled back into the jungle. By the time they dispersed, all that remained were a patch of blood-stained earth and some torn remnants of clothing, with not even a bone fragment left behind. Lu Yinchuan walked over to the side, waving his hand, and the remnants of clothing were swept away, quickly disappearing from sight. After destroying the scene, Lu Ye's figure swayed and vanished from the spot. From then on, there was no trace of Ding Yuxuang in the world. Even the adept trackers among the awakened would find not a single clue here. Lu Yi quickly regrouped with Cheng Xiao and the others. How did it go? Cheng Xiao asked. Don't worry, it's already taken care of. No traces left behind, Lu Yi said with a slight smile. That's good. There's not much time left until the end. Let's prepare to head to the entrance. Cheng Xiao nodded. The beasts in the hunting grounds seemed to sense the impending end, growing increasingly restless and frequently attacking the group. However, Lu Yi, Cheng Xiao, and the others, with their extraordinary strength and coordinated efforts, wielded their weapons, flashing brilliant lights as they repelled and slashed the attacking beasts. Lu Yi wielded his long knife, each slash unleashing a fierce blade aura, causing the beasts to wail in agony. The little foxes also unleashed their abilities, engaging in fierce battles with the beasts. They advanced steadily, leaving a pile of beast corpses in their wake. When they reached the vicinity of the entrance, they found the Ding family anxiously waiting, hoping for Ding Yuxuang's return. The Ding family looked grim, with some glancing nervously into the hunting grounds, their eyes revealing worry and anxiety. Cheng Lai and the others were also at the entrance, and upon seeing Cheng Xiao they rushed over. Head of the family, how is it? Is everyone unhurt? Cheng Xiao asked. No. Cheng Lai, what's going on with the Ding family? Why are they anxiously guarding the entrance? Cheng Xiao looked ahead. Cheng Lai glanced at the nearby Ding family members and whispered, I heard that Ding Yuxuang entered the hunting grounds, but hasn't returned. They've been waiting here since then. I suspect something might have happened to him. At this moment, a young member of the Ding family seemed to catch the gaze from the Cheng family, turned around and shouted angrily, What are you looking at? Did your Cheng family do something to young Master Ding? Cheng Lai stepped forward, meeting the other's gaze fearlessly and coldly said, It's best to speak with evidence. Our Cheng family has always acted with integrity, unlike some who resort to underhanded tactics in secret. Although Ding Yaozu had saved them, he suspected that their troubles were caused by the Ding family. The young Ding family member was momentarily intimidated by Lu Ye's imposing presence and fell silent, but still retorted, I don't understand what you're saying. Everyone my Ding family is currently worried about young master's safety. If we have offended in speech, please forgive us. It's just that once young master entered the hunting grounds, we lost contact, and everyone is in a panic. Ding Yong explained, We don't have time to waste talking with you now. You think we want to waste time talking to you? Let's go. Cheng Xiao snorted coldly, letting them wait here. After all, Ding Yuxuang would never come out. Half an hour later, everyone exited the hunting grounds. Uncle Ding. The Ding family members were clearly taken aback upon seeing Ding Yaozu. It shouldn't be, they had been at the entrance all this time. How could they not have seen him pass by? However, the hunting competition had rules prohibiting high-level awakeners from entering, so they did not approach to inquire directly. But while they didn't want to mention it, Ding Yaozu frowned. He waved at Ding Yong. Uncle Ding. Ding Yong stepped forward. Why did only you come out? Where's young master? Ding Yaozu asked. Eldest young master. Ding Yong was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't I be asking you this? Why are you acting so strangely? Ding Yong squinted at him. Are your eyes uncomfortable? Ding Yaozu frowned slightly. Speak directly. Ding Yong looked at the others from the family, his expression troubled. What on earth happened? Ding Yaozu scolded angrily. Uncle Ding, didn't you take eldest young master away? Why are you asking me now? I want to ask you. Ding Yong complained. What did you say? Ding Yaozu was taken aback by the words, and his imposing aura erupted. I have been here chatting with everyone. When did I have time to go inside? The other family members all echoed, confirming that Ding Yaozu had indeed been near the entrance the whole time, never leaving the sight of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Ding Yong's face turned pale, and a tide of fear surged within him, the ominous premonition in his heart growing stronger. A bunch of useless fools. If anything happens to young master, you will all pay for it with your lives. Ding Yao's face darkened, as if it could drip water, his figure flickering, vanishing in an instant. Ding Yong stood frozen, his mind blank, and it took him a while to regain his senses. He hurriedly led the Ding family members in pursuit of the direction Ding Yaozu had vanished. At this time the other family members began to whisper among themselves, speculating what exactly had happened to Ding Yu. Cheng Xiao observed the Ding family's panicked demeanor, and quietly said to Lu Yi, "It seems Ding Yushuang's disappearance has thrown the Ding family into chaos. However, with Ding Yao's formidable strength, we must be cautious of any clues he might uncover." Lu Yi nodded slightly, saying, "Rest assured, I won't leave any flaws in my work. However, Ding Yaozu will definitely not give up easily, and we must be prepared for various situations." Meanwhile, Ding Yaozu, utilizing his powerful sensing abilities, swiftly darted around the vicinity of the hunting grounds, trying to find traces of Ding Yushuang. His heart was filled with anger and worry. Ding Yushuang was one of his most valued juniors, and now that he was missing, how could he not be anxious? Suddenly Ding Yaozu detected a familiar aura in a secluded valley, the unique power fluctuations belonging to Ding Yushuang. His heart leaped with joy as he hurried deeper into the valley. However, when he arrived inside, all he saw was chaos, with signs of a fierce struggle remaining on the ground. Ding Yaozu crouched down, carefully examining the signs, his rage intensifying. The scene indicated that Ding Yushuang had clearly encountered a fierce battle and was highly likely to have faced misfortune. He stood up and looked around, trying to find more clues. He discovered some footprints that were not human, left by the beast. Ding Yao's heart stirred. Could it be that Ding Yushuang was attacked by beasts? But with Ding Yushuang's strength, ordinary beasts shouldn't pose a threat to him, unless they were those powerful high-level beasts. He followed the direction of the footprints, noticing more and more beast tracks and bloodstains along the way, some dried and others still warm. After pursuing for a distance, Ding Yaozu came to a halt. The beast tracks were too disorganized, he couldn't find any clues. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and Ding Yong, along with a group of experts from the Ding family, arrived. "Uncle Ding, did you find any clues about eldest young master?" Ding Yong asked anxiously. Ding Yao's expression was grave as he pointed to the footprints and bloodstains on the ground, saying, "Young master likely encountered an attack from beasts." Ding Yong and the others looked at the traces on the ground, their hearts sinking. They were well aware of Ding Yushuang's strength. Though he had a bit of a playboy demeanor, he was still quite powerful. If he hadn't encountered an extremely formidable opponent, how could he have gone missing? The Ding family searched for a long time, but found no clues, ultimately returning home in despair. "Ding brother, how did it go?" A family allied with the Ding family approached to inquire. Ding Yao's face was dark as he shook his head. With such an incident occurring, the hunting competition ended abruptly, and people gradually dispersed. At that moment, Ding Yaozu shouted, "Master Cheng, wait." Cheng Xiao turned around, asking, "Senior Ding, is there some? I heard that the person impersonating me had saved someone from your family during the hunt. Do you know them? Or is that person from your Cheng family?" Ding Yaozu asked. Cheng Lai feigned confusion and asked, "Strange, how does Senior Ding know we encountered danger? Or was it your Ding family who caused us trouble?" Ding Yao's expression darkened as he coldly looked at Cheng Lai, saying, "Kid, don't slander others. I naturally learned about this from the disciples of other families. Now that my Ding family's Yushui is missing and that impersonator just happened to save you, is there no connection?" Cheng Xiao stepped forward calmly, saying, "Senior Ding, your words seem unreasonable. At that time our Cheng family did encounter danger, and we were fortunate to have that elder's assistance. But we do not know who he truly is or why he impersonated you. As for Yushui's disappearance, our Cheng family is completely unaware." Ding Yaozu scrutinized Cheng Xiao's face, trying to find any sign of deception in her expression, yet Cheng Xiao maintained a calm demeanor with no abnormalities. Though he still had doubts in his heart, he could find no solid evidence. "Master Cheng, this matter is of great importance. My Ding family will not let it go easily. If I find out that your Cheng family is behind this, the Cheng family will surely pay a heavy price." Ding Yaozu snorted coldly, his tone filled with threat. Cheng Xiao frowned slightly, feeling anger rise in her heart. "Senior Ding, our Cheng family has always acted with integrity and would never engage in such despicable acts. If you insist on suspicion, feel free to investigate, but please do not make baseless accusations to avoid harming the harmony between our families." With that, Cheng Xiao turned with her family and left, leaving Ding Yaozu standing there with a gloomy expression. "Uncle Ding, what should we do?" Ding Yong asked. "Send people to keep an eye on the Cheng family, and also, what is the identity of that kid next to Cheng Xiao? How come I've never seen him before? He looks quite ordinary, why would she bring him along?" "I'll investigate right away," Ding Yong said. Cheng Xiao and her group returned to the city. "You all should head home first." She looked at Cheng Lai and the others. "All right." Cheng Lai nodded and led his people away. "Sister Xiao, what are we going to do?" Lu Yi asked. "Find a place to eat and celebrate," Cheng Xiao replied. "Good." Lu Yi nodded, returning to his original demeanor, and released the little fox and Xiaojio. The group took a vehicle to a nearby district. They weren't picky about the food, as long as it tasted good that was enough. Eventually they found a barbecue stall, and when they got out of the car they attracted a lot of attention. After all, in this area most of the people passing by were ordinary citizens, and it was rare to see such well-dressed and outstanding individuals. The owner of the barbecue stall was a simple and honest uncle. Upon seeing Lu Yi and the others his face immediately lit up with a smile, as he warmly greeted them saying, "Welcome esteemed guests. Please come in." Though the small shop wasn't big, the flavors were absolutely authentic, ensuring your satisfaction. Lu Yi, Qingqiu the little fox, and Long Liyue got out of the car with the little fox curiously looking around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She chirped like a happy little bird saying, "Wow, this place looks so lively. It's completely different from those restaurants we went to before." Long Liyue also smiled and nodded in agreement saying, "Yes, this place filled with the aroma of smoke has a unique charm." Qingqiu responded with a smile, "Exactly. Sometimes when you're tired of those exquisite dishes, coming to enjoy this down-to-earth barbecue is also a pleasure." Lu Yi looked around feeling particularly relaxed in the lively atmosphere. They walked into the barbecue stall and found an empty table to sit down. The barbecue stall was crowded with everyone gathering together enjoying barbecue and drinking beer, laughter, and cheerful voices filling the air. This lively yet warm atmosphere quickly helped Lu Yi and the others blend in. The owner came over with the menu and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Our lamb skewers, grilled chicken wings, and grilled leeks are particularly popular." Qingqiu handed the menu to Lu Yi saying, "You order. Today you are the hero, so order whatever you like." Lu Yi took the menu, looked it over, ordered a few of everyone's favorites, and asked for the opinions of the little fox and Long Liyue before returning the menu to the owner. The owner smiled and said, "All right, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." After a while the owner came over with plates of grilled food. The grilled lamb skewers sizzled with oil, emitting an enticing aroma of cumin. The grilled chicken wings had a golden and crispy skin, and when bitten into they were tender and juicy. The grilled leeks were fragrant, greatly enhancing one's appetite. Lu Yi picked up a lamb skewer, took a big bite, and praised, This tastes really good. I didn't expect this street-side barbecue stall to have such excellent skills." The little fox, unable to contain her excitement, grabbed a grilled chicken wing, eating it with grease dripping from her mouth, and mumbled, "So delicious. It's even tastier than the food from those high-end restaurants." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Just as they were enjoying their meal, several young people at a nearby one young man with dyed yellow hair, his eyes filled with ill intentions, walked over to Lu Yi and the other. "Oh, where do you guys come from? Dressed so nicely, why would you come to this shabby barbecue stall?" the yellow-haired boy said sarcastically. Lu Yi frowned, glanced at him, and ignored him. Qingqiu coldly replied, "Where we eat seems to be none of your business. Please show some self-respect." The yellow-haired boy, feeling embarrassed after being retorted by Qingqiu, angrily said, "Hey, you're quite something. I see you all are just trying to show off. You probably don't have the money to go to a fancy place, so you came here." Other patrons at the barbecue stall began to look over at the commotion. The owner hurried over wearing a smile and said, "Everyone, we're all here to eat. Let's not cause a ruckus, let's talk nicely." But the yellow-haired boy dismissed him, pushing the owner aside and saying angrily, "Mind your own business. I just can't stand their arrogant demeanor today." Lu Yi put down the lamb skewer in his hand, slowly stood up, his eyes turning cold. "I don't care who you are, apologize immediately and get lost," Lu Yi said indifferently. The yellow-haired man looked at him and sneered, "Apologize? Who do you think you are? I think you're just a pretty boy living off a woman." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. He stepped forward, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantly. The yellow-haired man felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Fear crept into his heart, but unwilling to lose face in front of his friends, he stiffened his neck and said, What do you think you're doing? Try it if you dare. Yeah, try it if you dare." The people eating with the yellow-haired man all stood up in a clamor. One guy, trying to show off, grabbed a stool and charged forward, only to be sent flying by a single kick from Lu Yi. "He's messing with my brothers, let's get him together." The yellow-haired man was enraged. Just then a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Yellow hair, what are you? Get the hell back here." Everyone turned to see a burly middle-aged man walking in. The man had a stern face and exuded an air of authority. When the yellow-haired man saw him, his face turned pale, and he stammered, "Boss, why are you here?" The middle-aged man walked up to him and slapped him so hard that he nearly fell over. "You bastard. Who told you to stir up trouble here? Apologize to them immediately." Holding his cheek, the yellow-haired man bowed his head and mumbled to Lu Yi and the others, "Sorry." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yi and his companions, his face full of apology. "I'm truly sorry, everyone. This is my subordinate, ignorant and disrespectful. He offended you. Let me make it up to you. Today's bill is on me." Lu Yi looked at the middle-aged man, and seeing his sincere attitude, relaxed a little. "Since he's apologized, let's drop it. But you should keep a tighter rein on him. Don't let him cause trouble outside." The middle-aged man nodded quickly. Yes, you're absolutely right. They'll discipline him strictly. With that he cast a cold glance at the yellow-haired man and his crew before leaving the barbecue stall. The others at the stall breathed a sigh of relief as the matter was resolved. The owner smiled and said, "You folks are really generous not stooping to the level of those thugs. Come, this meal's on me as a token of friendship." Lu Yi waved his hand. "No boss, that won't do. Running a business isn't easy. We must pay what we owe." Seeing Lu Yi's insistence, the owner didn't press further and said with a smile, "You're really honest folks. Come back anytime." Despite the commotion, Lu Yi and his companions' spirits remained undampened. They continued enjoying their barbecue, savoring this rare moment of leisure. On the other side, the yellow-haired man and his crew followed their boss a long distance before stopping. "Boss, why didn't you teach them a lesson?" the yellow-haired man asked, puzzled. "You fool. Do you realize you were this close to death?" Bai Yunliang scolded. "Huh?" The yellow-haired man was taken aback. "What huh?" Not to mention that the head of the Chung family was sitting there eating barbecue. That young man alone possesses terrifying strength. He could wipe you all out in an instant. Bai Yunliang kicked him in frustration. "Even stronger than you, boss." The yellow-haired man and his crew exchanged glances in disbelief. That kid looked much younger than them. Bai Yunliang snorted at their incredulous expressions. "What do you know? I've been in this game for years and have seen all kinds of people. That young man's aura is restrained. He seems ordinary but is unfathomably deep. The moment I stepped into the barbecue stall, I felt a subtle pressure, something you couldn't possibly withstand." Hearing Bai Yunliang's words, the yellow-haired man and his crew felt a chill of fear. They had thought Lu Yi was just a pretty face, but he turned out to be a hidden master. "Boss, how could the head of the Chung family be with him, eating at a barbecue stall together? That's just too strange." One of the underlings scratched his head, full of confusion. Bai Yunliang frowned, pondering for a moment. "I don't know the ins and outs of it either. But the Chung family is prominent in this city, and the head of the family is always cautious. If he's with that young man, it means the young man's status is far from ordinary. From now on, when you see them, stay as far away as possible. Don't provoke them again." The yellow-haired man and his crew quickly nodded in agreement. After this lesson, they finally understood that some people were beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and his companions had a great time at the barbecue stall, fully enjoying the simple smoky joy. After eating and drinking their fill, they got up to leave. They walked out of the stall and got into the car. On the way, the little fox and Long Liue were still relishing the taste of the barbecue, chattering away excitedly. They walked out of the stall and got into the car. On the way, the little fox and Long Liue were still relishing the taste of the barbecue, chattering away excitedly. Lu Yi watched their happy expressions and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The next morning, the incessant whine of a construction drill, like a swarm of frenzied wasps, drilled straight into Lu Yi's ears. Then the hawking of vendors entering the neighborhood joined the chaotic symphony, fresh fruit cheap, hot jianbing, intertwining with the drill's noise into a maddening cacophony. Lu Yi was speechless with annoyance when his phone rang, adding fuel to the fire. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse, springing up from the bed. He took a deep breath, his gaze inadvertently falling on the slightly raised blanket, and a confident smirk curled on his lips. After all, he was a vigorous young man. Certain parts of him radiated a vibrant energy, firm and strong. He left the bedroom and quickly finished his morning routine. As he was washing up, the little fox and Long Liue also got up and came out of their room. "Morning, master." The little fox yawned, still half asleep. Long Liue softly added, "Good morning." She rubbed her eyes, her long black hair slightly tousled, yet possessing a unique languid charm. Lu Yi smiled back. "Morning. How did you two sleep last night?" The little fox stretched. "Like a log. But this morning's noise is really annoying." Lu Yi shook his head helplessly. "Yeah, it's a nuisance. But there's nothing we can do about it. Let's just ignore it. Hurry up and get washed. Let's go grab some breakfast." Lu Yi was about to take Tu Shan Ruer and Long Liu out for breakfast when his phone suddenly rang urgently. He glanced at the screen. The caller ID read Lu Feishuan. "Lu teacher." Lu Yi answered the call, somewhat surprised. This recruitment representative from the Yawang Academy hadn't contacted him for several days since she last tried to recruit him. "Good morning, Lu Yi." A graceful yet urgent voice came from the other end. "Sorry to disturb you so early, but I have important news to convey." "What is it?" Lu Yi walked to the window, his gaze instinctively sweeping down below. In the early morning neighborhood, several vendors were setting up their stalls, and the sound of drills from a nearby construction site was still jarring. "It's about Ding Yushuan." Lu Feishuan's voice lowered slightly. "The news of his death has spread throughout the city. The Ding family is investigating fervently, and according to our intelligence, you have been listed as the primary suspect." Lu Yi furrowed his brows slightly, but his tone remained calm. "I expected this." Lu Feishuan continued. "The Ding family is reacting very aggressively. Ding Yushuan is the only son of the current head of the Ding family, and his death is a significant blow to them. We have received news that the Ding family has dispatched a team led by a third-tier awakened to specifically investigate." Lu Yi's expression hardened. In the awakened system of Qihuan Star, the first tier is considered intra-level, the second tier is regarded as elite, and the third tier can be called a master. With Lu Ye's current strength at level 15, combined with the 8-armed Azura Law body and 2 summoned creatures, he might be able to contend with a peak second-tier awakened, but the outcome against a third-tier awakened was uncertain. That's right. Lu Fishuan's tone was serious, so the Academy's higher-ups have decided to allow you to enroll early. You will be arranged to enter Yawang Academy this afternoon. Private fights are prohibited within the Academy, and the Ding family wouldn't dare to act openly within that realm. Lu Yi remained silent for a moment, and asked, what do I need to prepare? Just bring your summoned partners, and pack a few personal items. The Academy will provide you with independent accommodation and cultivation resources. Additionally, she paused, a hint of a smile in her voice. The Academy has prepared a welcome gift for you, including a pure essence pearl, and an opportunity to cultivate in the spirit Qi Spring Eye. Hearing about the pure essence pearl, Lu Yi felt indifferent. Although the pure essence pearl is an important resource for awakened ones, a regular one is quite valuable. He seemed to have enough of these. However, the Spirit Qi Spring Eye is a legendary cultivation site. It is said that cultivating there for a day is equivalent to a month of cultivation in the outside world. This is the Academy's investment in your potential, Lu Feishuan explained. Your SS-level summoning talent combined with your performance in the Secret Realm trial has already attracted the attention of several high-ranking officials in the Academy. They unanimously believe that you have the potential to push for the title of the Academy's Rookie King within a year. Lu Yi was somewhat unfamiliar with this title. Yawang Academy holds an annual rookie competition, and the champion is referred to as the Rookie King, Lu Feishuan said. Becoming the Rookie King not only grants a massive resource reward, but also qualifies you for direct inclusion on the Academy's core training list. This is crucial for your future development. Lu Yi took a deep breath, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. The threat from the Ding family was imminent, but the olive branch from Yawang Academy was also being extended. Crisis and opportunity coexist, which is precisely the situation I've been facing since I crossed into this data-driven world. Lu Yi said, I understand. I will arrive at the Academy on time this afternoon. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the Academy's main gate at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Lu Feishuan said. Also a reminder, before you arrive at the Academy, try to stay in crowded places. Although the Ding family wouldn't dare to kill openly in the city, the possibility of them playing tricks in the shadows is quite high. Lu Yi thanked her for the reminder, hung up the phone, and turned to look at the living room. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu had finished washing up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Although the two had very different personalities, they both keenly sensed the change in Lu Ye's expression at that moment. Master, is something wrong? Tushan Ruer stood up, her fox ears slightly perked up. Long Liu didn't speak, but her golden dragon eyes also conveyed a sense of inquiry. Lu Yi briefly recounted Lu Fishuan's notification emphasizing the threat from the Ding family and the Academy's arrangements. A third tier awakened. Long Liu frowned slightly. Given our current strength, it is indeed a bit tricky. Though she was once the 9th princess of the Dragon Clan with unfathomable strength, due to the summoning rules, she could currently only exhibit the power of level 23, equivalent to a peak second tier. Faced with a third tier awakened, while she wouldn't be defeated easily, it would be quite difficult to ensure Lu Ye's safety. So we need to hurry to the Academy. That's right, Tushan Ruta said. Private fights are prohibited within the Academy, that is the rule. No matter how arrogant the Ding family is, they wouldn't dare to openly violate the regulations established by the 7 major academies. Lu Yi nodded. You two get ready, we will set off at noon. Before that, he walked to the window and looked at. Several vendors were still calling out, but it seemed a few unfamiliar figures had appeared near the construction site in the distance. Those people pretended to be passers-by, but their gazes occasionally darted toward the floor where Lu Yi was. It seems the Ding family's people have already arrived. Lu Ye's gaze turned cold. Should I go down and deal with them? Long Liu stood up, a faint dragon pressure emanating from her. No need. Lu Yi shook his head. Acting now would only provide them with leverage against us. We will stick to the plan and leave at noon when there are more people around. He walked to the study and took out a palm-sized wooden box from the drawer. Opening the box revealed 10 crystal-clear pearls neatly arranged inside the pure essence pearls he had previously obtained from the secret realm. Master, are you going to use these pure essence pearls now? Tushan Ruer asked. Yes, Lu Yi replied as he sat cross-legged, activating the cultivation method on the system panel. The pure energy from the pure essence pearls flowed into his body like a gentle stream, circulating along his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Ding. Absorbed pure essence pearl energy experience points 50. Ding. Absorbed pure essence pearl energy experience points 50. The system prompts sounded in succession. After absorbing all 10 pure essence pearls, Lu Ye's experience bar advanced slightly. Although he was still some distance away from leveling up, the energy within him had indeed become much more abundant. How do you feel? Long Liu asked. Not bad. Lu Yi stood up, stretching a bit. The effect of the pure essence pearls is indeed good, but unfortunately, there are too few of them. If only there were more pure essence pearls, I might be able to directly push for level 16. Master, what should we do next? Tushan Ruer inquired. Lu Yi looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. There were 6 hours left until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go out for breakfast first. Then we should visit Qingqiu. Since the Ding family has started investigating me, they are likely to approach her. I need to remind her to be cautious. Alright, both summoned creatures replied in unison. The three quickly tidied up. Lu Yi put on a backpack containing some change of clothes and important items. Before heading out, he took one last look at the few figures below. Those people were still watching, but seemed to have no immediate plans to act. Let's go. Lu Yi opened the door and led Tushan Ruer and Long Liu out of the room. The corridor was empty, but Lu Yi could feel that from the moment they stepped out, those gazes below were firmly locked onto them. The Ding family's revenge had already begun, but Lu Yi had never been someone to sit and wait. The protection of Yaowang Academy was merely a temporary safety net. True safety can only be earned through one's own strength. Once I arrive at the academy this afternoon, I must seize the time to cultivate. Lu Yi quietly resolved. The Ding family sent third tier awakened to hunt me. That's perfect. I will use them to test my strength. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Yi and his companions stood before the main gate of Yaowang Academy, having spent nearly 6 hours to reach this place. During this time, they first visited Qingqiu's shop to remind her to be cautious of the investigation by the Ding family. Then they had lunch in the commercial district to the east of the city, deliberately taking a few detours to confirm they had shaken off their pursuers before taking the academy's shuttle to arrive here. When the legendary academy truly appeared before him, Lu Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe. The main gate of Yaowang Academy was less a door and more a magnificent archway. The 20-meter-tall gateposts were carved from solid jade, with a faint halo of spiritual energy swirling on their surfaces. At the top of the gateposts, 7 large star carvings encircled a colossal sword that pierced the heavens. This was the symbol of Yaowang Academy. The technique used for the carvings was mysterious, making the 7 stars slowly rotate, as if they were part of a real starry sky, emanating a soft, yet undeniable pressure. Beyond the archway lay a 30-meter-wide bluestone avenue, leading straight into the depths of the academy. On either side of the avenue stood 2 rows of towering ancient trees, their canopies forming a lush cover with glimpses of spiritual birds darting between the branches. Further away, buildings of various styles were scattered among the mountains, with soaring towers, imposing palaces, and elegantly ancient courtyards, even a few floating islands suspended in midair. The entire academy spanned an immense area seemingly boundless. It was more akin to a small city built upon a spiritual vein than merely an academy. Lu Yi was struck with awe. Was this the foundation of one of the 7 great universities of the Qihong Star? The grandeur of this main gate was beyond that of an ordinary academy. No wonder countless awakened individuals were eager to enter. Just standing at the entrance allowed one to feel the weight and majesty of a legacy that had persisted for hundreds of years. Is this Yaowang Academy, one of the 7 great universities? Tushan Ruer looked up, her fox ears twitching. Descriptions in words can never compare to seeing it with one's own eyes. Long Liu closed her eyes to feel the concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the urban area, and the spiritual energy is remarkably pure, almost free of impurities. Lu Yi silently nodded, standing at the academy's entrance. Even without actively circulating his cultivation method, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide. Lu Yi, you're quite punctual. Lu Feishuan appeared beneath the archway, dressed in a light blue academy uniform, exuding a calm demeanor. Teacher Lu. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Lu Feishuan nodded in satisfaction, turned to face the archway, and waved her hand to inscribe runes, causing a semi-transparent light screen to materialize in the center of the archway. Identity verification. Please place your student badge on the light screen. Lu Yi took out a silver temporary badge and pressed it against the screen. Buzz. Light spread out and patterns swirled as the 7 stars illuminated simultaneously. Verification complete. Welcome, student Lu Yi. The light screen parted, revealing a passage. Let's go. Lu Feishuan entered first. As he passed through the light screen, a denser wave of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Immediately, 2 guides approached. On the left was a tall, slender young man with a gentle smile. Lin Feng on the right was a short-haired girl with sharp eyes scrutinizing Lu Yi and his summon. Su Yu. Junior Lu Yi, I've long admired your name. Lin Feng said with a smile. We've all heard about your performance in the Secret Realm trial. Su Yu nodded. The academy hasn't had a new student with SS-level talent in over a decade. You 2 seniors are being too polite. I was just lucky. Lu Yi humbly replied as they walked along the blue. Lin Feng introduced the buildings along the way: the library, the training tower, and the independent courtyard area. The academy operates on a point system. Lin Feng continued. Points can be exchanged for training resources, access to training rooms, and more. Lu Yi inquired about the Jingpa pearls and points. 100 Jingpa pearls are distributed over 10 months. Lu Feishuan explained you start with 600 initial points, 500 of which are a special recruitment reward. However, many people in the academy will be keeping an eye on your points. Lu Yi understood her meaning. Thank you for the reminder. As they spoke, they reached a 3-story white building. New student reception. Upon entering the hall, a dozen new students were queuing. The moment Lu Yi walked in with his 2 humanoid summons, all eyes instantly focused on them. Summons. Fox Clan and Dragon Clan. 2 humanoid summons. What kind of talent is this? Whispers began to circulate. Silence. A middle-aged teacher at the reception looked at Lu Yi. Are you Lu Yi? Yes. Signed the student. The middle-aged teacher handed over the contract and the silver badge. Lu Yi took it, signed his name, and pinned the badge to his chest. This is your residence key. You'll be staying in Courtyard 7. He handed over a key. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yi nodded. As they were about to leave, a sarcastic voice rang out. Tisk special recruits are indeed different. The speaker was a young man dressed in flamboyant brocade flanked by 2 lackeys. You arrive and immediately get an independent courtyard along with extra points rewards. Lu Feishuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Wang Hao, watch your words. Wang Hao remained unconcerned. Teacher Lu, I'm just speaking the truth. The academy is so biased. Aren't you afraid of discouraging ordinary students? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Lu Yi turned to him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. You think this is unfair? Of course, why should you? Wang Hao snorted coldly. It's simple, Lu Yi replied calmly. My talent is stronger than yours, my strength exceeds yours, and my potential is greater than yours. The academy's resources are limited, so they naturally prioritize investing in the most valuable individuals rather than someone like you, a waste of space. He then surveyed the hall. If you disagree, the academy has a challenge system. You can challenge me at any time. If you win, my points and resources are all yours. This applies to everyone present. Yes, I mean that all students here are trash. The hall fell silent in an instant. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but dared not respond. He still had some self-awareness. Someone who could summon a dragon clan was certainly not simple. Not saying anything now. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Then don't complain with envy. If you have the ability, let your strength do the talking. After saying this, he ignored Wang Hao and said to Lu Feishuan, teacher Lu, let's go. You're quite intimidating. Lu Feishuan regarded him with approval. The 3 left, leaving behind a group of new students with complex expressions. As they stepped outside the building, Lin Feng laughed. Junior, that was too domineering. Wang Hao is from the Wang family in Yingchuan, and he's always been arrogant. I've never liked him, but his family power. Suyu nodded, her expression a bit worried. Lu Yi, Wang Hao's brother, is a senior in the academy, ranked in the top 50. You've really offended him this time. Let him be offended, Lu Yi replied nonchalantly. Lu Feishuan praised, in this academy strength is paramount. The more powerful you are, the fewer troubles you'll face. She pointed to an area of courtyards, independent courtyard area. Your courtyard 7 is right at the back. Upon arriving outside Lu Yi's residence, the walls were composed of blue bricks with 2 tall phoenix trees in front. Opening the door, a 50 square meter courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, with a 2-story small building facing it featuring white walls and green tiles. The environment is quite nice too, Shan Ru said as she looked around. The concentration of spiritual energy is 30% higher. Indeed quite nice. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. This courtyard will be yours from now on, Lu Feishuan said. If you want better conditions, you'll have to earn points to exchange for them. Additionally, several mentors are interested in you and may come to talk. If they want to take you as their disciple, think it over seriously. Lu Yi nodded. Understood, thank you, teacher. Then you all rest well. Classes officially begin tomorrow, Lu Feishuan said before leading her group away. After seeing them off, Lu Yi closed the door and let out a long breath. He had finally become an official member of Yaoguang Academy. Wang Hao was merely a minor appetizer. There were many powerful seniors in the academy who were eyeing his resources, not to mention the Ding family's pursuit from outside the academy. Immediately after, Tu Shan Ruer began to set up protective formations, while Long Liu examined potential flaws in the formations. Lu Yi stood in the courtyard looking up at the sky. The 7-star apparitions flickered in and out of sight. 7 stars, Yaoguang. He murmured, feeling the warmth of the student badge in his hand as his consciousness sunk in revealing a virtual interface. Student Lu Yi, talent SS level, summoner level 15 points, 600 permissions, special recruitment, new student, level 2, unread notifications 3. He clicked on the 3rd notification. Urgent task, investigation of anomalies outside the city, task level 3 stars, task requirements, investigate the spiritual energy fluctuations 30 miles west of Yingchuan city, task rewards 300 points, 50 Jingpa pearls, suggested level for acceptance 2nd tier, or above, anomalies outside the city. Lu Yi frowned, recalling the colorful phantom scorpion king mentioned in the guild tasks. Looks like life at the academy won't be boring. He shut off the interface, a smile creeping onto his lips. The testing ground of the Yaoguang Academy. Situated on the eastern side of the training area, it is a circular building covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Inside it is divided into dozens of independent testing rooms, each equipped with various testing devices and combat puppets. As Lu Yi entered the hall of the testing ground, over 100 new students had already gathered inside. Wang Hao and his 2 followers were among them. Upon seeing Lu Yi enter, Wang Hao snorted coldly and turned his head away. "Junior Lu Yi, over here." Lin Feng stood at the entrance of a testing room, waving at Lu Yi. Today he was still in the role of a guide responsible for assisting Lu Yi in completing the entrance test. The test is divided into 3 parts, Lin Feng introduced. The first part is talent detection to confirm your awakening level and talent type. The third part is practical combat assessment, where you will fight against a combat puppet to evaluate your combat ability. Lu Yi nodded, understood. You are a special recruit, so the first 2 parts can be simplified, focusing mainly on the practical combat assessment. Lin Feng said, the academy wants to see how powerful your SS level summoning talent is in actual combat. I will give it my all. Then let's begin. Lin Feng led Lu Yi into the testing room, where a silver-white instrument was placed in the center, with a crystal ball hovering above it. Place your hand on the crystal ball, and release your talent energy, Lin Feng instructed. Lu Yi followed his advice, and the moment his palm touched the crystal ball, a gentle suction force emerged, guiding the energy within him into the instrument. The crystal ball began to glow, first a faint white, then turning blue, followed by purple. The colors changed continuously before finally settling on a dazzling gold. Detection result: SS level summoning talent confirmed to be accurate. Energy, purity 97. 8. A rating outstanding. Talent characteristics: infinite growth potential, recommended for focused cultivation. The mechanical voice echoed in the room. Although Lin Feng had already known, shock still flickered in his eyes. Energy purity of 97. 8. He murmured, when I enrolled, my energy purity was 82, and I was already praised by my mentor for my exceptional talent. Your 97. 8 is simply monstrous. Lu Yi withdrew his palm and asked, is this purity very important? It's extremely important, Lin Feng said seriously. Energy purity determines your cultivation efficiency and affinity for the spiritual energy of the world. The higher the purity, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, and the lower the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. Generally speaking, those with purity over 90, as long as they do not perish midway, can at least reach the 4th stage of cultivation in the future. He paused and added, and those with over 95 purity. Throughout the history of Yaoguang Academy, there have been no more than 10 people. These individuals later became legends of the academy. So that's how it is. Lu Yi pondered upon hearing this. The high purity of his energy should be related to the soul of a transmigrator and the presence of a system. The second part is the attribute test. Lin Feng led Lu Yi to another instrument. This was a multifunctional testing device that could measure multiple basic attributes simultaneously. Junior, stand on that circular platform. Lin Feng pointed to the round platform in the center of the instrument. After Lu Yi stood on it, a light green light curtain descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Scanning begins. Strength, 187 points, second year standard. Speed, 203 points, second year standard. Constitution, 195 points, second year standard. Mental power, 415 points, third year standard. Comprehensive evaluation, peak of the second tier, exceptionally outstanding mental power. Lin Feng was once again shocked. Mental power of 415 points. That has already reached the standard of a third tier awakened one. Junior Lu Yi, are you sure you are only level 15? Generally speaking, a level 15 first-tier awakened individual has a mental power of around 100 points. Second-tier awakened ones have mental power between 200,000 and 300 points. Third-tier awakened ones would only break through the 400-point barrier. Yet Lu Yi, with only level 15, had reached the level of a third-tier awakened one. It might be related to my summoning talent, Lu Yi vaguely explained. As a transmigrator, his soul strength was already far beyond that of ordinary people, and with the system's assistance, his mental power was naturally formidable. Truly, people can be infuriatingly impressive, Lin Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Let's go to the practical combat assessment area. I am increasingly looking forward to your performance. The practical combat assessment area is located on the 3rd underground level of the testing ground. It is divided into dozens of independent arenas, each with powerful protective barriers. Lu Yi was assigned to Arena No. 7. On the arena stood a 3-meter-tall metallic puppet, entirely silver-white, with complex runes circulating at the joints, each hand wielding an energy sword. Combat Puppet Type 3. Level 20 Beginner, second year. Characteristics: Adaptive Combat Mode adjusts attack intensity according to the opponent's strength. Warning: the puppet can cause real damage, please handle with caution. The rules for the practical combat assessment are quite simple, Lin Feng said from outside the arena. Defeat the combat puppet within 10 minutes. Based on your combat performance, you will be given a rating of A, B, C, or D. What are the benefits of an A rating? Lu Yi asked. An A rating grants an additional reward of 200. Lin Feng said, moreover the rating will be recorded in your student profile, impacting your future mentor selection and resource allocation. Then this score is mine for sure. A glint flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. 200 points is equivalent to the reward for completing a 3-star task. He definitely wouldn't let it slip by. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked. I can start anytime. Assessment begins. As the words fell, the red light in the eyes of the combat puppet suddenly brightened. It exerted force beneath its feet, its metallic body transforming into a silver blur, instantly charging in front of Lu Yi. With the energy sword raised high, it swung down with a sound of breaking air. Its speed far exceeded that of an ordinary second-tier awakened one. But Lu Yi's reaction was even faster. At the moment the energy sword fell, his figure had already disappeared from the spot, reappearing 3 meters behind the puppet. Pretty good speed, Lu Yi commented, but it's still not enough. He raised his right hand with a dark golden light appearing in his palm. 8-armed Azura body first form, Judgment. Dark golden energy surged from his palm, quickly condensing into a tumter-long giant sword. The sword body was adorned with complex runes exuding a chilling pressure. Lu Yi did not summon Tushan Ruer and Long Liu. He wanted to test how far he could go relying solely on his own strength. Slash. The giant sword swept across, clashing with the puppet's energy sword. A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. An energy shockwave spread outwards, crashing against the protective barrier and creating ripples. The puppet was pushed back 3 steps while Lu Yi remained completely still. Strength is acceptable. Lu Yi felt the recoil from the sword hilt, stronger than I imagined. He no longer held back, exerting force beneath his feet and charging towards the puppet. The giant sword swung, each strike carrying tremendous force akin to splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Though the puppet desperately defended, it was steadily pushed back under Lu Yi's fierce assault. On the arena, dark golden sword light collided incessantly with the silver energy sword, producing a series of explosive sounds. The protective barrier trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Feng stood outside dumbfounded. Is this really a level 15 new student? This combat power has already reached the peak of the 2nd tier, even brushing against the threshold of the 3rd tier. What was even more terrifying was that up until now Lu Yi had only used the basic form of the 8-armed Azura body, without even summoning anything. Monster. Truly a monster. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The combat had nearly reached its conclusion on the arena. Under Lu Yi's relentless assault, the puppet's energy shield had shattered, and its metallic armor was filled with cracks. Its movements slowed down significantly, unable to keep up with Lu Yi's pace. Final strike. Lu Yi leaped high, gripping the giant sword with both hands, and the runes on the sword body lit up. Break! The giant sword slashed down with unparalleled power. The puppet raised its energy sword to block, but at the moment of contact the energy sword shattered inch by inch. The giant sword continued unabated, striking the puppet's chest. The sound of metal tearing echoed. The puppet's chest was cleaved open, exposing its internal energy core, which flickered with unstable light. Combat puppet type 3, severely damaged, lost combat capability. Assessment complete. Time taken 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Rating A, exceptional performance. Lu Yi retracted the 8-armed Azura body and landed gently. His breath was steady without even a drop of sweat. To him this battle could only be considered a warm-up. Lin Feng walked into the arena looking at the score displayed on the screen and smiled wryly. My score when I enrolled was B, which was already considered excellent. Yura will probably rank among the top 10 in the history of new students. Lu Yi asked, when will the point rewards be distributed? It will be automatically credited to your account. Lin Feng said, however, while an A rating is glorious, it will also attract a lot of trouble. Some upperclassmen specifically like to challenge new students with high scores. Lin Feng explained, they call it sparring, but in reality it is to earn points. Although the academy prohibits private fights, formal challenges are allowed. Lu Yi understood. The taller the bamboo, the more it is bent by the wind. This principle is the same everywhere. Thank you for the reminder, I will be careful. The two walked out of the practical combat assessment area and returned to the hall of the testing ground. At this time the tests of other new students were also coming to an end. The display screen in the center of the hall was scrolling with the test scores and ratings of the new students. Lu Yi's name was prominently ranked first. First place, Lu Yi SS level summoning practical combat rating A, comprehensive rating exceptional. Upon seeing this ranking, the entire hall was in an uproar. Wang Hao looked at the display screen, his face turning ashen. His rating was B, ranking 17th, a gap from Lu Yi that was like a chasm. The gazes of other new students towards Lu Yi were filled with complexity. There was envy, jealousy, awe, and also defiance. But regardless, starting today the name Lu Yi would become a legend among the new students of Yaguang Academy. Yet Lu Yi himself did not care about these gazes. His goal had never been to reign supreme among the new students. Upon returning to the independent courtyard number 7 from the testing grounds, Liu Yi sensed something was amiss as soon as he pushed open the courtyard door. Under the phoenix tree in the courtyard stood 3 figures. At the forefront was a young man around 20 years old dressed in a black student uniform, sporting a silver badge on his chest marked with 3 stars, the emblem of a third-year student. Behind him were 2 followers, both appearing to be second-year students. Upon seeing Liu Yi return, the 3 not only showed no intention of leaving, but instead revealed provoking smiles. "You must be Liu Yi." The young man scrutinized Liu Yi from head to toe with a tone laced with obvious disdain. "I heard you're a special. Admit moving in here right away is quite audacious." Liu Yi halted his steps, calmly meeting the other's gaze. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing of great significance," the young man chuckled. "I just came to get to know the new neighbor. My name is Zhao Feng. I reside in the neighboring courtyard number 5. These 2 are my brothers Li Chang and Wang Hai." Li Chang was a short and stout youth, while Wang Hai was tall and lean. Both of them crossed their arms, wearing expressions that suggested they were eager to watch the show. Liu Yi understood their intent. They were looking for trouble. The independent courtyard area had limited residences, and only the top 100 students were eligible to reside there. Being a new student, Liu Yi's immediate occupancy of courtyard number 7 would naturally stir discontent among others. "Are you done with the introductions?" Liu Yi said coolly. "Then I want to see you off." He walked straight toward the building, ignoring the 3. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. "Stop." Liu Yi turned back. "Is there something else?" "Kid, you're quite arrogant," Zhao Feng sneered. "Do you know the rules of the academy? New students moving into independent courtyards must first pass the old students' test. This is called the courtyard initiation." "Courtyard initiation?" Liu Yi raised an eyebrow. "I haven't heard of it." "That's your ignorance." Li Chang interjected. "Every new student moving into an independent courtyard must receive guidance from the old students. If you win, you can continue living here. If you lose—" He paused, revealing a malicious grin. "Then you have to vacate the courtyard for someone more qualified to reside in it." Liu Yi understood. They were trying to force him into action. Although the academy forbade private fights if it was under the pretext of guidance or sparring, and both parties consented, it would not be considered a violation. "So you want to guide me?" Liu Yi asked. "Exactly," Zhao Feng replied. "We don't even need to go to the arena. We can spar right here in the courtyard. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you and won't hurt you." He spoke with grandiosity, but the malice in his eyes was Liu Yi paused for a moment before nodding. "All right." "Refreshing." Zhao Feng laughed heartily. "Then let's begin. Li Chang, you go first. Give our new neighbor a good guidance." "No problem." Li Chang responded, stepping into the center of the courtyard. He flexed his wrists and the joints cracked. "Junior Liu Yi, please give me your guidance." Li Chang said politely, but his eyes were filled with mockery. He was a peak first stage cultivator, level 19. Against a newly enrolled student, that was more than enough. Liu Yi wasted no words, directly raising his hand. A dark golden light gathered in his palms, swiftly transforming into a massive sword. 8-armed Azura form. Judgment. Li Chang paused slightly upon seeing Liu Yi summon his weapon, but then scoffed. "That's flashy. Watch me break you with one punch." He exerted force with his feet, launching himself forward like a cannonball. His right fist was charged with light yellow earth energy, crashing toward Liu Yi with tremendous force. This punch could shatter granite, but Liu Yi's response was faster. As Li Chang's fist was about to strike, he sidestepped, simultaneously sweeping the massive sword. The blade struck Li Chang's chest, producing a dull thud. Li Chang felt a tremendous force surge through him, uncontrollably flying backward and crashing into the courtyard wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. One move, and he was defeated. Zhao Feng and Wang Hai's expressions changed simultaneously. They did not expect Liu Yi to be this strong. Though Li Chang was not top tier, he was still a peak first stage cultivator, yet he couldn't withstand even a single move. "You've got some skill." Zhao Feng's eyes grew serious. "It seems I need to take action myself." He stepped forward, radiating a powerful aura. Mid-second stage, level 25. This was the strongest opponent Liu Yi had encountered since enrolling. "Junior Liu Yi, be careful," Zhao Feng warned. "My talent is the Vajra battle body, which surpasses others of the same stage in both defense and power. If you admit defeat now, it will still be timely." Liu Yi did not respond, merely tightening his grip on the massive sword. "Stubborn." Zhao Feng snorted coldly, the ground beneath him cracking as he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. His speed was several times faster than Li Chang's. Golden light gathered on his fist, and the air was torn apart, producing sharp explosions. This punch was powerful enough to collapse a small building. Liu Yi's gaze sharpened as he held the massive sword horizontally to meet Zhao Feng's fist. Boom. The collision of fist and sword erupted in a deafening roar. The energy shockwaves spread outward, uprooting the flowers and grass in the courtyard, and the ground's blue bricks shattered in pieces. Liu Yi staggered back 3 steps, while Zhao Feng retreated 2 steps. It was an evenly matched contest. Such powerful strength. Zhao Feng was astonished. He was a mid-second stage cultivator renowned for his strength, yet he could barely suppress a new student. What kind of monster is Lu Yi after all? Come again. Zhao Feng roared, unleashing a flurry of punches. Each punch carried the force to split mountains, compressing the air and producing muffled explosions. Lu Yi wielded the massive sword, the sword light, forming a curtain that blocked all of Zhao Feng's assaults. The sounds of clashing metal rang out, continuously, sparks flying. The two figures moved rapidly within the courtyard. Wherever they passed, the ground shattered and walls cracked. In just 10 seconds they had exchanged over 100 blows. Zhao Feng grew increasingly alarmed. He realized he couldn't break through Lu Yi's defenses. The opponent's swordplay was exquisite, each strike perfectly timed to neutralize his attacks. Even more frightening was that Lu Yi's aura showed no sign of weakening. Instead, he became more vigorous with each exchange. Impossible. Zhao Feng could not accept this reality. As an old second-year student, he couldn't defeat a new student. Vajra battle body, full power burst. Zhao Feng roared, golden light radiating around him, muscles bulging, his height soaring to 2.5 meters, resembling a golden giant. This was his strongest form, tripling his strength and quintupling his defense. The cost was that he could only maintain it for 3 minutes, after which he would fall into a weakened state. But Zhao Feng couldn't care less. He had to win. Defeat. The golden giant's fist smashed down like a meteor. Before the punch even landed, the gust had already pressed the ground into a deep pit. This punch was strong enough to kill an ordinary third-stage awakened one. Lu Yi did not take it heed. Instead, he shifted his body and vanished from his original position. The giant fist struck the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Debris flew everywhere, dust clouding the air. Just as Zhao Feng was about to search for Lu Yi's location after missing his strike, he suddenly felt a deadly sense of crisis behind him. He spun around abruptly to see a dark golden sword light. Lu Yi had appeared behind him, without him noticing, the massive sword raised high, all the runes on the blade glowing. Slash! The sword light descended, imbued with the momentum to sever all. Zhao Feng hastily raised his arm to block golden energy coalescing into a shield on his arm. Crack! The shield shattered. The sword light struck Zhao Feng's arm, leaving a deep wound that revealed bone, golden blood gushing out. Zhao Feng screamed in pain, retreating repeatedly. He lowered his gaze to the wound on his arm, disbelief filling his eyes. The Vajra battle body had actually been breached. How could this be possible? Do you want to continue? Lu Yi's voice was calm, but the massive sword in his hand still exuded terrifying pressure. Zhao Feng's expression changed repeatedly, ultimately gritting his teeth and saying, "I admit defeat." He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose, and he might suffer even greater injuries. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Yi retracted the 8-armed Azura form. The commotion from the battle in the courtyard had already attracted many students to watch. When they saw Zhao Feng admitting defeat, everyone was stunned. Zhao Feng actually lost. He's a mid-second stage cultivator with the Vajra battle body. This new student is too terrifying. Whispers rose around them. Let's go. Zhao Feng's face was ashen as he led Li Chang and Wang Hai away from courtyard number 7 in a dejected manner. The crowd began to disperse gradually. In the courtyard, only Lu Yi remained. He looked around at the mess and shook his head helplessly. The courtyard walls were cracked, the ground shattered, and the flowers and grass destroyed. The repair costs would likely be substantial. Master, are you alright? Tushan Ruer and Long Liu rushed out from the building. They had followed Lu Yi's instructions, watching the battle from inside, without intervening. I'm fine, Lu Yi replied, just a small inconvenience. That Zhao Feng is quite strong, Long Liu commented. If it were the old me, crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. But now, she felt some regret. Due to the summoning rules, her strength was suppressed at level 23, which, although higher than Zhao Feng's, did not grant her a significant advantage. Don't worry, it'll quickly enhance my strength, Lu Yi assured. Once I reach the 2nd stage, and combine forces with you even against 3rd stage awakened ones, we will have the power to fight back. He entered the building and took out the student badge. His consciousness sank into the badge to check his points. Current points, 800 points. The 200 points earned from the previous test had already been credited along with the initial 600 points, giving him a total of 800 points. These points needed to be utilized properly. First, he had to go to the Resource Management Office to collect the Essence Pearl. Secondly, he needed to exchange for some training resources to swiftly reach level 16. Then he needed to find a way to repair the damage to the courtyard. There are truly many matters to attend to. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. In the afternoon, Lu Yi was absorbing the energy of the Essence Pearl in the training room when his student badge suddenly vibrated. He opened his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the badge. Unread message from Hong Xiao, receptionist of the Awakener Guild. Lu Yi clicked on the message, and a text appeared before him. Hello, Mr. Lu Yi. The guild has received an urgent investigation task, which may be related to the multicolored illusion scorpion Qingqiu encountered in the secret realm. The task level is 3 stars, and it is recommended that Awakeners above the second rank take it. If you are interested, please come to the guild hall before 4 p.m. today to collect the task details. The multicolored illusion Scorpion King. Lu Ye's expression sharpened. He had indeed killed the multicolored illusion Scorpion King during the trial in the secret realm, but that was only with the assistance of the system. It was a third-rank beast leader extremely powerful. Now with similar disturbances appearing outside the city, could it be another multicolored illusion Scorpion King? Or perhaps an even more formidable beast? Regardless, this task was worth taking. The rewards for a 3-star task are usually generous, and it would allow him to gain early insight into the situation outside the city, preparing for the potential pursuit by the Ding family. Lu Yi glanced at the time. It was now 3 p.m., leaving him with an hour. He stood up and walked out. In the living room, Tushan Ruer was watching TV while hugging a pillow, and Long Liu was meditating with her eyes closed. Sensing Lu Ye's presence, they both turned to look. "Master, are you going out?" Tushan Ruer asked. "Yes, I'm heading to the guild," Lu Yi replied. "There's a task that may be related to the multicolored illusion Scorpion King." The multicolored illusion Scorpion King. That third-rank beast. Long Liu opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing in her golden dragon pupils. It could be a similar beast. The task level is 3 stars, and it is recommended for Awakeners above the second rank. "I want to check it out," Lu Yi said. "He'll accompany you." Long Liu stood up. "I want to go too." Tushan Ruer dropped the pillow and jumped to Lu Ye's side. Lu Yi nodded. "All right, let's go together." The three of them left the independent courtyard and headed towards the academy's exit. The Awakener Guild was located in the central area of Qingqiu City, about 5 kilometers from Yaowang Academy. To facilitate students, the academy had a dedicated teleportation array that could take them directly near the guild. After paying 10 points of contribution, the three of them stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, they opened their eyes to find themselves standing in the guild square. The square was bustling with people, mostly Awakeners. Some hurried, some lingering in front of the task board, while others set up stalls in the trading area to sell their loot. The air was filled with various scents, blood herbs, and metal, blending together to create a unique adventurer atmosphere. Lu Yi, accompanied by his 2 summoned companions, walked directly towards the guild hall. Inside, it was even busier than outside, with long lines at several reception windows and the task board densely covered with task listings. Lu Yi scanned the area and quickly spotted the window where Hong Xiao was located. Today she was still wearing that red cheongsam, her long hair tied up, revealing her fair neck. Seeing Lu Yi approach, she displayed a professional smile. "Mr. Lu Yi, welcome." "Miss Hong Xiao," Lu Yi nodded. "About that task. Please wait a moment." Hong Xiao retrieved a document from under the counter. "Here is the detailed information about the task. Please take a look and I can answer any questions you may have." Lu Yi took the document and began to browse through it quickly. Task ID 2026-041-1037. Task name: Investigation of Abnormal Spiritual Energy Outside the City. Task level 3 stars, dangerous. Released by Qingqiu City Defense Army. Task description: Recently, abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy have been detected in the Black Wind Canyon, located 30 miles west of Qingqiu City. According to monitoring, the intensity of the fluctuations has reached the level of a third-rank beast and is continuously increasing. Awakeners who accept the task are required to investigate and confirm the source of the abnormalities, as well as assess the threat level. Task requirements: 1. Enter the Black Wind Canyon and investigate the source of the spiritual energy abnormalities. 2. Collect samples from the abnormal area. 3. If a beast is discovered, record its type number and strength. 4. Assess the threat level and provide countermeasure suggestions. Task rewards: 300 contribution points, 50 essence pearls, and a 3-star task medal. Special note: according to intelligence, the abnormal fluctuations have similarities to the multicolored illusion Scorpion King, so please proceed with caution. After reading the information, Lu Yi had a general understanding. The Black Wind Canyon, located 30 miles from Qingqiu City, was a well-known dangerous area. It was perpetually filled with miasma, inhabited by numerous poisonous insects and beasts, making it a place where ordinary Awakeners dared not venture. Now, with the appearance of spiritual energy fluctuations at the level of a third-rank beast, it was highly likely that another powerful beast had been born there or had migrated from another area. "I accept this task," Lu Yi said. Hong Xiao seemed unsurprised and nodded. "All right, I will process the paperwork for you. However, I must remind you that the danger level of a 3-star task is very high. According to guild statistics, the casualty rate for 3-star tasks is around 15. Are you sure you want to take it?" "Absolutely," Lu Yi responded without hesitation. The risk is proportional to the rewards. The rewards from a 3-star task would be enough for him to purchase a large amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to push for level 16 or even higher. "All right then." Hong Xiao began to operate. "Please show me your guild badge." Lu Yi took out the bronze badge from his pocket and handed it to Hong Xiao. Hong Xiao placed the badge on a device, and with a sound of beep, the task information was recorded successfully. Task accepted. Here is your badge back. Hong Xiao said the task deadline is 3 days. Within 3 days you need to submit the investigation report and the collected samples. If not completed by the deadline, corresponding points will be deducted as a penalty. Understood. Additionally, here is the equipment you will need for the task. Hong Xiao took out a backpack. It contains a recorder, sample collection bottles, antidotes, signal flares, and other basic supplies. These need to be returned after use, and if damaged you will be charged at market price. Lu Yi took the backpack, feeling its weight. It seemed to contain quite a bit of supplies. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Lu Yi asked. Hong Xiao thought for a moment, and said the miasma in the Black Wind Canyon is toxic, so I recommend you purchase some high-grade antidotes. Moreover, the terrain there is complex and easy to get lost, and it's best to find a guide familiar with the area. The guild can recommend one for you, but there will be an additional fee of around 100 contribution points. Lu Yi shook his head. No need. He had the system map function, so he shouldn't get lost. As for antidotes, the backpack already contained basic versions, which would suffice for now. Then I wish you good luck. Hong Xiao smiled, looking forward to your good news. After leaving the guild hall, Lu Yi did not return to the academy immediately, but headed to the nearby commercial district. He needed to stock up on some supplies. Although his backpack contained basic equipment, it was always good to be well prepared when facing a third-rank beast threat. First, he needed weapons. Although the judgment form of the 8-armed Ajura was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy, and he needed some backup weapons just in case. Lu Yi walked into a weapon shop called Blacksmith's Forge. The shop was small but filled with various weapons, swords, knives, spears, and halberds, all available. Several sets of armor hung on the walls, exuding faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. The shopkeeper was a one-eyed, muscular, middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lu Yi enter, he merely glanced up and continued polishing the long sword in his hand. What do you need? The shopkeeper's voice was hoarse. A dagger. It needs to be sharp and lightweight, Lu Yi said. The shopkeeper pointed to a rack on the wall. Over there, look for yourself. The price tags are on them. Lu Yi walked over, and the rack was neatly arranged with a dozen short knives of different materials. Some were made of refined steel, others of mysterious iron, and some mixed with special ores. He selected a completely black short knife. The blade was about 30 centimeters long, with simple anti-slip patterns etched on the handle, and the blade glimmered with a faint blue light under the lamp, clearly coated with poison. Mysterious iron short knife. Quality excellent. Characteristics: sharp 5, armor piercing 3. Additional minor toxin capable of causing continuous damage. Price 80 points. The price was steep, but it was worth it. Lu Yi also picked a dagger and a set of flying needles, which were hidden weapons that could be remarkably effective in certain situations. At checkout, he spent a total of 150 points. Next, Lu Yi went to the potion store. He bought 10 bottles of high-grade antidotes, 5 bottles of healing potions, and 3 bottles of energy recovery potions, spending another 100 points. Finally, he visited the talisman shop. Lu Yi didn't know much about talismans, but he knew that some auxiliary talismans could save his life at critical moments. He bought 2 swift movement talismans, which could greatly enhance speed for a short period, 3 diamond talismans to increase defense, and 1 earth escape talisman to use when facing overwhelming enemies. He spent another 200 points on these talismans. By the time Lu Yi exited the commercial district, his balance was down to 350 points. However, he felt no regret. Points could be earned again, but if he lost his life, he would have nothing left. He returned to the academy just as evening fell. Lu Yi did not rest, and immediately began preparing for the action the next day. The Black Wind Canyon was 30 miles from the academy, and at his speed it would take about an hour if he pushed himself. But considering the terrain and possible dangers, that time might double. He planned to set out early in the morning, reach the canyon's outskirts before noon, conduct the investigation in the afternoon, and return by evening. Time was tight, but he should be able to manage. Master, I want to go with you tomorrow too, Shanruda said. Me too. Alright, let's go together, Lu Yi said. However, you must listen to my commands. The Black Wind Canyon is not like the academy. It is fraught with dangers, and a moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Alright, let's go together, Lu Yi said. However, you must listen to my commands. The Black Wind Canyon is not like the academy. It is fraught with dangers, and a moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Understood. The two replied in unison. The night deepened. Lu Yi stood by the window gazing at the starry sky outside. As dawn broke, Lu Yi departed from the Yaowang Academy, with Tu Shanruer and Long Liu. To avoid any potential surveillance, they did not take the main entrance, but instead took a small path around the back of the academy. The morning forest was shrouded in mist, the air fragrant with the scent of grass and trees, and the occasional chirping of birds added to the serenity. Yet Lu Yi dared not let his guard down. His mental energy was maintained at maximum scanning range, perceiving every movement around him. After leaving the academy's vicinity for 5 kilometers, he suddenly halted. Master, what's wrong? Tu Shanruer asked. Someone is following us, Lu Yi whispered. 304 of them. They are about 500 meters away, hiding in the woods. Long Liu's eyes hardened. Is it the Ding family's people? Most likely. Lu Yi nodded. He had anticipated that the Ding family would not easily let him go. Within the academy, there were rules for protection, and the Ding family dared not act openly. However, once outside the academy and into the city, it would be a different matter. Should we take action? Long Liu inquired, a faint dragon pressure emanating from her. Not yet, Lu Yi shook his head. We're still too close to the academy. If we make too much noise, it would be difficult to explain to the academy. Let's wait until we reach the Haifeng Gorge, where the miasma is dense and the terrain is complex, which is more suitable for dealing with them. He thought for a moment and added, moreover, I want to see what kind of people the Ding family has sent. The three continued forward, but their speed slowed a bit. Lu Yi intentionally left some obvious traces to lead the followers along. At the same time, his mental energy remained focused on those four presences. One was at the peak of the second level, two in the mid-second level, and one at the peak of the first level. Such a lineup to deal with a level 15 freshman could be described as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It seemed the Ding family was indeed serious about avenging Ding Yuxuan. Yet Lu Yi was not afraid. With his current strength along with two summoned creatures, he was more than capable of contending with a peak second level awaken. Moreover, he had the system as a trump card. When it truly came to blows, the outcome was still uncertain. At 9 in the morning, the three reached the outskirts of the Haifeng Gorge. The terrain here had undergone a significant change. Vegetation became sparse, and a pungent smell of sulfur permeated the air. The ground was covered in dark red soil with the occasional white beast bone scattered about. In the distance, the entrance of the gorge resembled a giant mouth unfathomably deep, with black miasma pouring out, creating an eerie, colorful halo under the sunlight. The miasma is so thick, Tu Shan Ruer frowned. I sense that there is poison in this miasma, and it's highly toxic. Exactly. Lu Yi took out the antidote from his backpack and handed each of them a bottle. Take 1 bottle each, every hour. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. After speaking, he also took a bottle of antidote himself. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and soon a gentle energy spread out, forming a faint protective layer on the surface of his body. Let's go in, Lu Yi said. Stay close to me, and don't get separated. The three entered the gorge. As they entered, the light dimmed instantly, the miasma acting like a tangible curtain blocking most of the sunlight, with visibility dropping below 20 meters. The ground was slippery, covered with moss and fungi. Occasionally rustling sounds came from around them, seemingly from some small exotic beasts moving about. Lu Yi opened the system map. Current location: Haifeng Gorge outskirts, spiritual energy density high, abnormal danger level 3, stars, detected presence of a third-level exotic beast, location northwest, distance 3 kilometers. A third-level exotic beast indeed existed, and it was not far away. However, Lu Yi did not head there immediately. He still had a tail to deal with. Those guys have followed us, and Lu Yi whispered. They are 300 meters away, and closing in quickly. Should we? Long Liu asked. Wait a bit longer. Lu Yi looked at the terrain around. It's too open here, not suitable for an ambush. Let's move forward and find a narrower spot. The three continued deeper. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a narrow gorge. Steep rock walls flanked either side, with only a 5-meter wide passage in the middle, the ground littered with rubble, clearly prone to landslides. This is the spot. Lu Yi stopped. You two go ambush on the rock walls, I'll act as bait. Master, that's too dangerous. Tu Shan Ruer said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lu Yi smiled. Just follow my signal. Once I give the command, act immediately. Prioritize taking down that peak first level 1, then the 2 mid-second level ones. Finally focus fire on that peak second level 1. Understood. Long Liu nodded, pulling Tu Shan Ruer and quietly climbing up the right rock wall. Lu Yi remained in place, pretending to check the map, while fully unleashing his mental energy to monitor the surroundings. Soon 4 figures appeared outside the gorge. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a black, tight-fitting outfit with a sinister look and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He was the peak second-level awakener. Behind him were 2 men and 1 woman. Both men were in mid-second level, one wielding a knife and the other an axe, while the woman was a peak first level, holding a short crossbow. The target is right ahead, the middle-aged man said. Remember, strike quickly. Do not give him a chance to summon help. Boss, he's just a level 15 freshman. Do we really need to be so cautious? Fool. The middle-aged man glared at him. This kid was able to kill Ding Yuxuan, so he's not simple. Moreover, those 2 summoned creatures by his side are not easy to deal with. Keep your guard up. Yes. The axe-wielding man replied sulkily. The 4 quickly passed through the gorge and immediately spotted Lu Yi standing in the center of the passage. Lu Yi looked up, seemingly just noticing them, displaying a surprised expression. Who are you? People here to take your life. The middle-aged man sneered, gesturing with his hand. Attack. The knife-wielding and axe-wielding men charged out simultaneously, their blades intertwining to form a net aimed at Lu Yi. But Lu Yi was already prepared. At the moment the 2 struck, he swiftly moved back. At the same time, he raised his hand, gathering dark golden light in his palm. 8-armed Azura body, judgment. The giant sword swept across, colliding with the knife and axe. Boom. The energy shockwave spread out. The knife and axe-wielding men were forced back repeatedly, their expressions changing slightly. They had not anticipated Lu Ye's power to be this formidable. This kid is strange. The knife-wielding man shouted, "Let's all attack." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he joined the fray. He formed hand seals, muttering incantations, and a black chain shot out from the void wrapping around Lu Yi. Binding chain's second-level control skill can immobilize the target's actions. Lu Ye's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to dodge, suddenly a delicate shout came from the rock wall. "Master, we're here to help you." Two figures descended from the sky. Tushan Ruer formed hand seals, and 9 ethereal foxtails appeared behind her. Pink mist spread out, enveloping the entire gorge. Charm Domain weakens enemy will and reduces reaction speed. Long Liu charged directly at the peak first-level woman. Her golden dragon eyes glimmered with cold light as she unleashed a punch. The woman hurriedly raised her short crossbow to block, but under the terrifying power of the dragon punch, the crossbow shattered instantly. She flew backward, crashing against the rock wall and spitting out blood, losing her combat capability. One strike resolved. What a... The middle-aged man was taken aback. He had not expected Lu Ye's summoned creatures to be this strong. Retreat. He decisively turned to flee. But how could Lu Yi let them escape? It's too late to think about leaving now. He exerted force under his feet, instantly charging in front of the axe-wielding man. The giant sword slashed down with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The axe-wielding man hastily raised his axe to block, but under Lu Ye's full-powered strike the axe was cleaved in two. The sword light continued unabated, slashing into his chest. Poof! Blood gushed forth. The axe-wielding man widened his eyes in disbelief as he fell down unwillingly. The second one resolved. The knife-wielding man, seeing this, was terrified and turned to flee. But just a few steps out, he was ensnared by a pink mist around his ankle. Tushan Ruer chuckled lightly, flicking her finger. The mist tightened, tripping him to the ground. Long Liu charged up, stepping on his back. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs echoed. The knife-wielding man let out a cry and also lost his combat capability. Now only the middle-aged man remained. He stood outside the gorge, his face pale and filled with fear. 2 of his 4 subordinates were killed, 2 captured, and he, the leader, hadn't even touched the opponent's clothes. A disgrace. A tremendous disgrace. The Ding family will not let you go, the middle-aged man gritted. Then let them come, Lu Yi said calmly. 1 comes, I kill 1, you 2 come, I kill 2. He raised his hand, pointing the giant sword at the middle-aged man. Now it starts with you. You're not afraid of the Ding family. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with madness, knowing that he wouldn't escape today. Rather than be captured, he would rather fight to the death. Die for me. He roared, forming hand seals as black energy surged wildly around him. He charged towards Lu Yi like a cannonball. This was his strongest attack, burning his life force in exchange for a temporary boost to 3rd level early strength. He intended to perish together with Lu Yi. But Lu Yi had long been prepared. The moment the middle-aged man charged, he raised his left hand. In his palm, dark golden and silver light shone simultaneously. 8-armed Azura body twin sword form, judgment and verdict. 2 giant swords, 1 gold and 1 silver, slashed down in an X shape. The sword light tore through the space as though it were being ripped apart. The middle-aged man's black energy shattered like paper under the twin sword strikes. He widened his eyes, watching the sword light descend, powerless to resist. Poof! Blood splattered. The middle-aged man's body was cleaved into 3 parts. The battle was over. Lu Yi retracted the 8-armed Azura body and gently landed. His breathing was a bit rapid and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The energy consumption of the twin sword form was 3 times greater than that of the single sword form. With his current strength, he could maintain it for at most 30 seconds. Yet its power was indeed terrifying. A peak 2nd level awakener hadn't even withstood a single move. Master, are you okay? Tushan Ruer hurried over, worried. I'm fine, just a bit drained, Lu Yi replied. He walked over to the 4 Ding family assassins, beginning to rummage through their belongings. Although they had nothing particularly valuable on them, weapons, armor, and potions could still be exchanged for some points. Moreover, he found an identity token of the Ding family and a bounty notice from the middle-aged man. The bounty notice clearly detailed his portrait name and a bounty amount of 1,000 essence pearls, or a 3rd-level spiritual weapon. What a big deal, Lu Yi sneered. The Ding family had issued such a sky-high bounty to kill him. It seemed the days ahead would not be peaceful. After shaking off their pursuers, Lu Yi did not linger, continuing deeper into the Black Wind Gorge with Tushan Ruer and Long Liu. According to the system map, the aura of the 3rd-tier beast was just 2 kilometers to the northwest. As they approached, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air became increasingly evident. The concentration of spiritual energy here is over 3 times that of the outskirts. Long Liu sensed the surroundings with a slight frown. Moreover, there is a peculiar toxin mixed in the spiritual energy, which is affecting even my dragon clan's resistance. Lu Yi nodded, he felt it too. The deeper they went, the stronger the toxicity of the miasma became. Even with the protection of a high-level antidote, he still felt a faint stinging sensation on his skin. Be careful, Lu Yi reminded. The third-tier beast is likely nearby. The three slowed their pace, moving along the rock wall. Lu Yi expanded his mental strength, scanning for any movements around them. After walking about a kilometer, they arrived at the entrance of a massive underground cave. The cave entrance was 10 meters high, and the inside was pitch black with only a faint purple light emanating from the depths. The aura of the third-tier beast was indeed radiating from within the cave. This is it. Lu Yi stopped and looked into the depths of the cave. The concentration of spiritual energy inside was astonishingly high, almost forming a tangible mist. Deep within the mist, he could sense a massive life form was in a state of slumber. No, not slumber. It's evolving, Lu Yi said in a deep voice. I can feel its aura continually strengthening, breaking through from the early to the mid-stage of the third tier. Mid-stage of the third tier. Tushan Ruer exclaimed, her expression changing. Does that mean it's even stronger than the colorful phantom scorpion king we encountered before? In the secret realm trial, the colorful phantom scorpion king they encountered was at the early stage of the third tier. Although it was eventually killed by Lu Yi, it took the assistance of the system and a bit of luck to succeed. Now if this one evolved to the mid-stage of the third tier, its strength would at least double. We cannot let it evolve successfully, Long Liu said coldly. Let's strike while it is still weak and kill it in one blow. Wait. Lu Yi stopped her. Let's observe first. He opened the system map and selected the biological analysis function. Scanning target. Scan complete. Target information: colorful phantom scorpion king, in evolution, level 35, mid-stage of the third tier, in evolution status, evolutionary dormancy, defense decreased by 50, attack decreased by 30, health 8500100, energy 120001, 5000, skills: poison mist spray, phantom clone, tail spike, charge, venom burst, colorful shield. In evolution weakness, during evolution, the energy of the tail's venom gland is unstable. Strong attacks may cause energy backlash. Tail venom gland. Lu Yi's eye sharpened. According to the data, the tail venom gland of the colorful phantom scorpion king stores a vast amount of toxic energy, usually protected by a hard shell, making it hard to be attacked. However, during evolution, the energy of the venom gland is in an active state, and the shell's defense would also decrease. If it receives a strong attack at this time, it could indeed trigger an energy backlash, causing significant damage. I have a plan, Lu Yi said. He informed his two summoned creatures of the system analysis results. So we should attack its tail, eh? Tushan Ruer asked. Exactly, Lu Yi nodded. But it must be a one-hit kill. If the first attack fails, it will wake from its evolutionary state. At that point, they would be facing a fully powered mid-stage third-tier beast. The mid-stage of the third tier is equivalent to level 35, and with their current lineup, their chances of victory are very low. Then let's make a plan, Long Liu suggested. Ruer and I will feign attack from the sides to draw its attention. You master will sneak in from the back and attack its tail. Lu Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. No, the risk of a feint attack is too great. If it wakes up early, you too will be in danger. Then what should we do? Tushan Ruer asked. Lu Yi looked into the depths of the cave, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The colorful phantom scorpion king was currently in a state of evolutionary dormancy. Its perception of the outside world would be at its lowest. However, if there were strong energy fluctuations nearby, it could still be awakened. Therefore, they needed to approach silently and then unleash their strongest attack in an instant. This required extreme stealth and explosive power. Lu Yi happened to have an idea. Ruer, can your charm domain create illusions? Tushan Ruer nodded. Yes. My domain can distort the target's perception, creating false images. However, the effect on a third-tier beast will be significantly reduced and can only last for a few seconds at most. A few seconds is enough. Lu Yi said, later when I sneak and activate the domain to create an illusion of everything is normal as I approach the target, buying me time to attack. Okay. Tushan Ruer responded. Lu Yi looked at Long Liu again. You stay at the cave entrance ready to assist. If things go wrong, strike immediately. Understood, Long Liu nodded. With the plan set, Lu Yi began to act. He first took a bottle of concealment potion, which he had purchased in the business district. It could temporarily reduce his own aura fluctuations, and combined with mental energy convergence, it could achieve near-perfect stealth. Then he cautiously entered the cave. The light inside was dim, illuminated only by the faint purple glow from the depths. The ground was slippery, covered with a viscous liquid that emitted a nauseating stench. Lu Yi held his breath and moved along the rock wall. The cave was deep, and after walking roughly 200 meters, he finally saw the colorful phantom scorpion king. It was a colossal creature over 10 meters long, covered in a dazzlingly colorful shell. Its head had a pair of massive pincers, and its tail had a thick venomous stinger currently emitting a faint purple light. It lay on a naturally formed spirit stone platform surrounded by the bones of various exotic beasts. From the traces of the bones, it was evident that it had been hunting here for a long time, accumulating enough energy to begin this evolution. Lu stopped hiding behind a large rock. He was now about 50 meters away from the Phantom Scorpion King, a distance well within the coverage of Tushan Ruer's domain. Ruer, prepare. Lu conveyed his command through their mental link. Received. In the next moment, an invisible wave radiated from the cave entrance, quickly spreading throughout the cave. The colorful Phantom Scorpion King's body twitched slightly, but soon returned to calm. Under the influence of the charm domain, it did not notice Lu's presence. The opportunity had come. Lu no longer hesitated, leveraging his strength to dash out like a cheetah. His speed was incredible. He covered the 50-meter distance in just 3 seconds. During his sprint, his hands had already coalesced with dark golden light. 8-armed Azura avatar dual sword form, judgment, and verdict. As he was just 10 meters away from the Phantom Scorpion King, Lu suddenly leaped into the air. The dual swords crossed as he slashed at the venom gland of the Scorpion King's tail. At that moment, he unleashed all his strength. The sword light was like lightning, instantly striking down. PFF. The sharp blade cut through the shell of the Phantom Scorpion King's tail, embedding deeply into the venom gland. However, the defensive power of a third-tier beast was beyond imagination. Even in a state of evolutionary dormancy, and even with the shell's defense halved, Lu's dual swords still could not completely sever the venom gland. A sharp pain surged, and the Phantom Scorpion King suddenly awakened. Hiss! It let out a piercing shriek, its massive body thrashing violently. The venomous stinger at its tail suddenly swung towards Lu. Master, be careful. Tushan Ruer's alarmed voice rang out. But Lu was already prepared. At the moment the stinger attacked, he released his dual swords and quickly retreated. At the same time, his left hand flipped, taking out the flying needles he had purchased in the weapon store. Go! Dozens of flying needles shot towards the wound of the Phantom Scorpion King like a torrential rain. These needles were all poisoned, although they had little effect on the Scorpion King itself. Their target was to trigger an energy backlash from the venom gland. Sure enough, under the stimulation of the flying needles, the venom gland at the tail of the Phantom Scorpion King began to tremble violently. The faint purple light became extremely unstable, and the energy surged like boiling water. Roar! The Phantom Scorpion King let out a painful roar. It tried to suppress the chaos of the venom gland, but it was already too late. Boom! The venom gland exploded. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward. The entire cave shook violently. The rock walls cracked, and debris fell like rain. Lu was thrown by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rock wall. He felt a dull pain in his chest, his throat tinged with sweetness as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Its colorful shell was covered in cracks, and purple venom spewed forth like a fountain, corroding the spirit stone platform beneath it into a deep pit. Its colorful shell was covered in cracks, and purple venom spewed forth like a fountain, corroding the spirit stone platform beneath it into a deep pit. The Phantom Scorpion King was still alive, but had been severely injured. Its health was down to less than 3,000 points, and continued to decline. The backlash from the explosion of the venom gland was continuously eroding its vitality. Now's the time. Lu forced himself up, his hands once again coalescing with dark golden light. He did not summon the dual swords, but chose another form. 8-armed Azura avatar warhammer form, mountain breaking. A massive warhammer appeared in his hand. The hammerhead was larger than a grinding disc covered in intricate runes. Lu gripped the hammer with both hands, leaped high, and then smashed down hard. Boom. The warhammer crashed down on the head of the Phantom Scorpion King. The shell shattered. Brain matter splattered. The life value of the Phantom Scorpion King instantly dropped to 0. The massive body collapsed. The battle was over. Lu landed panting heavily. He was not lightly injured. He might have broken 2 ribs, and his internal organs had been shaken, but compared to the rewards of killing a mid-stage third-tier beast, this price was completely worth it. Ding. Killed colorful Phantom Scorpion King mid-stage of the 3rd tier, gained 1500 experience. Ding. Level increased to level 16. Ding. Level increased to level 17. Congratulations, you have reached level 17, unlocking the new system feature Summon Creatures Bonding System. A series of system prompts echoed in Lu's mind. He was stunned for a moment before breaking into a smile. 2 levels up. Moreover, he unlocked a new feature. This adventure was worth it. Lu returned to the Yaoguang Academy with samples and investigation data of the colorful Illusion Scorpion King. He first went to the Resource Management Office to collect the rewards for the guild task, 300 points and 50 essence pearls. With the remaining 350 points, his total points balance reached 650. Then he visited the medical room to treat his injuries. Although the energy wash brought by the system upgrade had healed most of his injuries, he still opted for professional treatment to avoid leaving any hidden wounds. When he came out of the medical room, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yi was about to return to his independent courtyard for a rest when his student badge suddenly vibrated. Emergency notice: the freshman competition will begin at 4 o'clock this afternoon. All freshmen are required to gather at the central square on time. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had mentioned before that the academy holds a freshman competition every year to select a new king. He just didn't expect the competition to start so soon. It seems the academy wants to quickly assess the strength of the freshmen in order to allocate resources and formulate training plans. That's fine, Lu Yi said, his eyes flashing with determination. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. He returned to his independent courtyard, brought along Tushan Ruer and Long Li Yue, and headed towards the central square. The central square is located at the very center of the academy, covering hundreds of acres with the ground paved with white jade slabs. In the center of the square stood a massive arena 50 meters long and wide, surrounded by powerful protective barriers. When Lu Yi arrived, there were already thousands of freshmen gathered in the square. Most of them displayed expressions of excitement and nervousness. After all, this was the first official competition since enrollment, and their performance could influence their future development. On the high platform at the front of the square sat a dozen mentors and leaders from the academy. Among them was Lu Feishuan. Upon seeing Lu Yi's arrival, she gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Lu Yi found a corner to sit down and waited for the competition to begin. At exactly 4 o'clock, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe stepped onto the high platform. He was Li Changfeng, the vice president of Yaowang Academy, a peak 4th-tier powerhouse. Freshmen, welcome to Yaowang Academy. Li Changfeng's voice boomed, resonating throughout the entire square. Today we will hold the freshman competition. This is not only a test of strength, but also an opportunity to showcase yourself. The rules of the competition are very simple. All freshmen will enter the illusion battlefield and engage in elimination matches in a simulated combat environment. In the end, the top 10 students will receive generous rewards. The first place will be awarded the title of, as his words fell, a wave of cheers erupted in the square. The title of new king is a coveted honor for all freshmen. Now the competition begins. Li Changfeng waved his hand, and a massive light gate appeared above the arena in the center of the square, revealing a scene of an illusory battlefield. The freshmen entered the light gate one by one, disappearing within. Lu Yi also entered with his 2 summoned creatures. When he regained focus, he found himself standing on a desolate plain. Surrounding him were illusory landscapes, and the number 1000 floated in the sky, representing the remaining number of freshmen. Illusion battlefield rules: eliminate other students to gain points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Death will result in being teleported out of the battlefield, retaining all accumulated points. Competition duration 3 hours. Lu Yi flexed his wrist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This combat environment is perfect for him to unleash his potential. Ruer Li Yue, are you ready? Ready for battle at any time. Tushan Ruer said in a sweet voice. Long Li Yu nodded, her golden dragon eyes flashing with a cold light. Then let's begin. Lu Yi chose a direction and moved forward swiftly. After walking a kilometer, he encountered his first opponent. It was a young man wielding a spear at level 18, likely possessing wind-type talent, moving at high speed. Upon seeing Lu Yi accompanied by 2 summoned creatures, the boy was momentarily taken aback before revealing a wary expression. Lu Yi. The boy recognized him. It's me, Lu Yi said. Do you want to fight? Or will you choose to commit suicide? After hesitating for a moment, the boy gritted his teeth and said, let's fight. The position of new king is something I want to compete for too. He raised his spear, exerted force beneath his feet, and transformed into a green shadow, charging toward. His speed was indeed fast, but in Lu Yi's eyes it wasn't enough. Li Yue, it's up to you. Lu Yi said. Long Li Yu acknowledged and swiftly positioned herself in front of Lu Yi. She didn't use her full strength, simply delivering a straightforward punch. The punch's wind roared like a dragon. The air shattered. The spear-wielding boy felt a terrifying force rushing towards him, and before he could react, he was sent flying by a single punch. Points 10. The numbers flickered and Lu Yi's points increased to 10. Too weak. Long Li Yu shook her head. This is just the beginning. Lu Yi chuckled. Let's keep moving forward. In the next hour they encountered dozens of opponents. Most freshmen were only at the first tier, easily overwhelmed by the 2 summoned creatures, while a few at the second tier could barely withstand a few strikes. Lu Yi's points rapidly climbed to 500. His ranking entered the top 100. As his points increased, the strength of his opponents also grew stronger. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yi encountered his first true strong enemy. It was a girl dressed in white, wielding a slender sword at level 23 in the mid-second tier. Her talent seemed to be sword heart clarity, and her sword techniques were exquisite, each strike aimed at a vital point. Lu Yi, I've finally waited for you. The girl's eyes shone with combat intent. My name is Bai Ling, and I've long wanted to spar with you. Lu Yi examined her briefly and nodded. Please guide me. Be careful. Bai Ling stepped forward, her figure like lightning, instantly unleashing dozens of sword strikes. The sword light enveloped Lu Yi like a torrential rain. Such fast swords. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to summon the Judgment Giant Sword, sweeping the sword light to block all of Bai Ling's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously. The two figures moved swiftly across the plain, the sword lights flashing their momentum astonishing. Not bad. Bai Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. To be able to withstand my gale, sword rain, you qualify for me to use my full strength. She took a step back and the slender sword in her hand suddenly shone with dazzling white light. Sword intent breaking army. A beam of white sword light shot into the sky, then transformed into countless sword shadows like falling meteors crashing towards Lu Yi. This sword already touched the threshold of the third tier. Yet Lu Yi remained calm. 8-armed Azura body dual sword form. The dark gold and silver white light shone simultaneously. Two giant swords appeared in Lu Ye's hands. He crossed the swords and slashed against the sword shadows. Boom. The sword shadows collided with the giant swords. A terrifying energy shockwave spread outwards, reducing the shattered stones on the ground to powder. After 3 seconds of stalemate, the sword shadows began to collapse. Lu Ye's dual sword surged forward like a bamboo shoot. Swish! The sword light passed through, cleaving Bai Ling's body in two. Points 100. Lu Ye's points reached 600. His ranking entered the top 50. Master, are you? Tushan Ruer asked with concern. Lu Yi shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit drained. The power of the dual sword form was indeed terrifying, but the consumption was equally astonishing. That last strike had nearly exhausted half of his energy. Do you need to rest? Long Liu asked. No need, Lu Yi replied. Competition time is limited. Ooh, I must quickly increase my points. He took a bottle of energy recovery potion and pressed on. In the next 2 hours, Lu Ye's points steadily increased. 800 points, 900 points, 1,000 points. His ranking also climbed step by step. The top 30, the top 20, the top 10. At 6:50 in the evening, there were 10 minutes left in the competition. Lu Ye's points reached 1,500. His ranking was third. The two people ahead of him had points of 1,800 and 1,700 respectively. The gap wasn't large, there was still a chance. Last 10 minutes, let's go all out. Lu Ye's eyes flashed with resolve as he charged towards the one with the highest points. 10 minutes later, all freshmen were teleported out of the illusion battlefield. In the square, the huge display screen rolled out the final rankings. First place, Lu Yi points 2,200. Second place, Qin Feng points 1,800. Third place, Bai Ling points 1,700. The cheers resounded throughout the square. The new king is born. On the high platform, Li Changfeng stood up, a smile of satisfaction on his face. I announce that the champion of this year's freshman competition is Lu Yi. Applause roared like thunder. Lu Yi stood on the arena feeling the gazes around him, yet his heart remained largely unmoved. The title of new king is just the beginning. His goal is to become stronger. Lu Yi. A familiar voice called out. Lu Yi turned and saw. She walked up to Lu Yi smiling. Congratulations, new king. Thank you, teacher Lu. Lu Yi replied. However, I must remind you. Lu Feishuan lowered her voice. Your performance has already attracted the attention of other academies. Just now, Qin Yun from Tianshu Academy contacted me wanting to recruit you to their academy. Qin Yun. Lu Yi recalled the representative from Tianshu Academy who had once tried to recruit him. He offered very favorable conditions. As long as you are willing to transfer, Tianshu Academy will directly grant you the treatment of a core student with resources of 1,000 essence pearls each year, as well as personal guidance from a 4th-tier mentor. This condition is indeed tempting. But Lu Yi shook his head. I refuse. Why? Lu Feishuan was somewhat surprised. Because I have already chosen Yaoguang Academy, Lu Yi said calmly, and besides, teacher Lu, you have helped me before. I remember this kindness. Lu Feishuan was taken aback. She looked at Lu Yi, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Admiration, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable emotion. The day after the new life competition ended, Lu Yi directly began his closed-door cultivation. He set up a simple spiritual gathering formation in the training room of his independent courtyard, then took out all 100 essence pearls and neatly placed them in front of him. The 100 essence pearls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. The rich spiritual energy almost formed a tangible mist, slowly flowing through the air. Let's begin. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, forming hand seals and activating the cultivation method displayed on the system panel. Streams of pure energy surged from the essence pearls like rivers converging into the sea, flowing into his body. This energy circulated through his meridians, ultimately converging at his dantian, where it was absorbed, transformed, and stored by the system panel. The system notification sounded continuously. Lu Yi's experience bar advanced at a visibly rapid pace. An hour later, the energy from 50 essence pearls had been completely absorbed. Lu Yi opened his eyes, feeling the power surging within him. He had risen 3 levels. From level 15 to level 18, his strength had increased at least twofold. What excited him even more was that a new function module had appeared on the system panel. Summoning bond system unlocked function description. When a sufficient level of rapport and emotional connection is established between summoned entities, the bond effect can be activated, granting additional ability enhancements. Current bonds. 1. Tushan Ruder Long Li Yue Co-Battle Affection Beginner Effect. When both summoned entities are present, all attributes increase by 5, and skill coordination improves. 2. Lu Yi Tushan Ruta Master Servant Contract Intermediate Effect. Enhanced control of Tushan Ruer by Lu Yi. Increased loyalty of Tushan Ruer to Lu Yi and improved synchronization in battle. 3. Lu Yi Long Li Yue Contract Alliance Beginner Effect. Increased recognition of Lu Yi by Long Li Yue. Enhanced coordination in battle. Note bond levels will increase with interaction between summoned entities, reaching a maximum of eternal level. Bond effects will strengthen as the level increases. The bond system. Excitement flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. This function was incredibly useful. The synergy between summoned entities had always been crucial in battle. The bond system could elevate this synergy to a new height. Moreover, from the description, the bond not only provided combat enhancements, but also affected the relationship between the summoned entities and their master. This was vital for his future development. Continue. Lu Yi closed his eyes and resumed absorbing the remaining 50 essence pearls. Another hour passed. Ding. Level increased to 19. All the essence pearls had been absorbed. Lu Yi's level stabilized at 19. He was just one step away from the second tier. He stood up, stretched his muscles, feeling the power surging within him, giving him the illusion that he could crush a mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought on by the increase in strength, but it was undeniable that he was far more powerful than before. Let's try the new ability. Lu Yi stepped out of the training room and into the courtyard. He raised his hand, condensing dark golden light in his palm. 8-armed Azura Law Body Heavy Hammer Form. Break Mountain. A massive war hammer appeared in his hand. However, unlike before, the surface of the hammer now bore a layer of faint golden patterns. Lu Yi gripped the hammer with both hands and gently struck the ground. Boom. The ground shook violently, creating a 3-meter-wide crater before him. The power had increased by at least 30. Moreover, the consumption had also decreased somewhat. Not bad, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then tried the dual sword form, single sword form, and several other new skills unlocked by the system. Each was stronger than the last. Especially the enhancement brought by the summoning bond system. Although it was only 5, this slight increase could often determine victory in actual combat. Master, you've come out. Tushan Ruer ran out from the small building, her mouth agape, in surprise at the mess in the courtyard. Wow, Master, you've gotten stronger again. Lu Yi smiled and looked at Tushan Ruer. How do you feel? Tushan Ruer tilted her head and said, I feel quite well, especially when you leveled up. It seems like the seal within me has loosened a bit. The seal has loosened. Lu Yi's expression turned serious. As the sacred maiden of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Tushan Ruer's cultivation was sealed, leaving only one tail. If the seal was loosening, it meant her strength might be recovering. Can you sense any specific changes? Lu Yi asked. Tushan Ruer closed her eyes, carefully sensing for a moment, then opened them and shook her head in disappointment. Not really. The seal has only loosened a little, and it's still far from being completely undone. No rush. Lu Yi comforted her. Take your time. When I reach the second tier, perhaps I can help you unlock part of the seal. Tushan Ruer nodded vigorously. I believe Master can definitely do it. At that moment, Long Li Yu also walked out from the building. She looked at Lu Yi with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Level 18. No, level 19. Long Li Yu sensed Lu Yi's aura. Your leveling speed is even faster than I imagined. Just lucky, Lu Yi replied humbly. Long Li Yu shook her head. It's not luck, it's talent. Your SS level summoning talent is indeed extraordinary. However, leveling up too quickly may lead to an unstable foundation. I suggest you engage in practical combat training for a while to solidify your realm. I understand, Lu Yi nodded. He had thought of this too. Although the system upgraded quickly, without a solid foundation, future bottlenecks would be hard to break through. By the way, Lu Yi asked, what's the current state of your strength? Due to the summoning rules, I can only exert the strength of level 23, equivalent to the peak of the second tier. However, my combat experience and skills are complete. She looked at Lu Yi with a hint of pride in her eyes. If it were in my prime, I could slap down a third-tier beast like the colorful phantom scorpion with just one claw. Lu Yi chuckled, believing Long Li Yu's words. The dragon race was inherently at the top of the food chain. Even when suppressed by the summoning rules, her potential remained unfathomable. In the future, I'll need your help more and more, Lu Yi said. Master is being too polite. Tushan Ruer smiled. We are your summoned entities. Helping you grow stronger is our duty. Indeed. Long Li Yu nodded. The stronger you become, the faster we can regain our strength. Warmth surged in Lu Yi's heart. Having two such summoned entities by his side was his fortune. Next, I plan to take on some guild tasks to solidify my realm through practical combat. I support that. Tushan Ruer raised her hand. That's fine, Long Liu said. However, it's best to choose tasks of moderate difficulty, ensuring they provide training effects without being overly dangerous. I will keep that in mind. Lu Yi opened his student badge to check the list of tasks posted by the guild. He currently had 650 points, enough to exchange for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. However, compared to exchanges, acquiring resources through tasks would not only hone his strength, but also earn points, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Soon he identified a task. Task ID 2026-041. 2045 Task Name, Eliminate Poison Spider Nest. Task Level 2 Stars, Difficult. Publisher, Qingqiu City, Defense Army. Task Description, A poison spider nest has appeared 20 miles south of Qingqiu City in the Mist Forest with over 100 poison spiders, including 1 spider queen at the peak of the 2nd tier. Please proceed to eliminate the nest, and bring back the spider queen's venom sac as proof. Task Reward, 200 points. 30 Essence Pearls. Special note: the poison of the poison spider has paralyzing effects. It is recommended to prepare advanced antidotes. This task has moderate difficulty. Although there were many poison spiders, their individual strength was not strong. The only threat was the Spider Queen, whose peak 2nd tier strength was just right for his current level. Moreover, the task location was in the Mist Forest, not far from the academy, making it convenient for back and forth. This will do. Lu Yi accepted the task. Poison spiders. Tushan Ruer frowned. I don't like spiders, they're slimy and disgusting. Long Liu, on the other hand, was indifferent. The poison sac of the poison spider can be used to refine antidotes. It's quite valuable if this task is worth taking. Then we'll set off tomorrow, Lu Yi said. Okay. After confirming the plan for tomorrow, Lu Yi returned to the training room to continue solidifying his realm. The morning after Lu Yi accepted the task of clearing the poison spider's lair, he was preparing to set off, when his student badge suddenly vibrated urgently. It was an urgent message from Lu Feishuan. Lu Yi, come to my office immediately, there is something important. Her tone carried a rare seriousness. A sense of foreboding settled in Lu Yi's heart, sensing that something significant might have occurred. He instructed Tushan Ruer and Long Liu to wait in the courtyard, and quickly made his way to the faculty office area. Lu Feishuan's office was located on the 7th floor of the main building of the academy. When Lu Yi knocked and entered, he found not only Lu Feishuan inside, but also 2 elderly men. One was dressed in a blue robe. He was Li Changfeng, the vice dean who presided over the freshman competition yesterday. The other wore black combat attire with a stern expression. Lu Yi did not recognize him, but could tell from his aura that his strength was at least above the 3rd level. Lu Yi, sit down. Lu Feishuan gestured towards the sofa. After Lu Yi took a seat, Li Changfeng spoke first. Lu Yi, first, congratulations on earning the title of Rookie King. The academy's higher-ups are very pleased with your performance. Thank you, Vice Dean, Lu Yi replied humbly. However, Li Changfeng's tone shifted as his expression grew grave. You may not be able to undertake your task today. The academy has received urgent intelligence that the Ding family has allied with several other forces preparing to take larger-scale actions against you. Lu Yi's gaze sharpened. Larger scale. Yes, Li Changfeng stated. According to the intelligence we have gathered this time, the Ding family has not only dispatched their elite, but has also hired assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower. Blood Shadow Tower. Lu Yi was unfamiliar with this name. Lu Feishuan explained Blood Shadow Tower is an underground assassin organization that specializes in various assassination tasks. Their members are seasoned awakening practitioners, adept at stealth and assassination. Once targeted by them, escape is exceedingly difficult. The Ding family is putting in significant resources this time. Li Changfeng continued. Not only have they hired assassins from Blood Shadow Tower, but they have also collaborated with parts of the Wang and Zhao families. The alliance of these 3 families holds considerable influence in Qingqiu City. Lu Yi had heard of the Wang and Zhao families. These 2 families are also prominent clans in Qingqiu City. Although their strength is slightly weaker than the Ding family, together they can exert pressure on Yaoguang Academy. What is the academy's stance? Lu Yi asked. This was the most critical question. If the academy chose to compromise and hand him over, he would have to face everything alone. But Li Changfeng's response relieved him. Yaoguang Academy never abandons its students. Li Changfeng said solemnly, especially a promising special recruit like you. The academy will do everything possible to protect you, but we need your cooperation as well. How should I cooperate? First, do not leave the academy grounds for the time being, Li Changfeng said. There is a powerful protective barrier within the academy, and the Ding family would not dare to invade openly. However, once you leave the academy, we cannot guarantee your safety. Lu Yi nodded. This request was reasonable. Second, stay vigilant. Lu Feishuan added, the Ding family may attempt to bribe students within the academy to surveil, or even plot against you, so do not easily trust strangers. Understood. Third, Li Changfeng looked at Lu Yi, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. The academy may arrange for you to temporarily leave Qingqiu City and seek refuge at a branch in another city to avoid the spotlight. Leave Qingqiu City. Lu Yi frowned. This was his least desired option. He had just begun to establish himself here. If he left, all his previous efforts could go to waste. Moreover, one could evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Since the Ding family was determined to kill him, they would send people after him no matter where he went. This is my personal opinion. The silent black-clad elder suddenly spoke up. He looked at Lu Yi, his gaze sharp as a blade. My name is Tai Zhan, and I am the captain of the Academy's guard. I believe that running away is not a solution. Since the Ding family dares to act against the Academy, they must be made to pay the price. Li Changfeng smiled wryly. Elder Tai, I understand your point. But Lu Yi is currently only at level 19 of facing the combined forces of the Ding Wang and Zhao families along with Blood Shadow Tower's assassins is far too dangerous. Dangerous? Tai Zhan snorted. When I was at level 19, I single-handedly stormed through the entire Blackwind stronghold. Danger has never been a reason to shrink back. He stood up and walked in front of Lu Yi. Kid, I admire your talent, as well as your bravery. But I must ask you, are you willing to confront the Ding family heathen? Lu Yi did not hesitate. I am. Good. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Tai Zhan's eyes. Then stay here. The Academy will provide you with cultivation resources to quickly elevate you to the second level. Once you have sufficient strength, go out and take down those who dare to reach for you one by one. Li Changfeng wanted to say something, but Lu Feishuan stopped him. Vice Dean, I believe Elder Tai is correct. Lu Yi is not the type to hide. Instead of forcing him to escape in frustration, let him grow strong openly and defeat the enemy heathen. Li Changfeng remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. Alright, since you all feel this way, I will not stop you. But Lu Yi, you must promise me that you absolutely cannot leave the Academy until you reach the second level. I promise, Lu Yi said solemnly. Very well, Li Changfeng said. From now on, the Academy will grant you access to the spiritual energy spring, allowing you to cultivate there. You can cultivate in there for 3 hours a day. Additionally, an extra 100 spirit orbs will be provided each month. This condition was significantly better than before. The spiritual energy spring is one of the most precious cultivation resources of Yaoguang Academy. Cultivating there is more than 10 times as efficient as outside. Thank you, Vice Dean. Lu Yi sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. Li Changfeng shook his head. This is the Academy's investment in you. We hope that you can grow rapidly and become the pride of Yaoguang Academy. I will. After leaving the office, Lu Yi felt a heavy heart. The Ding family's retaliation was fiercer than he had imagined. The alliance of 3 families and the assassin organization. This was no longer just a personal feud. It had escalated to a level of power opposition. But he did not feel afraid. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he must become. Upon returning to his independent courtyard, Tushan Ruer and Long Luyue immediately approached him. Master, what happened? Tushan Ruer asked with concern. Lu Yi briefly explained the situation. The expressions of his summoned companions turned serious. Blood Shadow Tower. I know about this organization. Long Luyue said solemnly. Their assassins are indeed difficult to deal with, especially skilled in poisoning and assassination. What should we do? Tushan Ruer asked. Get stronger, Lu Yi replied. Increase our strength as quickly as possible. Once we have sufficient power, we will take the initiative to strike and eliminate those who wish to kill us. Alright. Tushan Ruer nodded vigorously. Master, I will do my utmost to assist you. Long Luyue added, my combat experience can help you formulate strategies. I am confident in dealing with enemies below the 3rd level. Lu Yi said, from now on we must conduct practical training every day, not only to raise our levels, but also to improve our combat skills and teamwork. Understood. Just then the student badge vibrated again. This time it was a message from Qingqiu. Lu Yi, something big has happened. The Ding family has united with the Wang and Zhao families to fully suppress our Cheng family's business. Our supply channels have been cut off and clients have been snatched away. If this continues, the company won't last long. Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. The Ding family was intent on eradicating him. Not only were they pursuing him, but they were also dragging Qingqiu into this. Qingqiu, don't panic. Lu Yi replied, stabilize the company first and minimize losses. I will find a way to resolve this. Qingqiu's tone carried despair. With the 3 families united, even Yaoguang Academy must be wary of them. As a new student, how can you contend with them? Trust me, Lu Yi said, give me some time. I will make them pay the price. After ending the communication, Lu Yi's expression grew even darker. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The Ding family, Wang family, Zhao family, Blood Shadow Tower. If you want war, then let there be war. Let's see who cannot hold out first. Lu Yi raised his head, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He had made up his mind. No more passive waiting. He would take the initiative to strike back. First he would enhance his strength. Then he would gather intelligence. Finally he would take them down one by one. He wanted those who dared to reach for him to understand one principle. Some people are not to be trifled with. If provoked, they must pay a bloody price. From today onward we will enter a state of all-weather cultivation. The Ding family will not give us much time. We must break through to the second tier in the shortest possible time. Lu Yi stood in the center of the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over Tu Shanruer and Long Liu. Tu Shanruer nodded vigorously. Master, rest assured I will do my utmost. Long Liu looked at Lu Yi. The spiritual energy spring provided by the academy is an excellent cultivation resource. But we must formulate a detailed cultivation plan to maximize the use of these 3 hours. What suggestions do you have? Lu Yi asked. Long Liu pondered for a moment. The core of the spiritual energy spring is its high concentration of spiritual energy, which can accelerate energy absorption and skill proficiency enhancement. I suggest dividing it into 3 phases. In the first phase, you and Ruer cultivate separately to quickly level up. In the second phase, the 3 of us will practice in real combat to improve our synergy. In the third phase, we will simulate confrontations to respond to different types of enemies. Alright, Lu Yi agreed, then it's settled. The next day, Lu Yi took his summoned creatures to the location of the spiritual energy spring. The spiritual energy spring was located in a natural cave on the back mountain of Yaoguang Academy. Guards were stationed at the entrance, and upon seeing Lu Yi arrive, one of the guards stepped forward to check his student badge. Lu Yi, special recruit permitted to enter the spiritual energy spring for 3 hours, the guard confirmed, stepping aside. Remember, you must leave once the time is up. The energy of the spiritual energy spring can burden the body. Excessive cultivation is harmful and unbeneficial. Understood. Upon entering the cave, Lu Yi immediately felt the dense spiritual energy that was on. The cave was not dark. Luminous crystals embedded in the walls illuminated the entire space. In the center of the cave was a circular spring pool with a diameter of about 10 meters. The water in the pool was not ordinary water, but a milky white spiritual liquid with bubbles constantly rising from the bottom. Each bubble that burst released pure spiritual energy. This is the spiritual energy spring. Tu Shanruer took a deep breath, her face revealing an intoxicated expression. Such pure spiritual energy, it rivals the sacred cultivation grounds of Qingqiu. Long Liu remained calm. The concentration of spiritual energy is indeed very high, but we must make the most of our time. Lu Yi removed his outer clothing, wearing only a pair of shorts, and stepped into the spiritual liquid pool. The water temperature was moderate. The moment it touched his skin, countless tiny particles of spiritual energy began to enter his body through his pores. He immediately activated the system panel to check his experience points. Experience points 10, experience points 10, experience points 10. Almost every second his experience points surged. The speed was at least 10 times faster than cultivating outside. At this rate, 3 hours will be enough for me to reach level 20, Lu Yi calculated in his mind, while adjusting his breathing to fully absorb the spiritual energy. Tu Shanruer also entered the pool, sitting opposite Lu Yi. She closed her eyes, her fox tail naturally unfurling, the tip swaying slightly, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into small whirlpools. Long Liu did not enter the water. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the edge of the pool, forming seals with his hands, and a faint dragon shadow appeared around him, also absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his strength. Time passed second by second. Lu Yi's level started to slowly rise from level 19. 19 level 10. 19 level 30. 19 level 50. 2 hours later, his level reached 19 level 85. Only the last 15 remained. Push harder. Lu Yi clenched his teeth, increasing the absorption rate as the spiritual liquid in the pool began to swirl around him, forming an ever-growing vortex. Tu Shanruer was startled awake by the commotion, and upon seeing Lu Yi's condition, she immediately understood he was at a crucial moment. She formed seals with her hands and raised her foxtail, releasing a gentle force to help stabilize the surrounding spiritual energy. Long Liu also opened his eyes. The dragon shadow merged with the water, assisting in harmonizing the turbulent spiritual energy. With the cooperation of the 3, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption increased again. Finally, as the cultivation progressed to 2 hours and 45 minutes, a prompt sound echoed in Lu Yi's mind. Congratulations, host level has been raised to level 20. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing across them. He felt a surge of power within him, and his physical attributes were comprehensively enhanced. Most importantly, the system finally unlocked the new summoning function. We did it! Tu Shanruer exclaimed with joy. Long Liu also smiled. Level 20 officially steps into the threshold of the second tier. Next, as long as we complete the promotion task, we can truly become awakened beings of the second tier. There is still one last step, the promotion task. He summoned the system panel, and indeed saw a new taskbar. Promotion task: kill 3 different attribute second tier exotic beast leaders to prove your strength. Task reward: officially promoted to second tier awakened being, unlock second tier skill tree, 3 second tier exotic beast leaders. Lu Yi pondered. This task is not simple. But for us now it's not impossible, Long Liu analyzed. Tu Shanruer is level 23, I am level 23, and you are level 20. With the three of us teaming up and coordinating well, we can be confident in defeating the second-tier exotic beast leaders. And furthermore, Tu Shan Ruer added, we can choose exotic beasts that counter their attributes to lower the difficulty. Lu Yi nodded, just about to speak, when suddenly his brow furrowed. He sensed a faint sound of footsteps coming from outside the cave. Not just one person, and the footsteps were very light, clearly trying to hide. Someone is coming, Lu Yi whispered. It's not the guards. Tu Shan Ruer and Long Liu immediately entered a state of alert. Lu Yi quickly put on his clothes, and the three of them hid in the shadows of the cave's corner. A few seconds later, two figures stealthily slipped into the cave. They were two boys wearing student uniforms appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, their faces showing expressions of tension and excitement. Look, it's really the spiritual energy spring, one of them said in a low voice. Let's secretly cultivate for a while, no one will notice. But if we get caught it would be disastrous. The other hesitated. Entering the spiritual energy spring without permission will get us expelled. What are you afraid of? It's still dark outside, and it's the guard shift change. We can cultivate for half an hour and leave without anyone knowing. Saying this, the two of them took off their outer jackets and prepared to enter the water. Lu Yi saw their faces clearly. They were unfamiliar faces, not students he recognized. But at that moment he noticed a detail. The boy who seemed more timid revealed a faint black tattoo on his right wrist as he took off his jacket. The shape of that tattoo resembled a twisted spider, the emblem of Blood Shadow Tower. Lu Yi's heart sank. He had seen this emblem in the Academy's database. It was the identity mark of a Blood Shadow Tower assassin, usually hidden, only revealed when on a mission. These two are not students sneaking in to cultivate. They are assassins, disguised as students infiltrating the Academy. Their purpose is to find him. Lu Yi's eyes turned cold as he signaled to Tu Shan Ruer and Long Liu. The two summoned creatures immediately understood, silently surrounding them. As the two students stepped into the spiritual liquid pool, they suddenly felt a chill behind them. Who? One of them turned around abruptly, a dagger appearing in his hand, but it was already too late. Tu Shan Ruer's fox tail acted like a chain, instantly binding his limbs. Flames ignited on the tail, blocking his escape route. Long Liu appeared directly behind the other person, his dragon claw pressing on the person's neck. With a slight exertion, he could crush his throat. Don't move. Lu Yi stepped out from the shadows, his gaze sharp as a knife. Was Blood Shadow Tower sent you? The bound assassin's face changed dramatically. You. How did you know? You are Lu Yi. The tattoo on your wrist is too obvious, Lu Yi replied coldly. Tell me, what instructions did the Ding fan? The assassin gritted his teeth. You won't find out. Oh really? Lu Yi looked at Long Liu. Long Liu understood, and his dragon claw tightened slightly, causing the assassin to immediately have difficulty breathing, his face turning red. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The other assassin panicked. The Ding family instructed us to infiltrate the Academy, find your residence, poison you, or create an accident. How did you get in? The Ding family bribed a logistics officer at the Academy, forged student identities. Who is the officer? I don't know, only the team leader knows. Lu Yi frowned. The team leader? Do you have accomplices? There are people outside the Academy waiting. How many people? 5. All second tier. Lu Yi fell silent for a moment. 5 second-tier assassins waiting outside the Academy. Once these two succeeded or were exposed, the people outside would take more extreme actions. This threat must be dealt with quickly. Ruer Liu, tie them up and gag them, Lu Yi ordered. I'll go notify the guard team. Understood. The two assassins wanted to struggle, but under the suppression, they were completely powerless to resist. Lu Yi hurriedly exited the cave and found the guards on duty. Someone has infiltrated the spiritual energy spring. They are assassins from Blood Shadow Tower. He stated succinctly, they have been subdued by me. The guards' faces changed drastically as they rushed into the cave. Upon seeing the two assassins bound tightly, the captain of the guard gasped in shock. They actually infiltrated. It's our negligence. His face turned ashen. Thank you, Lu Yi, for discovering this in time. We will rigorously interrogate these two and root out all accomplices. Lu Yi nodded. They have 5 accomplices waiting outside the Academy, all second tier. 5 second tier. The captain's expression grew serious. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups of the Academy. Lu Yi, you should return and rest. We will strengthen our vigilance to ensure your safety. After leaving Lu Fishuan's office, Lu Yi already had a clear plan in mind. The job transfer task requires us to eliminate 3 different attribute second-tier monster leaders. He analyzed as he walked. The choice of attributes is crucial. It's best to go for fire, ice, or lightning, which have obvious weaknesses, making it easier for us to formulate targeted strategies. Long Liu followed closely behind, nodding in agreement. Fire attribute monsters are weak against water, ice attribute monsters are weak against fire, and lightning attribute monsters are weak against earth. Choosing targets based on this relationship of restraint can significantly reduce the difficulty of the battles. However, Tu Shan Ruer expressed some concern. But second-tier monster leaders are not so easy to find, and even if we do find them, we need time to devise a detailed hunting plan. So we should start with practical training first, Lu Yi replied. To enhance our teamwork, familiarize ourselves with each other's skills, and once we are in peak condition we can proceed with the hunting task. This morning we will conduct basic coordination training, he said. In the afternoon, we'll go to the Academy's combat simulation room, where we can simulate various combat scenarios against monsters, allowing us to adapt to different types of enemies in advance. Combat simulation room. Tushan Ruer asked curiously, what kind of place is that? Long Liu explained. It's a special array space that can simulate different types and levels of monster illusions. Although they are illusions, the combat experience feels almost the same as fighting real monsters, making it very practical for training students' combat skills. I see, Tushan Ruer said with brightened eyes. Then we can simulate second-tier monster leaders and practice our strategies in advance. That's right, Lu Yi nodded. But for now let's focus on basic coordination training. He looked at the two and began to assign roles. Ruer, your core abilities are Charm and Fire. Liu, your core abilities are Dragon Pressure and Ice-type attacks. We need to find a way to combine these two abilities to form a combo. For example, Lu Yi pondered a specific plan. Ruer can first use Fox Charm technique to control the enemy, and then Liu can follow up with Ice Binding to freeze, while I will deliver a fatal blow with my Weapon of Judgment. Such a combo can maximize output efficiency and reduce battle time. Let me try, Tushan Ruer said as she stepped into the center of the courtyard, her 9 fox tails gently swaying. Master, you can be the hypothetical enemy. Such a combo can maximize output efficiency and reduce battle time. Let me try, Tushan Ruer said as she stepped into the center of the courtyard, her 9 fox tails gently swaying. Master, you can be the hypothetical enemy. Yes, mind. This was her innate skill, Fox Charm technique, capable of disrupting the enemy's mind and causing them to enter a brief state of confusion. Lu Yi had prepared for this, rallying his mental strength to resist, but even so he felt his consciousness momentarily stall, his reaction slowed by half a beat. In that instant, Long Liu moved. She formed seals with her hands, gathering cold air, and a beam of ice blue light shot toward Lu Yi's feet. Ice binding. The ground rapidly froze with the ice layer creeping up Lu Yi's legs, attempting to immobile. Lu Yi immediately unleashed his energy to shatter the ice layer and leaped back. Good coordination, he commented, but the connection could be quicker. As soon as Ruer's charm takes effect, Liu should strike without hesitation. Yes, both summoned beings replied in unison. Next, the three repeated this combination. From initial clumsiness to gradual proficiency, they achieved fluidity. An hour later, Lu Yi found it increasingly difficult to completely evade their combo. Very good, he nodded in satisfaction. Now Ruer, try to charm multiple targets at once. Liu, your ice skills need to cover a larger area. Charm multiple targets at once. Tushan Ruer looked a bit troubled. My current mental power can only precisely control one target. If I spread it out, the effect will be greatly diminished. Then let's practice area charm for now, Lu Yi suggested. No need for complete control, just creating disruption will suffice. Understood. Training continued until noon, and the trio's coordination had qualitatively improved. After a simple lunch, Lu Yi led them to the Academy's combat simulation room. The combat simulation room was located deep within the Academy training area in a dome-shaped building. At the entrance, an administrator was responsible for registration and fees. Using the simulation room requires the consumption of points. The administrator was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, 100 points per hour. What level of monster do you want to... Lu Yi checked his student badge, which still had 1,500 points from tasks completed earlier. Simulate a second-tier monster leader fire attribute. He said 2 hours. Second-tier fire attribute leader. The administrator operated on the control panel. There are several options: Crimson Flame, Tiger Flame, Demon Bull, Flamescale, Giant Lizard. Which one do you choose? Lu Yi looked at Long Liu. Long Liu quickly analyzed. The Crimson Flame Tiger is fast and ferocious. The Flame Demon Bull has great strength and high defense. The Flamescale Giant Lizard balances speed and power, and can also attack from a distance. For us, the Crimson Flame Tiger might be the most suitable first target. Its weakness is water-type attacks. Ruer's fire won't be very effective against it, but my ice skills can counter it. Then let's go with the Crimson Flame Tiger, Lu Yi decided. Alright, the administrator set the parameters. Room 3, you may enter. Note that although it is an illusion, if you suffer too much damage, the system will automatically terminate the simulation, and you will also feel real pain. Understood. The three entered room 3. Inside, the space was much larger than it appeared from the outside, evidently utilizing spatial expansion technology. The floor was made of hard alloy, and the surrounding walls were as smooth as mirrors. Simulation is about to begin. Target Crimson Flame Tiger, second-tier leader. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Lu Yi gripped his weapon of judgment and switched it to spear form. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu stood on either side of him, forming a triangular formation. As the countdown ended, in the center of the room, a ball of fire ignited out of thin air. The flame rapidly expanded and condensed into a massive tiger over 5 meters long. The Crimson Flame Tiger. Its body was covered in crimson fur with the tips of its fur ablaze with an unquenchable fire, its eyes like two blazing magma orbs exuding a violent aura. Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire simulation room. It did not attack immediately, but instead scanned the three with cold eyes, seemingly assessing the strength of its prey. Follow the plan, Lu Yi whispered. Ruer disrupts Liyue attacks, and I look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Yes. The Crimson Flame Tiger moved its speed, astonishing, almost becoming a red blur as it lunged at Lu Yi, who stood at the front. Lu Yi was prepared, sweeping his spear the tip, generating a fierce gust of wind. But the Crimson Flame Tiger agilely twisted in midair, easily dodging the attack, while simultaneously swiping its flaming claws. Slash. Lu Yi felt 3 shallow cuts across his chest. Although he had energy protection, he still felt a wave of burning pain. Such speed, he thought in shock. Long Liyue seized the opportunity, pushing her hands forward, sending dozens of ice spikes whistling out to block the Crimson Flame Tiger's escape. The Crimson Flame Tiger flashed a hint of disdain, and its eyes opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of searing fire breath. The ice spikes collided with the flames, instantly evaporating into steam, filling the entire room. Ruo! Lu Yi shouted. Tushan Ruer understood, her foxtails rising as she activated Fox Charm technique. This time she did not precisely control it, but spread her mental energy to create area disruption. The Crimson Flame Tiger's movement slowed slightly, although it was less than half a second. It was enough. Long Liyue took advantage of this brief opening, transforming into a beam of ice blue light as she charged at the Crimson Flame Tiger. Ice Dragon Strike. Her hands transformed into dragon claws, carrying a bone-chilling cold as she struck fiercely at the tiger's neck. The Crimson Flame Tiger sensed the danger, breaking free from the mental disruption and raising its forepaw to block. The Dragon Claw and Tiger Claw collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. In the battle of ice and fire, the victor was quickly determined. Long Liyue's ice energy naturally countered the flames, and the cold spread along the tiger's paw, rapidly freezing the Crimson Flame Tiger's forelimbs. Roar! The Crimson Flame Tiger let out a pained roar, attempting to retreat, but Lu Yi had already appeared behind it, his weapon of judgment stabbing toward the tiger's rear heart with devastating power. Devastating Strike. The spear tip penetrated the flame barrier without obstruction, piercing into flesh and blood. The Crimson Flame Tiger's body stiffened, its fiery gaze quickly dimming. Simulation ended. Target Crimson Flame Tiger second-year leader. Result: kill successful. Duration 3 minutes 47 seconds. The room returned to its original state, and the illusion of the Crimson Flame Tiger vanished. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief, looking at his chest where the wounds had already disappeared, but the pain still lingered faintly. The coordination was better than expected. Long Liyue remarked, Ruer's area disruption was very effective, allowing me to seize the opening and get close. Tushan Ruer felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, my mental power consumption is quite large, but if it turns into a prolonged battle, I might not be able to hold on. That's where we need to improve, Lu Yi stated. Next, let's simulate a more complex battle scenario. For example, facing multiple monsters at once. He approached the control panel and reset the parameters. This time, they chose a jumping spider swarm. Jumping spiders are first-tier monsters, but are known for their large numbers, strong jumping ability, and web spraying. To deal with them, better area control and mobility are required. Simulation starting. Target jumping spider swarm. First-tier quantity 20. Suddenly 20 spiders the size of millstones appeared on the ground. These spiders were pitch black with exceptionally thick legs, and the most eye-catching feature was their abdomens covered in strange red patterns. Hiss! The jumping spider swarm spotted the three and immediately launched their attack. They did not rush in all at once, but split into 3 groups to surround Lu Yi, Tushan Ruer, and Long Liyue. A dispersal tactic. Lu Yi frowned. These illusions are smarter than I imagined. Be careful of their webs. Long Liyue warned. As soon as she finished speaking, several jumping spiders raised their abdomens, simultaneously spraying thick, white webs. The webs covered a vast area, almost blocking all escape routes. Ruer flames. Lu Yi commanded. Tushan Ruer waved her hands, and 9 foxtails ignited into roaring flames, sweeping toward the webs. The flames countered the webs, and the sticky threads were instantly burned away. But the jumping spiders took the opportunity to close the distance, their sharp pincers lunging at the 3. Ice wall. Long Liyue pressed her hands to the ground, and a thick ice wall rose up, blocking in front of them. The jumping spiders crashed into the ice wall, making a dull thud. Lu Yi charged directly into the spider swarm, swinging his spear, the spear shadows falling like rain. 100 shattering spears. Each thrust accurately struck a jumping spider's head, instantly killing 3. But the remaining jumping spiders became even more frantic, with several suddenly leaping high and diving down from the air. Watch out above. Tushan Ruer shouted. Lu Yi looked up to see 5 jumping spiders pouncing down, simultaneously cutting off his escape route. But he did not panic. Liyuet. Understood. Long Liyuet formed seals with her hands, unleashing a burst of cold air. Ice sealing domain. The temperature in the 10-meter radius around her plummeted and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. As the jumping spiders landed, their feet became stuck in the ice, slowing their movements. Lu Yi seized the opportunity, sweeping his spear horizontally, the spear energy blazing. Sweeping through the armies. A wave of spear light radiated out, bisecting all 5 nearby jumping spiders. Well done! Tushan Ruer exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the situation turn dire, the remaining jumping spiders began to retreat. Don't let them get away, Lu Yi pursued. The trio coordinated seamlessly, quickly eliminating all the remaining jumping spiders. Simulation ended. Target jumping spider swarm, first year quantity 20, result total annihilation, duration 5 minutes 12 seconds. Lu Yi glanced at the time. There were 40 minutes left until the 2-hour mark. Let's simulate again, he said. This time we'll choose a more difficult wood attribute target. What target? Long Liu asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, Poison Vine Demon Tree. This is a mid-level monster from the Monster Compendium, a second-tier leader with wood poison attributes known for area attacks and continuous damage. To deal with it, stronger burst and detoxification capabilities are needed. The Poison Vine Demon Tree. Long Liu pondered. Its weakness is fire. Ruer's fire abilities can play a significant role, but be careful of its poisonous mist and vine entanglement. Let's give it a try, Lu Yi stated. If we fail, well, analyze the reasons and improve our tactics. Okay. The 3 entered the simulation again, this time facing a twisted ancient tree towering 20 meters high. Its trunk was covered in strange purple patterns, and its branches were writhing poison vines. As Lu Yi emerged from the combat simulation room, dusk was approaching. Just as he was about to return to his independent courtyard, his student badge suddenly vibrated, signaling an urgent communication request from Qingqiu. Upon connecting, Qingqiu's voice was laced with obvious fatigue and anxiety. Lu Yi, the situation has... The Ding family has allied with the Wang and Zhao families to completely block our supply channels. We can't even purchase the most basic refined iron ore now. Refined iron ore. Lu Yi frowned. Isn't that the most common forging material? Yes, but it's also the most used. Sai Qingqiu lamented. Our Cheng family primarily operates in equipment forging and material trading. Refined iron ore is a fundamental raw material requiring at least 10 tons daily. With the channels cut off, our production line can hold on for at most 3 days. 3 days. Time is tight. Is there an alternative plan? Lu Yi asked. For instance, sourcing from other cities. We've tried that. Qingqiu's tone was heavier. The Ding family has clearly prepared in advance. They've contacted suppliers in several nearby cities, either jacking up prices threefold or outright refusing to sell. 3 times the price. Can you all afford that? In the short term, yes, but not in the long run. Qingqiu continued, and it's not just a matter of money. If we accept such high prices, it would mean capitulating to the Ding family. They will only become more relentless until they completely drag us down. Lu Yi fell silent for a moment. The Ding family's move was indeed ruthless. Cutting off the supply of raw materials was more deadly than direct commercial competition. Without materials, the factory would have to halt production, orders couldn't be fulfilled, and the penalties would collapse a company. What raw materials are you most lacking right now? Lu Yi inquired. Besides refined iron, or we also need frost crystal and thunder pattern steel. Qingqiu explained. Frost crystal is a core material for making ice-type equipment, while thunder pattern steel is essential for thunder-type equipment. Both materials are already scarce, and now they are completely out of stock. Frost crystal, thunder pattern steel. Lu Yi's heart stirred. Can these 2 materials be collected in the wild? Theoretically, yes. Qingqiu replied. Frost crystal usually appears in extremely cold places, such as glaciers and snowfields. Thunder pattern steel requires areas rich in thunder elements, like peaks frequently struck by lightning. However, those areas are very dangerous, and the efficiency of collection is very low, far from meeting factory demands. But what if we can find a vein? A vein? Qingqiu was taken aback. Of course, but finding a vein isn't that easy. Even if we find one, extraction requires time and a lot of manpower. Leave that to me. Lu Yi said. Tell me where we are most likely to find veins of frost crystal and thunder pattern steel. Qingqiu hesitated for a few seconds before saying, according to geological maps, the Icewind Valley north of Yingchuan City might have a frost crystal vein. The Thunder Mountain to the east is rumored to have thunder pattern steel deposits. But both locations are extremely dangerous. Icewind Valley is home to the 3rd-tier beast Ice Soul Giant Lizard, while Thunder Mountain has a habitat of thunder eagles. The Ice Soul Giant Lizard and Thunder Eagles are both mid-tier monsters in the Monster Guide. Coincidentally, Lu Yi's job change task requires him to slay 3 different attribute 2nd-tier beast leaders. Ice attribute, Thunder attribute. Aren't these perfect targets? Qingqiu, hold on for 3 days, Lu Yi said. In 3 days, I will deliver a batch of frost crystal and thunder pattern steel to you. What? Qingqiu was astonished. Where? Where will you get them? Don't ask that, Lu Yi said. Just after ending the communication, Lu Yi immediately returned to his independent courtyard and summoned Tushan Ro-Er and Long Liu. The plan has changed, he stated straightforwardly. We need to start hunting second-tier beast leaders ahead of schedule. Why the urgency? Long Liu asked. Lu Yi recounted Qingqiu's predicament. Upon hearing this, Tushan Ro-Er immediately expressed, Master, we will help you. Qingqiu has been very good to us. We can't let her family go bankrupt. Long Liu nodded as well. The Ice Soul Giant Lizard and Thunder Eagles are both second-tier leaders, perfectly fitting the requirements of the job change task. It would be killing two birds with one stone. But our current strength. Lu Yi hesitated. Simulated battles and real battles are completely different, and the environments of Icewind Valley and Thunder Mountain are harsh, increasing the difficulty of combat. That's why we need to prepare in advance, Long Liu said. We can research detailed information about these two beasts in the Academy Library, develop specific strategies, and also prepare cold-resistant and thunder-resistant equipment and potions. Right, Tushan Ro-Er added. I remember the Academy's Exchange Center has cold-resistance potions and thunder-resistance talismans that can be exchanged for points. Lu Yi thought for a moment and found it feasible. Good, then it's settled. Tonight we will go to the library to research, and tomorrow morning we'll exchange for supplies and head to Icewind Valley in the afternoon. Yes. That night in the Academy Library, the three of them sat in a corner, several thick tomes spread out. Monster Guide of the Northern Region, Research on the Behavior of Thunder Element Creatures, Geological Studies of Icewind Valley. Found it. Long Liu pointed to an illustrated page. Ice Soul Giant Lizard, Second Tier, Ice Attribute, Beast Leader, 6 to 8 meters long, skin covered with ice crystal scales. Ordinary attacks are difficult to penetrate, and its innate skill, Ice Soul Gaze, can freeze targets within its line of sight for a duration depending on the target's mental resistance. What are its weaknesses? Lu Yi asked. Fire. Long Liu said, although the ice crystal scales of the Ice Soul Giant Lizard are tough, they are weak against high temperatures. Additionally, its eyes are a weak point, damaging them will cause Ice Soul Gaze to fail. Tushan Ro-Er pointed at another book, Thunder Eagle, Second Tier, Thunder Attribute, Beast Leader, Wingspan, over 10 meters, extremely fast flying speed. Its innate skill, Thunder Strike Dive, carries thunderous power when diving from a height, with extraordinary destructive force, and can summon small thunderstorm for area attacks. What is its weakness? Earth Attribute, Tushan Ro-Er said. Thunder Eagle's lightning attacks are least effective against Earth-type defenses. Moreover, the base of its wings is relatively fragile. Getting injured will affect its flying ability. Lu Yi quickly recorded the key information. For the Ice Soul Giant Lizard, use fire as the main attack and focus on its eyes. For the Thunder Eagle, use Earth-type defense to counter lightning, then attack the base of its wings. But we currently lack Earth-type abilities. Long Liu pointed out the problem. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. We can use the Thunder Mountain has many rocks. We can lure the Thunder Eagle to fly low using the mountain for cover, or set up Earth-type traps. That works. Long Liu nodded. The three continued to browse through the materials until the library closed before leaving. Upon returning to the independent courtyard, Lu Yi didn't rest immediately, but began to draft tactical diagrams. The battle in Icewind Valley will center around Ro-Er. Your fire ability should maximize output. I will use the judgment weapon to restrain it, while Li Yu will handle control and defense. The battle in Thunder Mountain will focus on the environment. We need to find a narrow valley to limit the Thunder Eagle's flying space. Then set up traps to lure it in. The initial strategy was finally completed after working until late at night. The next morning, Lu Yi headed to the Academy's Exchange Center. I would like to exchange for 3 bottles of cold resistance potion and 3 thunder resistance talismans. He spoke to the staff behind the counter. The staff glanced at his student badge. Each cold resistance potion is 200 points, and each thunder resistance talisman is 150 points, totaling 1050 points. Lu Yi's mouth twitched at the high cost. Yet he gritted his teeth and paid, using the remaining 450 points to exchange for some healing potions and energy recovery potions. With that, his points were almost depleted. But for Qingqiu, it was worth it. Returning to his courtyard, Lu Yi distributed the supplies to the 2 summoned entities. Store the potions and talismans properly. Use them at critical moments, he instructed. Our goal is to collect materials, not to fight hard. If the situation doesn't feel right, retreat immediately. Understood, the 2 replied in unison. At noon, the 3 left the academy, heading toward Icewind Valley in the north. Icewind Valley is about 50 miles from Yingchuan City, normally requiring half a day's journey. But Lu Yi and the others were all awakened, moving much faster than ordinary people. They arrived at the valley entrance after just 2 hours. Standing at the entrance and looking inside, a vast expanse of white greeted them. The cold wind howled swirling snowflakes. Visibility was less than 100 meters. So cold. Tushan Ro-Er rubbed her hands together. The temperature here is at least -20 degrees. Long Liyue, however, adapted well. This ice attribute environment enhances my abilities. Lu Yi took out the cold resistance potions. Each one lasts for 3 hours against the cold. The three drank the potions and immediately felt the cold dissipate significantly. According to the map, the frost crystal vein is deep in the valley. Lu Yi said, but that's also the nesting ground of the ice soul giant lizard. We must be cautious. Entering Icewind Valley, each step required extra care. The snow-covered ground made it hard to see what lay beneath. Some areas were deep pits, and falling in would make it very difficult to climb out. Long Liu led the way using her ice abilities to scout ahead. The cold air acted as an extended sense for her, allowing her to detect danger early. After about half an hour, a low roar suddenly echoed ahead. It's the ice soul giant lizard. Lu Yi whispered. Prepare for battle. The three immediately concealed themselves behind a massive ice rock. Through the gap in the ice rock, they saw a huge creature slowly crawling. It was the ice soul giant lizard. It looked even more ferocious than depicted in the guide. Its ice crystal scales reflected the harsh light under the snow, and its massive jaws revealed sharp teeth. Most striking were its eyes, resembling two deep blue gems exuding a terrifying cold. So strong. Tushan Roair whispered. It feels much stronger than the simulated Crimson Flame Tiger. That's due to the environmental boost. Long Liu analyzed the low temperature of Icewind Valley has increased its ice abilities by at least 30%. Let's proceed as planned. Lu Yi instructed Roair, you will take the lead in the attack. Liyue control its movements while I look for an opportunity to strike its eyes. Understood. Tushan Roair took a deep breath and her foxtail ignited in flames. She leaped out, her foxtail transforming into a flaming whip that struck fiercely at the ice soul giant lizard. Roar! The ice soul giant lizard sensed the attack and abruptly turned its head. Ice soul gaze activated. A deep blue light shot from its eyes targeting Tushan Roair. But Tushan Roair was already prepared. The flames on her foxtail surged, forming a wall of fire. Ice clashed with fire, resulting in a violent explosion. Taking this opportunity, Long Liu charged from the side, pressing her hands to the ground. Frozen domain. Cold air spread, thick ice layers forming on the ground, restricting the ice soul giant lizard's movements. At the same time, Lu Yi circled behind the ice soul giant lizard, aiming the judgment spear at its eyes. The spear tip sliced through the cold wind, piercing directly toward the ice soul giant lizard's right eye. In a critical moment, the ice soul giant lizard suddenly twisted its head, the ice crystal scales creating a screeching spark against the spear tip. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. This creature reacted quickly. Roar! The giant lizard's thick tail swept through, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Lu Yi withdrew the spear, but was still shaken by the residual force, causing his arm to tingle. Master, be careful. Tushan Roair unleashed flames, transforming them into a rain of fire. Liyue restricted. Long Liu formed hand seals, cold air coalescing into ice spikes aimed at the joints of the giant lizard, while the ice layer spread, attempting to freeze its limbs. However, the ice soul giant lizard thrived in Icewind Valley. After taking a deep breath, it unleashed an icy breath. The blue cold wave froze the air. Even Long Liu's ice spikes were assimilated. Roair! Lu Yi shouted urgently. Leave it to me. Tushan Roair concentrated, gathering a fiery sphere to counter the cold wave. Boom! The collision of ice and fire created a massive explosion that kicked up snow. Taking advantage of this, Lu Yi attacked again, switching the judgment spear to a slashing form, igniting the blade with fire, and struck at the giant lizard's front limb joint. The ice armor shattered, blood and flesh splattered. The giant lizard howled in pain, its left eye glowing blue, ice soul gaze firing directly at Lu Yi. Not a chance. Long Liu dodged in front, instantly forming an ice shield. The beam struck the ice shield, creating numerous cracks, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Now's our chance. Lu Yi leaped up, channeling all his strength into the spear, which shot like thunder, precisely piercing into the giant lizard's left eye. Puff! The crystalline body burst, icy liquid spraying out. The giant lizard wailed in agony. It's going all out, Long Liu said solemnly. Ice attribute beasts in desperation will burn their essence. Then let's not let it out. Lu Yi decisively commanded, not giving the enemy a chance to turn the tide. Roair, unleash all your flames to burn through its ice armor. Tushan Roair's blood dripped from her tail, the flames turning golden white, temperatures soaring. A column of fire coalesced into a beam roaring toward the giant lizard. Long Liu's cold air seeped into the ground, ice spikes limiting its movement. Lu Yi circled to the side, using the hammer form to strike with immense force at the giant lizard's temple. The ice armor shattered, the skull caved in, and the giant lizard's movements froze. The fiery beam crashed into its mouth, incinerating its internal organs. With a dual assault from the inside and outside, the ice soul giant lizard finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. You have slain the ice soul giant lizard. Second-year leader, job change, task progress 13, gained ice soul, core X1, ice crystal scales X24, Frost Crystal Vein Coordinates. Lu Yi landed panting heavily, having exhausted nearly 70% of his strength, but it was worth it. Are you okay, Master? Tushan Roair rushed over, her 9 tails wrapping around his arm to convey warmth. Long Liu looked on with concern. Don't take such risks next time. Lu Yi shook his head. When dealing with enemies, you must strike decisively, not giving any chance. He looked at his 2 partners who had stood by him through life and death, and warmth surged in his heart. Thank you both. Tushan Roair smiled sweetly. There's no need to be polite, Master. Lu Yi pulled the spear from the giant lizard's eye socket, shaking off the ice crystal debris, and the 3 quickly checked their spoils. The core of the ice soul giant lizard. Long Liu dug out a fist-sized blue crystal from its forehead. This is a top-notch material for making ice-type equipment, and is quite valuable. Lu Yi stored the crystal and gazed into the depths of the ice soul giant lizard's nest. According to the map, the frost crystal vein was located there. In the underground cavern, the walls were embedded with countless blue crystals emitting a soft, cold light. Frost crystals. So many. Tushan Roair's eyes widened. This is enough for Cheng Xiao's factory to use for several months. Lu Yi nodded. Let's collect quickly. Li Wei, you keep watch. Roair, you and I will dig. Hearing this, Long Liu jumped to a high point, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Lu Yi and Tushan Roair took out their tools and began to mine the frost crystals. These crystals were hard, but with Lu Yi's judgment weapon and Tushan Roair's flames working together, the efficiency of mining was very high. After 2 hours, the 3 had collected enough to fill 10 large boxes with frost crystals. That's enough, Lu Yi said. We can't carry more. Let's send these back to the academy first, then head to Thunder Mountain. All right. As the 3 left Icewind Valley, the sky had turned dark. Returning to the academy, Lu Yi temporarily stored the cold crystal stone in the warehouse of the independent courtyard before setting off immediately for Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain, located on the eastern side of Yingchuan City, is famous for its year-round thunderstorms. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already deep into the night. However, the lightning that occasionally illuminated the mountain made it appear as bright as day. Thunder eagles usually hunt during the day. Long Liu said, we can find a place to rest halfway up the mountain and wait until dawn to proceed. All right. The 3 found a sheltered cave to take turns keeping watch and resting. The next morning, the thunderstorms had temporarily ceased. Lu Yi took out a lightning resistance talisman. Stick it on your chest, it can withstand some lightning damage. The 3 of them applied the talisman and began their ascent. The terrain of Thunder Mountain was treacherous, filled with steep cliffs and bottomless ravines. A faint smell of ozone permeated the air, a remnant of the lightning strikes. According to the data, thunder eagles usually nest at the highest peak. Lu Yi said, but we don't need to go there. The Thunder Pattern Steel Mine is located in Thunderstrike Valley halfway up the mountain, which is also a hunting ground for thunder eagles. So we plan to ambush them while they are hunting. Tushan Ruer asked. Exactly, Lu Yi replied. When thunder eagles hunt, their attention is focused on their prey. That will be our best chance. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at Thunderstrike Valley. It was a low-lying area repeatedly struck by lightning, with a charred ground littered with shattered rocks. The concentration of lightning elements in the air was so high that it made their skin tingle. Look over there. Long Liu pointed to the center of the valley. There lay an exposed, ore vein, its surface shimmering with silver blue patterns. Thunder pattern steel. But beside the ore vein lay a massive avian creature. It was a thunder eagle. Its wingspan exceeded 10 meters with deep purple feathers edged with arcs of electricity. Its sharp beak and talons glinted with a metallic sheen, looking quite formidable. It's resting, Lu Yi whispered, wait for it to hunt. The 3 hid behind the rocks, waiting patiently. About an hour later, the thunder eagle suddenly opened its eyes. It stood up and soared into the sky. The opportunity has come. Lu Yi exclaimed, act according to plan. The 3 quickly dashed toward the ore vein. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The thunder eagle did not fly far, but instead circled in the air before diving down sharply. Its target was the 3 of them. We've been spotted. Long Liu's expression changed. How is that possible? Lu Yi immediately realized the issue. It's the sensing of the lightning elements. The concentration of lightning elements here is too high. Our presence disturbed the environment, and it detected us. Roar! Roar! The thunder eagle let out a sharp cry, its claws charged with the power of thunder, striking down fiercely. The attack was as swift as lightning, and the electric scatter. The 3 rolled away simultaneously to evade. Boom! The thunderclaw missed, creating a scorched pit. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed. They had to resolve this quickly. Fight hard. Tushan Ruer summoned flames, weaving them into a fiery net directed at the thunder eagle. But the thunder eagle flapped its wings, strangely slipping through the gaps in the fire net, while simultaneously launching thunderstorm wind. A violent wind mixed with lightning struck like a thick cable. Long Liu formed hand seals, and an ice wall instantly rose to block in front. Crackle! The lightning struck ice shards flew cracks spread, and the ice was shattered. The ice wall could only hold for 3 seconds at most. Earth Attribute Defense. Lu Yi thought quickly, his gaze sweeping over the charred rocks on the ground. Liyue, freeze these rocks into one. Ruer, cover with flames. Long Liyue immediately adjusted her strategy, the cold energy seeping underground, freezing the surrounding charred rocks into a massive ice rock composite shield. Tushan Ruer unleashed her flames to create a dazzling fire curtain, disorienting the Thunder Eagle's vision. The Thunder Eagle was delayed by the flames, and Lu Yi seized the opportunity to thrust the Judgment Spear into the weak spot at the base of its wing. But the Thunder Eagle reacted extremely quickly, retracting its wing and blocking the spear with its hard feathers. Clang! The metallic clash sent Lu Yi staggering back a few steps, his hands tingling. So tough. The Thunder Eagle was completely enraged, letting out a long cry to the sky, its feathers standing on end, the electric arcs shifting from purple to silvery white. Thunderous wrath. Countless silvery white lightning bolts rained down upon Thunderstrike Valley, each one creating deep craters. Get behind me. Long Liyue shouted, straining to maintain the ice rock shield. Crackle. The lightning struck, the ice layer shattered rapidly, and the shield was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Lu Yi noticed a crucial detail. When the Thunder Eagle unleashed its ultimate move, all the electric arcs surged towards its wings and claws, and a palm-sized area in the center of its chest was a lighter color lacking electric arc protection. That was the source of the thunderous power gathering, and also the most vulnerable heart position. Ruer, attack its chest. Liyue, create an opportunity. Tushan Ruer compressed all her fire elements into a gold and white beam of light, the thickness of a finger. Nine-tailed conflagration fire through the rainbow, the strongest single-target attack, with enhanced piercing power. The beam tore through the air, accurately aimed at the Thunder Eagle's chest. The Thunder Eagle sensed danger and attempted to dodge sideways. But Long Liyue suddenly withdrew the shield, transforming into an illusion of an ice dragon rushing towards the Thunder Eagle. Ice Dragon Bind. The cold air wrapped around the Thunder Eagle's wings like chains, binding it for an instant. Thud! The fire beam struck its chest, the gold and white flames burned through its feathers, exposing fresh red flesh, and the Thunder Eagle let out a shrill wail. Lu Yi seized the opportunity, leaping up the Judgment Spear, switching to the rainbow-piercing form. All runes lit up. Rainbow-piercing strike. Gathering all remaining strength, the spear tip tore through the air, accurately piercing the wound and penetrating the heart. Thud! The Thunder Eagle's body stiffened, its eyes dimming with lightning, its wings losing strength, and it plummeted from the sky. Boom! Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thunder Eagle slain, second-tier boss. Job change, mission progress 23. Lu Yi landed panting heavily. That last strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue were also quite drained, but both wore victorious smiles. We did it. Tushan Ruer cheered. Long Liyue approached the corpse of the Thunder Eagle, extracting a purple crystal, Thunder Eagle core, equally worth a fortune. Lu Yi stored the crystal and looked at the ore vein. Let's quickly gather the Thunder Pattern Steel. This time the collection was more challenging than the cold crystal stone. Thunder Pattern Steel was extremely hard, and carried a lightning attribute, causing a numbing sensation upon contact. But the three cooperated seamlessly, and after an hour they had collected a sufficient quantity of ore. We should head back, Lu Yi said. Qingqiu is still waiting for us. MHM. The three quickly descended the mountain with their spoils. On the way back to the academy, Lu Yi was in a good mood. 2/3 of the job change mission was completed, and Qingqiu's material issue was also resolved. But just then Lu Yi's student badge suddenly received a strange message. Student Lu Yi, your guild task, eliminate the poison spider nest, has been completed. Please come to the guild to collect your reward before noon tomorrow. Hongxiao guild task. Lu Yi then remembered that he had indeed accepted this task earlier, but due to matters with the Ding family and the job change mission, he had not completed it. But now the guild was notifying him that the task was completed. What was going on? Did someone help me complete the task? Lu Yi frowned. Or did the guild make a mistake? Let's go back and ask, Long Liyue said. MHM. Returning to the academy, Lu Yi first let Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue rest while he headed to the Awakeners Guild. It was already evening, and the guild hall was still brightly lit. Hongxiao stood behind the counter, and upon seeing Lu Yi enter she smiled professionally. Student Lu Yi, you're here. Sister Hongxiao, you said my task was completed? Lu Yi asked directly. Hongxiao nodded. The task record shows that the poison spider nest has been completely cleared. Your points and rewards have been credited to your account. Who completed it? The system records indicate that you completed it, Hongxiao said, but the guild does not interfere with the specific process. Lu Yi's confusion deepened in his heart. He opened the task panel, and indeed saw that the Eliminate the Poison Spider Nest task was marked as completed with a reward of 500 points credited. Can I view the detailed information about the task location? Lu Yi asked. Certainly Hong Shao operated a few times. The task location is in the southern part of the city Black Mist Forest, and the coordinates have been sent to you. However, since the task has been completed, you don't need to go there again. I want to take a look. It's up to you, Hong Shao reminded, but be careful. It's been unstable there lately. Our reports have come in about unusual energy fluctuations. Unusual energy fluctuations, eh? The guild has received several reports that deep within the Black Mist Forest monsters that shouldn't appear have emerged. Hong Shao lowered her voice. What exactly it is remains unclear, but if you plan to go, it's best to form a party. Thank you for the reminder. Leaving the guild, Lu Yi immediately returned to the independent courtyard. He told Tu Shan Ruer and Long Liyue about the situation. Someone impersonated us to complete the task. Tu Shan Ruer asked in confusion, why would they do that? It might not be impersonation, Long Liyue analyzed. Perhaps someone wants to lure us to the Black Mist Forest. Lure us there? Lu Yi pondered. The Ding family or the Blood Shadow Tower. Both are possible. Then let's go take a look. Lu Yi said, just in time. The third second-tier aberrant beast lord has yet to be dealt with if there are indeed unusual monsters there. It could be a wood attribute or poison attribute lord. Long Liyue chimed in. That meets the requirements for the job change mission. Right. Lu Yi made a decision. Tomorrow morning we will go to the Black Mist Forest. Let's rest well tonight and recover our state. Yes. That night Lu Yi lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. He had a persistent feeling that something was watching him from the shadows. Was it an assassin from the Ding family? Or a more dangerous existence? Deep within the Black Mist Forest, the trees twisted grotesquely, with dark purple moss covering their trunks. Lu Yi, Tu Shan Ruer, and Long Liu arrived at the valley according to the coordinates. The sight before them was chilling. The entire valley was shrouded in purple vines with dozens of desiccated poison spider corpses scattered among them. These vines are preying on the poison spiders. Long Liu sensed the dense wood essence and toxicity. This must be a trap. Tu Shan Ruer had not finished speaking when the vines burst from the ground. Lu Yi dodged to the side, sweeping his spear to sever them. The poison corroded the ground as more vines surged forward. Tu Shan Ruer unleashed flames, while Long Liu froze the ground. The ground trembled violently, and the soil erupted. A colossal plant towering 10 meters high burst forth, its trunk deep purple, with countless vines writhing like tentacles, and the tip split open to reveal a maw filled with sharp teeth. Poison Vine Demon Tree Second-Tier Boss Attributes Wood Toxin Skills Vine Binding Poison Spray Root Stab Regeneration. The third target has arrived. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the spear, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The vines of the Poison Vine Demon Tree lashed out wildly. Long Liu instantly summoned 3 ice walls which shattered as the vines collided, while Tu Shan Ruer poured all her energy into her flames. The maw of the Poison Vine Demon Tree writhed, spraying a column of poison. The 3 of them rolled to evade the poison corroding the ice walls. A war of attrition won't work. Lu Yi's mind raced. What fears fire, but where is the core of regeneration? He observed closely. The tip of the trunk was the attack maw, and likely not the weak point. The vines could regenerate infinitely, so their energy source had to be underground. The roots. Lu Yi realized the part above ground is an extension, the core is in the underground roots. Ruer, attack the maw with all your might to draw attention. Liyue, freeze the ground with your strongest ice technique. Tu Shan Ruer compressed her flames into a blazing white fireball and hurled it at the demon tree's maw. Long Liu cast Frozen 1,000 miles, the cold seeping underground, freezing the soil. Lu Yi seized the opportunity to switch to his heavy spear form, striking the ground with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked, exposing the roots, and in the center of the roots a fist-sized green crystal emitted a rich life force. Life crystal. The Poison Vine Demon Tree in terror retracted its vines for protection, but Long Liu's ice delayed its movements while Tu Shan Ruer's flames continued to scorch the maw. Lu Yi seized the chance, unleashing Piercing Rainbow Strike with all his might. The golden light tore through the air, striking the crystal accurately. Crack! The crystal shattered. The Poison Vine Demon Tree let out a silent wail. All its vines withered and rotted in an instant, and the trunk collapsed into black ash. The battle ended, and the purple vines in the valley quickly faded and shriveled, as if they had lost all vitality. Lu Yi took a breath, feeling the surge of power within him. Tu Shan Ruer extinguished her flames, her tail swaying lightly. That demon tree's regeneration ability is terrifying. If we hadn't found the core, we would have been drained to death. Long Liu nodded. Would attribute beasts usually have tenacious vitality, but their weak points often lie in the roots. Lu Yi smiled. You all performed excellently. Oh, fire overcomes wood, and ice controls the battlefield. We need to utilize attribute advantages more in the future. Kill the Poison Vine Demon Tree Second-Tier Boss Job Change Task. Progress 33. Congratulations, host, on completing the job change task. You have officially advanced to a Second-Tier Awakener. A warm current erupted from his dantian, engulfing Lu Ye's entire body, as the power of vitality coalesced and spun, forming a complete cycle of spiritual energy. His muscles tightened, bone density increased, meridians expanded, and his spiritual power surged, vastly extending his perception range. Lu Yi summoned the system panel name Lu Yi Level 2nd Tier Awakener, Level 21, a Profession Summoner SS Level Talent Infinite Summoning System, New Function Unlocked Summon Bond System, Qingqiu Fox Clan Dragon Clan Princess, Not Activated Joint Battles in 10 matches, Intimate Interactions in 5 times, once activated all attributes 10, Skill Damage 15, Unlock Combined Skill Ice and Fire 9 Heavens. The feeling of being a second tier is completely different. Lu Yi clenched his fist, sensing the power within him. The spiritual energy circulated within his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of control. He could clearly sense every trace of energy fluctuation within a 200-meter radius, even discerning the rhythm of the breathing of plants. More importantly, the bond function unlocked by the system showed him a new path for growth. If Ruer and Liu could activate the bond, not only would their attributes greatly increase, but they would also unlock combined skills. This meant that their combat power would no longer simply add up, but would grow exponentially. Long Liu dug out the green crystal core from the ashes. The core of the poison vine demon tree can be used to create top-grade detoxifying agents or cultivate spiritual herbs. Just as the three were about to leave, a powerful aura approached rapidly. Elder Zhou descended from the sky, seeing the traces of the battlefield, and Lu Yi, he showed surprise. You have advanced to the second tier. Just completed. Good. Elder Zhou stroked his beard and smiled. I sensed the energy fluctuations and the aura of advancement, so I specially came over. Your progress exceeds expectations. Lu Yi nodded slightly at his words, estimating that Elder Zhou had been quietly protecting him behind the scenes. Just in time, there is an important task from the academy. The forbidden area of Yaoguang Academy Ancient Battlefield has shown abnormal fluctuations and requires an elite team to investigate. That is an ancient battlefield relic with ancient texts recording that the complete inheritance of ancient summoners might be preserved deep within. Elder Zhou said, Summoner inheritance. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Yes, the task content this time is to explore the first 3 layers, draw a map, and collect intelligence. If the inheritance is discovered, priority will be given to learning, but the information must be copied for the Academy's archives. What is the danger level? Lu Yi asked. Even second tier has the risk of falling. Elder Zhou spoke frankly. Within the ancient battlefield there are not only relic dangers, but also potential remnants of ancient battle spirits, vengeful spirits, and sealed fierce beasts. Moreover, this investigation will not only involve Yaoguang Academy, Tianshu Academy, and Yuheng Academy will also send teams in, and the 3 academies will compete. Whoever discovers important intelligence first will gain an advantage in resource distribution. I am willing to participate in this task exploration. Lu Yi understood that this task was not just about exploration, but also a contest between the 3 academies. Then gather at the entrance of the forbidden area on the back mountain at 6 o'clock, 3 days from now. You will be the team leader, and the team will consist of 5 people. This matter is confidential, do not disclose it. Elder Zhou nodded. Returning to the courtyard. Master, if you obtain the inheritance of the ancient summoner, your strength will leap. Tushan Ruer said excitedly. I feel that this task carries high risks, and there is competition from the other 2 academies, making it hard to guard against dark arrows. Long Liu calmly reminded. But we have no way out. Lu Ye's gaze was resolute. The Ding family is eyeing us, and Blood Shadow Tower may still be lurking. We must grow strong enough to make all our enemies despair. In the next 2 days, Lu Yi went to the Awakener Guild to exchange for exploration supplies, exorcism talismans, illumination pearls, detoxification pills, and healing potions. He also went to the material market to purchase several precious second-tier talismans, among which the Earth Escape Talisman could take 3 people instantly underground for 100 meters, serving as a life-saving trump card. On the 3rd day at dawn, before the sun had risen, the group got up. Lu Yi checked the equipment, let the 2 girls return to the summoning space, donned a black cloak, and quietly left. At the entrance of the forbidden area on the back mountain, a faint blue barrier had a small opening. For people were waiting. After they met, they introduced themselves. Yanwu, a beautiful girl in a fired long dress, her hair burning like flames billowing in the wind. Taiju, a burly man, holding an enormous sword, his muscles bulging, exuding powerful strength. The runesmith Mo, one was a young man wearing glasses with a delicate face, but an enigmatic air. Finally, Yu Ying, a figure cloaked in a black veil, obscuring her true appearance. Yanwu was filled with battle intent. Lu Yi, I heard you're very strong. Oh, let's have a match if there's a chance. Task first, definitely next time. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Not long after, Elder Zhou appeared, handing each of them a bronze token. This is the passage token for the ancient battlefield. It allows you to pass through the barriers of the first 3 layers. You three remember Lu Yi is the team leader, and everyone must obey orders. Remember, exploration is the priority. If you encounter danger, crush the token to return. The built-in teleportation array can instantly send you back to the entrance. Understood, Elder Zhou. The group nodded in agreement. Alright, you may enter. Be careful. Elder Zhou. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the token and stepped in first, with Yen Wu and the others following closely. The portal slowly closed. The moment he stepped into the portal, Lu Yi felt a sudden dizzying spin. The scenery around him shifted instantly from the entrance of the forbidden area on the Academy's back mountain to a gray and hazy world. He steadied himself and quickly observed his surroundings. The sky was a heavy lead gray devoid of sunlight or clouds only, and even dead gray lingered. Scattered across the ground were the remnants of broken buildings. Broken stone columns, collapsed city walls, and the half-buried foundations of palaces. A scent of decay permeated the air, mixed with a faint metallic tang of blood. Is this the ancient battle ruins? Yin Wu's voice came from behind. Tai Zhu Mo1 and Yu Ying also appeared in turn, and the five of them stood together, forming a small defensive formation. According to Elder Zhou, this is the first level, Lu Yi said. Our goal is to explore the first 3 levels. Mo1 adjusted his glasses and took out a parchment map from his pocket. I have a simple map provided by the Academy. There are 3 paths leading deeper from our current location. The left path leads to the Ruined Palace, the middle path leads to the Bone Valley, and the right path leads to the Mist Forest. Which path should we take? Tai Zhu asked, looking a bit clueless. I want to search for the Summoner's legacy. It might be related to ancient civilization architecture. Lu Yi analyzed. The possibility of the Ruined Palace is the highest. Yen Wu was eager. Then let's try it out. The 5 of them advanced along the left path. The ground beneath their feet was a dark red, as if stained with blood, and occasionally, they could see broken weapon remnants and bones. Human bones, beast bones mixed together. A great battle occurred here, Long Liu said in the summoning space. I can sense the residual energy fluctuations are quite strong. Be careful, Lu Yi reminded Yen Wu and the others. Just as he finished speaking, a deep roar came from ahead. Roar. A tremendous sound shook the ground slightly. Something is coming. Yen Wu immediately entered a combat stance, flames igniting in her hands. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the Judgment Spear and summoned Tushan Ruer and Long Liu. The moment the 2 women appeared, the dim environment around them seemed to brighten a little. So much death energy, Tushan Ruer frowned. Many people have died here. Not just humans, Long Liu gazed ahead. There are dragonkin. So much death energy, Tushan Ruer frowned. Many people have died here. Not just humans, Long Liu gazed ahead. The roaring grew closer, and a gigantic figure emerged from the ruins. It was a beast over 10 meters long, covered in dark greenish-black scales, with limbs as sturdy as stone pillars, and its tail was adorned with bone spikes. The most striking feature was its head, resembling that of a dragon, but with a single horn, and its eye sockets burned with a ghostly blue flame. Is this the Bone Earth Dragon? Mo1's voice trembled. A guardian beast unique to ancient battlefields, at least peak second tier. Peak second tier. Tai Zhu grinned. Perfect, I want to try out my new move. The Bone Earth Dragon also noticed the group, letting out a threatening roar and charging towards them at incredible speed. Scatter! Lu Yi bellowed, and the group instantly dispersed. The Bone Earth Dragon's first strike missed, its massive claw crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Flame impact. Yen Wu thrust her hands forward, sending a pillar of fire towards the dragon. The dragon did not evade and took the hit directly with its scales. Boom. The flames exploded, leaving only shallow char marks on the dragon's body. Such tough skin. Yen Wu's expression changed. Let me handle it. Tai Zhu roared, gripping his giant sword tightly as he leapt high into the air. Earth split slash. The giant sword glowed with a yellowish light as it came crashing down. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dragon used its horn to block the giant sword while sweeping its tail. Watch out. Mo1 shouted, flipping through the pages of his book, conjuring a light shield in front of Tai Zhu. Bang. The light shield shattered and Tai Zhu was swept away, crashing against the ruins. Cough cough. Tai Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood, but laughed heartily. That felt great. This beast has incredible strength. The Bone Earth Dragon turned its gaze towards Mo when opening its massive mouth as ghostly blue flames gathered within. Its dragon breath. Yen Wu and the others' expressions changed. Quick dodge. Mo1 tried to evade, but it was too late. Just then Lu Yi made his move. He switched the Judgment Spear to its rainbow spear form, activating all the runes as spiritual energy surged wildly. Ruer Liue, coordinate with me. Yes. Tushan Ruer formed a vortex of flames, disrupting the dragon's line of sight, while Long Liu formed hand seals, spreading a chilling aura across the ground, attempting to freeze the dragon's limbs. Lu Yi thrust the spear forward. Rainbow Strike enhanced. This strike infused with the spiritual energy circulation of a second-tier awakened being. Its power increased by at least 30%. The spear tip tore through the air, accurately aiming for the ghostly blue flame in the dragon's eye socket, which should be its weak point. However, the dragon reacted swiftly and tilted its head. The spear tip struck its scales. PSH. The scales were pierced and blood gushed out. The dragon howled in pain and in anger redirected its dragon breath towards Lu Yi. The ghostly blue flames engulfed him in an instant. Master! Tushan Ruer exclaimed. But in the next moment Lu Yi burst forth from the flames. He was covered by a faint golden glow, the protective effect of the eight-armed Azura's manifestation. I'm fine, Lu Yi said. This flame isn't too hot, but it's corrosive. His clothes had already been corroded with several holes. We need to end this quickly, Long Liu said. Its defense is too strong. A prolonged battle is not in our favor. I have an idea, Lu Yi said, looking at the two women. Ruer, can you compress your flames? Yes. Li Yue, can you create a low-temperature area with your cold air? I can. Good, Lu Yi said. Follow my lead. He turned to Yin Wu Tai Zhu and Mo1. You three will be responsible for distracting it. No need to fight Hedon, just draw its attention. Understood. The three immediately sprang into action. Yin Wu continuously fired fireballs. Tai Zhu swung his giant sword to create noise, and Mo, when used light shields and binding runes to interfere. The Bone Earth Dragon was drawn to the three temporarily, ignoring Lu Yi. Now's our chance, Lu Yi whispered. Tushan Ruer pressed her palms together, gathering all the flames into her palms. Red flame burning heaven compressed. A fireball the size of a fist formed, the temperature so high that the surrounding air began to distort. Long Liu released her cold air, creating a 10-meter diameter ice surface on the ground. The dragon has scales on its feet, but it will slip on the ice. Long Liu said. Its mobility will decrease. Good, Lu Yi nodded. Ruer, attack its feet. Tushan Ruer launched the fireball. The fireball traced an arc, accurately hitting the dragon's left front limb. Boom. An explosion rang out. The scales on the dragon's left front limb shattered, leaving it bloodied. It roared in agony, staggering back, and indeed slipped on the ice. Opportunity. Lu Yi erupted with energy, channeling all his spiritual energy into the judgment spear, its body glowing with blinding light. Eight-armed Azura manifestation. In the void, four golden arms emerged, gripping the spear alongside Lu Yi. 5 times the strength. Died. The spear thrust forward. This time the target was the dragon's gaping maw. PSH. The spear pierced through its throat, emerging from the back of its neck. The Bone Earth Dragon's body stiffened, and the ghostly blue flame in its eyes rapidly extinguished. Its massive form crashed to the ground. Kill the Bone Earth Dragon. Peak second tier experience gained. Joint Combat Session 1, current 910. We did it. Yin Wu shouted excitedly. Tai Zhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, well done, as expected of Lord Lu. Mo Wen began to examine the dragon's corpse. The Bone Earth Dragon is a treasure trove. Its scales can be used to make defensive equipment, its horn can be refined into weapons, and its flesh. Let's skip the flesh, it's both sour and bitter. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sheathed the spear and looked at Tushan Ruer and Long Liu. Both women were considerably drained, but wore smiles on their faces. At that moment Yuing suddenly spoke up. There's something over there. She pointed towards the deeper part of the ruined palace, and everyone turned to look. Amidst a grove of crumbling stone pillars they could vaguely see a complete stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet was inscribed with complex runes. That is. Mo Wen's eyes lit up. Ancient script. It's likely a clue to the summoner's legacy. The group approached the stone tablet. It stood about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, made of a dark golden metal with the runes emanating a faint energy fluctuation. Mo Wen examined it closely, his fingers lightly touching the runes. I recognize some of these characters, he said. These are the contract runes of ancient summoners, documenting a special summoning ritual. Can you decipher it? Lu Yi asked. I need time. Mo Wen replied, taking out a pen and paper from his pocket to begin copying. But I can confirm that this stone tablet points to a deeper area, possibly the second layer, or even the third layer. Lu Yi looked deeper into the ruined palace. Their denser gray mist lingered. Then let's continue forward. Just then the ground suddenly trembled, and distant roars echoed. Oh no, Mo Wen's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Our previous battle has attracted other guardian beasts. At least 3 of them, and their energy fluctuations are stronger than that last one. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the spear. Prepare for battle. In the depths of the gray mist 3 enormous figures were slowly emerging. Deep within the gray mist 3 massive figures slowly emerged. On the left there was a creature resembling a giant ape, its body covered in a carapace like rock with blood-red eyes. In the middle was a gigantic hound with 3 heads, each head spewing flames of different colors. On the right was a half-human, half-snake monster with a muscular serpent's tail for its lower body, and a voluptuous woman's form for its upper body, wielding a bone bow. Stone ape, 3-headed hellhound, descendant of Medusa. Mo Wen's voice trembled. They are all high-level guardian beasts from the ancient battlefield, each one as powerful as the skeletal earth dragon we just faced. Coward, what are you afraid of? It's 3 against 5, we have a chance. Yin Wu gritted her teeth. No, Lu Yi shook his head. Their aura is stronger than that of the skeletal earth dragon, especially the 3-headed hellhound in the middle, which is already close to the 3rd tier. What should we do then? Taizhu tightened his grip on his giant sword. Retreat. It's too late, Yuing said. They have already locked onto us. Indeed, the 3 guardian beasts let out a simultaneous roar and charged forward. The stone ape swung its rocky fists toward Taizhu, while the 3 heads of the hellhound unleashed flames, venom, and frost engulfing the area. The descendant of Medusa drew her bone bow, and a flurry of bone arrows shot through the air, their tips glimmering with eerie gray light. Scatter. Each of you handle your own. Lu Yi commanded, and the group instantly dispersed. Taizhu braced himself against the stone ape's attack, the giant sword colliding with the rocky fists, producing a deafening roar. Yin Wu countered the fiery head of the hellhound with flames, but the venom and frost left her in a difficult position. Mo Wen continuously cast light shields and healing spells, but the bone arrows from Medusa were too dense. He had already been hit by one, and the wound was rapidly turning black. Ruer Liyue, coordinate with me. Lu Yi whispered. Tushan Ruer formed a shield of flames to block the bone arrows. Long Liu released cold air, attempting to freeze the movement of the 3-headed hellhound. But at that moment the descendant of Medusa suddenly opened her mouth and let out a silent shriek. Buzz. An invisible sound wave spread out. Lu Yi felt dizzy the scenery before his eyes began to distort. It's a mental attack. Long Liu exclaimed, be careful of the illusion. But it was already too late. Lu Yi's consciousness was dragged into a bizarre space. Around him was a pure white expanse. There was no sky, no ground, only endless whiteness. Where is this? Lu Yi frowned. Master, a gentle and familiar voice rang out. He turned to see Tushan Ruer standing not far away. But at that moment Ruer looked completely different from usual. She wore a red wedding gown, a phoenix crown on her head, and a shy blush on her face. Ruer. Lu Yi was taken aback. Today is our big day. Tushan Ruer walked up to him, gently linking her arm with his, aren't you happy? Big day. Lu Yi frowned. This is an illusion. And so what if it is a? Another voice chimed in. Long Liu also appeared, dressed in a light blue gown, her demeanor cool, yet with a hint of warmth in her eyes. In here you can have everything you desire. Power, strength, and us, Long Liu said. Lu Yi took a deep breath. This is a test. A test? Tushan Ruer chuckled lightly. Deep down, don't you want to be with us? I do, Lu Yi admitted freely, but I want to protect you, to protect the ones I care about, not to indulge in illusions. What difference is there between illusion and reality? Long Liu said. Here you won't be hurt, you won't die, you won't face the pursuit of the Ding family, and you can forever live with us. Avoiding the issue won't solve the problem. Lu Yi shook his head. He closed his eyes, circulating his spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy seemed ineffective here. It's useless, Tushan Ruer said. This is the inner demon illusion. Your power comes from your desires. The more you resist, the more real the illusion becomes. Indeed, the scenery around him changed once more. The white faded away, replaced by a magnificent palace. Lu Yi sat on a throne with Tushan Ruer and Long Liu nestled on either side of him, and below them were countless kneeling subjects. Look, this is your desire, Long Liu said, to become a king, to possess beautiful women, to control everything. Lu Yi remained silent. He admitted that this was indeed a deep-seated longing within him. But this is not the path I wish to. He opened his eyes, his gaze firm. A true powerhouse is forged through struggle in reality, not through self-deception in illusions. Stubborn and unyielding, Tushan Ruer sighed. Then you'll remain here forever. The figures of the 2 women gradually blurred. The palace began to collapse. Lu Yi felt his consciousness being consumed. But at that moment he heard a bond system detected, host in abnormal state, summoning partner, spiritual link establishment in progress. Link successful, master. Tushan Ruer's voice echoed in his mind. Hold on, we are with you. Use our power to break the Long Liu's voice joined in. Lu Yi felt a surge of energy, 2 familiar powers, one blazing like fire, and the other cool as ice, flooding into his consciousness. Ruer Liu. Bond activation conditions met. Qingqiu Fox Clan Dragon Clan Princess Bond activated, all attributes, 10 skill damage, 15 boom. The pure white space shattered completely. Lu Yi opened his eyes and returned to the battlefield. Only a few seconds had passed, but the situation on the battlefield had become dire. Taizhu was suppressed by the stone ape, multiple fractures across his body. Yin Wu was hit by the hellhound's venom, her complexion turning pale. Mo Wen was struck by Medusa's bone arrow and had already fainted. Yuing moved through the shadows, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but the effect was limited. Damn it, Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He felt an additional surge of power within him. The boost from the bond system. Ruer Liyue, it's our turn. Yes. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu erupted simultaneously. Flames and cold air intertwined, forming a peculiar energy field. The stone ape charged forward, but as it stepped into the energy field, cracks appeared in its rocky carapace. The alternating impact of fire and ice left its defenses vulnerable. "Now's the time," Lu Yi whispered. He poured all his strength into the Judgment Lance, which glowed with unprecedented brilliance. 8-armed Azura Dharma body descends modified. 6 golden arms manifested. 7 times the power. Die. The lance thrust forward, precisely striking the crack in the stone ape's chest. Puffed. It penetrated. The stone ape's body froze, crashing down. Kill stone ape peaked second-tier experience gained joint combat instances 1 I current 1010 bond system fully activated. Roar. The three-headed hellhound roared in fury upon seeing its companion killed. The 3 heads simultaneously spewed flames, venom, and frost, merging into a colorful beam of light aimed at Lu Yi. "Be careful." Tushan Ruer and Long Liu simultaneously shielded him. Flames and cold air formed a protective barrier. Boom. The shield shattered, but the colorful beam of light was significantly weakened. Lu Yi seized the opportunity to charge out, thrusting the lance directly at the center head of the hellhound. But the bow and arrows from the descendant of Medusa were also arriving. Puffed. The bow and arrow struck Lu Yi's shoulder. A sharp pain surged through him, but Lu Yi gritted his teeth and persevered as he continued to thrust the lance. Clang. The hellhound clamped its teeth around the lance tip. A stalemate. At that moment, Ewing suddenly appeared behind the descendant of Medusa. Shadow strike. The dagger pierced into Medusa's nape. Medusa let out a shriek, her serpent tail thrashing wildly. An opportunity. Lu Yi unleashed his final strength, pushing the lance forward. Puffed. It pierced through the head. The 3-headed hellhound was dead. The descendant of Medusa also fell heavily, finished off by Ewing. The battle was over. Lu Yi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu were also greatly exhausted, but wore smiles on their faces. "We won," Yen Wu said weakly. Taizhu lay on the ground grinning. That was satisfying. Mo Wen was awakened by healing spells, but he was still very weak. Ewing quietly gathered the spoils of war. "Let's rest for a bit," Lu Yi said, then head to the stone tablet. Half an hour later, everyone had regained some strength. They returned to the stone tablet. Mo Wen had completed the transcription and informed Lu Yi of the results. The tablet records a contract summoning ritual. Mo Wen said, ancient summoners could sign contracts with more powerful beings through this ritual, summoning them to fight for themselves. "What are the specific methods?" Lu Yi asked. 3 materials are needed: the core of a guardian beast, the bones from the ancient battlefield, and the summoner's own blood. Mo Wen continued, the tablet provided coordinates. The materials might be found on the 2nd and 3rd levels. Lu Yi nodded. "Let's move forward." He looked toward the back of the stone tablet where a staircase leading down could be seen. It should lead to the 2nd level of the ancient battlefield. "Let's go," Lu Yi said. The group stepped onto the staircase. But just as Lu Yi was about to enter the 2nd level, he felt a peculiar energy wave emanating from the stone tablet. Detected fragment of the ancient summoner's legacy, recorded contract summoning ritual incomplete. Collecting 3 fragments will unlock the complete legacy. Lu Yi felt a spark of interest. The staircase extended downward, seemingly endless. Lu Yi walked at the forefront, the judgment spear ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu followed closely behind, with Yen Wu, Taizhu, Mo Wen, and Ewing trailing in sequence. Surrounded by darkness, the only faint light source came from the glowing moss that occasionally appeared on either side of the staircase. The air was thick with a heavier, deathly aura mixed with an ancient presence. "The 2nd layer is far more dangerous than the 1st, Long Liu whispered. "I can sense that many powerful beings are sleeping here." "Be careful," Lu Yi advised. At last the staircase came to an end, revealing a massive underground cavern. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cavern, while the ground was a smooth stone slab engraved with intricate magical patterns. In the center of the cavern stood an altar 3 meters high atop, which lay a dark golden treasure chest. "That's a treasure chest." Mo Wen's eyes lit up. Just as the group prepared to approach the altar, numerous ghostly blue flames suddenly ignited around them. From the flames emerged translucent figures, spirits of ancient warriors. They donned tattered battle armor, wielding ethereal weapons with flames of obsession burning in their eyes. "Intruders, die!" The leading spirit general swung his halberd, and hundreds of spirits charged forward simultaneously. "Prepare for battle," Lu Yi commanded. The group immediately formed a defensive formation. Taizhu stood at the forefront swinging his giant sword, but the spirits were ethereal, rendering physical attacks relatively ineffective. Yen Wu's flames had some effect, but there were too many spirits. Mo Wen cast a purification spell that was effective against the spirits, but it consumed a great deal of energy. Yu Ying's shadow attack also proved ineffective against the ethereal beings. Ruer Li Yue used elemental attacks. Lu Yi instructed. Tushan Ruer unleashed flames while Long Liu released chilling air, intertwining their powers to create an area attack. The spirits were buffeted by the dual forces of ice and fire, their forms growing unstable. It's working, Yen Wu exclaimed. However, the spirit general suddenly raised his halberd, and all the spirits unleashed their energy simultaneously. Spirit combined attack, ancient battle formation. A massive energy beam descended from the sky, crashing down upon the group. We can't evade it. Mowen cried out. Lu Yi shouted in anger, pouring all his spiritual energy into the judgment spear. 8-armed Azura law body descends. 6 golden arms once again materialized. Ruer Liu, unleash your maximum output. Yes. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu erupted simultaneously. Flames and cold air merged before Lu Yi, forming a swirling vortex of energy. Boom. The energy beam struck the vortex. A deafening explosion echoed, and the cavern began to tremble violently, with debris tumbling down. As the dust settled, Lu Yi knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Tushan Ruer and Long Liu also appeared pale. However, the spirit general and most of the spirits were likewise caught in the explosion, dissipating by a significant margin. Now's our chance. Lu Yi dashed toward the altar while the remaining spirits attempted to block him, only to be held off by Yen Wu and Tai Zhu at the cost of their lives. Lu Yi reached the altar, extending his hand to open the treasure chest, which contained an ancient scroll made of parchment and a fist-sized golden crystal. Acquired Ancient Summoner Inheritance Fragment, 23. Acquired Summoner's Heart. Special item. Summoner's Heart effect increases all attributes of summoned creatures by 20 and reduces cooldown time of summoning skills by 30. Description: the core crafted from the lifelong efforts of the ancient summoner. Only a true summoner can wield its power. Lu Yi picked up the golden crystal, which felt warm in his hand, pulsating as if alive. He pressed it against his chest. Buzz. The crystal instantly fused into his body. Summoner's Heart has been bound. All attributes of summoned creatures. 20 cooldown time of summoning skills 30. Yet at that moment a sudden change occurred. A dark shadow shot out from a corner of the cavern, aiming directly for the parchment in Lu Yi's hand. Watch out. Yuing was the first to notice, but it was too far away. Lu Yi reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid it. The shadow landed on the ground, revealing a cloaked figure dressed in black. Who are you? Lu Yi's eyes turned cold. The cloaked figure remained silent and launched an attack, instead moving with lightning speed, his short sword glimmering with cold light. Lu Yi swung his spear to defend himself, but the previous exertion had slowed his reactions. PFF. The short sword sliced through his arm, blood gushing forth. Seeking death. Tushan Ruer exclaimed in anger, flames erupting. Yet the cloaked figure twisted bizarrely to evade the flames, while simultaneously throwing 3 throwing darts. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Yi deflected the darts with his spear, but the cloaked figure was already in front of him, stabbing directly at his heart. In a critical moment, Long Liu's cold air froze the cloaked figure's feet. Though it was only for an instant, it was enough. Lu Yi seized the opportunity to counter with his spear. PFF. The spear pierced through the figure's chest, causing the cloaked figure to stiffen, disbelief filling his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, vitality swiftly fading. Lu Yi withdrew his spear and examined the cloaked figure's body. From his clothes, he retrieved a token which bore a distinct Ding character. So it's someone from the Ding family. Lu Yi's expression darkened. How could they know we were here? Yen Wu inquired. They might have been tracking us. Yuing remarked. They have been following us since the academy. The reach of the Ding family is truly extensive, Tai Zhu growled. Mo expressed his concern. Killing the Ding family spy, they will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. If we don't kill them, they won't let us off either. Then let's kill them all, Lu Yi declared. He gazed toward the passage behind the altar which led to the 3rd layer. Let's move forward, Lu Yi said. We must obtain the complete inheritance before the Ding family's main force arrives. The group adjusted their states and delved deeper. Yet no one noticed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows of the cavern, silently observing them. The owner of those eyes wore a strange smile. Entrance to the 3rd layer. The group halted in their tracks. Before them stood a massive palace. At the entrance of the palace were 2 10-meter-tall stone statues. The statues resembled ancient summoners holding a contract book in their left hand and a summoning staff in their right. This should be the place for the final trial. Mo said. Let's go in. Lu Yi tightened his grip on his spear just as he was about to step into the palace when he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Not from within the palace, but from behind. Watch out. A shadow burst forth from the darkness, moving with blinding speed. Its target was not Lu Yi, but Mo. PFF. The dagger plunged into Mo's back. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo. Yen Wu cried out. The shadow struck successfully and immediately retreated. At that moment, the group finally saw his appearance. A slender young man with a roguish smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. The young man said. Ding family, Ding Wuing, responsible for cleaning up garbage. You. Taizhu roared, charging forward with his sword, but Ding Wuying's body flickered, appearing behind him. PFF. Another stab. Taizhu fell to the ground. Taizhu. Yin Wu's eyes turned crimson. Ding Wuying's speed was too fast, his strength was at least tier 3. Game over. Ding Wuying chuckled, you all can die now. He turned to Lu Yi, especially you. After killing Ding Yushuan, the Ding family will not let you leave the ancient ruins alive. Then, let's see how that goes, Lu Yi replied, his brow furrowing. Within the palace, Ding Wuying moved with the speed of a ghost. Lu Yi could barely see his actions, relying solely on instinct to deflect with his gun. Clang, clang, clang. The short sword clashed with the long spear, sparks flying. Yet Lu Yi was clearly at a disadvantage. The battles he had fought had drained him significantly. Is this all your strength? Ding Wuying laughed. It seems, Ding Yushuan, that waste deserves to die. Your power is nothing to be proud of. He flickered and appeared at Lu Yi's left side. The short sword lunged. Lu Yi sidestepped, but his shoulder was still grazed, leaving a wound. Master. Tushan Ruer wanted to help, but Lu Yi stopped her. You all go save Mo1 and Taizhu. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Leave him to me. But this is an order. Tushan Ruer clenched her teeth and turned to check on Mo1 and Taizhu's injuries, with Long Liu following her. Seeing this, Ding Wuying smiled wider, playing the hero. Interesting. He charged again, but this time Lu Yi did not block. Instead, he closed his eyes. Are you giving up resistance? Ding Wuying mocked. But the next moment his expression changed as a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from Lu Yi. Summoner's heart resonance. Buzz. A golden light surged from Lu Yi's chest, forming a halo. The halo expanded, enveloping the entire cave. All attributes of summoned creatures. 20 activated bond system bonus activated. Qingqiu Fox Clan Dragon Princess bond activated. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, golden runes flashing in his pupils. Now, it's my turn. His figure suddenly vanished. No, he did not vanish, he was simply too fast. Ding Wuying's pupils constricted. How is this possible? He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Yi had already appeared behind him. The long spear thrust out. Piercing strike ultimate. This strike condensed the power of the summoner's heart, the enhancements of the bond system, and all of Lu Yi's will. Thud. Pierced through. Ding Wuying looked down at the spear tip protruding from his chest. You? How could you be so fast? Because Lu Yi said coldly, you are too slow. He withdrew the long spear, and Ding Wuying's corpse fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying without closing his eyes. It was finally over. Lu Yi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. That last strike had drained his last bit of strength. Master. Tushan Ruer rushed over, supporting him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lu Yi shook his head. What about Mo1 and Taizhu? They are seriously injured, Long Liu said, but they are not in immediate danger. They need urgent treatment. Lu Yi nodded, looking towards the palace. The inheritance was within, but now was not the time to enter. First help them recover, Lu Yi said. Then we will enter the palace. 2 hours later. With Mo1's healing spells and Lu Yi's recovery, Yan Wu and Taizhu barely regained their mobility, but their combat power was reduced to 30%. Do we still need to go in? Yan Wu asked. Yes, Lu Yi replied. We've come this far, we can't return empty-handed. Alright then, let's go in together. The group stepped into the palace. The interior of the palace was even more magnificent than they had imagined. Huge stone pillars supported the dome, and complex formations were engraved on the ground. At the deepest part, there was a throne. On the throne sat a skeleton. The skeleton wore an ancient summoner's robe and held a metallic book in its hand. Could that be the remains of an ancient summoner? Mo1 whispered. Lu Yi stepped forward, and the skeleton suddenly moved, blue flames igniting in its eye sockets. At last, someone has come. An ancient voice echoed through the palace. What are you? Lu Yi asked warily. I am the ancient summoner, said the skeleton, waiting here for the true inheritor. Inheritor. You must pass through 3 trials, defeat the guardian beasts, break the inner demon illusion, and kill the intruders. Ling Yun said, you are qualified to receive my inheritance. The metallic book in his hands slowly. Congratulations, host has obtained ancient summoner inheritance fragment. 33. 3 fragments have been gathered, unlocking full inheritance. Summoner's sacred text. The metallic book fell into Lu Yi's hands. Summoner's sacred text effect unlocks all knowledge of the ancient summoner, including contract summoning, soul binding, and advanced skills of summoning creature evolution. Description: the supreme scripture of the ancient summoner lineage, recording the ultimate secrets of the path of summoning. Lu Yi opened the sacred text, and countless pieces of knowledge flooded into his mind. Congratulations, host has mastered contract summoning ritual complete. Congratulations, host has mastered soul binding technique. Congratulations, host has mastered summoning creature evolution theory. The inheritance has been granted. Congratulations, host, my mission is complete. Remember, the path of summoning lies in the heart, not in strength. Only with a united heart with companions can one reached the pinnacle. The flames in Ling Yun's eyes extinguished in an instant, and his body turned to ashes, leaving only the throne and a golden orb. Congratulations, host has obtained Summoner's Origin Orb effect. Consuming it permanently increases the Summoner's talent level. Lu Yi stored the orb. This exploration was considered complete. The group left the ancient battlefield and returned to the academy where Elder Zhou had been waiting for them. Did you succeed? Elder Zhou asked. Yes, Lu Yi nodded. The inheritance has been obtained. Very good, Elder Zhou smiled with satisfaction. Now it's time to deal with the Ding family's matter. He handed Lu Yi an intelligence report. The Taishan mercenary group has located the exact position of the Ding family's experimental base deep in the Hafen Gorge. The experiment of the corrupted heart poison mist is still ongoing. The Ding family intends to use this poison mist to control the upper echelons of the entire Yingchuan city. Lu Yi's eyes turned cold. When are we preparing to act? 3 days later, Elder Zhou said. The Taishan mercenary group will assist you, and the academy will also provide support behind the scenes. But remember, this operation must succeed, not fail. If we fail, the Ding family will retaliate fiercely, and it won't just be you, even the academy will be implicated. Lu Yi nodded, understood. 3 days later, at the entrance of Hafen Gorge, Lu Yi, accompanied by Tu Shan Ruer and Long Liuan, met up with the Taishan mercenary group. Taishan was a burly, middle-aged man with a scar on his face and sharp eyes. Are you Lu Yi? Taishan scrutinized him. Elder Zhou said you are quite strong. Flattering, Lu Yi replied. Taishan pointed towards the depths of the gorge. The Ding family's experimental base is in a cave at the deepest point of the gorge. It is heavily guarded with at least 50 second-tier awakened and 3 third-tier strong ones. 3 third-tier. Lu Yi frowned slightly at this. Yes, Taishan said, but our goal is not to fight Hedon, but to infiltrate, gather evidence, and then destroy the experimental facilities. How do we infiltrate? There is a secret passage, Taishan said, discovered by my men, which leads directly into the experimental base. When are we preparing to act? Later, Taishan said, on a dark, windy night it is best suited for infiltration. Lu Yi nodded and looked into the depths of the gorge. There a mysterious purple mist hung in the air. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the black wind gorge in a bizarre purple mist that even the moonlight could not penetrate. Lu Yi and his companions advanced along the secret passage, their footsteps as light as a cat's. The secret passage was narrow and damp, with glowing moss on the walls providing a faint light source. The air was thick with murkiness, and the concentration of the corrupting mist was growing ever higher. The effectiveness of the gas masks is diminishing. Taishan checked the filter of his mask. It can hold out for at most half an hour. We must quicken our pace. The group hurriedly descended along the winding secret passage, which gradually widened, revealing artificially laid stone slabs on the ground. 10 minutes later, they came upon a rusted iron door with a peephole. Taishan leaned in to observe, and after a moment whispered, inside is the drainage system leading to the inner workings of the experimental base. There aren't many guards, but... Before he finished, a heavy thud echoed from deep within the passage. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as if some giant beast was slamming against the walls. What's that sound? Lu Yi inquired alertly. It should be the sound of the experimental subjects. Tieshan's expression darkened. The Ding family conducts experiments on living subjects. Some of the mutated beasts are affected by the corrupting mist. He took out a special tool and cautiously pried open the door lock. The rusted iron door creaked loudly as it slowly opened. The sight behind the door was sickening. In the spacious sewer, purple sewage flowed slowly with various debris floating on the surface, fragments of human limbs, the bones of mutated beasts, and even some half-dissolved organs. A foul odor permeated the air, making it hard to breathe. Glowing crystals were embedded in the walls, seemingly sealing twisted shadows within. They are using these crystals to store souls. Long Liu's voice was cold. This is a forbidden spell. As the group ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly bizarre, with strange runes appearing on the walls, emitting a dark red glow. These are the runes of the Blood Moon sect. Taishan gritted his teeth. I was right, the Ding family is indeed in collusion with them. Just then voices suddenly emerged ahead, prompting the group to swiftly hide in the shadows. Through the vent, they saw a massive laboratory below, where dozens of researchers were busily engaged. Various creatures were submerged in glass containers, humans, mutated beasts, and even some rare subhuman races. In the center of the laboratory, a 3-meter-high metal tank continuously churned out purple mist, surrounded by complex pipelines that distributed the toxic fog to various areas. But the most eye-catching sight was a few individuals on the other side of the laboratory. The Ding family's second elder, Ding Lai, was conversing with a man in a black robe. The man in the black robe wore a mask and bore a blood-red crescent emblem on his chest, entwined with a black serpent, the symbol of the Blood Moon sect. The first phase of the experiment has been successful. The mortality rate of the corrupting mist has reached 97. But we need a higher control rate. the black-robed man said hoarsely. How many experimental subjects are needed for the second phase? Dinglai asked. At least 500, of which 100 must be awakened ones, the black-robed man replied. The true value of the corrupting mist lies in control rather than killing. If we can mass control the awakened ones, the Blood Moon sect will possess an invincible army. Dinglai frowned at these words. Awakened ones are hard to capture, it will draw attention from all sides. Then let's start with the academy, the black-robed man sneered. There have been quite a few new students missing from Yawang Academy lately, haven't there? You? Dinglai's expression changed. Did you do those? What else? But cooperation requires sincerity. We have already demonstrated our strength. Next we need your Ding family to provide the experimental site. Dinglai remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Alright, but once it's done, the city of Qingqiu must be under the control of our Ding family. No problem, it's a deal. The two shook hands. Above the vent, Lu Ye's gaze was as cold as a blade. Conducting experiments on living people was already monstrous. Now, they actually wanted to control the awakened ones and form an army. They truly are a pack of beasts. We must destroy this hell on earth. He spoke softly. How do we act? Taizan asked. Lu Yi quickly formulated a plan, split into two groups. You take people to sabotage the energy system and cut off the power supply. I will take Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue to gather evidence, and then blow up the core laboratory. I found out that the energy room is in the southeast corner, heavily guarded. Taizan said it may require a strong assault. Then we'll make it quick, Lu Yi replied. Once the alarm goes off, the entire base will be on alert. We must complete the destruction and withdraw within 5 minutes. Understood. The group split into two. Taizan led 4 mercenaries moving quickly along the pipes. Lu Yi meanwhile took Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue, infiltrating the ventilation ducts above the laboratory. The ducts were narrow, but it posed no problem for the three. Lu Yi led the way with Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue closely following. 5 minutes later they finally reached directly above the laboratory. Ruer, you handle the left side filing cabinet. Liyue, you take the right side experimental records table, Lu Yi instructed softly. I will go to the central control console. We have 3 minutes. Regardless of how much we collect, we must withdraw immediately. Yes, master. The little fox and Liyue nodded. The three acted simultaneously. Lu Yi gently pushed open the vent cover and leaped down, landing silently, while Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue dropped down from either side. The sound of machines operating in the laboratory masked their footsteps. Lu Yi rushed to the central control console, quickly scanning the data on the screen, the formula for the corrupting mist experimental records control rate data. All crucial. He took out a specially designed storage disk, inserted it into the interface, and began copying data. But just then a researcher turned around and happened to see Lu Yi. Alarm! There's an intruder. Before he could finish, Tushan Ruer's flame had already engulfed him. Yet the alarm still blared. The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire experimental base. We've been exposed. Long Liyue hissed. Lu Yi pulled out the storage disk and stowed it in his spatial ring. Withdraw. The three dashed toward the exit, but the laboratory door suddenly slammed shut. The heavy metal door fell, sealing off all escape routes. Meanwhile, a door on the other side opened, and Ding Lai entered with 3 black-robed men. Lu Yi. Ding Lai's face twisted into a grotesque smile. What a pleasant surprise. I was just worried about finding experimental subjects, and you delivered yourself right to my door. Behind him, the 3 black-robed men exuded a powerful aura. Peak level 3. Each one was stronger than Ding Wuyi. These are members of the Blood Moon sect, Ding Lai said. They will treat you well. Everyone, I leave it to you. The leader of the black-robed men stepped forward, a hoarse laugh emerging from beneath his mask. An SS-level summoner, what a perfect experimental subject, and with 2 summoned beasts, humanoid ones at that. How truly appealing to behold. Let's do this today, I'll be merciful. If you are willing to cooperate, I can make you stronger. So what's your choice? Hearing this, Lu Yi tightened his grip on the judgment spear, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. My answer is. He raised the spear, its tip pointing at the black-robed man. Kill. 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 At the same time, Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue erupted simultaneously. Flames and icy air intertwined, instantly filling the entire laboratory. The laboratory instantly transformed into a battlefield as 3 black-robed figures struck simultaneously. The black-robed figure on the left formed hand seals, causing black tendrils to surge from the ground and entangled Tushan Ruer. On the right, another drew a bone staff, releasing a gray mist. The central figure charged directly at Lu Yi, conjuring a dark red energy blade in his hand. Well met. Lu Yi barked. Tushan Ruer manipulated flames into a vortex, incinerating the black tendrils to ash. Long Liyue unleashed a wave of cold, freezing the gray mist while erecting an ice wall to block the bone staff's assault. Lu Yi bore the greatest pressure. The black-robed leader's strength neared the 4th order. His energy blade descended, tearing the very air asunder. Clang. Lu Yi raised his spear to parry the terrifying impact, forcing him back 3 steps. His tiger's mouth split open. Not bad, kid, the black-robed leader rasped with a laugh. To withstand my strike worthy of your SS strength talent. With that he swung his blade again, swifter and fiercer. Lu Yi snorted, activating the 8-armed Azura Dharmakaya. For golden arms materialized, gripping the spear alongside his original limbs. Quintuple power. Spear clashed with blade. Boom. A catastrophic energy explosion sent the laboratory's instruments flying. Blood trickled from Lu Yi's lips, but the black-robed leader was also forced back a step. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. The black-robed leader's eyes gleamed with excitement. An experiment subject like you is the rarest, the one I covet most. He pressed his palms together, dark red energy coalescing at their center. Blood moon, forbidden art, corrosive heart, erosion. A violet beam shot forth with blinding speed, hurtling straight at Lu Yi. Master, beware. Long Liyue rushed forward. Freeze. Countless currents of cold instantly solidified into an ice shield, yet the violet beam pierced through and struck her shoulder. Liyuet. Lu Yi roared in fury. Long Liyu's face paled as eerie purple patterns appeared on her shoulder, spreading rapidly. This is the concentrated energy of the corrosive heart mist, she gritted out. Ha ha, the black-robed leader guffawed. Stricken by corrosive heart, your soul will gradually fall under our control. Despicable. Tushan Rauer blazed with fury. Nine-tailed heaven's wrath, raging flame. Scorching fire consumed the black-robed figure on the right. But the opponent merely waved a hand, and the gray mist neutralized the flames. Useless, the black-robed figure chuckled. Our power comes from the blood moon god, mere flames. Before he could finish, the laboratory was plunged into darkness. The power had been cut. Taishan had succeeded. Now, Lu Yi seized the moment, dashing to Long Liyue, while retrieving a vial from his spatial ring. The purifying holy water prepared by Elder Zhou. Drink it quickly. Long Liyue took it and downed it in one gulp. The purple patterns on her shoulder began to recede. But just then Ding Lai made his move, a short blade appearing in his hand as he stabbed at Lu Yi's back. Watch out. Tushan Rauer tried to intervene, but was ensnared by black tendrils. Thud. The short blade sank into Lu Yi's rear shoulder, searing pain erupting. Courting death. Lu Yi swung his spear backward in a counterattack. Ding Lai failed to dodge, struck in the chest by the spear shaft, and sent flying. Cough. He spat blood. Damn it. Lu Yi yanked out the short blade, blood gushed from the wound. But he had no time to tend to it, as the black-robed leader was already gathering energy once more. Time to end this game, the black-robed leader declared. Lu Yi, your body belongs to the Blood Moon sect. Dark red energy formed a massive array enveloping the entire laboratory. Blood Moon, forbidden art, soul severance. A terrifying suction force emanated, and Lu Yi felt as if his very soul were being ripped from his body. Master, Tushan Rauer and Long Liyue cried out simultaneously, but they too were pinned by the array, unable to move. In this critical moment, the contents of the summoner's scripture surfaced in Lu Yi's mind. One chapter recorded a method to counter soul attacks. Soul Guardian Contract Resonance. He closed his eyes, channeling the summoner's heart. A golden radiance surged from his chest. Simultaneously, the bond between him, Tushan Rauer, and Long Liyue began to resonate. Fire and cold intertwined within Lu Yi's body, forming a golden shield. The soul severance array collided with the shield. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, cracking the laboratory walls. The black-robed leader's expression shifted. How is this possible? The Blood Moon sect is nothing more. Lu Yi opened his eyes, golden runes gleaming in his pupils. He raised his spear, intricate runes materialized on its shaft. Summoner's scripture contract summoning. Though lacking complete materials, he could temporarily borrow a sliver of ancient summoning power through the force of the summoner's heart. In my name, summon the evil-breaking spear. The judgment spear erupted with unprecedented light, a pure white point of radiance gathering at its tip. This was purification power. Die. Lu Yi thrust the spear forward. The black-robed leader attempted to defend, but the pure white point instantly pierced through the dark red energy. Thud. The spear ran him through the chest. The black-robed leader's eyes widened in disbelief. The Blood Moon god. Well, not. Before he could finish, his body crumbled to ash. The leader is dead. The other two black-robed figures turned to flee. But Lu Yi would not let them escape. Rauer Liyue stopped them. Yes. Tushan Rauer blocked the path with flames while Long Liyue froze the ground with cold. Lu Yi's figure flickered, instantly catching up to the pair and thrusting his spear repeatedly. Thud. Thud. The two black-robed lackeys fell dead. Where's Ding Lai? Lu Yi looked behind him, finding the man vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. It seems he escaped. I'm sorry, master. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on him. Long Liyue said. Forget it, Lu Yi replied. He's just an insignificant nobody. Hasty footsteps echoed, and soon Taishan burst in with his people. Lu Yi, the energy system has been, Taishan said. But Ding's reinforcements are likely on their way, we need to leave now. Good. Lu Yi nodded, turning his gaze to the central metal canister. How should we handle this corrosive heart mist concentrate? Maybe blow it up. Taishan hesitated. Great idea, I'll leave that to you. Lu Yi gave a slight nod. No problem. Taishan cheerfully produced an explosive talisman and affixed it to the metal canister. This thing detonates in 10 seconds, retreat. The group rushed toward the emergency exit. 10 seconds later the explosion roared. Boom. The massive blast engulfed the entire experimental base. Half an hour later, outside the Black Wind Gorge, Lu Yi's group regrouped. I've gathered all the evidence on my end. Lu Yi handed a storage drive to Taishan. It contains all the data on the corrosive heart mist along with records of Ding's collusion with the Blood Moon sect. Excellent. This evidence is enough to bring down the Ding family, Taishan said. The Academy and the Guild won't let them off either. I hope so. Lu Yi nodded. 3 days later in the conference hall of the Yaoguang Academy, Lu Yi stood in the center surrounded by 7 inner elders of the Academy and the Academy's principal. Elder Zhou sat to the right nodding at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, student, the principal began, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unspoken pressure. We have verified the evidence you submitted. The Ding family is indeed conducting the corrupted heart poison mist experiment and has colluded with the Blood Moon sect in secret. According to the rules, colluding with evil organizations and conducting forbidden experiments is a grave crime. However, the Ding family is one of the 3 great families of Yingchuan City. If we act rashly, it will cause tremendous social upheaval. Therefore, we need to choose a more prudent approach. So what do you mean, principal? Lu Yi's gaze remained calm. The Ding family will definitely have to pay the price, the principal said. However, not right now. We still need time to unite other forces and eradicate the Ding family, this malignant tumor. During this period, you must also exercise some restraint. I understand, teacher. Lu Yi nodded. Good boy. The principal showed an appreciative expression. Moreover, you have made a significant contribution, and the Academy will not treat you unfairly. Starting today, you are promoted to core disciple and will enjoy the highest level of resource treatment. Additionally, the Academy's treasury will be open to you, and you can choose 3 treasures as a reward. Lu Yi felt a stir in his heart. He did not expect the Academy to treat him so well. After the meeting, Elder Zhou personally led Lu Yi to the treasury. As they walked, Elder Zhou spoke softly. Lu Yi, did you fully understand the principal's words? I understand, Lu Yi replied. The Ding family's power is vast. Acting rashly will cause chaos in the entire Yingchuan City. The Academy needs time to strategize. Exactly, Elder Zhou nodded. But you need not worry. The Ding family has committed a grave taboo this time. Colluding with the Blood Moon sect is a death penalty, and both the City Lord's Mansion and the Awakeners Guild will not let them off. Everything is just a matter of time. Soon they arrived at the treasury door. The heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a vast interior filled with various treasures, weapons, armor, materials, potions, and techniques. You can choose 3 items from here, Elder Zhou said, but I suggest you choose things that will be of practical help to you. Understood, Elder Zhou. Lu Yi nodded and began to select carefully. He first chose a vial of dragon blood essence which could enhance the bloodline of summoned creatures, greatly benefiting Long Liyue. Then he selected a piece of 9-tailed fox jade, which would likely enhance Tu Shan Ruer's flame talent. Finally, he selected an ancient text titled Ancient Summoning Array Diagram. Very good. This array diagram records some lost summoning techniques. Elder Zhou commented, it is indeed very useful for you. It certainly is. Lu Yi stored the 3 treasures away. After leaving the treasury, Elder Zhou asked, by the way, what are your plans next? I need to help Cheng Xiao resolve her business crisis first, Lu Yi replied. Miss Cheng's situation is indeed... Elder Zhou frowned. I heard that the Ding family is aggressively suppressing her in business, and the Cheng family's assets have shrunk by 30%. Moreover, it seems the Ding family is plotting something even bigger behind the scenes. Do you know what their scheme is, eh? Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. The Ding family already had a plan for destruction. I don't know the specifics, Elder Zhou shook his head. But according to intelligence, the Ding family is purchasing a rare material called Moonlight Stone in large quantities. Moonlight Stone. Lu Yi frowned. That's a material used for crafting spatial equipment. What do they need? I don't know, Elder Zhou replied. But it's definitely not good news. It seems I need to investigate this myself, Lu Yi declared. That afternoon in Cheng Xiao's office, this businesswoman appeared exhausted. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Cheng Xiao furrowed her brow. The office door opened, and Lu Yi walked in. Lu Yi, little brother. The moment she saw Lu Yi, a radiant smile spread across her face, brightening her appearance a few shades. Sister Xiao, how is your situation here? Lu Yi got straight to the point and asked directly. The situation is dire, Cheng Xiao sighed. The Ding family is simultaneously suppressing us in the fields of medicinal materials, equipment, and supplies, employing despicable tactics like price wars, supply blockades, and poaching customers. These vile methods are ceaseless. Our cash flow is nearly depleted. To make matters worse, the Ding family seems to be planning a commercial auction to completely crush the Cheng family. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow at her words. An auction? Exactly, Cheng Xiao nodded. In 3 days the Ding family will hold a large auction selling a batch of rare treasures said to be discovered from ancient ruins. If we can bid on those treasures, we can turn the situation around. But the problem is... Cheng Xiao forced a smile. We have no money. Lu Yi contemplated for a moment. Let me see the list of treasures for the auction. Here it is. Cheng Xiao took out a list, and Lu Yi glanced over it, finally his gaze landing on the last item. Final auction item: unknown summoning array disc. Description: an array disc left behind by an ancient summoner, functionality unknown, but detected to contain powerful spatial fluctuations. A summoning array disc. Lu Yi felt a stir in his heart. This might be related to his own summoner inheritance. We must participate in this auction. But what about the funding? Cheng Xiao looked troubled. I have my ways, Lu Yi assured. You just prepare for the bidding, I'll handle the funding. What plan could you possibly have? Cheng Xiao forced a smile. You don't need to worry about that, Sister Xiao. I'll take my leave now. You don't have to stress about funding. After leaving Cheng Xiao's office, Lu Yi went directly to the Awakeners Guild. In the guild's task hall, Lu Yi approached the counter. Hello, I would like to take on the highest difficulty task in the guild. The staff at the counter looked up at him. The highest difficulty tasks require Tier 3 strength to undertake. What about you? What about me? Lu Yi replied directly, releasing his aura. Although he was at the peak of Tier 2, the energy fluctuations were exceptionally strong. The staff hesitated for a moment. Alright, currently there are 3 tasks of the highest difficulty. 1. Hunt the Abyssal Spider, a Tier 3 low-level beast with a reward of 5 million credit points. 2. Explore the Lost Temple, danger level unknown, with a reward of 8 million credit points. 3. Collect the core of the Moonlight Stone vein located deep in the Black Wind Canyon, with a reward of 10 million credit points. Moonlight Stone. Lu Yi recalled Elder Zhou's words about the Ding family purchasing Moonlight Stone in large quantities. I want to take the 3rd one. Are you sure? This task has already failed 5 times, the staff reminded him. There are powerful beasts guarding the depths of the Black Wind Canyon. I'm sure. Moonlight Stone. Lu Yi recalled Elder Zhou's words about the Ding family purchasing Moonlight Stone, the core of the Moonlight Stone vein. Perhaps I can uncover clues about the Ding family's conspiracy there while also solving the funding issue. A twofold benefit, why not? That evening Lu Yi returned to the Black Wind Canyon, but this time he was not infiltrating the experimental base. He was heading to the depths of the canyon, where the Moonlight Stone vein was located. Deep within the Black Wind Gorge, the terrain here was starkly different from the outside. The purple mist had vanished, replaced by a silvery glow. The air was filled with pure spatial energy, and the ground was strewn with stones that emitted a moonlight-like radiance, all of which were moonlight stones. Moonlight stones are an extremely rare spatial material used for refining spatial equipment, constructing teleportation arrays, and even enhancing summoning contracts. Lu Yi advanced along the vein, his goal this time being the core of the mine, where the purest spatial energy, the heart of moonlight, was hidden. However, the beasts guarding this place would certainly not let him succeed easily. Sure enough, it wasn't long before an anomaly appeared ahead. The moonlight stones on the ground began to tremble violently. Soon silver spiders crawled out from the piles. These spiders were not large, only the size of a palm, but their bodies were covered in shells resembling moonlight stones, their eyes flickering with the distorted light of space. Spatial spiders? Lu Yi frowned. Spatial spiders are a rare type of beast capable of manipulating spatial power. Although individually weak, they come in great numbers and are adept at coordination. Hiss! Upon seeing Lu Yi, hundreds of spatial spiders pounced simultaneously, spewing not venom, but shards of space. These transparent shards tore through the air, distorting even the light as they passed. Ruerli, Yue, come out. Lu Yi softly called, and the 2 women appeared instantly. Master, another battle? I like it. Tushan Ruer unleashed flames, incinerating the approaching spatial spiders into ash, but the shards of space pierced through the flames, continuing to surge forward. This is truly troublesome. Lu Yi frowned slightly, raised his spear, and infused it with spiritual energy. The Judgment Spear glowed with runes and a point of golden light. This is truly troublesome. Lu Yi frowned slightly, raised his spear, and infused it with spiritual energy. The Judgment Spear glowed with runes and a point of golden light coalesced at its tip. Shattering strike. The spear thrust out, tearing through space. Dozens of spatial spiders ahead were instantly consumed by the spatial rift. However, just as one wave was eliminated, even more spatial spiders surged forth. Moreover, a more powerful presence emanated from deep within the mine. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound rang out. A massive spatial spider king slowly emerged. It measured over 5 meters in length with 8 legs like silver sides, and its abdomen bore a glowing crystal, which was precisely the heart of moonlight Lu Yi sought. I found the target. Lu Yi's gaze sharpened. The strength of this spatial Spider King reached intermediate third tier. Its ability to manipulate spatial power was surely even more terrifying. The Spider King raised a front leg and waved it lightly. Sizzle. A spatial rift instantly appeared before Lu Yi, who quickly retreated at the sight. The rift grazed his clothing, causing the fabric to vanish as if it had never existed. Such powerful spatial cutting. Lu Yi was astonished, activating his 8-armed Azura form, 6 golden arms materializing. Ruer Liu, cover me. Yes, master. Both Tushan Ruer and Long Liu erupted in unison. Flames and chill intertwined, forming an energy storm that obscured the Spider King's vision. Lu Yi charged directly at the Spider King, thrusting his spear towards its eyes. But the Spider King reacted swiftly, distorting space to deflect the spear tip to the side. At the same time, the Spider King's legs descended like scythes. Clang. Lu Yi blocked with the spear shaft, but the immense force bent his knee. So tough, so powerful. The Spider King's shell was tougher than steel. Moreover, it could create spatial rifts at will for defense or attack, rendering it nearly flawless. Unless... Lu Yi suddenly recalled that the ancient summoning array diagram recorded a formation called the spatial blockade array, capable of temporarily solidifying the surrounding space, rendering spatial power ineffective. I need time to set up the array. He looked at Tushan Ruer and Long Liu. You two hold it off. Give me 30 seconds. Understood, master. Hearing this, the two women unleashed their full power. Tushan Ruer formed a fire dragon that wrapped around the Spider King, while Long Liu created an ice prison in an attempt to trap it. The Spider King screeched in anger, spatial rifts constantly appearing to tear apart the fire dragon and ice prison, but the two women's cooperation was seamless, always filling the gaps in time. Lu Yi began to quickly set up the array. He took out array flags from his spatial ring and inserted them into the ground according to the positions on the array diagram. With each flag inserted, the surrounding space stabilized further. 20 seconds. 25 seconds. 30 seconds. Array completed. Rise for me. Lu Yi formed seals with his hands, activating the array. Buzz. A silvery light surged from the array flags, forming a massive formation. The spatial blockade array was complete. The Spider King seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee, but it seemed too late. The formation enveloped the surroundings, and the space seemed to solidify. Spatial rifts could not form at all, and the Spider King's advantage vanished in an instant. Now it's my turn. Showtime. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the spear, and the 6 golden arms exerted force simultaneously. 8-armed Azura Annihilation Strike. The spear lunged forth like a dragon, this time free from the distortion of space. The spear tip accurately struck the crystal on the Spider King's abdomen, the heart of moonlight. Crack. The crystal shattered. The Spider King let out one final screech, its body transforming into silvery light spots, dissipating into the air. The fist-sized heart of moonlight fell into Lu Yi's hand. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Heart of Moonlight. Rare material mission completed. Collect the core of the Moonlight Stone Vein. Reward obtained 10 million credit points. After storing the Heart of Moonlight, Lu Yi noticed a metallic box where the Spider King had vanished. The surface of the box bore the emblem of the Blood Moon sect. What is this? He opened the box and found a document inside. After a glance, Lu Yi's expression changed drastically. This document recorded the complete plan of the Ding family and the Blood Moon sect, utilizing Moonlight Stones to construct a massive spatial teleportation array to directly transport the main forces of the Blood Moon sect to Qingqiu City. Then they would coordinate with internal forces to control the entire city. And the timing was set for the auction 3 days later. At that time, the Ding family would activate the teleportation array under the guise of the auction. So that's how it is. Lu Yi's eyes turned cold. The Ding family acquiring Moonlight Stones was not for commerce, but for war. I must stop them. Lu Yi stored the document and quickly departed. The day of the auction quickly arrived. Tianbao Pavilion, the largest auction house in Qingqiu City, was bustling with crowds. The auction hosted by the Ding family attracted all the prominent figures in the city: clan heads, guild leaders, and awakened masters. Nearly everyone was in attendance. Cheng Xiao and Lu Yi were seated early in the VIP section. Although their position was towards the front, it wasn't too conspicuous. Lu Yi, how's the funding prepared? Cheng Xiao asked in a low voice. Lu Yi nodded. 10 million credit points plus the 3 million from the Cheng family should be enough. But the Ding family must have a backup plan. Cheng Xiao was worried, feeling that these credit points were a bit precarious in front of such a large family. I know, just do your best. Lu Yi looked towards the auction stage. Ding Lai, as the host, was speaking on stage. He looked a bit pale. His previous injuries hadn't fully healed, but his gaze remained sharp. Thank you all for attending this auction, Ding Lai said. Today we will showcase 10 rare treasures, with the most valuable being the last 3 grand items. Please look forward to it. Now the auction officially begins. The first few items for bid were ordinary antiques, materials, and equipment, so Lu Yi refrained from bidding. He was waiting for the last 3 items. Finally, the 8th item was sold. The auctioneer cleared his throat. Next up is the 9th item, the Ancient Summoning Array Disc. A staff member carefully presented a metallic tray. On the tray lay a silver disc intricately engraved with complex runes exuding a faint spatial fluctuation. The function of this array disc is unknown, but it has been detected to contain powerful spatial energy. Starting bid, 3 million credit points. 3,500,000. Immediately someone placed a bid. For 1,500,000. The price rapidly climbed, and Lu Yi didn't rush to bid. He was observing, watching Ding Lai's reaction. Ding Lai stood at the side of the stage expressionless, but a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. It seemed this array disc was very important to the Ding family, likely the core component of a teleportation array. However, this array disc was definitely not from the Ding family, otherwise it wouldn't be put up for auction. Someone must have consigned it. 6 million. A clan head began to bid. 6,500,000. 7 million. After the price broke 7 million, the number of bidders started to dwindle. After all, an unknown function array disc had limited value. 8 million. Lu Yi made his first bid. The entire venue fell silent with everyone turning to look at him. Ding Lai also glanced over, and upon seeing him his expression instantly turned cold. 8,500,000. Another voice chimed in. It must have been someone arranged by the Ding family. 9 million. Lu Yi said calmly. 9,500,000. 10 million. Lu Yi directly raised his bid by 1 million, nearly exhausting all his funds. If the other party raised their bid again. 11 million. The representative of the Ding family gritted his teeth, and Lu Yi furrowed his brows, feeling his funds were a bit insufficient. At that moment, Cheng Xiao suddenly raised her hand. 12 million. Lu Yi looked at her. Cheng Xiao whispered, I mortgaged part of my assets to gather 2 million. All right. The representative of the Ding family hesitated. Ding Lai gave him a signal, and the representative gritted his teeth. 13 million. 14 million. Cheng Xiao responded without hesitation. The crowd was in an uproar. 14 million for an unknown array disc. Insane. The representative of the Ding family looked at Ding Lai. Ding Lai's expression was grim, but he ultimately shook his head. 14 million going once. Twice. 3 times. Sold. With a hammer drop, the array disc belonged to Cheng Xiao. A glint of killing intent flashed in Ding Lai's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Next we have the final grand item for auction. The auctioneer intentionally paused, drawing everyone's attention. But Lu Yi knew the real crisis was about to unfold. The Ding family was likely to activate the teleportation array right at the auction site. He quietly took out several array flags from his spatial ring, hiding them in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Tushan Ruer and Long Liyue, prepare for battle. Yes. On stage, Ding Lai began to introduce the final item for auction. But Lu Yi noticed that his fingers were secretly forming seals, and the ground began to tremble slightly. As expected, everyone, Ding Lai suddenly smiled an eerie grin. Thank you for becoming the offerings. He abruptly crushed the token in his hand. Boom. The entire auction house was enveloped by a massive blood-red magic formation, and in the center of the formation a spatial rift slowly opened. From the rift came terrifying roars. The army of the Blood Moon cult was about to descend. Ha ha ha. Ding Lai laughed maniacally. The god of the Blood Moon will descend upon Yingchuan City. Everyone will become servants. The guests were in a panic trying to escape, but the magic formation sealed all exits. The Ding family has truly gone mad. Cheng Xiao's face turned pale. Sister Xiao, don't worry with me here, no one can harm you in the slightest. Lu Yi comforted. Cheng Xiao felt inexplicably reassured. Ruer Liyue, make your move. Yes, master. The two women appeared simultaneously, unleashing flames and cold air to assault the blood-red magic formation. It's useless. Ding Lai mocked. This is the divine formation of the Blood Moon cult. You little fish. Before he could finish, Lu Yi took out the Heart of Moonlight. Simultaneously, he placed the ancient summoning array disc on the ground. Do you think I bid for this array disc for no reason? He formed seals with both hands and began to activate the disc according to the records of the ancient summoning array diagram. The Heart of Moonlight as the energy core instantly merged into the array disc. Buzz. A silver-white light soared into the sky. A more powerful magic formation unfolded beneath Lu Yi's feet. Ancient Summoning Array Spatial Purification. This formation can purify all spatial anomalies, including the teleportation array of the Blood Moon cult. Impossible. Ding Lai exclaimed, how could you? Because, Lu Yi said coldly, I have received the complete inheritance of the summoner. The silver-white light collided with the blood-red magic formation, and the spatial rift began to twist and close. No, this can't be. Ding Lai screamed in despair, but it was already too late. The power of the ancient summoning array completely suppressed the divine formation of the Blood Moon cult. The spatial rift disappeared completely, and the blood-red magic formation shattered. Everything returned to calm, and the guests were left stunned. Ding Lai collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. You lost, Lu Yi said as he walked up to him. Kill me then, Ding Lai grimaced, the Blood Moon cult will not spare you. Don't worry, Lu Yi said, the Blood Moon cult, I will eliminate them one by one. He raised his hand preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dome of the auction house suddenly exploded. A figure descended from the sky, a woman dressed in a moon-white gown with hair like a silver waterfall and eyes as brilliant as stars. Her beauty was extraordinary and her demeanor was cold, as if she had stepped out of the moon palace. After landing, she scanned the entire venue. Finally, her gaze landed on Lu Yi. You? Who are you? Lu Yi asked warily. The woman did not respond, extending her hand, a ball of silver light coalescing in her palm. In the light, a complex contract rune emerged. Detected contract summoning rune. Summoned entity Moonlight Spirit Yuli Talent S grade spatial control status contractable. Lu Yi looked at the woman before him, processing the information transmitted by the system. This woman was actually his third summoned entity. In the name of Moonlight with space as the contract. Do you wish to become my partner? Lu Yi asked. I agree. Yuli looked at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes before finally nodding. Contract established. The silver light enveloped the two. The silver light gradually dissipated. At the moment the contract was completed, Lu Yi felt a special connection between himself and Yuli, cool and ethereal, yet containing the vast power of space. Yuli stood before him, her moon-white dress swaying without wind and her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Congratulations, host, the contract with Yuli has been established. The system's prompt sounded. The third summoned partner Moonlight Spirit Yuli has joined, and the Talent S-level space control has been activated. At that moment, an urgent voice came from behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi, that guy Ding Lai is trying to escape. Lu Yi turned back and indeed saw Ding Lai quietly moving towards the back door of the auction house, while everyone else was stunned by Yuli's appearance. Several guards from the Ding family were covering for him, trying to break through the encirclement of guests. Stop him! Qingqiu shouted loudly. A few awakened beings tried to intercept, but they were pounced on by the Ding family's guards, who fought fiercely to force open a path. I will definitely return. Ding Lai's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he pulled out a teleportation talisman, ready to crush it. Wanna leave? Lu Yi sneered and was about to make a move when Yuli acted first. She simply raised her right hand lightly, her fingers curling slightly. Buzz! The surrounding air suddenly froze. Just as the light from the teleportation talisman in Ding Lai's hand began to glow, it was as if an invisible hand had snuffed it out, causing the runes to dim and shatter in an instant. His body, along with those of 3 guards, suddenly stiffened, as if frozen in amber, unable to move even their eyeballs. Space confinement. Yuli moved her finger again, gently pulling, and the ground beneath the 4 of them suddenly collapsed, forming a silver vortex with a 3-meter diameter. A powerful suction emanated from the vortex, pulling them directly into it. The next second, the silver vortex vanished, and the ground returned to its original state. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The venue fell silent, all the guests staring at Yuli in shock, as if witnessing a deity. To confine space out of thin air and create a teleportation vortex, what level of power is this? Lu Yi was also secretly astonished. Although he knew Yuli possessed S-level space talent, witnessing her control of space with every gesture exceeded his expectations. Miss, where have they been teleported to? Qingqiu asked cautiously. Yuli turned and smiled slightly, her voice ethereal and calm. 3 miles outside the city, at the foot of the wasteland. The space confinement will last for 1 hour. 1 hour is enough time for the Academy to send someone to capture them. Why not just control them here? Lu Yi muttered quietly. Yuli shot him a glance, but did not respond. Just then the guard captain rushed over. The remnants of the Ding family have been controlled. Moreover, we have discovered this. He held up a black token, the front inscribed with a blood-red crescent moon, and the back bearing a line of small text. 3 days later the blood moon descends, reckoning all. This is the revenge order of the Blood Moon sect. Lu Yi's gaze turned icy. The Ding family was merely a pawn. The true enemy was the Blood Moon sect. With the teleportation array destroyed, they would certainly not let it go easily. We must notify the Academy promptly and strengthen our defenses, Lu Yi said. The Blood Moon sect is likely already lurking within the city. Yes. The guard captain hurried away. Qingqiu looked at Lu Yi with concern. The Blood Moon sect is one of the most powerful evil sects, said to have 6th and even 7th-tier powerhouses stationed there. You disrupted their plans, and they will surely retaliate fiercely. I know, Lu Yi replied calmly. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it cover the earth. There will always be someone to hold up the sky. There's no need to worry. He turned to Yuli. Can you sense any abnormal spatial fluctuations within the city? Yuli closed her eyes and silver light radiated from her, spreading like ripples throughout the entire auction house, then continuing to extend outward. Moments later she opened her eyes. 300 meters east of the city, there is a faint spatial crack, residual traces of Blood Moon aura. In the west of the city, in the abandoned workshop area, there are 3 concealed energy nodes, suspected teleportation beacons. Can they be eliminated? Of course. Yuli raised her hand again. This time her movements were lighter, as if she were plucking invisible strings. At the same time, a spatial crack hidden in the shadows of an alley in the east of the city suddenly twisted, then was enveloped and compressed by silver light, ultimately transforming into a point of starlight, completely vanishing. The 3 energy nodes arranged in the corners of the abandoned workshops in the west of the city were crushed almost simultaneously by the power of space. They have been dealt with. After completing all of this, Yuli's aura became slightly disordered, but she quickly calmed down. The spatial cracks have been eliminated and the beacons have been destroyed. However, this is only a temporary arrangement. A real spatial passage requires a more powerful energy source and array nodes. So the main force of the Blood Moon sect has not yet arrived, eh? Qingqiu asked. They are likely still in the preparation phase. Yuli analyzed. To build a stable teleportation array across regions, at least 3 4th-tier or higher space-type awakened beings are needed to preside over it, along with a large amount of energy materials. The Moonlight Stones acquired by the Ding family are one of the key energy sources. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. The Blood Moon sect's progress in constructing the teleportation array would undoubtedly be hindered by their loss of the Moonlight Stones. But they would certainly not give up and would look for alternative solutions or directly send powerful beings to descend. We should return to the academy first and formulate a response plan. As Lu Yi left the auction house, the guests automatically parted to make way, their eyes filled with awe. Everything that had happened today was too shocking. The Ding family's conspiracy was shattered, the mysterious moonlight spirit appeared, and the power of space was effortlessly controlled. Lu Yi's name was destined to stir up a new storm in Qingqiu City. In the carriage on the return journey, Lu Yi, Qingqiu, Tushan Ruer, Long Li Yue, and Yuli shared the same. Tushan Ruer curiously examined Yuli. Sister Yuli, are you really a moonlight spirit? This is the first time I've seen a true elven race. Yuli nodded gently. The moonlight spirit race lived in the moonlight mystic realm during ancient times, naturally mastering the power of space. But our world has been destroyed. Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible sadness. What force caused the destruction of your world? Long Liu asked. 1,000 years ago, the Blood Moon sect invaded the moonlight mystic realm and slaughtered most of our people. I escaped through a spatial rift under the protection of the clan elders. After that, I remained in slumber until I sensed your summoning. Do you have a vendetta against the Blood Moon sect? Lu Yi's heart stirred, never expecting that the Blood Moon sect also existed in Yuli's world. A deep-seated hatred. Yuli's eyes suddenly turned cold. They not only destroyed my homeland, but also plundered the moonlight mystic realm's treasure, Moonlight Divine Stone. That Divine Stone is the core material for constructing large-scale teleportation arrays. I see. Lu Yi understood. No wonder the Blood Moon sect could orchestrate such a large-scale spatial teleportation. It turned out they still had the Moonlight Divine Stone in their possession. Where is that Divine Stone now? Qingqiu asked. I don't know. Yuli shook her head, but I can sense its aura. As long as it is activated, I can pinpoint its location. Good. Lu Yi's eyes sharpened. Since the Blood Moon sect wants revenge, we will take the initiative. Let's find the Moonlight Divine Stone and destroy their teleportation plans. Yuli nodded. The carriage drove into the Yangwang Academy. As soon as they got off, Elder Zhou rushed over anxiously. Lu Yi, the academy head wants to see you, and this is... He looked curiously at Yuli, as he had already heard about her actions at the auction house. My third summon partner. Lu Yi introduced Moonlight Spirit S-level space talent. Elder Zhou gasped at this S-level space talent. This is simply a strategic level existence. He immediately realized Yuli's value. The ability to control space was irreplaceable in exploring ruins, setting up formations, and responding to ambushes. Come with me quickly, Elder Zhou said. The academy head is waiting for you in the conference hall. The revenge order from the Blood Moon sect has spread throughout the underground world, and the academy's higher-ups are taking it very seriously. Lu Yi nodded, leading his 3 summoned partners to follow. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu walked on either side, while Yuli lagged a step behind. The 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, instantly attracted the attention of numerous students. That's Lu Yi's new summon partner. Oh my, she is simply too beautiful. I heard she restrained the space with just a wave of her hand, and directly confined Ding Lai. S-level talent. Our entire academy hardly has a few awakened beings with S-level talent, right? Lu Yi has truly risen. Who can stop him? Within the academy's council hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Dean Zhou Tianzheng sat at the head, flanked by 6 elders and representatives from each department. Lu Yi stood in the center, his 3 summoned companions behind him. The Blood Moon sect's retaliation order has been confirmed. Zhou Tianzheng spoke in a grave tone. Within 3 days they will surely take action. According to intelligence, at least 2 4th-rank assassins have already infiltrated Qingqiu City. 4th-rank assassins. The faces of those present shifted in alarm. A fourth-rank Awakener was already a core combatant. At the Radiant Light Academy, there were no more than 20 fourth-rank mentors. Yet the Blood Moon sect had dispatched 2 fourth-rank assassins at once, clearly determined to capture Lu Yi. Their target is me, Lu Yi said calmly. Then let them come. Do not be careless. Zhou Tianjing shook his head. Fourth-rank assassins excel in stealth and assassination, making them hard to guard against. The Academy has activated a level 3 alert, but the enemy may strike outside the grounds. Then we lure the snake out of its hole, Lu Yi said. I will leave the Academy on my own, creating an opportunity for them. This is far too risky. An elder objected. But it is the fastest way to resolve this, Lu Yi retorted, his gaze sharp. Passive defense only gives the enemy more time to prepare. Taking the initiative will disrupt their rhythm. Zhou Tianjing pondered for a moment, then turned to Yuli. Miss Yuli, can your spatial perception detect the assassin's traces? Yuli nodded. Though fourth-rank assassins excel in concealment, spatial movement inevitably leaves marks. As long as they approach within 100 meters, I can sense them. Good, Zhou Tianjing resolved. Then we will proceed with Lu Ye's plan. However, the Academy will secretly deploy personnel for backup. If the situation turns unfavorable, we will provide immediate support. Understood. After the meeting, Lu Yi returned to his courtyard. Tushan Ruer looked worried. Master fourth-rank assassins are formidable. Perhaps we should bring more people. No need, Lu Yi shook his head. Too many people will only alert the enemy. The 3 of you are enough. Long Liue analyzed, fourth-rank assassins often possess special talents, such as shadow teleportation, aura concealment, and lethal strikes. We need a targeted strategy. Yuli, can you set up spatial traps? Lu Yi asked. Yes. Yuli replied. I can pre-arrange spatial imprisonment nodes around the courtyard. Once triggered, the space within the area will be temporarily sealed, preventing the use of teleportation or concealment skills. Good. Ruer set up an illusion array within the courtyard to disrupt the enemy's perception. Liue, you handle frontal containment using your ice abilities to create terrain advantages. Yes, master. The 3 women answered in unison. Night fell. Lu Yi sat alone at the stone table in the courtyard, brewing a pot of tea, as if leisurely savoring it. But his perception was heightened to the utmost, his spiritual power covering the entire courtyard, ready to counter any ambush. Yuli concealed herself within spatial folds, monitoring in secret, while Tushan Ruer and Long Liue each took their positions. Time ticked by. At the 3rd quarter of the midnight hour, Yuli's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Ye's mind, 80 meters northeast, an anomaly in spatial fluctuations. 2 individuals are approaching slowly. Finally, Lu Ye's eyes sharpened, but his outward demeanor remained calm as he took a light sip of tea. From the shadows of the northeastern wall, 2 figures that seemed to merge with the darkness silently emerged. They wore black tight suits and blood-red masks, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Their auras were completely concealed, like lifeless stones. Blood Moon sect assassin Shadow Reaper, level early 4th rank. Talents: shadow teleportation, aura concealment, lethal strike. Blood Moon sect assassin Blood Blade, level early 4th rank. Talents: blood clone, poison, enchantment, speed burst. Through the system, Lu Yi saw their data. Both were formidable. Upon spotting the target, Shadow Reaper and Bloodblade exchanged glances. Shadow Reaper acted first, his body transforming into a shadow that slid along the ground, instantly crossing the wall and entering the courtyard. Bloodblade remained in place, forming hand seals to summon 3 blood clones that flanked from different directions. Their coordination was flawless. Shadow Reaper crept to within 5 meters behind Lu Yi, a pitch-black short blade appearing in his hand, its edge gleaming with a poisonous green light. He suddenly lunged the blade, thrusting straight for Lu Ye's back. But at that instant, a hum resonated as the entire courtyard lit up with silver light. Countless spatial nodes activated simultaneously, forming a massive spatial imprisonment web. Shadow Reaper's shadow teleportation skill instantly failed, his body forcibly expelled from the shadow state, causing a brief moment of paralysis. Now, strike, Lu Yi commanded in a low voice. Tushan Ruer emerged from the illusion, unleashing Foxfire Illusory Realm. Blazing flames erupted out of thin air, enveloping Shadow Reaper, the fire laced with illusionary attacks to disrupt his judgment. Long Liue charged from the other side, deploying Frost Domain. Fierce cold spread the ground, freezing with frost, drastically slowing Shadow Reaper's speed and making his movements more sluggish. Lu Yi spun around, his judgment lance sweeping horizontally. Clang! Shadow Reaper barely parried, but lacking sufficient power in his haste, he was knocked back 3 steps. His eyes filled with shock, a trap indeed. Exactly. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lu Yi sneered. Meanwhile, Bloodblade outside the courtyard also came under attack as Yuli emerged from the spatial folds, her jade hand waving lightly. Spatial slash. 3 silver blades of light materialized out of thin air, precisely striking the 3 blood clones. With soft pops, the clones shattered and dissipated into blood mist. Bloodblade's true body was exposed, his face paling, a spatial powerhouse. He tried to flee, but Yuli had already sealed the surrounding space. Since you're here, don't bother leaving. Yuli. Inside the courtyard, the battle was nearing its end. Though Shadow Reaper was of higher rank, restricted by spatial imprisonment and hampered by both illusion and ice interference, his strength was severely diminished. Lu Yi and his companions fought with seamless coordination, their attacks relentless. Tushan Ruer's flames scorched his protective Qi Long, Li Yu's ice spikes blocked his escape routes, and Lu Ye's lance struck with lethal precision. After 10 exchanges, the Judgment Lance pierced through Shadow Reaper's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Speak. Where are the Blood Moon sect's strongholds in the city? Lu Yi demanded coldly. Shadow Reaper clenched his teeth. Dream on. Then don't blame me. Lu Ye's gaze turned icy as his spiritual power stabbed into Shadow Reaper's mind like a spike. Mental interrogation. This was a technique he had learned from the ancient summoner's legacy, specifically for interrogating enemies. Shadow Reaper let out a miserable scream as his memories were forcibly read. After a moment, Lu Yi withdrew his spiritual power, his expression grave. What's the result? Tushan Ruer asked. The Blood Moon sect has 3 strongholds in the city. Lu Yi said, the abandoned warehouse in the north, the underground casino in the south, and inside the academy. Inside the academy? Long Liyue was shocked. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded. They bribed a logistics steward and set up a secret teleportation point in the warehouse district, allowing them to send more assassins at any time. These strongholds must be eliminated immediately. Tushan Ruer urged. Of course, Lu Yi said, glancing outside the courtyard. Yuli should be finishing up as well. Outside the courtyard, Bloodblade was completely immobilized by spatial force. Yuli approached him, pressing her jade finger to his forehead. Soul search. The same memory extraction confirmed the intelligence matched Lu Ye's findings. Dispose of them, Lu Yi said. Yuli nodded, her jade hand clenching gently. Spatial compression. The bodies of the 2 4th-rank assassins were instantly compressed into 2 fist-sized orbs of light, then annihilated into nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. The battle was over. From the ambush to their deaths, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. 2 4th-rank assassins completely annihilated. We have the intelligence. Lu Yi said, we'll move at dawn. First clear the strongholds in the city, then root out the mole inside the academy. But what about the dean? Long Liyue hesitated. I will report to him personally, Lu Yi said. This matter must be swift. Once the Blood Moon sect realizes their assassins have gone silent, they will become alert. He turned to Yuli. Yuli, can you set up spatial seals around the strongholds to prevent them from escaping? Yuli nodded. But it requires advanced preparation. Then we'll act tonight, Lu Yi decided on the spot. While they are still unaware of the assassin's failure, we'll catch them off guard. The night was as dark as ink, silent and still. In the northern part of Qingqiu City, a desolate and abandoned warehouse district lay like a slumbering giant, quietly lurking in the shadows of the night. This place is a blind spot for the city guards, rarely trodden upon through the years. Time has passed, and the former prosperity has vanished, leaving only remnants of crumbling walls and dilapidated scenes. The dilapidated warehouse doors had long been corroded beyond recognition, and the surrounding walls had collapsed, considerably covered in mottled traces and mossy grime. In this seemingly lifeless land, dense and thriving wild grasses grew wildly, seemingly attempting to conceal some unknown secret. However, Lu Yi already knew the truth. Hidden behind these facades, beneath a certain warehouse, lay the secret stronghold of the Blood Moon sect. This stronghold was related to the entire situation of the martial world. According to the memories left by Sha, this stronghold was long-term garrisoned by 3 powerful 3rd-tier disciples commanded by a revered and unfathomably skilled 4th-tier steward. On one hand, they were responsible for escorting skilled assassins adept at stealth and assassination to safely reach their destinations and complete their missions. On the other hand, they had to relay key intelligence and stockpile various essential supplies. Yuli, is the spatial blockade set up? Lu Yi asked in a low voice. Yuli stood beside him, forming seals with her hands as a silver light flowed at her fingertips. It's already completed, she said. Within a radius of 100 meters, the space is completely sealed off, preventing teleportation or the use of spatial skills. Good, Lu Yi nodded. Ruer Liyue, you 2 will charge in from the front. Ill support from the flank. Yuli, you stay on the outside to prevent any escape. Understood. Ruer and Li Yu exchanged a glance and rushed out. They did not conceal their presence and directly burst open the warehouse doors. Boom. The wooden door shattered and 4 Blood Moon cultists inside the warehouse were counting supplies, startled by the sudden attack. Enemy attack. The leader, a scarred 4th-tier steward, reacted swiftly, drawing 2 curved blades in an instant. But he was quick, and Ruer and Li Yu were even quicker. Foxfire meteor. Ruer shouted, and dozens of flaming meteors shot out, covering the entire warehouse. Ice seal, frost blossom. Li Yu waved her jade-like hand, and cold air surged forth like a tide, instantly frosting the ground walls and ceiling. Ice and fire were in a state of duality. 3 third-tier disciples had no time to dodge hit by the flaming meteors, and then frozen by the cold air, screaming as they turned into shards interwoven with ice and fire. Only the 4th-tier steward barely managed to sustain his protective spiritual energy, resisting the first wave of attacks. "You seek death," he roared, crossing his blades to unleash 2 blood-red arcs. Ruer and Li Yu dodged simultaneously, the arcs slashing into the ground and leaving 2 deep ravines. Blood Moon Sect steward mid-4th tier. Li Yu calmly analyzed a power-type frenzied blade technique, but with average speed. "Let's work together to deal with him," Ruer said. The 2 charged forward again. Ruer led the assault, turning flames into a long whip that wrapped around and struck to disrupt the steward's movements, while Li Yu supported with ice spikes falling like raindrops, sealing off his escape. Though the steward was of a higher level, he was suppressed by the seamless cooperation of the 2, unable to counterattack for a moment. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The coordination of these 2 women was simply flawless, leaving him at a loss. Fire and ice, 2 completely opposite forces, perfectly fused in their hands, creating an extremely terrifying cumulative effect. "I can't delay any longer." The steward's gaze hardened as he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Blood Moon's secret art frenzy. The essence blood merged within him, and his aura surged violently, muscles bulging, with veins popping, his eyes turning crimson, and his strength, speed, and defense all enhanced. "Die for me," he roared, swinging his dual blades like a whirlwind. Clang, clang. Ruer and Li Yu were forced back, the flame whip severed, and the ice spike shattered. Such powerful strength. Ruer frowned slightly. "Don't worry, he has burned his essence blood, and won't last," Li Yu said. "Just hold him off." "But our attacks can't break through his defenses," Ruer stated. "Unless we use that move." Li Yu's eyes flickered. "Are you saying coordinated strike?" Ruer nodded. "The master mentioned that in our bond system there is a coordinated strike skill. But the bond hasn't been fully activated yet," Li Yu remarked. "We haven't fought together enough times. Now is the best opportunity." Ruer said firmly, "Life and death battles can best stimulate potential." Li Yu was silent for a moment before the 2 stood together again, Ruer extending her hand, a blazing white flame igniting in her palm, while Li Yu also extended her hand, forming a deep blue ice in her palm. Fire and ice, the 2 forces began to intertwine. The steward clearly sensed the threat to his life and charged madly. "You won't get away." His dual blades slashed down. But at that moment, buzz. The bodies of Ruer and Li Yu simultaneously glowed, one a fiery red and the other an icy blue. 2 beams of light shot into the sky, intertwining in midair and merging into a brilliant purple-gold radiance. Detecting strong bond resonance. Conditions for coordinated combat fulfilled. Number of intimate interactions fulfilled. Bond system activated. Qingqiu Fox Clan Dragon Clan Princess Bond activated. All attributes 10 skill damage 15 unlock coordinated strike skill ice and fire 9 heavens. Under the radiance, the auras of Ruer and Li Yu surged simultaneously. The flames became even more intense, while the ice turned deeper. The 2 exchanged a glance, nodding in tacit agreement, then struck simultaneously. Ice and fire 9 heavens, first layer. Ruer pushed her hands forward, turning flames into 9 fire dragons that roared toward the steward. Li Yu lightly raised her jade-like hand, the cold air transforming into 9 ice phoenixes that soared, flanking from another direction. The fire dragons and ice phoenixes intertwined and merged in midair, ultimately forming a massive purple-gold tornado. At the center of the storm was a terrifying accumulation of extreme heat and extreme cold. The steward's expression changed drastically as he wildly swung his dual blades, attempting to cut through the storm. But it was futile. The storm swept through, utterly engulfing him. "Oh!" Amidst the shrill screams, the steward's protective spiritual energy instantly collapsed, his body charred by flames, then frozen by cold, ultimately turning to powder under the torment of the alternating ice and fire. As the storm slowly dissipated, the warehouse was in disarray, but the enemies had been completely annihilated. Ruer and Li Yu stood in place, their breaths slightly erratic, but their eyes were filled with excitement. "We did it!" Ruer cheered. "We activated the bond." Li Yu smiled slightly. "The power of the coordinated strike is even stronger than expected." Lu Yi stepped out from the flank, wearing a satisfied smile. "Impressive." Yuli also entered from the outside, her eyes flashing with surprise at the scene within the warehouse, the fusion of ice and fire. "Indeed astonishing. This is the power of the bond," Lu Yi said. "In the future we will have more coordinated strike tactics." He walked deeper into the warehouse, finding a dark door which opened to a staircase leading down. "The stronghold is right below," Lu Yi said. "Hurry and clean up, then we will go to the next location." The 4 descended the staircase. The underground space was larger than expected, transformed into a temporary stronghold, with a resting area, supply, warehouse, intelligence room, and even a rudimentary teleportation array. However, the teleportation array had been sealed and disabled by Yu Li and could not be activated. Destroy all supplies, Lu Yi commanded. Take the intelligence documents. Ruer unleashed flames, igniting all the supplies. Liu used cold air to freeze the core structure of the teleportation array, preventing it from being repaired. Yuli quickly flipped through documents in the intelligence room, finding useful information. There is a contact list of the Blood Moon sect here. She handed over a document, which includes detailed information about the traitor within the academy. Lu Yi took a look and his gaze turned cold. Logistics Steward Wang Fuhai. Third-tier late stage, bought by the Blood Moon sect 3 years ago, responsible for relaying internal intelligence of the academy and establishing secret teleportation points in the warehouse district. We'll deal with him when we return. For now, let's head to the underground casino in the south of the city. Master, should we not wait for the academy's support? Ruer asked. There's no time, it's urgent. Lu Yi shook his head. The Blood Moon sect may detect the stronghold's attack at any moment. We must eliminate all strongholds before they can react. I feel that our current strength is already quite formidable. Understood. The group left the abandoned warehouse and quickly headed south. In the southern part of the city, there lies an underground casino. On the surface, it appears to be a legitimate entertainment venue, but behind the scenes, it serves as the second stronghold of the Blood Moon cult. The underground third layer of the casino has been transformed into a gathering place for the cultists. When Lu Yi and his companions arrived, the casino was still vibrant with lights and bustling with voices. Master, should we go in through the front door? Tushan Ruer asked. No, Lu Yi shook his head. It would create too much noise and cause a commotion. We'll enter through the back door. Yuli sensed for a moment and pointed to the side of the casino. There is a ventilation duct over there that leads directly to the third underground layer. The spatial fluctuations indicate that there are at least 10 cultists below, 2 of whom are at the 4th tier. 2 at the 4th tier. Long Liu frowned. They seem stronger than the stronghold in the northern part of the city. What are you afraid of? We now have a combined attack technique. Tushan Ruer was eager to try just the opportunity to test the power of the second layer of the Ice Fire 9 Heavens. Lu Yi nodded. Yuli continued to seal the space to prevent them from teleporting away. Ruer and Li Yue, you two will focus on the main attack, while I handle the minions. Okay. The 4 of them circled to the side of the casino and found the ventilation outlet. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, Yuli silently sliced through the ventilation grill with spatial power. The 4 of them entered one by one and slid down the duct. In the third underground layer. This was the core area of the casino, transformed into a small fortress with blood-colored magic formations carved into the walls, and a faint smell of blood lingering in the air. 10 Blood Moon cultists were busy, some sorting information, some maintaining the teleportation array, and others counting weapons. 2 4th-tier stewards sat by the central table, speaking in low tones. Ingsha and Shuiren have been missing for 3 hours, said a scar-faced steward. I'm afraid the situation is dire. The other one-eyed steward snorted coldly. 2 4th-tier assassins can't even handle a 2nd-tier kid. They are simply worthless. I feel that kid is not simple. The scar-faced steward shook his head. He could destroy the Ding family's teleportation array, and he has a spatial system powerhouse assisting him. We must be cautious. Cautious. The one-eyed steward scoffed. The cult leader has already ordered that we must take his life within 3 days. If we fail the mission, we will all die. But, before the scar-faced steward could finish, the ventilation duct suddenly exploded. 4 figures descended from above. Enemy attack. Although the cultists were flustered, they reacted quickly, immediately forming a defensive formation while activating the blood-colored magic formations on the walls. However, Lu Yi was faster. Sweep across the army. The Judgment Spear transformed into a golden whirlwind, sweeping through. 3 third-tier cultists were severed in half, blood splattering everywhere. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu charged towards the 2 4th-tier stewards simultaneously. Foxfire burned the heavens. I seal extreme cold. The flames and cold air fused once more. Although they had not yet reached the level of a combined attack technique, their power had already surpassed before. Seeing this, the scar-faced steward and the one-eyed steward changed their expressions drastically and simultaneously countered. Boom. The energy collision caused the entire underground third layer to shake violently. Staying on the outskirts, Yuli formed seals with her hands, completely sealing the space. Silver light spread like threads, silently wrapping around the cultists who attempted to escape. Spatial strangulation. She gently clenched her jade hand. Poo-poo-poo. 5 third-tier cultists' bodies suddenly twisted, as if being crushed by invisible giant hands, turning into blood mist. The Blood Moon cult instantly lost 8 members, leaving only 2 4th-tier stewards and 2 3rd-tier aides. Who are you? The scar-faced steward was filled with a mix of anger and shock. Those who will take your lives, Lu Yi said coldly. Want to kill us? You're seeking death. The battle erupted once more, and this time Tushan Ruer and Long Liu directly used the combined attack technique. Ice Fire 9 Heaven's second layer. The purple golden storm reappeared, but on a larger scale, and with greater power. The scar-faced steward and the one-eyed steward sensed a crisis of death, and frantically burned their own essence blood. Blood Moon Shield. Shura Shield. The blood-colored light shield and the black shield appeared simultaneously around them, and they tried to withstand the storm. But it was useless. The power of the Ice Fire 9 Heavens had already surpassed the 4th tier limit. Crack. The blood-colored light shield shattered, and the black shield broke apart. The storm swept through. The two 4th tier stewards let out a scream as their bodies were scorched by flames, then frozen by the cold, ultimately turning into fragments of ice and fire. The remaining two 3rd tier aides were so frightened that they turned and fled. However, Yuli's spatial blockade had completely sealed off. Spatial confinement. The two of them were frozen in place and unable to move. Lu Yi stepped forward, his spiritual power piercing into their minds. Soul Search. After a moment, he withdrew his spiritual power, his gaze becoming more serious. Master, what did you find? Tushan Ruer asked. The Blood Moon cult has more than 3 strongholds within the city, Lu Yi said. There's an even more secret one in the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion. Long Liu was shocked. The Lord has also been bought off. Not the Lord. Lu Yi shook his head. It's the Lord's brother deputy, Lord Zhao Tianqing. He had long secretly allied with the Blood Moon cult and used his power to provide protection for them. No wonder the Blood Moon cult could lurk in Yingchuan's city for so long. With a deputy lord as an insider, the city guard army can't find them at all. Yuli said. We must expose him, Tushan Ruer said. Of course, Lu Yi nodded. But for now, let's first clear out the resources and intelligence here. The resources in the underground 3rd layer of the casino were far richer than those in the northern stronghold, with a large number of energy crystal stones, rare materials, rune weapons, and even several ancient relics sealed away. The intelligence room was piled high with documents and scrolls. Master, I found this. Yuli discovered a yellowed parchment map. The map depicted not modern geography, but mountains and rivers from ancient times, with a gigantic ruined city marked in the center, next to which was written in ancient characters, Lost City Atlantis, the origin of summoners, sealed by taboo. Only the bloodline of summoners can open Atlantis. Lu Yi took the map. The legendary ancient civilization is actually the origin of summoners. Exactly, Yuli nodded. According to the ancient records of the Moonlight Elf clan, Atlantis is the holy land of ancient summoners. It preserves the most complete legacy of summoners, as well as the legendary Divine Codex of Summoning. Divine Codex of Summoning. It is said to be the supreme scripture of the summoner lineage, recording the ultimate mysteries of all summoning techniques. Obtaining it would allow one to become the true god of summoners. Yuli said, but Atlantis sank to the bottom of the sea during the Great War 1,000 years ago, hidden by spatial seals, and can only be opened by the bloodline of summoners in conjunction with specific spatial coordinates. The Divine Codex of Summoning. Lu Yi's heart raced. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely leap. Where are the spatial coordinates? He asked. Yuli pointed to several runes at the edge of the map. Here, and here. 3 spatial anchor points. They need to be activated simultaneously to open the portal to Atlantis. However, the Blood Moon cult is also searching for Atlantis because they believe that not only is the Divine Codex hidden there, but there is something even more important. What is it? The core fragment of the Moonlight Divine Stone, Yuli said. The Moonlight Divine Stone was originally the treasure of Atlantis, shattered during the Great War. The piece in the hands of the Blood Moon cult is merely one of the fragments. If they can obtain the core fragment, they will be able to construct an ultra-large teleportation array, allowing even 7th tier or 8th tier powerhouses to descend. Lu Yi's eyes turned cold. He could not let the Blood Moon cult succeed. Where are the 3 spatial anchor points? He asked. Yuli carefully identified the first is deep within the ancient battlefield behind Yaoguang Academy. The second is at the Storm Canyon by the East Sea. The third is in the extreme cold ice palace of the northern snow plains. These are all extremely dangerous places. Good. Lu Yi put away the map. Once we deal with the Blood Moon cult's retaliation and the insider, we will set out. Time is of the essence. The Blood Moon cult may have already grasped some information, and he must race ahead of them. However, he still decided to return to the academy first to root out the insider Wang Fuhai, and then visit Deputy Lord Zhao Tianqing at the Lord's Mansion. The 4 of them took all the valuable resources and intelligence from the stronghold. As for the chaos caused by the fluctuations of the battle, that was no longer their concern. The morning sun filtered through the window panes, casting light on the redwood long table of the Yaoguang Academy's conference hall. Lu Yi sat to the left of the academy head, Zhou Tianjing, facing 6 solemn elders. Yuli stood in the center, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, slowly recounting the clues about Atlantis. The lost city of Atlantis, the origin of summoners, has been submerged by the Eastern Sea for a millennium. Yuli's voice was cold and ethereal. According to ancient texts, the city harbors a complete inheritance of the summoning divine canon, and the core fragment of the Moonlight Divine Stone. An elder with white hair inhaled sharply, the summoning divine cannon. That's a legendary treasure that can allow one to break through to the 9th tier and ascend to the divine level. The problem lies with the Blood Moon sect. Another elder furrowed his brows. They are also searching for Atlantis. If we act first, we may provoke a violent retaliation. Zhou Tianzheng lightly tapped the table with his fingers, turning his gaze to Lu Yi. What is your opinion? We must go, Lu Yi asserted firmly, and the sooner the better. He stood up, scanning the crowd. 3 reasons. First, I am a summoner, and the inheritance from Atlantis is crucial. Second, we must not let the Blood Moon sect obtain the core fragment, or they will be able to construct a large-scale teleportation array, allowing high-tier powerhouses to descend. Third, Lu Yi paused, his voice deepening. Though the Ding family has been destroyed, the Blood Moon sect still exists, and there are traitors within the academy. Passive defense will only weaken us further. We must take the initiative, grow stronger continuously, and seize control of our own destiny. Zhou Tianzheng's eyes flashed with approval, but worry soon emerged. Reaching Atlantis requires activating 3 spatial anchor points, the first of which is located on the 7th level of the Ancient Battle Ruins. And the Ancient Battle Ruins is a relic shared by the 3 academies. Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the conference hall. Academy head. A steward rushed in, his face pale. The envoys from Tianshu Academy and Yuheng Academy have arrived right in the Academy Square. Zhou Tianzheng stood up abruptly. They've come quickly. Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. Has the news leaked? Yuli closed her eyes to sense her silver hair moving without wind. There are strong spatial fluctuations outside. At least 3 4th-tier powerhouses are monitoring us. Go. The group quickly exited the conference hall. In the Academy Square, 2 factions confronted the Yaoguang Guardian team, the atmosphere tense and charged. On the left side stood over 30 people clad in golden robes embroidered with the first star of the Big Dipper, Tianshu Academy. The leading golden-haired youth had an arrogant demeanor, and his aura revealed he was at mid-4th tier. On the right side were more than 20 people dressed in silver robes embroidered with the 5th star of the Big Dipper, Yuheng Academy. The leading silver-haired woman had a cold demeanor, also at mid-4th tier. Academy head Zhou, you've finally shown yourself. The golden-haired youth spoke, his voice laced with undeniable dominance. I am Jin Haoyan, a disciple of the Tianshu Inner Academy, and this is Bing Li from Yuheng Academy. The silver-haired woman Bing Li nodded slightly, her gaze as cold as ancient ice. Zhou Tianzheng said in a deep voice, you 2 have traveled far. What brings you here? Jin Haoyan laid his cards on the table. We've received intel that Yaoguang Academy has obtained clues regarding the lost city of Atlantis. According to the agreement for the shared management of the ancient battle ruins among the 3 academies, any significant discoveries related to ancient relics must be shared. Bing Li added, especially regarding the spatial anchor points. The ancient battle ruins are a shared property of the 3 academies, and the anchor points within naturally belong to all 3 academies. From where did this information come? Zhou Tianzheng pressed. That's none of your concern, Jin Haoyan sneered. In any case, we must obtain the clues today. Otherwise, the alliance among the 3 academies might just fall apart. A blatant threat. The elders of Yaoguang turned pale. The combined pressure from Tianshu and Yuheng was indeed hard to handle. Moreover, they were correct. The ancient battle ruins were jointly managed by the 3 academies, and the spatial anchor points inside theoretically belonged to shared property. But to just hand over the clues. Unwilling. Just then Lu Yi stepped forward. You want the clues? Fine, he said calmly, but there is a Jin Haoyan looked at Lu Yi with a disdainful gaze. You are Lu Yi. I've heard you killed Ding Lai and contracted an S-ranked spatial spirit. But a 2nd-tier awakener is still just a 2nd tier. You have no place to speak here. Is that so? Lu Yi smiled. Then how about we have a bet? What do we bet on? 3 battles, Lu Yi stated clearly. I will represent Yaoguang Academy, and you 2 families will each send 3. If I win, all you will leave immediately and no longer covet the clues to Atlantis. If I lose, even 1. The clues will be handed to you. The crowd erupted in uproar. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. A 2nd-tier awakener dares to challenge 6 4th-tier geniuses, and to win them all. Jin Haoyan laughed in rage. Good. Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish. Bing Li also said coldly, Yaoguang Academy better not go back on your word. Zhou Tianzheng wanted to stop him, but Lu Yi gave him a reassuring look. Academy head, trust me. Zhou Tianzheng gritted his teeth in agreement. He also wanted to see where Lu Yi's limits lay. The center of the square, cleared for battle. Tianshu Academy sent out 3 Jin Haoyan mid-4th tier, a fire-type initial 4th tier, and an earth-type initial 4th tier. Yuheng Academy sent out 3 Bing Li mid-4th tier, a water-type initial 4th tier, and a wind-type initial 4th tier. 6 against 1. But Lu Yi was not alone. Ruer Li Yue Yu Li, he spoke softly. In this battle we must win beautifully. Yes. The 3 women appeared simultaneously. Tushan Ruer swayed her foxtail, flames rising like a phoenix in flight. Long Liu exuded a cold aura, ice crystals forming into the shape of a frost dragon. Yuli's silver hair danced, the power of space rippling like a silver tide. 3 stunning women, 3 elemental powers perfectly fused around Lu Yi. Jin Haoshan's pupils constricted. Summoner. Indeed troublesome, but we have the advantage in numbers. Attack. The 6 erupted simultaneously. Golden blades rained down. Fire dragons roared. Earth spikes surged. Water whirlwinds ravaged. Storms howled. Absolute zero froze the space. 6 types of elemental attacks sealed all escape routes. Lu Yi didn't need to dodge at all. Yuli. Understood. Yuli waved her jade hand lightly, and a silver barrier appeared out of thin air. Boom boom boom. The energy collision left the barrier unscathed. What a... Jin Haoyan was aghast. His golden blades had failed to even leave a scratch. It was our turn now, Lu Yi sneered. Ruer Liyue Ice and Fire 9 Heaven's third layer. Yes. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu joined forces once more. This time the flames and ice fused completely, transforming into a purple golden light pillar with a diameter of 10 meters soaring into the sky. Within the pillar, dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded, the pressure akin to that of a deity descending. Go! The light pillar swept across. The 3 from Tianshu were the first to bear the brunt. Jin Haoyan frantically cast defenses, golden shields layering upon one another. But it was useless. Wherever the light pillar passed, the shields crumbled like paper. PFF, PFF, PFF. The 3 simultaneously spat blood, flying backward, heavily injured and unconscious. One strike annihilating 3 fourth-tiers. Bing Li's face turned pale as she attempted to retreat. But Yuli had already sealed the space. Spatial confinement. The 4's bodies froze. Liyue Ruer finished them off. Understood. Long Liu released an extreme chill, freezing the 4 into ice sculptures. Tushan Ruer lightly touched the flames. Crack. The ice sculptures shattered, the 4 also heavily injured and collapsed. 6 against 1 total defeat. The battle ended in under 3 minutes. The venue fell silent. Everyone was left speechless, shocked by this terrifying strength. A second-tier challenging 4th-tier 1 against 6, achieving total victory. This was nothing short of a myth. Now Lu Yi approached Jin Haoyan, looking down at the once arrogant Tianshu genius. Can you leave now? Jin Haoyan raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. You. What kind of monster are you? I am a student of Yaoguang Academy. Lu Yi said lightly. Go back and tell your academy head we will not share the clues to Atlantis. If you wish to snatch them. We are always ready. We are leaving. Jin Haoyan gritted his teeth, leading his subordinates away in disgrace. Bing Li cast one last deep glance at Lu Yi, her eyes no longer holding contempt, only profound wariness. She quickly retreated with the people from Yuhang Academy. The crisis was averted. The Yaoguang Academy erupted into thunderous cheers. Lu Yi, Lu Yi, Lu Yi. Zhou Tianjing excitedly patted Lu Yi's shoulder. Well done. Great job. Now let's see who still dares to look down on our Yaoguang Academy. Lu Yi smiled slightly, looking at Yuli. Thanks to Yuli's spatial barrier. Yuli shook her head. It was the master's strategy that was apt. Everyone contributed. Lu Yi shifted the topic. But now we need to deal with the traitor. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Fuhai needed to be accounted for. In the logistics area of the academy, the warehouse management center, Wang Fuhai sat in his office, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead. He had just received news that the 2 Blood Moon sect strongholds, one in the north and one in the south of the city, were uprooted overnight. All the cultists, including the 4th-tier stewards, were killed. Damn it, who could have done this? The first person who came to his mind was Lu Yi, because last night Ing Cha and Shui Ren had gone to assassinate Lu Yi and then lost contact. Now the timing of the destruction of the 2 strongholds matched perfectly. It's over. I'm completely finished now. Wang Fuhai murmured to himself. 3 years ago he was bribed by the Blood Moon sect. At first he only conveyed some trivial information, but gradually he became tempted by the resources they offered and fell deeper into their trap. I must leave immediately. Wang Fuhai abruptly stood up and began to gather his important belongings. But just as he opened the drawer, the office door was pushed open. I must leave immediately. Wang Fuhai abruptly stood up and began to gather his important belongings. But just as he opened the drawer, the office door was pushed open. Lu Yi stood at the door, followed by Tushan Ruer, Long Liu, and Yuli. Steward Wang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Where are you going? Lu Yi's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. Wang Fuhai trembled all over, forcing himself to maintain composure. Lu classmate, what brings you here? This is a sensitive area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Have you forgotten the academy's rules? No unauthorized personnel allowed. Lu Yi smiled. I'm here to catch you, the traitor. What traitor? I don't understand what you are talking about. Wang Fuhai shouted. Please leave immediately, or I will call the guards. Go ahead and call them. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. Let's see if they will come. Wang Fuhai's expression changed drastically. He suddenly pressed the alarm button on the desk, but before his finger could touch it, a silver light enveloped him. Yuli had made her move. Spatial confinement. Wang Fuhai immediately froze in place, fear filling his eyes. What benefits did the Blood Moon sect offer you? Lu Yi stepped forward coldly, asking, to betray the Academy and humanity. I didn't. Wang Fuhai wanted to argue. Lu Yi directly pierced his spiritual power into Wang Fuhai's mind. Soul-searching. Amidst the screams, Wang Fuhai's memories were forcibly extracted. Moments later, Lu Yi retracted his spiritual power, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was indeed you, he said, bribed 3 years ago, established a teleportation point half a year ago. In the past month, you transmitted internal Academy information 17 times, leading to the deaths of 3 mentors on mission. I was forced. Wang Fuhai shouted, they threatened my family. If I didn't comply, they would kill my family. Is that so? Lu Yi sneered. But what I see is that you actively sought resources, even asking the Blood Moon sect to help you advance to the 4th tier, while your family has long been sent to a safe place to enjoy their lives. Wang Fuhai was instantly speechless. The Academy's rule is that traitors must die. Lu Yi raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, boom, the office wall suddenly exploded, and a shadow flashed in like lightning, aiming directly at his back. Watch out! Tushan Ruer exclaimed. Lu Yi reacted swiftly, sweeping his judgment spear. Clang! Metal clashed, and sparks flew. The shadow was knocked back, revealing its true form, a withered old man clad in a blood-red cloak, his aura chilling, clearly a peak 4th tier. You are an elder of the Blood Moon sect. Long Li Yu's face turned grave. Kukuku. The withered old man cackled. Wang Fuhai is an important pawn for us. How can we let you kill him so easily? He turned to Lu Yi. Kid, did you ruin our grand plan? Good, today I will use your blood to mourn the fallen. Before his words fell, he attacked again, forming seals with his hands, and blood-red light transformed into countless venomous snakes that lunged toward Lu Yi from all directions. Blood Moon's secret technique, 10,000 snakes devouring the heart. Lu Yi brandished his spear, the spear shadows forming a wall to block the snake attacks, but there were too many snakes, and they were highly venomous. One misstep could lead to disaster. Tushan Ruer and Long Li Yu wanted to help, but the withered old man was already prepared. Blood Moon barrier. A blood-red light spread, forming a closed barrier that enveloped Lu Yi and the old man, isolating them from the outside world. Master. Tushan Ruer anxiously attacked the barrier, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Long Li Yu also unleashed her cold air with all her strength, trying to freeze the barrier. Yuli attempted to tear it apart using spatial power, but the barrier contained strange Blood Moon energy that resisted her spatial disruption. Inside the barrier, Lu Yi faced the peak 4th tier enemy alone, under tremendous pressure. Yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, instead a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. A peak 4th tier opponent is just right to test my limits. With a peak 4th tier, I can finally push myself to the edge, he proclaimed, and with that he unleashed the full might of his judgment spear in a strike, known as Pierce the Rainbow. Such trivial tricks, how dare you show off here? The withered old man scoffed, grasping the air with one hand. Blood Moon shield. A blood-red shield appeared, easily blocking the attack. A 2nd tier is just a 2nd tier. No matter how you struggle, you are merely an ant. Today I will let you witness the true gap in power, he declared, and then raised both hands high, blood-red light coalescing into a blood-red crescent moon. Blood Moon descends. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Lu Yi felt the surrounding air become thick and viscous, spiritual energy polluted by the Blood Moon energy, making it hard to absorb. Moreover, a strange pulling force emanated from the blood-red crescent, as if it wanted to drain his essence. A life-and-death crisis had arrived. Yet he remained even more composed, his mind racing, searching for a way to turn the tide. A heating confrontation was certainly impossible. The level gap was too vast, so he had to outsmart him. But where was the withered old man's weakness? The Blood Moon energy was insidious and strange, but there must be a way to counter it, such as the power of utmost yang. Lu Yi instantly thought of Tushan Ruer's flames, Long Li Yu's ice, and the power of the system within him. System analyzed the enemy's energy structure. Detected Blood Moon energy. Attributes: Yin, poison, evil. Counter attributes: Yang, light, thunder, purification. Suggestion: use holy purification skill, or lightning attack, holy purification. Lu Yi recalled that in the ancient summoner's inheritance, there was indeed a skill recorded that counters evil summon, holy purification. But he had not learned it yet. Wait. The system seems to suggest he could use lightning attacks. Thunder. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He thought of Yuli's spatial power. Both space and lightning are essentially forms of energy. If he could transform spatial power into lightning. Yuli, he called out through their bond. Can you simulate lightning using spatial power? Outside the barrier, Yuli immediately responded yes. Spatial fluctuations can produce energy similar to lightning. Great, prepare to cooperate with me. Lu Yi took a deep breath, concentrating all his spiritual power. He had to do two things simultaneously. First, resist the attack of the blood-red crescent. Second, guide Yu Li's spatial power, transforming it into lightning to launch a lethal strike. This required extremely high precision and control. Come on. With that, he swept the judgment spear horizontally, golden spear light, exploding like the sun, temporarily pushing back the encroaching blood-red crescent. At the same time, he relaxed part of his defense, allowing Yu Li's spatial power to seep in. Yu Li formed seals with her jade hands, silver light surging into the barrier. Spatial shock, thunder punishment. Silver light vibrated violently, transforming into blinding purple lightning. The lightning condensed in the air, forming a massive lightning spear aimed directly at the withered old man's heart. What is this? The withered old man was shocked, trying to dodge, but Lu Yi's golden spear light had already blocked his escape. Moreover, Yu Li's spatial confinement simultaneously descended. Spatial confinement. No. Thud. The lightning spear pierced through his heart. The withered old man's body was instantly scorched by the lightning, turning to ash, and the blood-red barrier shattered in an instant. The battle was over. Lu Yi gasped for breath, kneeling on one knee. That last strike had consumed nearly all of his power. Congratulations to the host for killing the Blood Moon Sect Elder. Peak, 4th tier experience, gained 50,000. Mid-2nd tier, level 22. A warm current surged again, restoring Lu Yi's strength, even making him stronger, and he advanced to mid-2nd tier. Congratulations to the host. New skill unlocked, Summon Holy Purification. Beginner effect purifies evil energy, dealing extra damage to enemies, with poison and evil attributes. Master, are you okay? Tushan Ruer and Long Liu rushed over to support him. I'm fine. Lu Yi stood up and looked at Wang Fuhai, who was already dumbfounded. Heavens, what kind of monster is this that even the elder of the Blood Moon Sect was killed by him? Lu Yi, spare me. You, a mere traitor, do not have the right to beg for mercy. Lu Yi raised his hand, and the golden spear light flashed. Wang Fuhai died on the spot. The Lord's Manor is situated in the center of Qingqiu City, covering a vast area with an imposing grandeur. As the residence of the city's ruler, it is heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to approach. Lu Yi arrived at the manor's main gate accompanied by 3 summoned companions. Who goes there? A guard shouted. Lu Yi replied calmly, a student of Yaoguang Academy. Lu Yi. I have urgent matters to discuss with the lord of the city. The lord is in a meeting and cannot see you. The guard coldly refused. Lu Yi, unfazed, produced a token, the dean's command given to him by Zhou. This matter concerns the safety of Qingqiu City. If delayed, the consequences will be dire, Lu Yi stated. Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression changed. The dean's command represented the highest authority of Yaoguang Academy, and they truly dared not stop him. Please. Wait a moment, I will report this immediately. Moments later, the guard returned, saying, My lord, the lord of the city requests your presence. Lu Yi and his companions followed the guard into the manor, traversing the long corridor to the conference hall. Inside the hall, Lord Zhao Tianwei sat in the main seat. He appeared to be around 50 years old, his face stern, and his aura steady, clearly a 5th-tier powerhouse. Beside Zhao Tianwei sat several close aides and deputy Lord Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing appeared to be in his 40s, resembling Zhao Tianwei, but his gaze had a touch of coldness. Lu Yi of Yaoguang Academy. Zhao Tianwei spoke, his voice booming. Dean Zhou has mentioned you, stating that you exposed the Ding family's conspiracy and saved Qingqiu City. What brings you here today? Lu Yi replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. My lord, I am here to unveil another conspiracy concerning the Blood Moon Sect and an inner traitor. Zhao Tianwei frowned. Who is the traitor? Lu Yi pointed directly at Zhao Tianqing, the deputy Lord Zhao Tianqing. The room erupted in an uproar. Preposterous. A close aide slammed the table. How dare you slander the deputy lord? Zhao Tianqing's face darkened. Lu Yi, I have no enmity with you. Why would you frame me? Frame you? Lu Yi sneered. I have evidence. He presented documents obtained from the Blood Moon Sect stronghold along with testimonies from Wang Fuhai. This is the contact list of the Blood Moon Sect bearing the deputy lord's signature and secret code. This is the testimony of the logistics officer Wang Fuhai, who admitted to being directed by the deputy lord to establish a secret teleportation point in the warehouse area. Moreover, Lu Yi looked at Zhao Tianqing. I just killed a Blood Moon Sect elder who revealed before his death that the deputy lord had long secretly allied with the Blood Moon Sect, using his position to provide them with protection. He even planned to cooperate with the main forces of the Blood Moon Sect in 3 days, executing a coordinated attack to seize Qingqiu City. Every word Lu Yi spoke echoed like thunder. Zhao Tianwei abruptly stood up, his gaze like a blade piercing Zhao Tianqing. Brother, is this true? Zhao Tianqing's face turned pale, yet he continued to argue. Elder brother, don't listen to his nonsense. This evidence is all fabricated. He seeks to sow discord between us brothers. Fabricated. Lu Yi laughed. Then may I ask the deputy lord where were you last night? I was resting in the manor. Really? Yuli suddenly interjected, but I sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation in the manor last night precisely in the deputy lord's study. With a flick of her jade hand, a silver light projected an image. In the image, Zhao Tianqing was in his study secretly meeting with a Blood Moon sect envoy. The content was precisely about how to cooperate with the Blood Moon sect to seize Qingqiu City. This is a spatial recall, Yuli said. I can retrieve residual spatial images from the past, though blurry they are sufficient for identification. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhao Tianqing seeing this completely collapsed. Elder brother. I was coerced. He knelt on the ground. The Blood Moon sect threatened my wife and children. I had no choice but to comply. Zhao Tianwei's expression was complicated, filled with anger and heartbreak, but ultimately transformed into resolve. Someone, yes, seize Zhao Tianqing and imprison him in the dungeon for strict interrogation. Understood. Several guards stepped forward and took Zhao Tianqing away. Zhao Tianwei took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, thank you. If it weren't for you, Qingqiu City would likely have truly fallen. You are too polite, my lord, Lu Yi replied. The Blood Moon sect is our common enemy. Indeed, Zhao Tianwei nodded. From today onward, the Lord's Manor will fully cooperate with Yaoguang Academy to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Moon sect. As Lu Yi and the others left the Lord's Manor, the sky was already nearing noon. They had just returned to the academy when Cheng Xiao came to find them. Lu Yi, good news, she said excitedly. The remaining assets of the Ding family have begun to collapse. It turned out that after the auction, Cheng Xiao immediately mobilized the Cheng family's resources to launch a comprehensive strike against the remaining assets of the Ding family. Having lost Ding Lai, their mainstay, the Ding family was already in disarray. Coupled with Cheng Xiao's precise business tactics, the Ding family's supply chain quickly fell apart. We acquired 3 of their mines, 5 material shops, and 2 weapon forging workshops at a low price. Cheng Xiao said, the market share of the Ding family has already been swallowed by us by 70%. Well done, Lu Yi praised, but be cautious, preventing them from becoming desperate. Rest assured, Cheng Xiao replied confidently. I have already arranged a guard team, and the Lord's Manor has publicly expressed its support for us. The Lord's Manor. Yes, Cheng Xiao nodded. Lord Zhao just issued an announcement declaring a thorough investigation into any forces colluding with the Blood Moon sect and the remaining Ding family. Has become a rat in the street. A double blow. Political reckoning and commercial crushing. The Ding family was thoroughly finished this time. However, Cheng Xiao suddenly frowned. The Blood Moon sect will likely not let this go easily. A double blow. Political reckoning and commercial crushing. The Ding family was thoroughly finished this time. However, Cheng Xiao suddenly frowned. The Blood Moon sect will likely not take the initiative. Exactly. Lu Yi said. We will head to Atlantis to find the core fragments of the Summoning Divine Codex and the Moonlight Divine Stone. As long as our strength is formidable enough, the Blood Moon sect is merely a bunch of clowns. What do you need me to do? Cheng Xiao's eyes brightened. Prepare expedition supplies. Lu Yi said. We need to visit 3 locations: the depths of the ancient battlefield, the Storm Canyon, and the extreme cold ice palace. Each one is fraught with danger and requires ample preparation. No problem. Cheng Xiao pounded her chest in assurance. The Cheng family will definitely support you fully. Far to the north, at the headquarters of the Blood Moon sect, inside a palace shrouded in blood-red moonlight, a figure clad in a blood-red robe, face obscured, sat upon a throne. Below, 3 terrifying elders knelt, each one a 5th-tier powerhouse. Master, the plan for Qingqiu City has failed, one elder said cautiously. The Ding family has been annihilated. We lost 2 enforcers, 1 elder, and 3 strongholds, and Deputy Lord Zhao Tianqing has also been captured. The Blood Moon sect master fell silent for a moment before laughing, his laughter cold and eerie. Interesting. Truly interesting. A 2nd-tier rat has managed to cause us such heavy losses. Master, please give the order, another elder said fiercely. I am willing to personally go to Qingqiu City to take his life. No rush. The Blood Moon sect master shook his head. Killing him is easy, but the clues he holds about Atlantis are far more important. Atlantis? The 3 elders were simultaneously shocked. Exactly, the Blood Moon sect master said. According to intelligence, he has obtained the map of the lost city and information about the spatial anchor point. Moreover, he has a Moonlight Elf by his side. Moonlight Elf? The elders were even more astonished. The legendary master of spatial control. Yes, the Blood Moon sect master's eyes gleamed with greed. If we can obtain the Moonlight Elf along with the core fragments of the Moonlight Divine Stone, we will be able to construct a teleportation array leading to the Divine Domain. The Divine Domain, the legendary ancient divine realm, filled with countless treasures, endless legacies, and even the secrets of becoming a deity. What should we do now? Send someone to monitor them, the Blood Moon sect master commanded. Do not alarm them for now. Let them activate the spatial anchor point and open the portal to Atlantis, then we shall strike when the moment is right. Understood, Master. The three elders responded in unison. The Blood Moon Sect Master looked towards the south, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glow. Lu Yi, I hope you can bring me a surprise, otherwise it will be too dull. In Qingqiu City at Yaoguang Academy, Lu Yi suddenly felt a wave of unease, as if being watched by some terrifying presence. 3 days later at the forbidden area of the back mountain of Yaoguang Academy, Lu Yi and his 4 companions stood before the entrance of the ancient battlefield, with Zhou Tianjing personally seeing them off. The dangers within the depths of the ancient battlefield far exceed the first 3 layers. 3 days later at the forbidden area of the back mountain of Yaoguang Academy, Lu Yi and his 4 companions stood before the entrance of the ancient battlefield, with Zhou Tianjing personally seeing them off. Lu Yi nodded. We must go. The first spatial anchor point lies in the 7th layer of the ancient battlefield. Only by activating it can we open the portal to Atlantis. Are the supplies ready? Zhou Tianjing looked at Qingqiu. Qingqiu patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, Headmaster. The Qing family has emptied half of our warehouse for this. She displayed the supplies in her spatial ring: 50 bottles of rejuvenation pills, 30 bottles of herbal essence, 100 talismans, 80 thunderfire talismans, 20 night pearls, and a large quantity of food and tools. That should be enough for a month of exploration. Zhou Tianjing took a deep breath. Good, I wish you a safe return. He formed seals and recited incantations, causing a deep blue portal to slowly unfold. Remember, if you encounter dangers you cannot handle, return immediately. Your lives are more important than any legacy. Understood. Lu Yi stepped in first, followed closely by the 4 women. In the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, the sky was a dark red like blood, the ground was piled with white bones, and the air was thick with a heavy atmosphere of death and lingering battle intent. Be careful. Yuli opened her eyes. There are many spiritual fluctuations around us. The void ahead distorted, and dozens of semi-transparent figures appeared, clad in tattered battle armor, wielding illusory weapons with ghostly blue flames burning in their eyes. Ancient battle souls. The leading general's battle soul stood 3 meters tall, holding an illusory spear. Intruder. Die. A hoarse voice rang out as the general's battle soul charged forward with its spear. Dozens of battle souls followed. Prepare for battle. Lu Yi shouted. The 5 quickly formed their formation. Tushan Ruer spread her 9 tails, flames soaring, while Long Liu emanated a chilling aura, ice crystals forming. The 2 cast ice and fire 9 layers again. But this time the number of battle souls was too great, and their strength was even stronger. The weakest were late-stage 3rd tier, while the general's battle soul was peak 4th tier. Spatial confinement. Yuli acted. Silver light spread, binding several battle souls. The general's battle soul roared, sweeping its spear violently, tearing apart the spatial confinement. It has demon-breaking properties. Long Liu assessed. Then let's fight it, Heiden. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. Ruer Liu unleashed the maximum output of our combined technique. Yes. The 2 women unleashed their full power. Flames merged with ice, transforming into a 20-meter diameter purple-gold storm that swept through. Dozens of battle souls were instantly engulfed and annihilated. But the general's battle soul charged through the storm. Its spear lunged forward like a venomous dragon, aiming directly at Lu Yi's heart. Master, be careful. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu tried to defend, but were entangled by other battle souls. Yuli's spatial confinement effect was limited. Just as the spear was about to strike, Lu Yi's eyes surged with golden light. Holy purification. Golden light erupted from his body like the rising sun. Where the light reached, the malevolent energies retreated, and the death aura dissipated. Although the general's battle soul was a spiritual entity, it belonged to the darkness attribute. Bathed in golden light, its movements froze instantly, black smoke billowing from its body. Now's the time. Lu Yi thrust his judgment spear with all his might. Piercing rainbow strike. Thud. The spear pierced through the general's battle soul's chest. Oh! A shrill scream echoed through the 4th layer as the general's battle soul gradually disintegrated in the golden light, turning into scattered motes of light. With the leader dead, the remaining battle soul's morale plummeted. The 5 took the opportunity to unleash their full strength, quickly clearing the area. After the battle ended, Qingqiu wiped her sweat. That was close. These battle souls are harder to deal with than living beings. Because they are spiritual entities, Yuli explained. Physical attacks have limited effect. We must use elemental attacks or purification skills. That last move of yours was too powerful, Master. Tushan Ruer admired. Holy purification specifically counters dark attributes. Lu Yi sheathed his spear. In the future we will rely on this move against similar enemies. Let's move on. Long Liu looked deeper into the layers. There are still 3 layers until the 7th layer. The 5 organized their equipment and stepped into the 5th layer. A wave of heat hit them. Before them was a hell of magma. The ground was cracked, magma gushed forth, and the acrid smell of sulfur filled the air. Fire elemental creatures roamed, and lava behemoths moved. But with holy purification the battles became easier. Lu Ye's golden light suppressed the fire elements, and combined with Tu Shanruer's fire attacks, and Long Li Yu's ice control, they quickly cleared a path. The sixth layer, the ice abyss. Bone-chilling winds howled, ice spikes stood like forests, and everything was covered in snow. Ice elemental beings and frost specters lurked. Yu Li's spatial cutting combined with Long Li Yu's extreme chill along with Lu Ye's holy purification allowed them to crush through once again. Finally they reached the entrance to the seventh layer. Before them stood a massive stone door towering 10 meters high, engraved with intricate ancient runes emanating a formidable and chilling aura. This is the place. Yu Li's silver eyes sparkled. The spatial anchor point is just behind this door. How do we open it? Qingqiu asked. Yu Li approached and gently caressed the stone door with her jade hand. The runes glowed faintly, and a vibration resonated. It requires the bloodline of a summoner. She looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded, biting his fingertip and letting a drop of blood fall into the central recess of the stone door. Buzz! The stone door shook violently. The runes lit up one by one, and the light flowed as if alive. Rumble! The stone door slowly opened inward. Beyond the door lay a massive circular hall with a high dome and walls etched with star patterns. In the center of the hall, a silver crystal floated quietly, exuding a soft, yet powerful spatial fluctuation. The spatial anchor point. Activating it requires infusing spatial power. Yu Li said, "I'll do it." She walked in front of the crystal, forming seals with both hands as silver light flowed into the crystal like a stream. The crystal gradually lit up, the light growing brighter, and the hall began to tremble slightly. But just then, finally, I have waited for this moment. A cold voice hissing like a venomous snake suddenly echoed from the corner of the hall. The faces of the five changed drastically. 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows. At the forefront was an old man in a blood-red robe, his face gaunt with eerie blood light flickering in his eyes. His aura was as terrifying as an abyss, clearly at the midstage of 5th tier. Behind him were 2 peak 4th tier enforcers of the Blood Moon sect, exuding murderous intent. The Blood Moon sect. A 5th tier elder. Qingqiu exclaimed, her voice trembling. The old man chuckled ominously. Lu Yi, you truly haven't disappointed me. You found the spatial anchor point. Now, hand over the map and the moonlight sprite, and I might consider leaving your corpse whole. Lu Yi's eyes turned icy. You have been tracking us all along. Tracking? The old man shook his head. We were merely waiting for the right moment. We have known about the entrance to the 7th layer of the ancient battlefield for a long time. But only the bloodline of a summoner can open it. So, we waited for you to open the door. So that's how it is. The Blood Moon sect had long known the location of the spatial anchor point, but couldn't open the stone door. They lay in wait nearby, waiting for Lu Yi to open it, then to kill and seize the treasure. Master, what should we do? Tu Shanruer asked nervously. The other side had 3 people, 1 5th tier elder and 2 peak 4th tier. The disparity in strength was too great. Lu Yi's mind raced, realizing that a heated confrontation would lead to certain death. He had to outsmart them. His gaze fell on the spatial anchor point. Yu Li was activating the crystal and still needed a bit more time. If he could utilize the power of the spatial anchor point. Yu Li, speed up, he communicated telepathically. Understood. Yu Li exerted her full power, and the crystal's light surged. You want to activate the anchor point. Dream on. The elder of the Blood Moon sect sneered, raising his hand with a wave. Blood Moon slash. A blood-colored blade of light tore through the air, slicing towards Yu Li with a nauseating stench of blood. Not on my watch. Lu Yi instantly stood in front, sweeping his judgment spear. Clang. The clash of metal rang out deafeningly. The blade was blocked, but the terrifying force numbed Lu Yi's arm, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. The 5th tier strength was too overwhelming. Master, Tu Shanruer and Long Li, you wanted to help, but were blocked by the 2 4th tier enforcers. Your opponents are us. The battle erupted instantly. Tu Shanruer and Long Li Yu teamed up to fend off the 2 enforcers, barely holding their ground, but unable to break free. Lu Yi faced the 5th tier elder alone. The pressure was like a landslide and tsunami. Kid, being able to withstand one of my strikes counts as some skill, the old man mocked. But this is where it ends. He formed seals with both hands, crimson light gathering frantically, condensing at the top of the hall into a massive blood-red crescent moon. Blood Moon Descendants complete form. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire hall to tremble violently. Lu Yi absolutely couldn't withstand this strike. But he did not retreat. Instead, a crazed light flashed in his eyes. Yu Li, channel the power of the spatial anchor point to me. What a... Trust me. Alright. Yu Li gritted her teeth, forcibly altering the seals. The silver light of the spatial anchor point ceased its activation, and was instead guided by her, flowing like a torrent into Lu Yi's body. Buzz. Lu Ye's body erupted with blinding silver light. The power of space surged wildly through his meridians. What a... The Blood Moon sect elder turned pale with shock. You dare forcibly absorb the power of space. Seeking death. Whether I'm seeking death. Let's find out. Lu Yi roared, channeling all the space power into his judgment spear. The spear transformed entirely into silver with the tip shining with a cold light that exploded like stars. This shot. Break for me. The silver spear light shot forth like a meteor colliding heat-in with the blood-red crescent moon. Boom. The explosion of energy light instantly engulfed the entire hall. Boom. Silver light intertwined with blood light, and an energy storm swept through the entire hall. Lu Ye's spear infused with the power of spatial anchor points far exceeded his own limits. However, the Elder of the Blood Moon sect was a mid-stage level 5 powerhouse, and the Blood Moon Descends Complete form was his signature killing move. In the instant of collision between the two forces, crack! It was as if the space was torn apart. The silver spear light pierced into the blood-red crescent, but only delved 3 inches before being blocked and eroded by the violent Blood Moon energy. Kid, you are too naive. The Elder sneered, forcibly absorbing the power of space can indeed temporarily enhance attack power. But the gap of level 5 cannot be compensated for with just this bit of external force. The blood-red crescent erupted with an even more intense radiance, turning to devour the silver spear light. Lu Yi felt his power rapidly depleting. Although the power of space was formidable, his realm was insufficient to control it perfectly, and the side effects of forced absorption began to manifest. Not done yet. A madness flashed in Lu Ye's eyes as he activated the system again. System burn experience points. Enhance holy purification. Warning: burning experience points will lead to a drop in level. Current experience points 220-003-0000. Confirm. Confirm. Buzz. The golden light erupted again, even more dazzling than before. Holy purification, originally effective against Blood Moon energy, now enhanced by experience points, had its power skyrocketing. The golden light surged forth like a tide, merging with the silver spear light. The intertwining of silver and gold transformed into a higher grade of energy, exuding a sacred aura that purified all evil. What a... The Elder's expression changed drastically. He felt his Blood Moon energy being rapidly purified and dissolved. It felt like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. Impossible. How can a second-tier person like you master such power? That's because you are too weak. Lu Yi roared. Behind him, Tushan Ruer and Long Liu also erupted at the same time. Although they were entangled by 2 level 4 enforcers, seeing Lu Yi in crisis, they disregarded everything and unleashed their combined attack. Ice and Fire, 9 Heaven's 4th layer. The purple gold storm reappeared, but this time they locked onto the Elder of the Blood Moon sect. Seeking death. The 2 level 4 enforcers attempted to intercept, but Yuli acted. Spatial confinement dual lock. The silver light simultaneously bound both of them, though it could only last for a brief moment. It was already enough. The purple gold storm struck violently against the back of the Elder of the Blood Moon sect. The Elder spat out blood, his aura instantly becoming chaotic. Lu Yi seized the opportunity and unleashed the full force of the silver gold spear light. Break! Boom! The blood-red crescent shattered completely. The silver gold spear light pierced through the Elder's chest. Oh! With a shrill scream, the Elder's body was consumed and purified by the silver gold light, ultimately dissipating into specks of light. The level 5 Elder is dead. Elder. The 2 level 4 enforcers' eyes widened in anger, but Yuli's spatial confinement had already lifted, and they turned to flee. Wanna leave? Oomph. Lu Yi snorted coldly. Although that strike had consumed a lot of energy, he still had some strength left. Ruer Liu, deal with them. Yes. Tushan Ruer and Long Liu pursued while Yuli sealed the space again to prevent teleportation escape. Having lost the highest level Elder, the morale of the 2 level 4 enforcers plummeted, and under the ice and fire combined attack, they were quickly slain. The battle concluded and the hall was in disarray. Lu Yi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. That battle had nearly exhausted all of his strength, and burning experience points caused his level to drop from level 22 to level 21. But he won.